Chapter 1. Apprenticeship to Master Wu Taidu. In the southern hemisphere of Earth, there exists a natural valley surrounded by a continuous range of mountains. The lush forests are verdant and vibrant, filled with the rich hues of life. A glance reveals an abundance of vitality, as the beauty of nature unfolds in all its glory. In this picturesque setting, Wu Feng lies comfortably on a patch of greenery at the entrance of the valley, feeling particularly refreshed and content under the warm sun. Stretching lazily, he shifts from a side-lying position to lying flat, his body forming a relaxed Da shape, sinking into the grass, gazing peacefully at the clear blue sky and fluffy white clouds that resemble his childhood memories before his time travel. Wu Feng gradually drifts into a state of serene oblivion, often referred to as nearly falling asleep. However, fate had other plans. At that very moment, a furious roar echoed through the air. "Wu Feng, you rascal, are you hiding here again to slack off and sleep? Have you forgotten your place?" Turning towards the voice, he beheld a burly man, wielding a solid iron club resembling a wolf's fang, weighing no less than several hundred kilograms. The man dashed towards him, covering a distance of nearly 100 meters in mere seconds, and without further ado, slammed the club onto the ground beside Wu Feng, sending a shock wave through the earth. With a thunderous crash, a deep crater, about a meter wide, appeared, sending dust and debris flying, instantly covering Wu Feng in dirt and broken grass. Startled awake by the sudden attack, Wu Feng instinctively rolled over and sprang to his feet, hands raised in a defensive stance, scanning frantically as he shouted, "Who dares to disturb my morning slumber?" As his gaze fell upon the furious face of his second uncle, Wu Shan, who stood nearby with the club in one hand and a menacing expression, Wu Feng's pupils dilated in shock. He swallowed hard and forced a sheepish grin, then without waiting for Wu Shan to make a move, bolted towards the inner valley where his second aunt resided. While running, he cried out, "Help! Murder! Aunt, please save me. Your husband has gone mad again. Stop running, you little rascal. Don't you dare run away. I won't hit you today, so stand still." Wu Shan, trailing a few meters behind, called out in exasperation, half amused yet speechless. "Really? Are you serious? Uncle, you're not deceiving me, are you?" Wu Feng hesitated, slowing his pace a bit as he turned to glance back at Wu Shan. "Indeed, I'm not lying. Think about it. When have I ever deceived you since you were little?" "Well, except for that time when your parents passed away," Wu Shan replied, noticing Wu Feng's hesitation with a hint of annoyance. "Enough chit-chat, come with me. Your long-lost elder uncle has finally returned from his travels. It's time for you to meet him and see if you possess the talent for martial arts," Wu Shan declared, swiftly seizing Wu Feng and effortlessly lifting him with one arm. Without waiting for a response, he propelled forward with a powerful stride, racing towards the training ground situated in the valley's center. Stopping abruptly a meter away from his elder brother, Wu Taidu, he tossed the nearly breathless Wu Feng aside and, with an impassive expression, cracked his knuckles as he fixed his gaze on Wu Taidu. The next moment, without a word of warning, he launched a powerful punch at Wu Taidu, catching him off guard. Yet, Wu Taidu displayed no sign of alarm. With his hands still behind his back, he effortlessly intercepted the massive fist that was mere inches from his face with a swift and steady motion. After all these years, you finally decide to return without a trace or word," Wu Shan remarked coldly, retracting his fists with a hint of sarcasm. "Xiao Shan, I apologize for the circumstances surrounding Xiao Yao's family," Wu Taidu began, feeling remorseful and overwhelmed with guilt. Wu Shan, impatient, interrupted, "There's no need for explanations. If you wish to clarify anything, speak to your nephew." With that, he pointed at Wu Feng, who sat nearby, wide-eyed and incredulous, before turning away and striding off, disappearing from Wu Taidu's view in mere seconds. Sighing lightly after observing Wu Shan's retreating figure, Wu Taidu turned to Wu Feng and kindly inquired, "Child, what is your name?" "Me. I am Wu Feng." "Greetings, uncle. You are truly remarkable. May I train under you?" Wu Feng, coming to his senses, responded without hesitation, addressing the formidable stranger as uncle with familiarity. Not only that, but he also expressed his earnest desire to learn martial arts from Wu Taidu. However, Wu Taidu did not respond immediately to Wu Feng's request. Instead, he focused on the boy's name. "Wu Feng, is it? A splendid name. The pinnacle of martial arts. Very well. From this moment forth, you shall train under me." After saying this, Wu Taidu began to inspect Wu Feng before swiftly making his way back to his residence, leaving Wu Feng in a state of astonishment and excitement. Something is happening. Finally, there is some movement. It has not been easy. Wu Feng murmured to himself, still sitting in place, exhilarated. Having been in this world for over a year, the mysterious progress bar, akin to a game's boss health gauge that only Wu Feng could perceive, had unexpectedly advanced slightly at that moment when Wu Taidu accepted him as a disciple, jumping from 1% to 10%. Moreover, Wu Feng could distinctly see the progress bar continuing to advance slowly yet steadily. At this moment, Wu Feng had ample reason to believe that if he maintained this momentum, it would not be long before it reached 100%. When that time came, he would be able to glean information about the next world he would traverse, allowing him to escape this perilous Dragon Ball universe, where destruction was but a whim of the Earth's ruler. The following day dawned bright and clear, with the sun shining warmly upon a small peak in the Chilean mountains at an altitude of approximately 400 to 500 meters. Wu Taidu was currently guiding Wu Feng through the most fundamental training, mountain climbing, a relentless back-and-forth exercise that left Wu Feng utterly exhausted before they finally came to a halt. Due to the overwhelming difficulty, on the first day of basic training, the 12-year-old Wu Feng could only manage one round before completely exhausting himself. Ultimately, he was lifted back to their residence at the foot of the mountain by his uncle, Wu Taido, who unceremoniously tossed him into a bath filled with water at the perfect temperature, infused with a gentle fragrance of flowers and herbs. That Wu Feng's reasonable suggestion for a gradual training approach was disregarded, leaving him with no choice but to passively endure the relentless torment imposed by his uncle. However, after a period of time, as Wu Feng began to notice a significant improvement in his physical condition, his initial lethargy and resistance gradually transformed into a sense of enjoyment and excitement, bordering on masochism. On this particular day, after yet another exhausting session, Wu Feng lay in the bath, gazing at the progress bar floating before him, which had advanced slightly further than the day before. A smile involuntarily spread across his face, but due to his utter exhaustion, his attempt at laughter only triggered a wave of pain, twisting his expression into one of mixed amusement and anguish. Throughout his martial training, though undeniably brutal and akin to a hellish ordeal, every time Wu Feng observed the progress bar steadily advancing with his growing strength, coupled with the tangible increase in his physical prowess, he felt that all the hardship and effort were indeed worthwhile. As time passed, it is noteworthy that Wu Feng gradually developed an affinity for this sensation of becoming ever stronger. In the course of his training, he found himself unconsciously striving harder, exerting himself to the utmost, even exceeding the training tasks assigned by Uncle Wu Taido, eager to become powerful enough to prepare for the impending journey into a new world. For both the profound insights of his past life and the knowledge and experiences acquired in this one had instilled in Wu Feng a deep understanding to avoid leaving any regrets. In life, one must become sufficiently powerful to rectify all wrongs, for weakness is the original sin of all. Chapter 2. 3 years. It must be said that the passage of time is relentless, and the years slip away like a fleeting thread. Unbeknownst to him, 3 autumns have passed since Wu Feng became a disciple of Master Wu Tai. Over the past 3 years, through relentless dedication and perseverance, Wu Feng has finally met the expectations and ambitions set forth by his elder. On this day, thanks to the commendable habits he had cultivated over the years, Wu Feng rose early, engaging in the daily morning exercises he had practiced since the beginning of his training, preparing for the day ahead. After completing a series of familiar movements, he instinctively waved towards the door, only to be taken aback by the absence of his uncle, who had always appeared punctually at his doorstep. This unexpected realization left Wu Feng feeling puzzled and astonished, for his uncle, who remained an enigmatic figure in his life, had never once been late or absent in the past 3 years. Just as Wu Feng was about to head to his uncle's residence to ascertain the situation, he dashed out the door and encountered his second uncle, whom he had not seen in quite some time, approaching rapidly. Without hesitation, his second uncle launched a swift punch directly at him, a blow so quick that, prior to his training, Wu Feng would have been unable to withstand it, let alone see it coming. Yet, at that moment, he effortlessly raised his hand to block the seemingly formidable strike. Goodness, in just a few short years, you've acquired such strength. It seems it won't be long before you grasp the profound essence of martial arts. His second uncle, Wu Shan, remarked, pride swelling within him as he observed Wu Feng's prowess. Seeing his punch, which embodied an 8th-level strength, so effortlessly countered by Wu Feng, Wu Shan felt a mix of pride and melancholy. Ah, second uncle, you flatter me. My current strength is merely mediocre, just enough to ensure my own safety. Wu Feng replied with a humble chuckle. Enough of your pretense. I know exactly what you're like. I suspect your heart is brimming with pride at this moment. Wu Shan retorted, unable to suppress his exasperation towards Wu Feng's feigned modesty. Before Wu Feng could respond, Wu Shan continued. Were you in such haste to leave because you intended to visit your uncle? Second uncle, how did you know I was looking for him? Wu Feng exclaimed in surprise, before remembering that he had yet to complete his training for the day. Oh no, I'm running late. I must be off now. Farewell. Second uncle. With that, he hurriedly bid his uncle goodbye. As the words fell, just as Wu Feng was about to dash towards the highest peak, he was abruptly seized by the shoulder by his quick-witted second uncle. What's the rush, young man? Can you not allow someone to finish speaking? He said. Let me tell you, you needn't climb the mountain today. Moreover, your eldest uncle left in haste last night due to an urgent matter and entrusted me with your training regimen for the time being. What? Uncle has left? Was it really that urgent that he couldn't spare a moment to inform me? Wu Feng initially felt astonished, followed by a wave of sadness and disappointment, causing his spirit to dim. All right, young lad, what's with that expression? It's not a matter of life and death. It's not like you'll never see him again. Your uncle mentioned he would be back in no less than 3 months and at most half a year. Wu Shan observed, rolling his eyes, slightly amused yet exasperated. Oh, is that so? Well then, second uncle, let us commence our new training promptly. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng's mood shifted from somber to bright, reigniting his spirited ambition to embrace the forthcoming round of training. Very well, follow me. And remember, from today onward, your training ground will be the circular training area in the valley's center. After a swift run, Wu Shan brought Wu Feng to the circular area. This is where the adults in the valley usually practice and spar, right? Wu Feng questioned uncertainly, observing his surroundings. Indeed. Do not doubt it. Because, young man, your forthcoming training will consist solely of combat, relentless combat. Do you understand? Wu Shan replied sternly, his gaze resolute. I understand, but, with all due respect, aside from you, second uncle, it seems that no one else in the valley can truly provide me with a worthy challenge. Even if we were to engage in combat, Uncle Wu Yen, the second strongest in the valley, would still fall short, wouldn't he? After all, regardless of the circumstances, the disparity in physical reflexes is rather significant, is it not? Wu Feng remarked, his right hand playfully circling the back of his head, a hint of pride in his demeanor as he shyly spoke. On this matter, you need not worry. Your eldest uncle has already devised a plan for you. Now, take a look behind you, Wu Shan said, a slight smile gracing his lips as he explained. Upon turning around, Wu Feng was met with the sight of his cousin from the martial arts clan, trudging forward with a massive tortoise shell strapped to his back. The shell thudded to the ground with a resounding crash, sending a cloud of dust and debris swirling into the air. Cousin Feng, here you go. I've brought you what you need. No need for thanks, his cousin said, a hint of simplicity in his voice as he unceremoniously dropped the enormous shell before Wu Feng. At this moment, Wu Feng stiffened, turning to face his second uncle with a rigid smile, a flicker of hope in his heart as he inquired. You can't possibly expect me to carry this shell for training, can you? Certainly not. How could one cultivate the path of martial arts without proper attire? Is that truly the case? Thankfully, I had my suspicions. With a look of relief, Wu Feng patted his chest and remarked, it is essential to be properly dressed. Without proper attire, how can one secure themselves and achieve the desired training effect? Now, hasten, do not dawdle. Quickly don your gear for today's practice. Before Wu Feng could fully bask in his relief, Wu Shan continued with an impassive expression. At this moment, Wu Feng was rendered speechless. The following day dawned clear and bright, a splendid season of rejuvenation. Fei, my dear cousin, let us remember to leave a little leeway in our endeavors, for we shall meet again in the future. Encased in an enormous tortoise shell weighing several thousand pounds, Wu Feng solemnly addressed his first opponent of the day. Oh, is that how it is? But Uncle Deshan has said not to hold back, that as long as one isn't left crippled, it's acceptable. Wu Xiaofei, momentarily perplexed, soon recalled Uncle Deshawn's words and resolutely steeled her resolve. Ignoring whatever Wu Feng had to say, she launched into a flurry of punches and kicks aimed directly at him. As Wu Feng instinctively attempted to sidestep a sluggish punch aimed at him, he realized with dismay that his movement was minimal, just enough to evade that language strike. However, before he could feel a moment of relief, Wu Xiaofei followed up with a punch that landed squarely on him. With a thud, Wu Feng collapsed to the ground. A minute later, having struggled to rise again, he opened his mouth to plead for her to spare his face, only to be met with another rapid succession of blows. With his handsome visage, now swollen and bruised, he fell once more, this time remaining motionless. In his dazed state, Wu Xiaofei stepped forward, noticing he was frothing at the mouth, his eyes shining with stars. "Uncle Deshawn, come quickly. Cousin Feng is in dire straits." Alarmed by Wu Feng's pitiful condition, Wu Xiaofei hurriedly ran towards Wu Shan, her voice tinged with urgency and distress. Meanwhile, Wu Feng lay on the ground, dazed and confused, his eyes spinning in circles for quite some time. Chapter 3. The initial trial of crossing over. On this day, the central disk of the valley reverberated with the sounds of thuds, thuds, and more thuds, a continuous echo. From a distance, two figures could be seen intertwining, moving in and out of visibility. As time passed, the intensity of their engagement quickened, until the onlookers could no longer discern their precise locations. Only the fleeting afterimages left in their wake hinted at the fierce battle taking place on the disk. With another resounding clash of fists, the two figures, now moving at high speed, abruptly separated. Wu Feng stood firm and unyielding, while Wu Shan staggered back 3 steps before regaining his balance. "Uncle, I concede to you," Wu Feng declared with a hint of pride as he observed his uncle steady himself. Well, my boy, I truly did not misjudge you. You are indeed a prodigy in martial arts. In just 6 short years, you have completely surpassed me, not much inferior to the talent of your uncle in the past." Observing the imposing figure adorned in a colossal tortoise shell, Wu Shan was not perturbed by Wu Feng's triumphant demeanor. Instead, he expressed his heartfelt admiration. "Now, since Xiao Feng has emerged victorious, this phase of training concludes here. Xiao Feng, return and prepare. Starting tomorrow, I shall guide you in the cultivation of the higher realms of martial arts." Wu Taido, having witnessed the conclusion of the battle, interrupted the customary exchange of praises between the two with a calm remark. "Understood, uncle." Upon hearing his uncle's words, Wu Feng chose not to engage in the usual mutual commendation with his second uncle, but instead responded with resolute clarity. "Very well, at dawn tomorrow, atop the highest peak of Chilean Mountain. Remember, tardiness will bear consequences." With that, Wu Taido did not linger, turning away and striding towards his dwelling with a pace that seemed both slow and swift. In an instant, he vanished from Wu Feng's sight as his words faded into silence. A night passed in silence. The following day, at dawn, as the sky brightened with a blanket of white clouds and the refreshing autumn breeze heralded a clear day, the fiery sun revealed only a hint of its brilliant form. At this moment, atop the highest peak of the Chilean Mountains, Wu Feng was already present, attentively absorbing his uncle's teachings, meticulously following a series of peculiar movements as instructed. It was only when the sun fully breached the horizon that he was halted by his uncle's command. "Uncle, what comes next?" The halted Wu Feng gazed with confusion at his uncle, who seemed somewhat off-kilter today, and hesitantly inquired. In response to Wu Feng's bewilderment, Wu Taido replied nonchalantly. "Have you calmed your mind?" I apologize, uncle, I was mistaken." Wu Feng, initially taken aback, quickly realized that his eagerness to practice the energy he had long yearned for had stirred his emotions, causing him to momentarily succumb to the pitfalls of martial cultivation, arrogance, and impatience. "Very well, such occurrences are inevitable. I must also take responsibility for revealing today's training agenda too soon." With that, Wu Taido dismissed any further trivialities, stating, "Now, let us commence in earnest." Rather than reproaching Wu Feng, he reflected on his own shortcomings before continuing. Meanwhile, Wu Feng exhaled softly, dispelling all distractions, and commenced his formal training in energy as dictated by his uncle. Sitting cross-legged upon the ground, he concentrated all his mental faculties, slowly following the steps taught by his uncle to sense the energy residing within his very cells. As time gradually flowed by, and the morning sun ascended to its zenith, Wu Feng's consciousness finally transcended a boundary, or perhaps a constraint, and he perceived the chi that his uncle had described, his own chi. In an instant, upon sensing this energy, Wu Feng instinctively sought to harness it, and fortunately, he was not disappointed. With a mere thought, the chi within the cells of his body surged forth. The external manifestation was striking. Seated cross-legged, Wu Feng suddenly began to radiate light, enveloped entirely in a luminous glow akin to that of mutton fat jade. After a moment, as he emerged from the depths of his profound realization, Wu Feng could not help but exhale a breath of turbid air. The breath he expelled resembled a sword of chi, surging forth to strike the rock face, leaving behind a hole the size of an infant's fingertip. Had he succeeded? Had he finally comprehended the essence of chi? In that moment, the anxiety that had plagued Wu Feng since he arrived in the Dragon Ball world began to dissipate. If only slightly. Uncle, I have succeeded. Taking a moment to attune to his body, Wu Feng felt the abundant energy coursing through his cells, invigorating him as if he had been reborn. His excitement was beyond words. Very well, now take the time to truly experience this. Strive to master every ounce of power within your body. With that, Wu Taido noted the progress unfolding as he had anticipated, his expression remaining unchanged, yet secretly, he felt a surge of joy. Time flew swiftly, and 3 months had already elapsed since Wu Feng had grasped the concept of chi. On this day, atop the highest peak of the Chilean mountains, 2 figures, as swift as lightning, engaged in an unceasing exchange of strikes. The sounds of their collisions echoed, bang, 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 resounding through the air. Gradually, as the combatants quickened their pace, the summit became a tapestry of their fleeting afterimages, one shadow following another in rapid succession. The day slipped away within the confines of their fierce duel, which continued until one of them could no longer endure. Breathless and drenched in sweat, Wu Feng, utterly exhausted and devoid of strength, collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. He felt entirely drained, his body limp and fatigued. As his consciousness began to fade, he was lifted by a familiar presence before succumbing to a deep slumber. When he finally awoke, an entire day and night had passed. Awakened by hunger, Wu Feng was compelled to venture to a nearby mountain, where he casually hunted a hapless wild boar. After a swift cleaning, he commenced the familiar ritual of roasting his catch. Not long after, having indulged in a sumptuous meal, Wu Feng returned to his slumber. As was his custom, he glanced at the progress bar suspended before him just before falling asleep, only to be taken aback by the revelation that the bar, previously lacking 5%, was now completely filled. This unexpected discovery instantly extinguished his drowsiness, for it signified that the long-anticipated journey through dimensions was finally about to commence. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Feng activated the traversal function, following the instructions that resonated in his mind. It is noteworthy that, based on the sudden information bestowed upon him by his inner guide, Wu Feng became aware of the significant temporal disparity between the 2 realms. Thus, free from the concern of being detected by his loved ones, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was present before embarking on his journey. And so, enveloped in a hazy luminescence that emanated from his being, the once sitting Wu Feng evaporated into thin air. Chapter 4. The dragon begins in the present day, atop the steep peak of Lega Mountain, the new stronghold of the Xiaoyao sect. Stood 2 strikingly handsome young individuals clad in white, facing each other. Junior sister, must you truly challenge me at this moment? Wu Feng inquired. Having spent nearly a decade mastering the 3 divine arts of the Xiaoyao sect, Xiao Wu Xianggong, Ba Huang Lu Wei Wu Du Zun Gong, and Bei Ming Shen Gong, all to perfection, gazing at his eager junior sister, Wang Yuyan, whom he had painstakingly guided since her youth, he felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. This was a classic case of a misguided disciple. It was evident that he was not cut out for the role of a teacher. Witnessing her martial enthusiasm, with an inclination to engage in combat at the mere sight of a skilled opponent, Wu Feng was acutely aware of his failings. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have refrained from sharing countless tales of fantastical adventures with her. Alas, it was too late for regrets. The situation was irreparable. Sighing, he reflected on the tumultuous years he had endured, wishing to slap himself and weep. He had been drawn into countless skirmishes under the guise of sparring and consultation. Scarcely a day had passed without turmoil. Faced with the Xiaoyao sect's little princess, whom he could neither chastise nor truly contend with, fearing the pain that might ensue, Wu Feng found himself at a loss. Finally, after diligently assisting her in gaining sufficient enlightenment for a breakthrough, he had hoped for a period of tranquility. Yet, who could have anticipated that? Whether due to his extensive help or her prodigious talent, she would emerge from her breakthrough in less than 3 months, with newfound strength and a spirited demeanor. The carefree princess Wang Yuyan of the Xiaoyao sect, after dedicating some time to solidifying her realm, promptly sought out her companion, Wu Feng, who was blissfully napping under the warm sunlight. Without uttering a single word, she launched a swift attack using the Tianshan Luoyang palm, aimed directly at the seemingly oblivious Wu Feng. Realizing that her ruse of feigned slumber had been uncovered by the unannounced fiery assault, Wu Feng was compelled to react. In a split second, he deftly maneuvered his body 10 meters away, narrowly evading the enormous flaming hand, which was nearly 3 zhang in size and radiated an intense heat. The resounding boom that followed left behind a massive handprint approximately 10 meters wide and 1 meter deep at the spot where Wu Feng had previously been. Upon closer inspection, it emitted a palpable heat, resembling a miniature meteorite crater. Despite her initial strike failing to achieve its intended effect, Wang Yuyan remained unfazed. With a swift movement, she continued to unleash a flurry of attacks upon the now-ready Wu Feng, each strike faster and more powerful than the last, and each distinct from its predecessor. It must be noted that having attained the state of unity between heaven and man, Wang Yuyan's innate ability to amalgamate various martial arts techniques reached new heights. From a distance, one could observe her movements as seemingly effortless and imaginative. One moment, she executed the Shaolin's Weidua palm, and the next, the Murong family's Zanha finger, with each technique flowing seamlessly into the next, as if they were inherently connected. Faced with Wang Yuyan's unpredictable and relentless barrage, Wu Feng found himself unable to counter each move effectively. Instead, he resorted to a desperate measure, enveloping himself in a comprehensive 360-degree barrier of qi, a fusion of the energy from the Dragon Ball universe and his own internal power to withstand the increasingly potent onslaught. The violent clash of energies sent shockwaves that scattered dust and debris, creating a scene reminiscent of an artillery bombardment. Villagers residing nearby, alarmed by the commotion, believed the mountain deity was expressing its wrath, prompting them to kneel and fervently pray for its mercy. This seemingly fierce battle persisted from morning until dusk before finally drawing to a close. Unlike previous encounters that extended over 3 days and nights, this confrontation was curtailed as Wang Yuyan, realizing her accumulated force could not penetrate Wu Feng's formidable defenses, grew weary and disinterested in futile efforts. She resolved to retreat once more into seclusion, contemplating the creation of even more formidable techniques before challenging her senior brother again. Yet, with renewed determination, Wang Yuyan expressed her disbelief in failing to breach Wu Feng's defenses, convinced that she was tantalizingly close to success and that a little more effort might yield victory in her next attempt. Even if the next attempt proves unsuccessful, it matters little, for I can take advantage of my senior brother as a training partner, thereby familiarizing myself with the mastery of my burgeoning power. After voluntarily halting the match, Wang Yuyan suddenly recalled that she had not enjoyed a sumptuous meal all day. Without a moment's hesitation, she activated her lightness skill and darted towards the Xiaoyao sect's dining hall with remarkable speed. Although, in truth, a day or even half a month without food or drink would hardly affect her at this moment, Wang, the glutton, firmly believed that in this lifetime, one must not neglect the pursuits of martial arts and fine cuisine. At that moment, as he watched her graceful figure swiftly recede from view, Wu Feng shook his head slightly, covering his forehead with his right hand, and chuckled wryly. What a pity. She bears no resemblance to the ethereal fairy of my childhood memories. She has completely strayed from that image. After this lamentation, Wu Feng wasted no further time and promptly made his way to the grand dining hall. It is noteworthy that throughout this period, neither of the two esteemed masters paid any mind to the hurried return of Kong Guangling, who lingered for a while before meandering away with a leisurely gait. Thus, time flowed gently as Wang Yuyan once again secluded herself to create an even more formidable technique. Before long, nearly 3 months had passed. At this juncture, less than 3 days remained until the date Kong Guangling had mentioned, the visit of the ethereal fairy to the Shaolin's sweeping monk. On this day, shortly after emerging from her retreat, Wang Yuyan sought out Wu Feng once more, standing resolutely at the peak of Mount Drum, eager to test whether her painstakingly developed new move could break through her senior brother's defenses. Senior brother, might I implore you to refrain from seeking me for sparring so frequently? Wu Feng said with a hint of exasperation. No, and you are henceforth forbidden from calling me Ziyanyan again. Wang Yuyan firmly rejected him, her tone resolute, and then, feeling somewhat vexed, she warned him. Without waiting for Wu Feng to respond, she launched her attack, exclaiming, "Less chatter. Behold my strike, 9 Suns Radiant Palm." With that, Wang Yuyan's hands began to dance along an arcane trajectory, and in an instant, she conjured a colossal hand engulfed in roaring flames, stretching 10 zhang in size. Following her intent, she gently pushed her delicate palm forward, sending the fiery hand hurtling towards Wu Feng, enveloping him in a searing heat akin to molten lava, with temperatures reaching several hundred degrees Celsius. Upon witnessing this, Wu Feng let out a resigned sigh and, with a mere thought, activated his invincible aura shield. In the next moment, a radiant barrier, glowing with a pearly white luminescence, enveloped him completely, leaving no gaps. As the flaming hand collided with the invincible aura shield, a tremendous roar erupted, reverberating across a 10-mile radius. The echoes lingering in the air. Amidst the violent shock waves, the earth trembled, mountains shifted, and boulders shattered, scattering debris in all directions. Apart from the absence of molten lava and billowing black smoke, the scene resembled that of a volcanic eruption. It is fortunate that Ligashan is neither a dormant nor an active volcano. Otherwise, the aftermath of their battle would undoubtedly have triggered a catastrophic explosion. Upon witnessing her initial attack fail, Wang Yuyan remained undeterred, resolutely pressing on to unleash her meticulously crafted ultimate moves one after another. In a fleeting moment, at an altitude of nearly 100 meters above the summit of Ligashan, 2 figures radiating red and white light soared through the air, intertwining in a dazzling display of combat. Notably, the figure glowing with a pearly white luminescence maintained a stationary stance, while the fiery red figure relentlessly circled and launched assaults against its counterpart. In one moment, a massive fiery palm struck out directly at Wu Feng, only to be followed in the next by a golden-hued fist descending from above. Wang Yuyan, with her ever-increasing speed and frequency of attacks, unleashed a relentless barrage that, for an instant, bewildered the observing disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, creating an illusion of multiple Wang Yuyans simultaneously converging from all directions to besiege the master, Wu Feng. Chapter 5. The Battle of Celestial Beings faced with the onslaught of densely packed, impenetrable attacks from all sides. Wu Feng furrowed his brow and discreetly channeled a portion of his pure inner strength to reinforce his invincible protective aura. In the next moment, it erupted forth with a thunderous roar. With a resounding boom, silence enveloped the surroundings for miles. After a brief pause, as the thick black smoke dissipated into the ether, the outcome of their clash was unmistakably determined. At the moment of collision, Wu Feng's formidable aura had shattered Wang Yuyan's ultimate technique with overwhelming force. Humph, yet another failure. You'd better watch out, you insufferable senior brother. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate a girl in poverty. Frustrated by the obliteration of her move once again, Wang Yuyan, well-versed in her defiant rhetoric, delivered yet another scathing remark that left Wu Feng both pained and speechless. Once her tirade concluded, she intended to retreat, as usual, to indulge in a hearty meal, to vent her frustrations before retreating to cultivate even more powerful techniques. Observing his ever-hungry junior sister, Wu Feng, eager for a respite in the dwindling time they had left, hastily assumed a serious demeanor and advised, "Junior sister, such actions will never enable you to defeat me. It is merely due to your insufficient worldly experience and the limited sights you have encountered. If you wish to achieve greater progress and develop stronger techniques, you must seek out other masters in the world and gain insight into the natural wonders that exist." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyan, who had come to a halt, looked on with a hint of skepticism. Observing that his ploy seemed on the verge of success, Wu Feng hastened to elaborate. "Of course, have you forgotten? Do you not recall the tales of the valiant female warriors and heroines who transcended the void, as spoken by your senior brother? The nature-emulating Lang Fanyun, the earth-measuring Pang Han, and the unparalleled master Ling Dongru, who has triumphed over all adversaries. Ah, I almost forgot. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I shall take my leave now, farewell." At that moment, a sense of epiphany washed over Wang Yuyan, and after feigning a polite farewell, she soared down the mountain, eager to swiftly ascertain the efficacy of the methods employed by those esteemed predecessors. "Must you be in such a rush? Your impatience remains unchanged." Wu Feng sighed, realizing he still had words left unspoken. Junior sister, do not forget the important matters. Remember to visit the nameless monk of Shaolin Temple in 3 days. After a brief moment of reflection, he harnessed his inner strength to transmit his voice across the distance, reminding the already distant Wang Yuyin not to neglect her duties. Understood, came Wang Yuyin's response, resonating back to him through the same method of long-distance communication. The site of the original Jinlong chess game 5 years prior now served as the outdoor assembly hall of the Xiaoyao sect for deliberating significant matters. Have all preliminary arrangements been meticulously made? Wu Feng inquired, seated at the highest point of the assembly hall, addressing the 8 individuals flanking him. Master, rest assured. All necessary notifications have been duly dispatched. Each individual has assured their attendance. You may remain at ease and await the outcome, replied Kong Guangling and the others, the current 8 hall masters of the Xiaoyao sect. Although they did not fully comprehend why their leader insisted on gathering renowned figures from across the 9 provinces to witness the contest between their junior master and the eminent monk of Shaolin a month hence, they meticulously fulfilled the tasks assigned by Wu Feng. Wu Feng nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging their efforts. Well done. You have worked hard. Shortly, proceed to the 3rd floor of the Martial Pavilion to collect a manual. He added, do take the opportunity to pay a visit to Senior Brother Su, who currently holds the positions of Guardian and Elder of the Martial Pavilion. Thank you, Master, for your gracious rewards. We shall take our leave to pay our respects to our teacher, the 8 individuals exclaimed, their expressions brimming with excitement as they bowed in gratitude and departed. Go forth, and do convey my regards to Senior Brother, Wu Feng said with a gentle smile, observing the eager demeanor of Kong Guangling and the others. In the next moment, having received permission, the 8 of them feigned solemnity as they stepped out of the assembly hall. Yet, the instant they reached the exterior, they unleashed their specialized lightness skill. Lingbo Weibu, moving with ethereal grace, rushing towards the location of the Martial Pavilion, each one seemingly desperate to reach their master before it was too late. Witnessing the unfolding events, Wu Feng did not mock or blame. Instead, he offered a faint, understanding smile. After all, it must be acknowledged that within the 3rd level of the Martial Pavilion lay the most formidable cultivation manual of the moment, the De Wuxian Gong, which seamlessly connected with the progression of the Lesser Wuxian Gong, classified at the Return to Truth level. As for paying respects to his master, there was no rush. He could visit at any time, for the master was always present, not going anywhere. However, every manual at the Return to Truth level was singular, and according to the regulations set by the new sect leader, aside from the original copy kept in the Martial Pavilion, all others were to be destroyed to prevent leakage and potential targeting. Hence, Kong Guangling and others were eager to reach the Martial Pavilion at the earliest, to acquire the coveted De Wuxian Gong, which, even among the Return to Truth manuals, was exceptional, having been improved and created by their little master uncle during his seclusion. Indeed, whether it was due to Kong Guangling's current cultivation being rooted in the Lesser Wuxian Gong, or the impressive prowess he had witnessed from his little master uncle within the sect, all factors had firmly dictated that the 8 of them would preferentially choose the De Wuxian Gong, a refinement of the Lesser Wuxian Gong. Thus, after a fervent chase, the 7th sister among the 8 friends of Hanggu, Shi Qinglu, leveraging her delicate physique and being the sole female, was the first to arrive at the Martial Pavilion. Unfortunately, before she could ascend to the 3rd level, she was gently halted by Su Xinghe, seated at the center of the 1st floor, who scolded her loudly on the spot. This is a sacred place. You rush in without reporting. What do you intend to do? What kind of decorum is this? Have you all grown wings and no longer regard me as your master? With a surge of his profound and pure inner strength, Su Xinghe swept Shi Qinglu and her companions outside the doors of the Martial Pavilion, bellowing in anger. Forgive us, master. We were wrong. The 8 friends of Hanggu pleaded in trepidation before the furious Su Xinghe. What can I say to you? Do you not comprehend the significance of this place? Do you not realize that the treasures contained within this 4-story Martial Pavilion are the fruits of your elders' arduous labor? Do you not understand that this is the foundation of the eternal legacy of the Xiaoyao sect? Su Xinghe admonished them sternly, his expression grave and resolute. All right, brother. There is no need to scold them so loudly. I instructed them to come and collect their respective Return to Truth manuals as a reward. Also, there is no need to project my words so loudly. Employing the technique for long-distance communication is quite excessive. Enough. I concede to you. Regarding your earlier request for 2 attendant disciples, I agree. Let this matter conclude here. Wu Feng relayed to Su Xinghe, his tone tinged with resignation. Ahem, well then, let us discuss. What brings you all to Wuge in pursuit of that revered tome of true mastery? Upon receiving the transmission from Wu Feng, Su Xinghe's expression transformed from somber to cheerful. After a few slightly awkward coughs, he inquired with a benevolent demeanor. Meanwhile, the 8 friends from Hangu, having witnessed their master's dramatic change in countenance, stared at Su Xinghe in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words, engulfed in self-doubt, questioning whether the man before them was indeed their genuine master. Chapter 6. Inner Strength and Aura. Chapter 7. The 3 rankings of heaven, earth, and man within the bustling city of Hangzhou, in the grand establishment known as the Uli Inn. A throng of martial artists from all corners of the realm filled the space. A closer observation would reveal the presence of numerous renowned heroes, affluent merchants, and influential figures from various walks of life, creating a vibrant assembly of diverse individuals. Although the inn was alive with chatter, it presented a scene of remarkable orderliness, with patrons displaying a commendable sense of self-discipline as they found their respective places. Occasionally, however, a few inexperienced youths, brimming with fervor and a desire to uphold justice, would recklessly engage in brawls within the inn, proclaiming their intentions to vanquish evil. Yet, without exception, these young heroes and nefarious villains alike were swiftly apprehended by the skilled masters stationed within the inn. Subsequently, they faced compensatory measures and penalties commensurate with the severity of their actions. While no fatalities had occurred thus far, the incidents served to instill a profound sense of deterrence among the martial community. This establishment, which has spread its influence across the 9 provinces, had, upon its grand opening 3 years prior, made an example of 2 notorious figures, the so-called hero Hu Zhongtian, renowned in Su and Hang, and the infamous flower thief Yin Zhonghe. The former was stripped of his garments and rendered immobile, suspended in the bustling streets for 3 days and nights, while the latter, having inadvertently succumbed to madness and rendered powerless, was prepared for entry into the smoky realms and confined in a sealed stone chamber for 10 days and nights, after being administered some stimulating concoctions. Thus, under the scrutiny of these 2 illustrious figures, the past 3 years passed relatively peacefully, aside from some minor disturbances attributed to the slow dissemination of information in ancient times. Now, let us not linger on preambles, for it is once again the time to announce the annual rankings of the 3 realms. Since the inaugural release of the martial prowess rankings 3 years ago by the Uli Inn, the initial lack of credibility had been met with ridicule and derision, which even attracted provocations from disgruntled figures like Yin Zhonghe, who were displeased with their lowly standings. Although these malicious guests were subsequently dispatched to this place to maintain order, their powers significantly enhanced due to the new leader's importation of skills, they were all apprehended by Kong Guangling, one of Su Xinghe's 8 disciples in the prestigious Xiangyao sect, serving as a warning to others. However, this was merely a superficial deterrent, merely establishing that the newly opened inn was not to be trifled with. The rankings displayed within the inn continued to be met with skepticism and disdain, with some seasoned figures of the martial world publicly declaring that the Uli Inn was merely seeking attention and courting humiliation. This unfavorable sentiment persisted until, over time, some defiant young warriors, emboldened by their disbelief in the rankings, began to challenge those at the top, both renowned and obscure, only to face defeat, which eventually garnered the attention and some measure of acknowledgement from prominent figures in the martial world. Nonetheless, it was the enchanting and graceful heroine, Wang Yuyan, whose innate beauty and mastery of various martial arts earned her the title of the Treasury of Martial Arts, that truly established the authenticity of this ranking. To this day, she holds the esteemed position of first on the leaderboard. At last, he has arrived. Manager Kong, it truly was a challenge waiting for your appearance. At this moment, Kong Guangling, slowly approaching with 3 sealed scrolls in hand, was greeted by his friend, the wealthy Qian Wanshan, who jested first. Haha, esteemed guests, I beg your pardon. I have been caught up in trivial matters. Just before my departure, an esteemed guest arrived unexpectedly, and I could not neglect the engagement. I sincerely apologize. After a brief explanation, Kong Guangling bowed respectfully to the guests gathered around. Haha, no worries, no worries. We have merely waited a short while. It is of no consequence. As long as the announcement of the rankings is not delayed, everything is negotiable. Fellow martial artists, do you not agree? At this moment, a figure clad in tattered garments, adorned with 9 pockets, signifying his affiliation with the illustrious Beggars sect, stepped forward. Bai Shijing, the elder enforcer of the sect, boldly proclaimed, "Indeed, indeed. It should be thus." A chorus of martial heroes readily echoed their agreement. However, amidst the chorus of approval, a peculiar voice interjected, "Nay, nay. Your remarks are utterly nonsensical. Merely the musings of sycophants. I do not deign to converse with such a crowd." At this moment, the assembled martial heroes, feeling insulted, erupted in anger, turning to locate the source of the voice. To their surprise, it was none other than the loquacious Bao Butong, one of the 4 renowned generals of the Suzhou Morong clan. "Bao, you speak nonsense. Your words are devoid of merit." Many of the hot-tempered martial artists retorted furiously. Some even brandished their weapons, exuding an aura of ferocity, as if they were prepared to dismember their opponents at any moment. Well, what do you all intend to do? Have you forgotten where you are?" Kong Guangling, channeling his profound internal energy, let out a heavy snort, reminding the fervent crowd on the verge of inciting chaos. In the next instant, a thunderous sound reverberated like a clap of thunder on a clear day, rendering the once belligerent martial artists utterly silent. It was only after Master Shen Ku, representing Shaolin Temple, spoke up and provided an opportunity for everyone to step back that the awkwardness of the situation was alleviated. Following this, the martial artists hastily sheathed their weapons, the sound of blades returning to their scabbards resonating throughout the Yulai Inn, a continuous chorus until, after a brief moment, they all resumed their original positions and the clamor ceased. Meanwhile, having achieved his objective, Kong Guangling no longer exhibited his previous pretentious demeanor. He directly unleashed his internal power, propelling one of the scrolls into the air, where it hung on a hook prepared on a beam of the inn. In the next moment, under the influence of gravity, the scroll unfurled, revealing its contents. Eager voices began to read aloud. Ranked first, the esteemed Murong Fu of Suzhou, a master of myriad martial arts. Second, the extraordinary Zhuo Bufan, who claims to be the sword god, the last disciple of the Wisdom Sword sect, who attained a miraculous skill at a certain location on Changbai Mountain. Third, Yu Tanji, a 5th-generation disciple of the Carefree sect. Fourth, Xin Nan, the head of the Dharma Academy at Shaolin Temple, proficient in 3 of the 72 Shaolin techniques. And ranked 108th, Quan Guqing, the leader of the Beggars sect, known for his cunning rhetoric and martial prowess. Time flowed gently in this moment as the martial artists engaged in earnest reading. After a while, once they had all perused the scroll, their curiosity bubbled over, prompting the customary question-and-answer segment. "Master Kong, I must clarify that my skepticism is not a matter of distrust, but rather an insatiable curiosity." At this moment, a wandering practitioner could no longer contain himself and boldly spoke up. "Haha, feel free to ask. It's no trouble at all. I shall gladly address your inquiries." Kong Guangling replied with a nonchalant smile. The young practitioner made a slight bow, showing respect as he said, "Forgive my rudeness, but I must speak candidly. I have a question regarding the 2nd-ranked Zhuo Sword God. As far as I know, he seems to be around 40 or 50 years old. How is it that he still holds such a position on the ranking?" "Oh, is that your point of confusion?" "Indeed. It is my oversight for not clearly stating the criteria required for those on the ranking, which may have led to some misunderstandings on your part." Upon hearing this, Kong Guangling pondered for a moment, and suddenly, a look of enlightenment crossed his face as he spoke. Without waiting for the others to inquire about the specifics of this minor misunderstanding, he continued, "It appears that the previous 2 rankings, featuring predominantly young individuals, have led you to subconsciously assume that there exists an age restriction for all 3 lists, heaven, earth, and man. Alas, my friends, you are mistaken. The rankings at the ULIN are solely determined by the strength of the individuals listed, devoid of any age considerations." "Now I understand. Thank you for the clarification. Esteemed senior, I have learned much." Although the young cultivator still harbored other doubts, he recognized the need to refrain from further folly and promptly expressed his gratitude before stepping back. "Very well, since you have no more uncertainties, I invite the rest of you to voice any questions you may have," Kong Guangling said, stroking his thick, dark beard with a hearty demeanor. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged knowing glances and, in a silent yet harmonious agreement, nominated Bai Shijing, the representative of the current foremost faction. Without hesitation, Bai Shijing stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. "Master Kong, since the rankings are based on strength, Could you enlighten us on this newly listed Xiaoyao sect, and how its disciples managed to occupy such a substantial portion of the human ranking? Is this the shared curiosity among you all? Very well, I shall indulge you. Regarding the Xiaoyao sect, I can divulge but one truth. I am the fourth-generation chief disciple of said sect, Kong Guangling proclaimed, his tone mingling pride with a hint of nostalgia. What? How is that possible? The crowd erupted in disbelief, only to momentarily reconsider. Well, upon reflection, perhaps this is indeed the only explanation for the formidable prowess of the Ulin. Initially stunned, the assembly gradually shifted from incredulity to a dawning realization, piecing together the information they had accumulated into an astonishing yet fitting conclusion. Alas, due to the sect's regulations, I am constrained in what I can disclose regarding the Xiaoyao sect. Now, are there any other inquiries? Kong Guangling continued, observing that the crowd had regained its composure. I have no further questions, and even if I had before, I no longer do. I am satisfied, a voice from the assembly proclaimed. Yet, amidst the collective expressions of resolution, an incongruous and somewhat sardonic voice interjected, I have doubts. I am not convinced. Why is it that the leader of the beggars sect, all-encompassing Qing, can ascend the ranks while I cannot? In terms of martial prowess, I surpass him. Before Kong Guangling could respond to this abrupt and provocative query, a voice from the crowd scoffed. Oh, who might this be? Ah, it's the third of the notorious four evildoers, the Nanhai crocodile god, Yu Laosan. What grievances do you have? You speak nonsense. Listen well, I am Yu Lao'er. Upon hearing himself referred to as Yu Laosan, the formidable figure of the South China Sea, Gu Shun could no longer contain his fury. Indeed, you are correct. You have indeed ascended to the rank of Yu Lao'er. My memory fails me. I almost forgot that among the infamous four evildoers, only you and Duan Yanqing remain. At this moment, a certain helmsman, who accompanied by Shijing, couldn't resist mocking him. Oh, how infuriating. You, pale-faced scoundrel, step forth. I shall challenge you to a duel to the death. It is said that Yu Lao'er, who is somewhat slow-witted, finally grasped that he had been toyed with and erupted in a fit of rage. Enough, Laosan, return. We shall settle your account with the beggars sect later. For now, let us await the unveiling of the remaining two lists by Manager Kong. Observing his third brother, or rather, his loyal subordinate, on the verge of a brawl, Duan Yanqing couldn't help but employ ventriloquism, his voice hoarse yet stern. Ah, understood, pale-faced one. Consider yourself fortunate this time. After the conclusion of this gathering, I shall seek you out for retribution. Humph. In my life, I fear no one but Duan Laoda. Upon hearing this, Yu Laosan promptly sheathed his weapon, the crocodile clipper, and obediently returned to Duan Laoda's side. Before the threatened helmsman of the beggars sect could finish his harsh retort, he was directly interrupted by Kong Guangling. Enough, everyone. Do be mindful of the occasion. Your personal grievances should not intrude upon this gathering. It is time to unveil the lists. Any disputes can be resolved afterward. As long as it is outside the Ulin, feel free to settle matters as you wish. I shall conclude my words here. How do you all feel about this? I have no objections and am willing to abide by the elder's words. A young helmsman, signaled by the law elder by Shijing, cupped his fists and bowed. I have no objections either. Let us proceed as Manager Kong suggests. Yu Laosan, having received a warning from his leader, replied somewhat reluctantly. Kong Guangling nodded slightly, quite pleased. Since all are willing to grant me some courtesy, let us proceed thus. Now, I shall address the question posed by Yu Lao'er regarding why the helmsman ranks last on the human list. This matter was personally designated by our sect's third leader. As for the specific reasons, I am not entirely certain. I can only speculate that there may be deeper secrets involved. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say, and the atmosphere became oddly tense. Witnessing this, Kong Guangling, in exasperation, continued, Gentlemen, overthinking serves no purpose. Let us now take a look at the 72 innate masters listed on the Earth list. With that, Kong Guangling tossed the scroll in his right hand into the air, and the scroll representing the Earth list unfurled and descended, revealing its contents. The foremost rank on the earthly leaderboard is held by the ethereal Tianshan maiden, Wu Xingyun, master of Lingjiu Palace atop the Miao Peak. In second place stands the formidable Empress Li Qiushui of the Western Xia, the esteemed leader of the Yipentang. The third rank is occupied by the illustrious leader of the beggars sect, Xiao Feng, a prodigious talent whose valor only intensifies through battle, truly a born warrior. The sixth position is claimed by the Great Wheel King, Jamozi, the national master of Tibet and head of the Nyingma sect of the secret teachings of the Western regions. Seventh is the revered Dali monk, Master Ku Rong, the former abbot of Tianlong Temple. Eighth is Su Xinghe, the third-generation disciple of the Carefree sect. 16th is the notorious Duan Yanqing, the leader of the four great evildoers and former crown prince of Dali. 23rd is the abbot of Shaolin, Xian Xi, known as the Tiger Subduing Arhut. The 27th rank is held by the Huangmei monk from the Dharma branch in Putian, Fujian. 33rd is the abbot of Qingliang Temple on Wutai Mountain, the Dragon Subduing Arhut. 36th is Duan Zhengming, the emperor of Baoding in Dali. Ranks 37 through 72 remain vacant and await selection, so stay tuned. It must be said that the time for perusal passes with remarkable swiftness. Before long, the guests had completed their readings and began to engage in hushed discussions, each expressing their thoughts. Observing the assembly engrossed in quiet conversation, yet devoid of inquiries, Kong Guangling felt compelled to speak aloud. Esteemed guests, if there are any questions regarding the rankings on the earthly leaderboard, now is the time to voice them. Upon hearing his words, the guests paused their discussions and collectively turned their gazes toward Kong Guangling. After a moment of shared hesitation, they began to voice their sentiments. We hold no significant objections or queries regarding the leaderboard's rankings, yet one enigma lingers in our minds. Why is the former champion, the celestial heroine, absent from the list? Is this truly your sole inquiry? Kong Guangling replied, incredulous. Do you possess no questions concerning the others, aside from the heroine? This truly leaves me at a loss for whether to laugh or weep. Alas, what a tremendous disappointment. I invested so much effort into preparing for the leaderboard, gathering extensive information, only to realize, oh, how the world has changed, and the hearts of people have grown cold. Seeing that the guests showed little interest in the achievements of others on the list, fixating solely on their beautiful little master, Kong Guangling could not help but feel a pang of sorrow, shaking his head and sighing repeatedly. The guests, noticing his demeanor, erupted into laughter, creating a harmonious and joyful scene. Chapter 9. The Three Rankings of Heaven, Earth, and Humanity. Haha, Master Kong, do not take offense. It is not that we intended such disregard. Rather, the figures on the leaderboard are all renowned personalities in the martial world, celebrated and distinguished individuals. Each possesses their own illustrious record, well known and acknowledged by all. Thus, save for a few perhaps minor doubts, we harbor no disagreements. At this moment, an elder figure, Zhao Qian's son, who had long remained out of the limelight, seemingly having retreated into the mountains, offered a loud explanation. Indeed, it is as Elder Zhao has articulated our collective sentiment. We harbor no significant dissent regarding the rankings on the celestial list. After all, the remarkable ascension of the celestial princess, which emerged over 2 years ago, has unequivocally validated our beliefs, has it not? A fervent youth, newly initiated into the realm, interjected with a visage full of admiration for the celestial. Indeed, how could it be otherwise? Thought the assembly of martial artists from across the 9 provinces, each nodding in earnest agreement as they recalled that ethereal figure. Well then, since it is so, I shall not prolong the matter and shall act in the spirit of goodwill. Your only lingering question, I shall endeavor to address. With a resigned sigh, Kong Guangling raised his left hand and deftly cast the final scroll, representing the celestial rankings, to its designated position. In the blink of an eye, the scroll descended, swiftly unfurling, and within mere moments, the contents of the celestial list were fully revealed. Upon witnessing this, the crowd, unable to contain their curiosity, pondered not the whereabouts of the princess, but instead the sudden unveiling of the final ranking. Could it be that the princess has achieved a breakthrough, reaching a realm comparable to that of esteemed predecessors, thus earning her place upon the celestial list? Yet, how could this be possible? The princess is still in her prime, merely in her 30s. Thus, with a tinge of uncertainty, the assembly turned their gazes towards the celestial list, and in the next instant, they beheld the following. First on the celestial list, during the spring and autumn periods, the white ape passed down the sword, embodying a divine presence, single-handedly overcoming 3,000 armors. Second, in the southern Liang era, the teachings of Buddhism began to spread, the I Ching purified the spirit, and the indestructible Dharma of Shakyamuni was established. Third, in the era of the Great Tang, poetry and swordsmanship were exalted. The supreme mysterious arts were mastered by the Qinglian recluse. Fourth, in the era of the Great Song, the progenitor of carefree existence proclaimed eternal life. Fifth, the leader of carefree sects, a celestial descended upon the world, a pinnacle of martial arts, an unparalleled being. Sixth, at Shaolin on Mount Song, the guardian of scriptures wielded 3 feet of righteous energy, the sweeping monk. Seventh, the elder of carefree, a celestial incarnation, harmonizing myriad schools, ethereal as a deity. Eighth to the 36th positions remained vacant, awaiting determination. Barely had the list been revealed when the assembly had already perused its contents, for they had previously examined it twice. Thus, they hastily glanced at the first 4 esteemed figures of yore and proceeded directly to the 5th, swiftly completing their review. Indeed, it remains unchanged, save for the addition of 1 figure. Yet, upon reading the description, this added individual seemed vaguely familiar. The crowd, now enveloped in a mixture of 3 parts doubt, 3 parts suspicion, and 3 parts disbelief, along with an indescribable complexity of emotions, murmured softly to themselves. In that moment, the once boisterous Yule Kexuanin fell into an unintentional silence. Yet, everyone was left speechless, stunned by the truths they had conceived in their minds, silently digesting the unparalleled shock. At that moment, a devoted fan of the celestial heroine, a little girl, broke the strange silence with her excited inquiry directed at Kong Guangling. Senior Kong, the newly ranked 7th on the celestial list must be the ethereal celestial being that has been removed from the earthly list, right? Indeed, it must be so, for this would explain the absence of the celestial heroine on the earthly rankings. The little fan, without waiting for Kong Guangling's response, eagerly answered her own question. Haha, yes. I knew it. It surely is my idol, the goddess, she exclaimed, elated as if she were the one who had ascended the celestial list. However, every situation possesses its duality. For every unwavering believer, there exists a skeptic. In that very moment, a venerable elder of the martial world, Su Chongxiao, raised a question. Master Kong, this matter is quite astonishing, akin to the first position on the celestial list, is it not? It seems almost mythical, and I must admit, I find it hard to believe. Elder Su, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that the list we, the free and easy sect, have presented is fabricated? Su Chongxiao quickly waved his hand in denial, gently explaining, No, that is not my intention. It is simply that without witnessing it firsthand, it is truly difficult to accept, is it not? Very well, I cannot blame you for your skepticism. Even I, upon receiving the notification, was equally incredulous. It was only when I personally visited the mountain and witnessed every technique demonstrated by my junior disciple, each infused with a substantial aura of the heavens and earth, that my doubts dissipated. The immense power that could alter celestial phenomena with every gesture is undoubtedly genuine. Kong Guangling, seemingly empathetic, recounted his own experiences at that time. As soon as he finished speaking, before anyone could voice further doubts, he unveiled a sensational piece of news. Ladies and gentlemen, I am aware that no matter how vividly I describe this, those who are inclined to disbelief will remain unconvinced. After all, seeing is believing, and hearing is but illusion, is it not? Therefore, I shall refrain from saying more at this moment. Let everything await the 9th day of the next month, which is the double 9th festival. On that day, the ethereal fairy of the Xiaoyao sect shall pay a visit to the nameless, sweeping monk of Shaolin to engage in profound discourse. I trust that all will become clear then. With that, I have conveyed all that is necessary for this gathering. Consequently, I hereby declare the conclusion of this session of the Tiandiren Sanbang, Hangzhou branch unveiling ceremony. Until we meet again, esteemed guests, I shall take my leave first. No need to see me off. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Guangling leaped gracefully into the air, soaring towards the vacant, intricately carved ceiling, and with a few deft maneuvers, his figure swiftly vanished from the astonished eyes of the crowd. Was it really necessary for Kong Guangling to be so hasty? We are not ferocious beasts. Must he always flee with such urgency? The highest-ranking elder of the martial world, Su Chongxiao, who had regained his composure, gently shook his head and chided with a smile. Indeed, that Kong master is quite something. I had not even had the chance to inquire about the particulars of the ethereal fairy's visit to our temple's sweeping monk. Quite so, lamented the representative from Shaolin, Master Shenbei, who followed closely behind. Kong Guangling, this old fellow, has been a friend for so long, yet after dropping such earth-shattering news, he leaves in such a hurry without providing any details. We are left wondering about the location of the visit and whether we might have the honor of witnessing it. Ah, the perils of choosing friends unwisely, sighed Qian Wanchong, a renowned magnate from the Jiangnan region, as he ambled towards the interior of the Uli Inn, shaking his head in dismay. As the three eminent figures departed one after another, the various guests within the inn, some who had traveled from distant, remote mountains and others who represented different factions to gather first-hand information, also began to leave without lingering. In a matter of moments, the once bustling Uli Inn turned eerily quiet. Aside from a few regular patrons residing locally, only scattered transient wanderers remained, engaged in animated discussions about the newly announced rankings and the momentous news Kong Guangling had just revealed. Chapter 10. Convergence of winds and clouds. Time flows like light, and youth fades swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the 9th day of September, the Double Ninth Festival, has arrived. Traditionally, on this day, people would ascend heights to gaze afar and enjoy the sight of chrysanthemums. However, this time, it is markedly different. On this day, talented individuals, renowned heroes, seasoned veterans of the martial world, affluent merchants, dignitaries, and members of the royal family from all corners of the realm congregated at the Shaolin Temple on Mount Song. They gathered to witness the legendary battle of celestial beings that had been recounted in tales for ages, eager to see if, when the combat commenced, it would indeed shake the heavens and rattle the earth, plunging day into night. Yet, among the throngs, there existed a faction not merely seeking spectacle, but yearning to glean wisdom from the two celestial beings regarding the elusive path to immortality. Before delving into the thoughts of this multitude, it is worth mentioning the series of amusing incidents that transpired within the martial arts community leading up to this day. For instance, a recent edition of the Jianghu Daily, published by the Uli Inn, chronicled the upheaval within the foremost gang of the martial world, detailing the coercion of their leader to abdicate his position and unveiling the lineage of the beggar-esque sect leader, followed by a rather comical quest for atonement. Additionally, there was the romantic venture of Prince Duan's son, Duan Yu, as he sought both a beloved and a sister, alongside the intriguing tale involving the revered monk Master Xuanzi of Shaolin and one of the notorious four evildoers, Yi Ernyang. However, the most significant highlight, occupying the majority of the discourse, was the establishment of the Baichuan Academy, a true embodiment of the principle of inclusivity and teachings championed by the Shaoyao sect throughout the realm. Unlike the previous years when the Chongyang festival at the Shaolin Temple was sparsely attended, this year's gathering was a veritable sea of humanity, with nary a spare inch to be found, save for the designated space at the center for the two celestial beings to engage in their discourse. As the sun reached its zenith, a full hour had passed, yet neither of the anticipated celestial beings had made their appearance. Despite the growing impatience and agitation among the crowd, not a single soul voiced their grievances. This silence was not born of fear, but rather from the understanding that those of considerable standing were privy to certain insider knowledge, prompting them to refrain from becoming the scapegoats of discontent. 15 minutes later, as the crowd's restlessness reached a boiling point, a gentle and refreshing breeze suddenly swept through, enveloping everyone present and providing a much-needed respite from the oppressive heat. Before they could ponder the origin of this unexpected coolness in such a dry season, the previously clear sky became tumultuous, as dark clouds rapidly converged from all directions, obscuring the blinding sunlight. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, plunging the area into shadow, while the breeze intensified, rendering the crowd unable to keep their eyes open, instinctively shielding their faces with their hands. Within a quarter of an hour, those of lesser martial prowess found themselves swaying precariously, unable to maintain their footing amidst the sudden tempest. In the next moment, as the approaching fierce wind intensified, threatening to sweep away all in its path, a serene Buddhist chant resonated, infused with profound internal power that effortlessly dispersed the tempest. "Amitabha, noble lady, you have arrived. Why not reveal yourself?" the old monk suggested. "There is no need for me to manifest. This place is too confined to accommodate such presence. I shall await you at the pinnacle of Mount Song," replied Wang Yuyan with grandiose confidence. Upon finishing her words, she took the lead, soaring towards the highest peak of the 72 peaks of Mount Song. At that moment, the crowd faintly beheld the ethereal beauty of the renowned fairy of the Jianghu once more. "Amitabha, your words, noble lady, are indeed virtuous." As he spoke, A kind-faced old monk clad in coarse robes gently set down his broom, leaping gracefully into the air, disappearing from the sight of the spectators in mere moments. This spectacle left the assembly of martial heroes astonished, many turning their heads in disbelief, their mouths agape. Among them, those who had once prided themselves on their lightness of foot felt particularly disheartened, recalling their past boasts and wishing to find a hole in the ground to hide in, avoiding the embarrassment of their hubris. In that instant, although the self-proclaimed experts of lightness were deeply affected and felt a sense of shame, they nonetheless displayed their finest skills as they rushed towards the site of the duel, eager not to miss the once-in-a-millennium clash. Meanwhile, as the martial experts hastened to the battleground, Wang Yuyin had already engaged in combat with the recently arrived nameless monk atop the highest peak of Mount Song. From a distance, the spectators witnessed a thunderous roar, followed by a dramatic dispersal of the clouds surrounding the summit, revealing the towering peak and the immense energy waves generated by the clash of these two celestial beings. Waves of energy, half crimson and half golden, seemed poised to envelop the entire sky above Mount Song. As seconds ticked by, the intensity of their exchanges escalated, transforming from tentative strikes to full-powered assaults. After several arduous exchanges, both combatants unleashed their ultimate techniques, captivating the onlookers, nobles unversed in martial arts and the lower echelons of the Jianghu alike, as if they were witnessing a divine battle. The immense golden Buddha figures and the simultaneously rising fiery sun were so brilliant that one could hardly ignore them. A quarter of an hour later, with yet another violent collision failing to yield a victor, Wang Yuyin and the nameless monk gracefully descended onto a prominent peak. They maintained a standoff from a distance, silently recuperating their energy. The elderly monk, with no intent for prolonged conflict, suggested, "Let us settle this with a single decisive move." "Amitabha," he replied. "As the noble lady wishes, please proceed." The nameless monk pondered, realizing that this contest had already lingered long enough to satisfy the requirements of the martial arts master. "Very well, then, I humbly invite you to witness my newly devised ultimate technique. Be cautious." As the words left his lips, Wang Yuyin's mind surged with determination, and she immediately executed her newly created technique. From a distance, one could observe a tempest swirling around her, as energies from the 5 elemental realms converged tumultuously. With the gestures of her hands and the guidance of her mental prowess, she swiftly coalesced these energies into an expansive diagram of the 5 elements. Stretching 10 zhang in size, it resembled an ever-rotating wheel of elemental annihilation, advancing relentlessly towards the nameless monk. This is a convergence of celestial and terrestrial beings, a union of opposites, the ultimate harmony of the Taiji. How could it be? The realization dawned that the noble lady had indeed reached the pinnacle of celestial mastery, merely a step away from attaining the Bodhisattva realm. "Amitabha, there is no need to continue this duel. I concede. I implore you, noble lady, to withdraw your hand." The nameless monk, taken aback, acknowledged his inferiority. Wang Yuyin, her face reflecting disappointment, sighed, "Alas, how dull. It is truly lacking in excitement. I had harbored high expectations for you, old monk." Despite her momentary disillusionment with the nameless monk, it did not hinder her resolve. In the next instant, she redirected her ultimate technique, originally aimed at the nameless monk, towards a desolate peak to his left. In the following moment, the towering mountain, standing 500 or 600 meters high, erupted with a thunderous explosion, sending debris cascading downwards. Moments later, as the thick haze gradually cleared, what emerged before the onlookers was a mountain reduced in stature by nearly half. Gulp. At this juncture, the sound of swallowed breaths echoed continuously, as all the martial arts masters present were profoundly shaken by the spectacle before them. Notably, the collective astonishment rendered them speechless, transforming the previously boisterous assembly, filled with lively discussions, into an eerie silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. Chapter 11. The Gathering Storm. Is this a jest? Can such feats be accomplished through martial arts? If so, have all my years of training been in vain? Murmured the contemporary Tianshi of Longhu Mountain, lost in thought. Is it truly possible for martial arts to attain such an extraordinary level? Could it rival the legendary powers of deities? If I could reach such heights, would the restoration of my homeland not be within easy grasp? Deeply inspired by the spectacle, Murong Fu regained his composure, as if he had discovered a new purpose in life. Could the path of martial arts truly lead to such transcendent realms? No wonder Brother Wu insisted that I witness this battle between the celestial beings, expressing a hope to see the 9 dragon palms, or even the 3 dragon palms in the future. It becomes clear now. Brother Wu sought to convey to me that should I cultivate my martial arts to the level of these 2 celestial beings, I could undoubtedly prevent the turmoil of war between the Song and Liao states that weighs heavily on my heart. As soon as he finished speaking, the words barely left his lips when Xiao Feng, enlightened as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon, burst into hearty laughter and strode purposefully towards Drum Mountain. Having unraveled all obstacles, Xiao Feng intended to take a Zhu to the celestial sect, adhering to the wager he made with Wu Feng, ready to accept his fate and join the sect. Martial arts, could they truly reach such heights? If I could also transcend to the realm of unity with the heavens, then what place in this vast world would be beyond my reach? What vendetta would remain unavenged? What endeavor would be deemed impossible? A faction of ambitious onlookers, their eyes gleaming with fervor, indulged in such thoughts. After the celestial clash, the spectators laid bare the myriad expressions of humanity, each individual preoccupied with their own aspirations, subconsciously overlooked the outcome of this extraordinary battle, instead dreaming of how they might emulate the 2 celestial beings. Ahem, esteemed guests, both celestial beings have long departed, and this unprecedented battle has drawn to a close. The newly appointed abbot of Shaolin, Master Xin Cheng, had to interject, noticing the dazed crowd reluctant to disperse. Awakened from their stupor, the guests, realizing the depths of their indiscretion, quickly composed themselves, offered their apologies to the host, and hurriedly took their leave. Only a few scheming dignitaries, royal heirs, and shrewd merchants lingered, eager to seek an audience with the enigmatic monk, who resembled a living Arhut. Alas, they were informed by the monk's disciple, Abbot Xin Cheng, that the monk was currently in seclusion, reflecting upon the strategic gains of the day, and would not be emerging anytime soon. Left with no choice but to avoid offending the Shaolin temple, which was under the protection of the living Arhut. The ambitious attendees and investors reluctantly departed, having offered a generous donation in incense money before bidding farewell. At Drum Mountain, within the conference hall, Wu Feng sat, as usual, quietly listening to the 8 Hall Masters report on the series of events that transpired following the departure of the spectators from the celestial battle. After a while, realizing that the situation aligned closely with his expectations, Wu Feng felt a sense of relief. He dismissed the 8 Hall Masters, instructing them to continue their discreet observations. In the end, he admonished them to ensure that the developments did not deviate from the anticipated course before retreating alone to the training grounds on the back mountain. Resuming his martial arts cultivation in the Dragon Ball world, Wu Feng intended to maximize his internal energy during this final stretch, preparing himself for the impending calamity that awaited him upon returning to the Dragon Ball world. Although he could confidently assert that his strength was sufficient to confront the Demon King Piccolo, however, in the face of the ever-looming threat posed by the malevolent King Piccolo and the potential arrival of other extraterrestrial beings, as well as the enigmatic figures from the dark magical realm, namely Carrick or Carrick II, Wu Feng found himself devoid of absolute certainty. Therefore, he could not afford to squander any precious moments that could potentially enhance his prowess. Previously, it was somewhat acceptable to be ensnared in a bottleneck. As long as he maintained his daily training regimen, he could endure. Now, having shattered the limitations of his bloodline potential and re-entered a peak phase of cultivation, how could he not exert every ounce of effort to seize each fleeting moment for his training? At the very least, Wu Feng considered himself not to belong to the illustrious cadre of protagonists from Dragon Ball, who could miraculously break through in dire situations and dramatically reverse the tides of battle. Thus, with a clear understanding of his own capabilities, Wu Feng prioritized stability above all else. Even though he was acutely aware that his current strength was sufficient to easily counter the calamities brought forth by King Piccolo, his knowledge of the Dragon Ball narrative revealed to him that beyond the prevailing concept of ki, there existed an array of extraordinary talents, supernatural abilities, peculiar martial arts, and bizarre magics that could decisively alter the outcome of a confrontation at critical junctures. Consequently, Wu Feng resolved that unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from engaging in close combat with unfamiliar foes whose true nature remained shrouded in mystery. After all, if he could deftly deal with adversaries from a distance, why would he risk engaging in perilous melee? Wasn't the art of remote control far more appealing? Why not embody the image of a dashing and elegant mage? Thus, His ambition became to dominate his enemies with overwhelming force, ensuring that unexpected reversals were entirely avoided. This became one of Wu Feng's guiding principles for his future endeavors. Breathless and panting, Wu Feng removed the weighted garments he had donned during his training, placing them in their designated spot before he succumbed to fatigue and made his way to the prepared medicinal bath, eager to relish the afterglow of his day's exertions. Lying back with his eyes closed, Wu Feng gradually relaxed his mind, entering a meditative state to contemplate the cultivation of his spirit. In that moment, as he visualized the azure lotus platform with increasing clarity, which had become almost indistinguishable from reality, his heart swelled with a sense of achievement and pride. This visualization could be considered one of Wu Feng's most significant acquisitions since arriving in this realm. It was a creation born from his amalgamation of Taoist principles and the spiritual practices of the Western esoteric traditions, the Genesis Azure Lotus visualization. Although constrained by the limitations of the spiritual practices available in this world and his own nascent understanding, this visualization remained a rudimentary framework, merely a fledgling technique. Nevertheless, it had proven immensely beneficial to both Wu Feng and Wang Yuyan, the two cultivators. Notably, it was through this visualization that they were able to elevate their spiritual power to the pinnacle achievable by mortals, the peak of the Grandmaster stage, within a remarkably brief span of less than a decade. A serendipitous alignment of circumstances has laid a solid foundation for a smooth transcendence into the realm of unity between heaven and humanity. The Taoist concept of the harmonious existence of heaven and man, akin to the Buddhist ideal of the oneness of self and the universe, represents a state of extraordinary sanctity. This is a liberation from the confines of mortal existence, wherein the essence of life is elevated to a significant degree, thereby extending one's lifespan, allowing for the existence of extraordinary martial sages who may live for 3 centuries. Thus, to attain such an extraordinary state, it is imperative for one's vital energy, spirit, and consciousness to reach the limits of ordinary humanity, which equates to the pinnacle of grandmasters. Furthermore, one must cultivate an understanding of the natural world, discovering the point of resonance within oneself, then grasping and integrating this insight until mastery is achieved, at which point one can claim to have undergone transformation and breakthrough. Perhaps due to the formidable challenge of reaching this level, both historically and contemporarily, individuals who have attained such a state are exceedingly rare, with those clearly recognized being confined to the celestial rankings. Numerous others, such as the founders of Taoism, Laozi and Zhuangzi, as well as Confucian luminaries like Confucius and Mencius, alongside various eminent figures from history, remain ambiguous. Moreover, in more recent times, founders of the Dragon Elephant Prajna and the Supreme Yoga Secret Teachings are among a series of potential candidates. However, the Martial Peak does not intend to include these ambiguous figures in the celestial rankings. Instead, it plans to establish a new list, the Extraordinary Persons and Events List, awaiting the emergence of concrete evidence from those who can validate their predecessors before they may be inducted into the celestial rankings. It is worth noting that the celestial rankings are solely based on chronological order, lacking a specific hierarchy of strength. Unless 2 individuals exist within the same era and have engaged in combat, thereby determining a victor. Otherwise, no adjustments or alterations will be made. Chapter 12. Outside the Yanmen Pass, people against the nation time swiftly passes, and after several months, having awaited the return of the South Courtyard's King Yelu Dahan for an extended period, a decision was made to cease waiting. He summoned his subordinates, mustering an army of over 100,000 to march directly towards Yanmen Pass. At this moment, outside Yanmen Pass, the Liao army advanced with great momentum, exuding an imposing aura, determined to seize the pass in a single, fervent effort. Liao soldiers, continuously raising ladders, clashed fiercely with the defending Song troops, embodying a spirit of relentless pursuit, vowing not to rest until their objective was achieved. As dusk fell and darkness enveloped the land, the incessant sound of horns signaled the cessation of hostilities, bringing this day-long siege to a temporary close. The following day, as dawn's light began to emerge, the Liao forces had already regrouped, preparing to assault Yanmen Pass once more, intent on securing victory. The Grand Army appeared magnificently at a distance of 1 li from Yanmen Pass, and after a brief pause, they resumed their assault, deploying siege ladders in a manner reminiscent of the previous day's fervor. However, before the soldiers of the Liao army could reach the city gates. Several agile figures leaped down from the walls, some wielding weapons while others were empty-handed. Utilizing the advantage of their descent, they struck with tremendous force, annihilating numerous Liao soldiers in a single blow. Following this decisive strike that felled over a dozen foes, these individuals surged forward, charging directly into the oncoming Liao forces. With their profound inner strength, Xiaofeng, Yu Tenji, Azi, and the most distinguished disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, ranked among the top 3 in the realm, unleashed a veritable storm of destruction. In that moment, they tore through the ranks of the Liao army like a sharp blade, leaving chaos and corpses in their wake. With their formidable palm strikes and indomitable sword energy, they rendered all opposition futile, swiftly advancing to a position not far from the Liao army's flag. Yet, in the very next instant, they were completely obstructed by a wall of Liao soldiers, fiercely determined to protect their standard. As time elapsed, the intense combat began to take its toll on the fighters, their inner strength and stamina waning. Just as it seemed that one of them would be ruthlessly slain by the enraged Liao generals, Azi, facing imminent peril, called out to the heavens, "Master, if you do not intervene, your beloved and charming disciple may soon lose her life." As her words echoed, a powerful aura materialized, enveloping the beleaguered disciples in a vast protective barrier, thus averting their grim fate. Simultaneously, a striking young man clad in blue emerged, the current leader of the Xiaoyao sect. Wu Feng, an enigmatic figure revered in the celestial rankings. "Ah, little Az, do you now comprehend fear? Do you still believe in your own strength?" Wu Feng teased, addressing his mischievous disciple whom he had retrieved from the Xingxiu sect a decade prior. He appeared utterly unfazed by the surrounding Liao soldiers, as if he were merely a leisurely traveler enjoying the springtime. "Humph, you annoying master. Bad master." Azi, the impish little tyrant of the Xiaoyao sect, turned her head away in embarrassment and indignation. "Do you still have the audacity to act superior? Do you not realize that had it not been for your reckless actions, your brother-in-law and your junior disciple, Yu Tenji, would not have needed my timely intervention?" Wu Feng seemed to deliberately provoke Azi, chastising her. "Master, please do not blame my senior sister. Azi only. Silence. Have I not already imparted the wisdom that those who are sycophantic end up with nothing? Why can you never seem to remember?" Without waiting for Yu Tenji to defend his beloved senior sister Az, the irritable Wu Feng abruptly interrupted, expressing his frustration. Bowing his head, Yu Tenji murmured, "Master, I apologize. It is not that I cannot remember, but rather that I unconsciously. Alas, forget it. I shall leave you to your own devices." Wu Feng, realizing that the crux of the matter ultimately lay with Yu Tenji's understanding, sighed helplessly. Sect leader, might I suggest we cease our conversation? The Liao army outside seems to be on the brink of madness, recklessly attacking your protective barrier," reminded Su Xinghe's newly accepted apprentice. Casting a glance at the soldiers whose eyes reddened with fury, teetering on the edge of insanity. "Who is that person? What audacity possesses this madman to disregard my 100,000 troops and openly converse with his comrades?" Yalu Hongji bellowed in fury. "This is utterly outrageous. Dispatch orders. Whoever can slay that reckless lunatic shall be promoted 3 ranks, rewarded with 1,000 gold, and granted 100 beauties." The wrath from the sovereigns swiftly spread, igniting the already furious Liao soldiers into a frenzy, as they attacked the invincible barrier Wu Feng had effortlessly erected with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, at Yanmingwen, the commanders of the Song army marveled at Wu Feng's figure. Who is this extraordinary hero, daring to jest amidst 100,000 enemies, contemptuous of all adversaries? They inquired among themselves with admiration. How is this possible? What formidable inner strength is this? Could it be that the legendary celestial beings from the martial world have descended? Pondered a martial artist, yearning to serve his country with loyalty. Though I did not witness the momentous battle during the Double Ninth Festival, I am well aware that it was a fairy and a master who faced off. Very well. Let us cease our discussions and afford some respect to the 100,000 Liao soldiers. I shall hasten to conclude this senseless conflict, Wu Feng remarked with a slight smile, having been interrupted by his disciples. With that, as his words faded, Wu Feng summoned forth his surging true energy, which surged into the protective barrier, erupting instantaneously. With a deafening roar, the once tightly packed front ranks of the Liao army, surrounding Wu Feng and his companions, were sent flying. The soldiers fell in disarray, cries of anguish filling the air as chaos ensued. Casting a glance at the devastating scene wrought by his casual strike, Wu Feng then proceeded to lead his disciples forward, strolling toward the central tent of the Liao army as if on a leisurely excursion. With unparalleled vigor, Wu Feng effortlessly tossed aside the soldiers of the Liao army blocking his path, while imparting wisdom to his disciples and nephews, stating, "Do you see? This is the true method. Learn from it. Do not charge recklessly, for that will only lead you to be encircled and overwhelmed. Of course, if you attain the realm of unity with heaven and man, it becomes inconsequential." Why does it become inconsequential upon reaching such a state? Z, with a glimmer of curiosity, inquired. There are 3 reasons, Wu Feng elucidated. Firstly, in an open field like this, a being in the heaven-man realm can soar into the skies and obliterate 100,000 troops with aerial bombardment. Secondly, those in this realm are almost impervious to exhaustion, at least when not facing adversaries of the same caliber. Lastly, beneath the heaven-man realm, all are but ants. Mere numbers are futile against the might of a celestial being. Enough of this idle chatter. Let me now explain why I assert that numbers hold no significance against one in the heaven-man realm. Wu Feng continued. Upon finishing his words, Wu Feng, who had been striding forward unwaveringly, suddenly halted. Drawing in a deep breath, he unleashed a sound akin to a tiger's roar or a dragon's chant, generating a visible fan-shaped sonic wave that enveloped the torrential rain of arrows approaching him. This sound wave, infused with Wu Feng's pure internal energy and the power of the heavens, obliterated the multitude of arrows upon contact, reducing them to mere dust. The formidable force of the sonic wave also sent thousands of Liao soldiers, who formed an ironclad wall, reeling in chaos, blood streaming from their orifices. Chapter 13. Outside Yinmen Pass, the people serve the enemy state, protect the Khan. Quickly, soldiers, guard the great Khan. The Liao general, momentarily disoriented by a sudden gust of powerful air, quickly regained his composure and positioned himself before Yi Lahongji, shouting loudly, "Kill! For the emperor, for our families. May the celestial protect us." A Liao general bellowed, rallying his comrades as he charged towards Wu Feng. This act served to embolden himself and to ignite the fervor of the frightened Liao soldiers around him. Clearly, his tactical maneuver succeeded, rekindling the courage and ferocity within his fellow soldiers. Casting aside their fear of death for the moment, they surged forward once again towards the seemingly demonic figure of Wu Feng. Yet, in the next heartbeat, they once again experienced the terror of being governed by a devil, as the dread of death was reawakened. But it was too late, for Wu Feng, harnessing the essence of the 6-yang palm of Tian Shan, had combined various palm techniques to create the ultimate pure yang palm, sending them on a one-way journey to the heavens to report to their deities. With a swift motion, Wu Feng dispelled the last obstacle in his path. He transformed his outstretched palm into a claw-like appendage and, from almost 100 meters away, effortlessly ensnared Yelu Hongji and several high-ranking officials of the Liao state, who were frantically fleeing on horseback. Growing weary of the tedious game akin to eagles catching chicks, Wu Feng resolved to hasten the conclusion of this lackluster affair by employing his upgraded dragon capture and crane control technique. Now, with the Liao army's leadership captured in one fell swoop, it was but a matter of delivering them to the commander overseeing the city for the Song dynasty. As for what followed, whether to execute or release them, it bore little significance to my carefree sect. If you have no pressing matters, you may accompany me back to the free and easy sect. Wu Feng, having achieved his objective of halting the war between Song and Liao that had led to widespread suffering and devastation, had effectively eradicated any potential threats to his ambitions of revitalizing the era of high martial arts and the celestial martial age, while also reinforcing the importance of martial arts to the world. Martial brother, no, sect leader, I beseech you to spare Yelu the Great Khan, Xiao Feng implored as Wu Feng prepared to hand over his captives to the city as commander. Unable to bear the thought of Yelu's fate, he earnestly pleaded, "How can we allow that? He is the root cause of this war. Releasing him would be akin to letting a tiger return to the mountain." Indeed, they could not allow this. It was absolutely unthinkable. "I concur, anyone else may be spared, but Yelu Hongji must not be released," declared Yutanji and others, who understood the gravity of the situation and swiftly voiced their opposition. "Enough. Silence," Wu Feng bellowed, his voice reverberating with authority. Yet before he could complete his thoughts, he heard Xiao Feng's desperate offer. "Sect leader, I, Xiao Feng, am willing to trade my life for his. Can you allow me to finish speaking? While he cannot be released, I believe we can ensure his life is spared, Wu Feng interjected, slightly exasperated by Xiao Feng's interruption. He had no intention of letting Yelu Hongji die so soon. At the very least, he must remain alive for 3 years. With that, without waiting for further objections, Wu Feng leapt into the air, standing nearly 100 meters above the ground. He then directed his focus towards the nearest mountain, where the Liao troops below were in disarray, abandoning their armor and fleeing in chaos. With a powerful strike, he summoned the forces of heaven and earth. Channeling his immense internal power and martial will in a single blow, utterly obliterating the towering peak that stood approximately 300 to 400 meters high. A resounding explosion echoed, sending tremors through both the city and its surroundings, leaving all present, whether above or below, dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances as they questioned their very existence. The spectacle they had just witnessed was nothing short of extraordinary, shattering their perceptions of reality. At this very moment, it appears as though I am still in a state of disbelief, as if I have yet to awaken from a dream. It is hardly surprising that others are taken aback. After all, the spectacle before us is indeed magnificent. For those unprepared, particularly the numerous soldiers stationed at the borders and the high-ranking officials of the Liao army, witnessing a celestial being in action for the first time is an overwhelming experience. Even the members of the Xiaoyao sect, who have previously witnessed a battle involving celestial beings, find themselves profoundly shaken. Their understanding of the martial realm and celestial beings irrevocably altered once more, as the crowd gazes vacantly at the mountains crumbling in the distance. Akin to their own shattered perceptions, they remain oblivious to the peril of the swiftly flying debris that could strike them at any moment. It is then that Wu Feng, invigorated by his exertions, feels compelled to intervene, shielding the onlookers from the rapidly descending stones. His actions cease only when several individuals from the Xiaoyao sect snap back to reality, rousing the crowd and urging them to hasten into the safety of the city. As the debris continues to scatter wildly, Wu Feng quietly absorbs the scene, contemplating whether to leave a mark of his existence during this final stretch of time. For humanity is often forgetful, especially the ancient minds unacquainted with enlightenment. With this thought, Wu Feng resolves to emulate the esteemed predecessors, intending to traverse the mountains and rivers while simultaneously imprinting his essence upon the land. He even considers, during his journey, to leave behind opportunities and perhaps a few surprises along the way. Time passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, it will soon be a decade since Wu Feng first arrived in this realm, with 3 months having elapsed since his solitary confrontation against an entire nation at Yinmen Pass. Following that momentous battle, Wu Feng did not return to the Xiaoyao sect. Instead, after entrusting certain matters to his disciple for preparation, he pursued his heartfelt desire to wander the landscapes of the 9 provinces. Throughout this period, he refrained from inquiring about any occurrences, wholly immersed in relishing the tranquility of his final journey. Now, having thoroughly explored his planned last stop at the Great Wall, Wu Feng feels a sense of fulfillment. Believing he has no regrets, he returns to his residence at Lego Mountain within the Xiaoyao sect, eager to review the series of events concerning his grand ambitions that transpired during his travels, ensuring that no missteps have occurred, as he seeks to secure the smooth continuation of his plans before his departure. Fortunately, during Wu Feng's period of detachment, everything has proceeded as anticipated, with only minor discrepancies that bear little consequence. After all, Wu Feng understands that perfection is an unrealistic expectation. Achieving something close to flawless, a near-perfect accomplishment, is indeed remarkable in itself. After spending 2 hours poring over all the materials accumulated over the past 3 months, Wu Feng summoned his senior sister, Li Qingluo, and inquired, "Senior sister, how are you progressing with the task I asked Z to bring back for you? I am fully prepared, so do not worry. However, junior brother, must you truly depart? Could you not linger a while longer?" Li Qingluo, who had witnessed the remarkable transformations Wu Feng had undergone since arriving in this realm, felt a pang of regret for not having encountered him sooner. With a sorrowful expression and a hint of reluctance in her eyes, she gently questioned him. "Senior sister, please do not cry. Did we not agree upon this beforehand? Besides, if Xiao Yuyan sees you like this, she might mistakenly think I have wronged you and come after me." Wu Feng, noticing the tears brimming in Li Qingluo's eyes, felt an awkward sense of helplessness as he spoke. In that moment, Wu Feng was acutely aware of Li Qingluo's tearful visage and the meticulous care she had provided over the years. To claim that he was entirely oblivious to the reasons behind her emotions would be disingenuous. Yet, even with this understanding, he felt compelled to avoid any direct response, often diverting the conversation to Xiao Yuyan to evade the weight of the moment. The reason for this avoidance was clear to Wu Feng. He recognized that he must ultimately leave this world, and that he was merely a transient presence in the lives of its inhabitants. Fully cognizant of this truth, he dared not engage in matters of the heart, not even in the slightest. He understood that the path he was destined to tread would be fraught with peril and bloodshed, a treacherous journey with an uncertain future, where he could fall at any moment and never rise again. Thus, to spare himself the anguish of inevitable partings, and to ensure that they would not be left with unfulfilled lives, wasting their youth and time, he resolved from the moment he traversed into the Dragon Ball world to comprehend the capabilities of his golden finger. He recognized that while he might experience familial and platonic emotions in the future, romantic love would likely elude him. This was not to say that Wu Feng had become devoid of feelings. Rather, it signified his decision to resolutely shield his heart, striving to minimize unnecessary interactions with beautiful women, maintaining a state of emotional distance, visible yet untouchable, an enigma that no woman could approach. In this way, Wu Feng was confident that he could prevent any unwarranted emotional attachments unless he encountered the fabled phenomenon of love at first sight. However, he regarded such an occurrence as an extraordinary rarity that was unlikely to befall him, and thus he remained unconcerned about its potentiality. Have you heard? In just 3 days, the current leader of the Xianyao sect, renowned as the 5th on the celestial rankings and celebrated as the unparalleled heavenly figure, Wu Feng, will ascend to the peak of Mount Hua, breaking through the void and transcending into immortality at the moment when day and night intertwine. At this moment, within a tavern named Songhe Lu in the Song dynasty, a multitude of individuals from all corners of the realm are gathered, indulging in food and drink, engaging in animated discussions, and toasting one another, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. However, suddenly, one of the 4 seated at the northernmost table, positioned by the window, raised his voice, drawing the attention of the crowd. There is no need for you to mention it. This news has been circulating since 3 months ago at the Yulai Inn. By now, I dare say every official and commoner, from the elderly to the young, across the entire 9 provinces, must be aware of it. Even those secluded in the remote mountains, nearly cut off from the world, should have heard of it by now, remarked a man with a face marred by scars, exuding an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. I am well aware that everyone in the 9 provinces knows about it, so no need for your reminders. However, the matter I am about to discuss is of great significance to the person at the center of this news. Would you like to know, Scarface? Replied a frail, diminutive man clad in grayish-white linen, his sharp features twisting into a smirk as he sipped his drink and winked at his scarred companion. Enough, 4th brother. Cease your teasing of 2nd brother and tell us what this is all about. What connection does this have to the illustrious hero, Wu Dixia? The curious 3rd brother interjected, unable to contain his eagerness, not waiting for the scar-faced man to respond. Indeed, 4th brother, do enlighten us. You know how much I detest those who leave their words half-spoken, urged the eldest, who had a significant stake in the matter concerning the heavenly martial artist, adopting a threatening demeanor as if to say that failure to complete his narrative would result in dire consequences. All right, I will speak. But before I do, I must clarify that I am not entirely certain of the veracity of this news, as it came to me quite by chance, the diminutive man hastily conceded, sensing the pressure from both his elder brothers. Well then, whether true or false, we shall not hold you accountable. Just share it. Even if it turns out to be incorrect, we can enjoy it as entertainment and pass the time, the eldest said, feigning magnanimity and offering words of encouragement. Very well, I shall share it. However, I must first inquire if you are aware of the recent incident where the Jinchang sect in Yi County was annihilated overnight? The small man asked mysteriously. Of course we know. How could we not? I was resting at an inn in Yi County at the time, and the day after the incident, I went to witness it myself. It was truly a tragic sight. Upon hearing this, the 3rd brother among the 4 siblings immediately spoke up. I have heard of this matter as well, but 4th brother, what connection does it have to what you wish to convey? The eldest brother, following the 3rd's words, inquired with curiosity. Indeed, there is a significant connection. According to the rumors I have encountered, The Golden Spear sect was single-handedly annihilated by a mere country bumpkin, who, it is said, sought vengeance, replied the diminutive man. Fourth brother, are you jesting with me? I acknowledge that this rustic lad possesses formidable martial skills, as I certainly could not single-handedly slay over 100 members of the Golden Spear sect. However, this incident has no bearing on the great martial hero. The impatient eldest brother retorted loudly in dissatisfaction. Ah, but wait, my dear eldest, for the crux of the matter is yet to unfold. What if I told you that this country lad was completely devoid of any martial prowess just a month prior to the massacre, merely an ordinary villager? The short man spoke with an air of mystery, his words astonishing. How can this be possible? Fourth brother, if you are to weave a tale, at least craft a more believable one. It is ludicrous to think that a simpleton could ascend from mere physical strength to becoming a pinnacle martial artist within a month, especially one who is nearly illiterate. The scarred-faced man, who had remained silent until now, scoffed in disbelief. Second brother, do not be so skeptical. When I first heard this news, I shared your incredulity. However, what if I were to tell you that this rustic lad stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter, that he obtained the legendary martial tome left by the great hero, and thus, within a short span, made extraordinary progress? What? Is that truly the case? The three brothers collectively gasped in astonishment. Simultaneously, the patrons of the tavern paused momentarily, though they soon resumed their merriment as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the flushed faces and slightly heavier breaths revealed their intrigue. How would I know the veracity of this tale? Did I not mention earlier that I am uncertain of its authenticity? Eldest brother, did you not also suggest we treat this as mere entertainment? The diminutive man replied, his expression one of bewilderment and innocence. Indeed, you are correct. It is merely a source of amusement. With that, the four brothers resumed their revelry, drinking, dining, and engaging in idle banter, as was their custom. However, unbeknownst to them, as they continued their feast, the once boisterous patrons of the tavern began to settle their tabs and depart one by one. Before long, apart from the elderly man fervently playing the eru in the main hall, only the four brothers remained, still urging each other to drink. It is worth mentioning that within the bustling inn, the myriad of wanderers seemed oblivious to the strikingly vivid azure lotus patterns etched upon the palms of the four brothers. Chapter 15. Shattering the Void. Ascending to immortality on this day in the Song Dynasty, at Mount Hua, one of the 5 great mountains, the weather was clear and bright, with the sun shining resplendently, a perfect day for the revival of all living things. This day also coincided with the second day of the second lunar month, known as the Day of the Dragon Raising its Head. Simultaneously, it marked the most splendid and lively time in the history of the surrounding counties, towns, and villages within the vicinity of Mount Hua. In a mere month, people from all corners of the realm had flocked here, creating an overwhelming throng. The sight was nothing short of spectacular, a sea of humanity. However, the influx of individuals from various regions, each with differing identities, severely weakened the Song dynasty's control and security over the area, plunging it into an unprecedented low. Had it not been for the presence of numerous skilled masters from the Xiaoyao sect and Shaolin Temple to maintain order, chaos would likely have erupted at any moment. Amidst the bustling crowd at the foot of Mount Hua, a significant gathering was also taking place at its summit, where many prominent figures of the age convened. A closer inspection revealed that these dignitaries included the 4 princes representing the emperor of the Song dynasty, the powerful Prime Minister Qin, who stood for the influential aristocracy and bureaucratic families, the wealthy merchant Shen, known for his good relations with the Xiaoyao sect, and the various leaders of martial arts sects and renowned wandering practitioners. All these pivotal figures, capable of shaking the very foundations of the realm with their mere footsteps, had gathered in silence, holding their breath in anticipation, their expressions a blend of seriousness, expectation, and desire, as they gazed upon the pinnacle of the peak. There, sitting cross-legged in the void, 3 feet above the ground, was the universally acclaimed hero of the realm, Wu Feng, the martial immortal, who was immersed in meditation. As time slowly passed, a full 12 hours had elapsed since Wu Feng had taken his position in the air for his preparations. He quietly absorbed the warmth of the emerging dawn until the sky brightened, and with less than 4 hours remaining until the predetermined moment for shattering the void, Wu Feng found himself growing restless. Sitting idly without the ability to cultivate was profoundly tedious for him. Yet he could not move. For the time for his final transmission of teachings was still not quite at hand. Reluctantly, Wu Feng maintained his posture, enduring the wait until the moment aligned perfectly with his expectations before he would finally turn and enact the scripted performance. Thus, the onlookers beheld Wu Feng, who had been seated in deep meditation, motionless, facing the direction of the rising sun, suddenly turning around, opening his eyes, and gazing at the representatives from various social strata and the members of his own sect. He calmly spoke, "I shall grant you 3 hours. Within this time, I shall fulfill your wishes, and you may express your thoughts freely." The crowd, initially bewildered by Wu Feng's abrupt turn, first displayed expressions of astonishment. Then, in an instant, they reacted, trembling with excitement, their faces flushed with fervor. Although everyone present was eager to inquire, none dared to be the first to break the silence. At last, a melodious voice rang out among them. "Senior brother, no, master, this may be the last time I call you master. Master, I wish to know if you will return after you leave this time." "Xiao Yenner, so you are willing to call me master once more? How delightful. In this realm, I have no regrets." Wu Feng smiled with a sense of contentment, yet a hint of confusion clouded his expression as he continued. "As for your question about my return, I can only say that I am uncertain. Perhaps I shall, perhaps I shall not. Who knows?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyan closed her eyes, steadied the tumultuous waves of her heart, and opened them again with a serious and resolute demeanor, asking, "Then, how can I reach your current state, breaking through the void, transcending to the upper realm? Why must you burden yourself so, Xiao Yenner?" Wu Feng sighed, attempting to dissuade her, but seeing the stubborn determination in her eyes, he relented and said, "Well, with your current cultivation, taking just 2 steps forward should suffice." Wu Feng chuckled wryly, aware that he was not a genuine transcender of the void, and could only rely on intuition to guide his words. "Is that so? I understand now. Very well. I have no further questions. You may continue," Wang Yuyan declared, her spirit suddenly ignited with determination. "Ba, I wish to pose a question to the immortal Wu, and I hope for your enlightenment," the nameless monk said, following Wang Yuyan's inquiries. "Speak," Wu Feng replied. "I seek to understand, what is Buddha?" The nameless monk unexpectedly posed a question that any monk would be expected to know. "Old monk, are you intentionally trying to make things difficult for me?" Wu Feng remarked with a peculiar expression. "I would not dare. I have struggled to comprehend this question for a long time, and I must confess it has perplexed me greatly. I hope the immortal Wu can provide clarity," the nameless monk implored after apologizing. "Old monk, are you traversing the sea of suffering, questioning your own heart's tribulations? However, if you wish to rely on me to help you through this trial, you have sought the wrong person. One must navigate their own tribulations. How can one rely on the hands of another? Others can only provide assistance from the sidelines. Ultimately, the responsibility lies with you. At this moment, I can impart a singular truth. You are Buddha, I am Buddha, he is Buddha, all beings are Buddha. I hope you will remember this. Now, you may withdraw." Wu Feng, with a placid expression, gently reminded. "Hero Wu, immortal Wu, I seek to inquire whether the path of martial arts leads to immortality?" The 4th prince, having restrained himself for a considerable time, eagerly posed his question once the 2 celestial beings had finished theirs. Indeed, the path of martial arts can lead to longevity, provided one cultivates diligently. Upon breaking through to the innate stage, one may live for over 150 years. Upon transcending to the return to truth stage, one may extend life to over 210 years, and upon reaching the celestial being stage, life can span 330 years. Wu Feng explained with a serene demeanor, pleased that someone had finally broached the pertinent topic. "Dare I ask, immortal Wu, what are the means to resurrect the dead?" Just as the 4th prince was about to further inquire about the lifespans of different celestial realms, he was abruptly interrupted by a boorish guest from the Western territories. "Resurrecting the dead, you say? One might say such a method exists, but it is also accurate to assert that it does not. You must understand that the laws of life and death are among the most paramount in this world. To break them is a challenge akin to scaling the heavens." Wu Feng, initially inclined to chastise the impertinent guest, chose instead to show mercy upon hearing his profound inquiry and reluctantly offered an answer. "May I ask, immortal Wu, as the martial path flourishes, what becomes of the literary path?" The Prime Minister of Qin, a Confucian representative, seized the moment to interject swiftly. "The literary path? You mean the Confucian way? The flourishing of martial arts in the world does not necessarily impede it. I recall that during the spring and autumn period and until the end of the Han Dynasty, scholars of that era were adept in archery and horsemanship. Not significantly different from the martial men you speak of, Wu Feng remarked with a scoff, using historical examples to clarify his point. Immortal Wu, might I inquire about the path of commerce for us merchants? Finally, seizing an opportunity to speak, Qian Wanxian hastily voiced his concern. Merchants, you should simply conduct your affairs as they should be conducted. However, since you have posed a question, allow me to impart to you 8 words: integrity as the foundation, benevolence as the virtue. Oh, and lastly, I shall bestow upon you a small gift, a token of gratitude for your steadfast support and investment over the years. Wu Feng replied with a gentle smile. He then proceeded to convey his essence through thought, gesturing with his fingers to lightly touch the forehead of Qian Wanxian, after which he made no further movement. Though the audience felt a tinge of bewilderment, they refrained from voicing their queries, setting aside their doubts to either seize the opportunity to pose their own questions or attentively listen to the answers given to others. Thus, perhaps sensing a glimmer of hope, the inquiries from the crowd took on a different tone, transforming into veiled requests for favors. For instance, O Master Wu, I implore you, have mercy upon me and impart unto me a set of divine skills. I have an elderly mother of 80 and dependents below. O great Master Wu, please accept me as your disciple. I possess innate talent, having displayed precociousness from a young age, speaking at 1, recognizing characters at 2, and reading fluently by 3. I pledge to exchange my future lives for your unparalleled teachings. In this manner, for a considerable span of time, Wu Feng patiently and tactfully declined an array of bizarre and fanciful requests from those either deluded or eccentric. After 3 hours, having addressed the final query, Wu Feng felt utterly exhausted, more so than if he had engaged in a fierce battle. Consequently, he silently vowed never to assume the guise of an otherworldly sage again, for it was indeed wearisome. Chapter 16, Shattering the Void. Ascending to transcendence on the 2nd day of the 2nd month, evening finally descended. As the sun dipped below the horizon, only the faintest remnants of twilight lingered, striving to bestow a modicum of warmth and light upon the myriad beings of the earth. Time continued its relentless march, slipping away second by second, indifferent to the desires of any individual. Before long, the entirety of Mount Hua was engulfed in darkness, the night reclaiming its dominion over the land. At this juncture, the members of the Xiaoyao sect, having prepared for this moment, ignited coal lamps and torches throughout Mount Hua, creating a serpentine trail of light that encircled nearly the entire mountain, rendering it as bright as day for all present. However, before anyone could voice their astonishment, a silvery radiance began to materialize, cascading down upon those at the summit of Mount Hua. As the onlookers marveled at the wondrous spectacle, Wu Feng, seated in tranquil meditation at the peak, stirred. As the silvery light made contact with Wu Feng, it appeared to react in a remarkable manner, causing him to emanate a luminous white glow from within. With each passing second, the brilliance of his aura intensified until, after a brief moment, the crowd could scarcely discern his figure amidst the dazzling light. Wu Feng, now radiating an overwhelming luminosity, began to ascend vertically, seemingly moving with both haste and grace. In the blink of an eye, he reached a height comparable to that of the newly risen moon, creating an unprecedented spectacle of dual moons gracing the sky. Those who had gathered atop Mount Hua, aware of the unfolding phenomenon, gazed skyward with mouths agape, their minds momentarily blank, utterly captivated by the astonishing sight before them. It is not surprising that they displayed such expressions, as even the 2 formidable beings of the celestial realm, who had long anticipated this moment, found themselves engulfed in profound astonishment, reluctant to awaken from their reverie. Setting aside the astonishment of Huashan and the entirety of the 9 provinces, let us turn our attention to Wu Feng, who, having ascended to a considerable height, sensed the environment around him growing increasingly frigid. With each elevation, the cold intensified, compelling Wu Feng to summon his inner strength to dispel the thin layer of ice that threatened to envelop his entire being. Realizing that he had reached a sufficient altitude, one ample enough for him to present the final act of his envisioned performance, Wu Feng prepared himself. In the next breath, he abruptly retracted the brilliant radiance emanating from him. Following this, he channeled all his internal energy to coalesce into a bell resonant with the principles of sound propagation, further amplifying his voice with the abundant qi from his cells. He proclaimed in a voice that echoed throughout the 9 provinces. Today, I, Wufeng, atop the summit of Huashan, suspended 10,000 feet in the air, shatter the void, and urge all under heaven to strive together. As his words reverberated through the air, Wufeng felt no lingering attachment. He relinquished his resistance, allowing the world's inherent repulsive force, a consequence of his exertion of qi, to expel him beyond its bounds. In the final moment before his return, he turned to the white silhouette within the world and softly uttered a farewell, until we meet again, dear fate. With that, he vanished into the vast sky as mysteriously as he had arrived. Though Wufeng had departed, the immense sound of his proclamation took a considerable time to descend from the lofty heights. After traversing through layers of attenuation, it transformed into a thunderous roar that resonated in the ears of those below, akin to a clap of thunder striking the earth, echoing throughout the surrounding thousands of miles of Huashan. Those who had gathered on the ground were made aware that on this day, the first recorded shatterer of the void and ascendant had emerged before the gaze of the multitude. In that moment, all who heard Wufeng's declaration were rendered speechless, absorbed in a profound shock, lingering in a state of disbelief. It was not until curious and innocent children began to pose questions to their parents that the silence was broken, prompting the adults to return to their senses. They offered brief explanations before hastily retreating indoors to resume their slumber, for life must continue, and tomorrow would demand their early rising to toil in the fields. Simultaneously, perhaps influenced by a chain reaction, numerous martial artists and esteemed figures who had gathered to witness the event also awakened from their reverie, as if roused from a dream. In a state of restless farewells, they hastily departed from the region of Mount Hua, returning to their respective factions or homes, intending to recuperate for a time to digest the profound revelations they had encountered that night and to prepare for the impending surge of martial prowess. However, unbeknownst to the departing dignitaries, as they vacated the summit of Mount Hua, the ethereal fairy, Wang Yiyin, who had long been concealed from view, suddenly materialized at the spot where the martial peak had once stood, standing in the air, allowing the chilly winds to billow around her white garments. She quietly gazed up at the vast sky where the martial peak had vanished, and after a prolonged silence, murmured to herself, "Have they truly left? Hurry, that young man, the fortunate country bumpkin who stumbled upon the opportunity left by the martial immortal, is currently engaged in combat with the Lord of the 36 Caves in the dilapidated temple ahead. He will not escape anytime soon. We must make haste." The contemporary leader of the Shindao sect, a gang of considerable renown and power in a local county, shouted as he led his disciples in a frenzied dash. Meanwhile, a young country lad, who had recently renamed himself Li Ruahai, formerly known as Li Godin, was valiantly wielding a wooden spear, fending off numerous attackers with the rapid flurry of his strikes, ensconcing them beneath a storm of spear shadows. The once arrogant lord of the 36 Caves found himself in dire straits, desperately trying to defend against the elusive wooden spear, fearful of the impending moment when it might pierce him. Yet, as the saying goes, prolonged defense inevitably leads to loss. In a fleeting moment of distraction, one of the lords of the 36 Caves met his demise, shattering the precarious stalemate. This led to several others falling shortly thereafter, leaving the remaining lords, some wounded, to scatter in terror. Only Li Ruahai, having fortuitously acquired the blazing spear technique inscribed on a stone wall during the martial peak's travels across the 9 provinces, remained in place, silently recuperating. Once he felt his internal energy sufficiently restored, he hastened towards a vast mountain range, soon vanishing from sight. Upon arrival, the enraged leader of the Shindao sect, who had arrived a moment too late, bellowed in frustration, "What worthless lords of the 36 Caves! They couldn't even detain a mere country lad. Useless, garbage, filth." Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, over a decade had passed since the shattering of the martial peak. Now, the Welian, spread across the 9 provinces, was once again approaching the unveiling of the latest edition of the 3 lists of heaven, earth, and humanity. Hurry, hurry. Could those who have finished please make way for us who have not yet seen? It is indeed a rare occasion that the left master of the Wuliang sword sect has finally attained the qualification to enter the human rankings. Ha. Yes. It is quite a feat, by the way. Who is this newly emerged top contender, de Gofeng? Splendid. Our beggar's sect has once again placed a member in the earth rankings, and not just any position, but within the top 10. Excellent. Enough. What does that matter? Have you not seen that the contemporary head of the Morong family from the Suzhou Morong clan ranks second in the Earth rankings? A master of the return to truth level? Humph, and so what? Have you not noticed that the #1 position in the Earth rankings has always belonged to the current abbot of the Shaolin Temple, Master Xuanqing? My goodness, quickly look. Everyone, come see the celestial rankings. A new figure has appeared. Upon hearing this, the previously raucous crowd fell silent, turning their gazes to the bottom of the celestial rankings, where they beheld, 9th in the celestial rankings, during the Song dynasty, a natural warrior, master of the dragon subduing 3 palms, disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. Chapter 17. The Return and Travels of the 8 Dragons and the Heavenly Dragon in the Dragon Ball world, within the North Galaxy, Solar System, Earth, and the Chilean Mountains. On this day, the spring sunlight remained bright, and the morning air was as refreshingly pure as ever. The dawn was just breaking when suddenly, in a previously empty wooden house within the valley, a figure materialized. This individual was none other than Wu Feng, who had been cast into the chaotic currents of space by the Dragon World and had now returned to the Dragon Ball realm through the guidance of his mental prowess. Maintaining the same posture as before his journey, Wu Feng sat cross-legged on his bed, gradually opening his eyes. He shook his head side to side, silently adjusting his breathing for a moment. After calming the dizziness caused by the time travel, he carefully attuned himself to the profound internal energy within him. As expected, he found that he could not release it externally as he had in the Dragon World. Rising to his feet, he entered the yard that was both familiar and alien to him, slowly performing a series of esoteric and peculiar movements. After a while, as he completed the final action, every bone and sinew in his body emitted a crisp sound, akin to the simultaneous crack of firecrackers. Experiencing the results of the supreme yoga technique he had created in the Dragon World, a smile of joy crept across Wu Feng's lips. Yet, in that moment, Wu Feng confirmed his hypothesis. Despite the differing rules of each world that led to a myriad of energy systems, each with its own evolution, the various systems were not simply at odds with each other. They could not coexist without imperfections, at least. They had not reached the level of adapting seamlessly to one another. However, Wu Feng believed there were 2 aspects likely to be universally applicable across all realms. For any world inhabited by mortal beings must possess the unchanging elements of body and soul, or consciousness. These are the essential characteristics of material life. Based on this, Wu Feng proposed his conjecture. The powers of the body and soul are inherently interconnected and universally applicable across realms. At that moment, Wu Feng validated a facet of this notion. Pure, untainted by any extraordinary energy, physical training techniques do not lose their efficacy regardless of the realm, merely exhibiting varying outcomes. After confirming this aspect concerning the body, Wu Feng was eager to return indoors to ascertain whether his self-created method of visualizing the soul remained unaffected, as he had surmised. However, he abruptly realized that daylight had fully emerged. Aware that he could not unveil his peculiarities at that moment, he reluctantly set aside his urgent desire to test the soul cultivation method. With a slight shift of his form, he instantly found himself on the day before his crossing, atop the peak where he practiced with his uncle. Arriving at the usual training spot before his uncle, Wu Feng thought it fortuitous that his current strength had amplified by nearly tenfold compared to before his crossing, boasting an approximate combat power nearing 1,000. Otherwise, he might not have arrived ahead of his uncle. As per routine, only a minute or 2 passed before Wu Feng sensed the presence of his uncle, Mutaito, drawing near with remarkable speed, arriving before him in a mere 3 minutes. As usual, Mutaito scrutinized Wu Feng, noting a subtle difference in his demeanor compared to the previous day, yet it seemed as if nothing had changed. Although puzzled, Mutaito paid it little mind, for his nephew's essence remained as pure and natural as ever, incapable of deception. Uncle, after today's training, I hope to embark on a journey starting tomorrow to broaden my horizons, Wu Feng said hastily, eager to divert his uncle's attention from his scrutiny. Seeing your disposition, it seems you have made up your mind. Pray, tell me your reasons for this decision, Wu Taido responded, as expected, having shifted his focus. After a deep gaze into Wu Feng's eyes, he spoke slowly. Well, uncle, to be candid, I sense that my progress has plateaued recently, Wu Feng feigned modesty, averting his gaze before divulging the fabricated rationale he had prepared prior to his return. I believe I have encountered a bottleneck. Hence my desire to venture forth and seek experiences, hoping to gain insights that may help me transcend this impasse in martial arts. Is that so? Have you encountered a bottleneck so swiftly? It seems my estimations regarding the timeline were somewhat off, Mutaito remarked, acknowledging the earlier-than-expected situation. Very well. Since it is half a month ahead of schedule, you shall set off tomorrow morning to engage in your experiences and training. Mutaito sighed, reflecting on the time frame that had unfolded sooner than he anticipated before granting his consent. Having spoken, before Wu Feng could feel any relief, Mutaito continued, since that is the case, allow me to demonstrate what it means that there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond people in this final lesson today. I would rather you not venture forth into the world, oblivious to its vastness, acting recklessly and ultimately risking your life through carelessness. At this moment, although Wu Feng felt a warmth in his heart, he was also overwhelmed with a sense of speechlessness and helplessness, caught in a profound inner turmoil. He wished to express, "Uncle, you worry too much. Your concerns are unfounded. I am more aware of the vastness and heights of the world than you think. How could I possibly become arrogant? It is already remarkable that I do not act like an ostrich, burying my head in the sand." However, in order to prevent any suspicion from arising in his uncle's mind, Wu Feng maintained a facade of earnest attentiveness, humbly requesting, "Please guide me, uncle." At this moment, while undergoing the slow-paced training and guidance from his uncle, Wu Feng pretended to be oblivious, forcing himself to endure his uncle's punches at appropriate intervals. Fortunately, this grueling training session, which was both physically and mentally exhausting for Wu Feng, lasted only until the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the evening sky with hues of twilight. After a night of silence, the following morning dawned bright, with the sun just revealing a hint of red on the horizon. At this time, having spent the night in meditation and visualizing the cultivation of his spirit, Wu Feng slowly opened his eyes, a trace of confusion crossing his face. He felt a slight sting of disillusionment regarding his previous assumption that the nature of the soul would remain unchanged across realms. Despite spending the night focused on his spiritual visualization, he found that, apart from a slightly heightened vividness of the azure lotus pattern in his mind, his spiritual energy had not increased in the slightest. In light of this, Wu Feng meticulously reviewed the entire process of his cultivation from the previous night, discovering that the soul cultivation technique he had developed in the Tianlong world, particularly the method of absorbing external energy, was entirely ineffective in the realm of Dragon Ball. Upon reflecting deeply and pinpointing the reasons, Wu Feng recognized that to address this pressing issue, he would need to either consult a magician or deity from this world or directly gather all 7 Dragon Balls to make a wish. However, as there was currently no Dragon Ball radar or Earthlings capable of creating one, the wish-based solution was not feasible for the time being. Thus, the only option left for Wu Feng was to seek advice from professionals. He had already devised a concrete plan for this, and once he bid farewell to his relatives and friends in the valley, he would promptly set out to implement it. With everything meticulously planned, Wu Feng prepared himself, packed a large bundle of belongings, and stepped out of the home he had lived in for several years, striding purposefully towards the valley's entrance. Rapidly arriving at the valley's entrance, Wu Feng could not escape the heartfelt words of reluctance, concern, and pleas from his family and friends who had long awaited his return. In a moment of helplessness, Wu Feng could only offer countless reassurances and promises. After his uncle's final words of advice, he feigned nonchalance and strode away without looking back. Chapter 18. Kalinta in a lush and vibrant forest on that bright morning. The gentle rays of sunshine enveloped Wu Feng as he embarked on a journey of hiking and weighty training. Time flowed like a river, and unbeknownst to him, a week had already passed since Wu Feng bid farewell to his family in the Chilean Valley. The large and small packages filled with food and farewell gifts had been consumed entirely by him the previous day. Faced with the necessity of survival in the Dragon Ball world, where the training was exceedingly taxing on his physical essence, Wu Feng was compelled to advance toward his predetermined goal while simultaneously hunting and preparing barbecued meals from various carnivorous creatures reminiscent of dinosaurs, rich in energy essence. On this day, perhaps at the whim of fate, a weary and famished Wu Feng encountered a robust Tyrannosaurus rex, clearly a creature of ample size and appetite. Without unnecessary words, in that fleeting moment of their encounter, both the man and beast, driven by hunger, simultaneously felt their eyes redden with desire, saliva pooling as they bared their menacing mouths and wicked claws. A fierce battle was imminent, and in the instant of their clash, the victor was readily apparent. With a single effortless punch, Wu Feng dispatched the dinner that had come knocking at his door. He then dragged his evening meal to a nearby riverbank, where he commenced a series of preparation rituals for the barbecue, a task he had perfected through practice. Having swiftly completed all necessary preparations, Wu Feng indulged in a self-service barbecue feast. The rich, enticing aroma wafted through the air, permeating the primitive forest and attracting countless delectable desserts and provisions for him to choose from. With a casual flick, Wu Feng unleashed a white energy cannon, marking the beginning of a catastrophe for all large carnivorous creatures in this primordial forest that night. The arriving predators were either swiftly vanquished and turned into provisions or tamed by Wu Feng, becoming mounts prepared for slaughter at his discretion. Thus, having momentarily alleviated his concerns about food, Wu Feng resolutely continued his ascetic training while steadily making his way toward his envisioned destination, the kindergarten mentioned in the original text, where he was determined to arrive at a measured pace. Although Wu Feng understood that blindly following the original text directions might lead to failure, he pressed on undeterred. After all, 3 centuries have elapsed since the original narrative, and within such an expansive time frame, any number of changes could have occurred. Be it a relocation in a certain year, or perhaps the very institution never coming into existence at all, both scenarios hold considerable probability. Nevertheless, clinging to a thread of hope, or perhaps a mere fantasy, Wu Feng approached the situation with a mindset of better to err on the side of caution. He tentatively sought a glimpse of what might be. After all, what if fortune smiled upon him, and he found the solution to his struggles and spiritual cultivation right away? So immersed was Wu Feng in this singular fantasy that he neglected, or perhaps never contemplated, the crucial question of why someone unrelated to him would impart knowledge without reason. Yet, Wu Feng's disregard for this issue stemmed not from ignorance, but rather from his confidence in the abilities and means at his disposal. After all, he had honed the art of courtesy before conflict to a fine point in the world of Tianlong. Time, as it often does, slipped away unnoticed, and soon over a month had passed. During this period, Wu Feng devoted himself to an unrelenting regimen of practice and travel, and with the assistance of several kind-hearted strangers, he finally arrived at the doorstep of what he suspected was the precursor to a transformation kindergarten, or rather, the original form of the ability user martial arts hall. As Wu Feng beheld this quaint yet somewhat excessive martial arts hall for ability users, he sensed only 3 presences through his spiritual perception, comprising an elderly figure and 2 children, 3 feeble entities, barely formidable. A sense of foreboding gripped him at that moment. His ill feeling was soon validated during an ensuing visit for discussions. It became evident that this martial arts hall, suspected to be the former incarnation of a transformation kindergarten, was in a nascent state, barely taking root. The elderly gentleman within, gifted with innate abilities, appeared to Wu Feng to be the very progenitor of the future transformation kindergarten. The inaugural director, affectionately referred to by the locals as the ever-changing Master Yuer, having tentatively confirmed the true identity of the venerable Yuer, Wu Feng decided to remain for a while, engaging daily in discussions with Master Yuer regarding all matters pertaining to spiritual power. However, after extensive inquiries, Wu Feng discovered that the myriad transformation abilities and the series of supportive techniques devised by Master Yuer offered him only minimal assistance. Aside from enriching his experience and providing foundational knowledge regarding the study of spiritual power in this realm, the benefits were, regrettably, scant. Recognizing that further engagement would yield no substantial help, Wu Feng resolved to no longer linger. After proposing several suggestions regarding the martial arts hall's future development and leaving behind a modest sum of funds, he took his leave. Disappointed that he had not achieved his anticipated goals, Wu Feng took a moment to compose himself before setting his sights on his second choice, the destination he had envisioned in his mind. In the present realm of martial arts on Earth, known as Corinta, Wu Feng sought the guidance of the cat sage residing there, eager to inquire about the specific methods for cultivating mental fortitude in this world, as well as to exchange some magical beans, those vital commodities for unforeseen circumstances. Although, at this moment, Wu Feng's prowess rendered him nearly invulnerable to threats on Earth. He believed that exercising caution was prudent, for it never hurt to be prepared. Thus resolved, Wu Feng, having ascertained the location of Corinta, resumed his journey of cultivation, steadily progressing toward his destination. Along the way, he traversed mountains and crossed rivers, maintaining a straight course. After nearly 3 months, he finally beheld the towering Corinta, reaching skyward in a manner almost indistinguishable from its depiction in his previous life's animations. At that moment, realizing he was on the cusp of arrival, Wu Feng gazed upon the majestic structure without hastening his pace. Instead, he chose to rest momentarily, planning to continue his ascent the following day. The reason for this delay was the evening's encroachment. Had he pressed on at his usual speed, he would have arrived at the foot of Corinta amidst darkness. While Wu Feng felt little distinction between day and night at this juncture, he deemed it unnecessary to rush. After all, he had already endured many days of travel and did not mind the prospect of delaying by a single night. Moreover, the burdens of his training had been taxing, and a night of rest would replenish his energy for the climb ahead. Thus, he resolved to take his time, enjoying a night filled with the rich aroma of roasted meat and the remnants of battle. The night passed in silence, and at dawn, rejuvenated and spirited, Wu Feng prepared himself as per usual and set forth. Not long into his journey, he caught sight of Corinta once more. Just as he was about to push onward to its base, he was intercepted by a tribe, guardians of this sacred site, reminiscent of Native Americans. Upon encountering them, Wu Feng furrowed his brow, but chose to disregard their presence. With a leap, he soared into the sky, quickly descending at the foot of Corinta. Without waiting for the guardians, who were now clamoring in protest of his intrusion, he ascended directly up the tower. Continuing his ascent, Wu Feng flew at high speed for half an hour before he gradually approached the oval-shaped pinnacle. Upon sighting it, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him, and he accelerated, propelled by a wave of warmth and the resounding echoes of sonic booms. In the next moment, I formally arrived at Corinta, where I encountered the seemingly awestruck cat sage, who was so startled by the commotion I had inadvertently caused that he could barely steady his cane, despite his attempts to appear profound and enigmatic. Chapter 19. Encountering the celestial being. Who are you? What brings you here? The Corinta sage, having sensed Wu Feng's aura long before his arrival, managed to suppress his trepidation, trembling both physically and mentally, as he stammered to assert himself. Greetings. Might you be the legendary cat sage? Wu Feng, observing the sage's demeanor, chose not to expose the evident flaws in his pretense of being a transcendent figure. Instead, he inquired with a friendly countenance. Why yes, that would be me. How may I assist you? Perhaps comforted by Wu Feng's amiable appearance and the absence of any malevolent aura, the cat sage allowed himself to relax slightly, though his confidence remained shaky. Indeed. Hello, I have come to seek your wisdom regarding martial arts. I hope you will generously impart your knowledge. Although Wu Feng was certain at first glance that the upright white cat before him was the sage he sought, he felt it prudent to adhere to the necessary formalities, whether out of courtesy or to avoid causing any surprise or alarm. Thus, Wu Feng followed the aforementioned conversational protocol and, upon its conclusion, proceeded to articulate one of his objectives for visiting. Well, to be honest, given your current prowess, I doubt there is much I can teach you. I suggest you visit the Celestial Temple directly. The cat sage responded with a wry smile, fully aware of his own limitations. You flatter me, esteemed sage. To be candid, while I may appear powerful, my understanding of martial arts and my mastery of qi are far from commensurate with the energy I possess. Wu Feng, possessing a profound self-awareness, promptly articulated his challenges upon hearing the sage's words. I see. Then, why not suppress your strength to my level and engage in a spar? Let me discern where your shortcomings lie, the cat sage proposed after a moment of contemplation. Very well, esteemed sage. Please wait a moment while I adjust my energy to match yours. Wu Feng replied, and with that, he began to concentrate, successfully sealing his aura to align with that of the cat sage in mere seconds. Ready now, sage. We may commence, Wu Feng declared, fully prepared. Meow, then here I come, the cat sage exclaimed, as the long-dormant spirit of battle within him was suddenly awakened, causing his tail to sway wildly in excitement. Instinctively, he let out a cry before launching into action, simultaneously issuing a warning. In an instant, with the cat sage initiating the engagement, the battle erupted as two energies, each approximately 160 in strength, clashed within the confines of the modest space atop Corinta. In an instant, as the confrontation between the combatant and the feline intensified with ever-quickening strikes, the scene became a whirlwind of movement, both sides engaged in a fervent battle. As the conflict escalated, neither party could restrain their fervor, causing the residual energy from their clash to ripple throughout the Corinta, making the towering structure tremble slightly. Realizing the untenable situation, Wufeng and the immortal Corinta understood that they could no longer continue their skirmish atop the Corinta. Thus, with another forceful collision, they both propelled themselves out of the Corinta's confines, floating beside it. After a brief moment of mutual confrontation in the air, they gathered the energy from their very cells, preparing to unleash their ultimate techniques, the Chi Cannon and the Chi Wave. In a flash, two radiant orbs of white energy erupted from their hands, colliding midair in a spectacular display, neither yielding to the other until the fervor in their minds subsided and reason returned. It was only then, after exchanging a glance, that they decided to withdraw, with one turning to return to the Corinta. The two dissipating energy waves, now severed from their source, gradually faded into the atmosphere, leaving behind a wisp of shimmering smoke drifting among the clouds. It has been quite a while since I engaged in a tussle. I lost track of the matter at hand. Please forgive me, the immortal Corinta said to Wufeng, a touch of embarrassment in his tone after centuries of boredom. No worries. It's quite all right. I've been itching for some action myself. Besides, this way, it allows you to observe me more closely, helping me to identify my shortcomings, Wufeng replied cheerfully, dismissing his concern. Indeed, you have a point. From our recent exchange, it is evident that your mastery of Qi is nearly on par with my own. In fact, there are aspects from which I gleaned inspiration. Therefore, I cannot offer you much assistance in this regard. Only by seeking higher training in the temple may you find the guidance you need. As for you, your understanding of Qi seems to still be in its foundational stages. It perplexes and intrigues me that you have not yet grasped the nuances of its properties. I cannot fathom how someone who has not comprehended the very nature of Qi has cultivated such a formidable energy, rivaling even Mr. Bobo, who has trained for centuries to attain his current prowess. The immortal Corinta remarked, astonished and contemplative as he regarded Wufeng. Immortal, my abilities are indeed the result of my gradual cultivation, a fact that requires no doubt. As for my lack of insight into the mysteries of Qi, it stems from my singular focus on becoming stronger during my training. I did not take the time to truly experience the energy within my body. Moreover, during my time in another realm, despite my desire to understand, I lacked guidance, Wufeng explained with a rueful smile, silently acknowledging the crucial reason behind his struggles. Is that so? Very well, let us dispense with trivialities and embark upon our formal discourse. You must pay close attention as I demonstrate my progressive understanding of Qi, with the hope of liberating you from the constraints of martial arts. Although Master Karen harbored some doubts upon hearing this, he recognized the depth of the matter and refrained from probing further, instead delving directly into the topic at hand. Upon hearing this, Wufeng ceased his words, focusing intently on the intricate principles of Qi that Master Karen was elucidating. Time, as it is wont to do, flowed like a gentle stream, and before long, Wufeng had devoted an entire year to the study of Qi atop the Karen Tower. During this time, with Master Karen's unwavering support, Wufeng's comprehension of Qi reached a level where even Master Karen had little left to teach him, thus fulfilling his anticipated goals. It is noteworthy that, throughout this period, despite his dedicated pursuit of the mysteries of Qi, Wufeng did not neglect his rigorous training regimen. Each day, he set aside a fixed amount of time for practice. Moreover, in gratitude for Master Karen's selfless assistance, Wufeng imparted the long spring immortality technique, simplified from his own internal cultivation, to Master Karen. After much contemplation, Master Karen tailored this technique into a beastly version that ultimately liberated him from the physical constraints that had plagued his martial journey for over a century. As a result, the amiable, kind, and selfless sage experienced a remarkable surge in his Qi training, swiftly advancing to a level that, in Wufeng's eyes, was scarcely inferior to that of the deities in the heavenly temple. This was under the condition that Master Karen was satisfied with his current state and would not pursue further training. Were he to continue, Wufeng believed that it would not be long before Master Karen surpassed the deities, reaching a level comparable to that of the divine servant Bobo. At this moment, witnessing Master Karen's transformation and newfound prowess through his own assistance filled Wufeng with exhilaration and excitement. This occurrence confirmed many insights for Wufeng, revealing to him that there are no fixed plots or destinies, nor a predetermined hand orchestrating every event. He realized that he could effectuate changes according to his own will, provided he did not recklessly engage with perilous or obviously dubious entities. Thus, having come to terms with these revelations, Wu Feng began to contemplate his future plans, particularly the long-conceived initiative for the resurgence of martial arts on Earth. Naturally, all of this would require Wu Feng to first journey to the heavenly realm, meet with the deities, and obtain what he desired before implementation. Chapter 20. Training in the Divine Temple Master. I express my heartfelt gratitude for your generous teachings over the past year, Wu Feng said as he took his leave. Before parting ways, Wu Feng solemnly bid farewell to the immortal Carlin. As his words fell, he hesitated no longer and swiftly followed the method he had recently acquired to ascend to the celestial realm, heading directly towards the divine temple situated on Earth in the Carlin Tower. As he soared upward in a straight trajectory, it wasn't long before he encountered a tumult of thunder and lightning, ultimately arriving at the celestial realm. There, he was greeted by the Earth deity Bic and his black servant Bobo, who had been awaiting Wu Feng's arrival. "Welcome, esteemed Wang Feng, the mightiest among mortals," Bic said, his demeanor warm and inviting, his eyes brimming with kindness. "Ah, greetings, Divine Lord. It appears you were already aware of my arrival and intentions," Wu Feng responded, momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. "Indeed, Mr. Wu Feng. The immortal Carlin has already briefed me regarding your visit to the temple," Bic replied with a gentle smile. "Now, without further ado, I shall refrain from excessive pleasantries, as I suspect you may not wish to indulge in them. Let us delve straight into the matter at hand. I have instructed my servant Bobo to prepare for your studies in the celestial realm. We can commence at your convenience. Would you prefer to begin immediately or wait until you have rested for a day? Well, I believe it would be prudent to start after I have acclimated and gathered my strength." Wu Feng pondered for a moment before responding thoughtfully. "Very well, take your time. In that case, we shall commence tomorrow. In the meantime, feel free to arrange your schedule, or I can have Bobo guide you to familiarize yourself with the surroundings of the celestial realm. What do you think?" Bic suggested kindly, maintaining his composed demeanor. "Yes, I think I would prefer to acclimate to this environment first. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Bobo," Wu Feng replied, recognizing that he would be residing here for some time. He felt it wise to familiarize himself with the unfamiliar surroundings to avoid inadvertently trespassing into any forbidden areas of the celestial realm, which could pose a threat to his life. "Very well, Bobo, please take Mr. Wu Feng on a tour of the celestial realm. I have pressing matters to attend to and must excuse myself," Bic instructed his servant before taking his leave. "Now, Mr. Wu Feng, allow Bobo to guide you as you become acquainted with this realm. Please follow me," Bobo said in a neutral tone after Bic returned to the temple to continue his duties. "Thank you, Mr. Bobo," Wu Feng replied courteously, then leisurely followed Bobo, walking alongside him. In the ensuing period, while wandering freely, Wu Feng listened attentively to Bobo's introductions. As interest piqued, he occasionally interjected with questions and insights, resulting in a delightful experience, rich with unique flavors, serving as a rare moment of leisure before the arduous training that lay ahead. However, alas, such joyous moments are often fleeting. Despite the vastness of the celestial realm, there comes a time when one must conclude their explorations. In less than half a day, Bobo had guided Wu Feng through various locales of the heavenly domain, returning to the entrance of the temple. After arranging accommodations for Wu Feng, Bobo departed. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Wu Feng accompanied Bobo to a training ground specifically prepared for him. Upon arrival, Wu Feng beheld an expanse roughly the size of a basketball court, surrounded by an array of bells strung together by a single cord. Immediately, he was reminded of the training scenes from the original narrative, and he grasped the essence of the upcoming exercises. The objective appeared to be the enhancement of a tranquil mind akin to the sky, along with the cultivation of sixth sense and martial prowess. As if to confirm Wu Feng's suspicions, Bobo produced a black cloth and handed it to him, instructing him to cover his eyes in preparation for the ensuing training. Although Wu Feng felt somewhat skeptical, he offered no resistance or delay, playfully complying and obscuring his vision to embark on the first step of his celestial training. This entailed discerning the singular bell whose sound differed from the others, which could interchange positions among the multitude surrounding him, a special bell imbued with divine power. After a day's training, Wu Feng sat on the ground, breathless yet exhilarated, marveling at the astonishing intensity of what appeared to be a simple exercise. It was indeed an upgraded version tailored specifically for him. "That concludes today's training. You may return to rest now. We shall continue tomorrow," Bobo stated, his expression as impassive as ever, though inwardly he reflected on Wu Feng's remarkable martial talent. Little did Bobo anticipate that, on the very first day, Wu Feng had nearly grasped the divine bell several times, completing this training exercise with success. One could certainly assert that he was indeed the strongest among Earth's warriors throughout the ages. Without delving into the day's events, Bobo had already foreseen that Wu Feng would likely master this training within a month. However, upon returning to his quarters in the temple, Wu Feng bore a grave expression, silently contemplating. Unexpectedly, relying on his extraordinary inner strength at the celestial realm to cheat fate, he found himself repeatedly on the brink of success, yet perpetually unable to seize the mystical bell artifact to complete the preliminary stages of his training. It appears I have underestimated the martial arts hierarchy of the Dragon Ball universe and overestimated my own capabilities. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, Wu Feng had cultivated the habit of reflecting on his daily training outcomes each evening. This moment of introspection illuminated his shortcomings, prompting him to decisively realign his attitude towards the martial arts of Dragon Ball. In the subsequent training sessions, he immersed himself wholeheartedly, diligently honing his skills and seizing every fleeting moment to comprehend the tranquility akin to the sky, as described by Bobo. This state bears a striking resemblance to the Taoist concept of a mind like still water. Perhaps it was the extraordinary enhancement of Wu Feng's inner strength. Or perhaps his innate talent truly belongs to an extraordinary echelon. With his complete dedication, he grasped this wondrous state in less than a month, accomplishing the first step of his training several days ahead of Bobo's expectations, which elicited a momentary expression of astonishment from Bobo upon receiving this confirmation. Although Bobo's surprise was fleeting, it did not escape the observant Wu Feng, reinforcing his belief in the exceptional nature of his talent. As time flowed, over a year had passed since Wu Feng began his cultivation in the celestial realm. One day, within a confined space charged with thunder and lightning, a figure, resembling charred coal and emitting smoke, was continuously shifting positions. With a thunderous roar, a swift movement allowed Wu Feng, whose senses were sealed, to narrowly evade a sudden strike of lightning. However, just as he felt a moment of relief, he was immediately struck by a barrage of lightning bolts. At that moment, his body, paralyzed by the electric shock, came to an involuntary halt. Observing Wu Feng on the brink of unconsciousness from the relentless onslaught, Bobo, stationed by the spatial gateway, promptly activated the teleportation function, whisking the severely injured Wu Feng away. After administering a Senzu beam to restore him, Bobo unhesitatingly initiated the teleportation once more, sending the fully recovered Wu Feng back to continue his rigorous training to enhance his sixth sense. It was only after Wu Feng had been struck by lightning for the 100th time, resembling a charred remnant, that Bobo finally ceased the relentless trials, choosing instead to lift the seal on Wu Feng's senses, allowing him to recuperate before returning to the fray. Chapter 21. The initial signs of the Demon's Trail. With a crackle and a rumble, the confined space was filled with the relentless power of thunder, striking down without warning from the clouds above. Beneath the ominous shroud of thunder, Wu Feng flickered and shifted incessantly, daring not to pause for even a heartbeat. With uncanny foresight, he evaded each bolt of lightning that struck, not a single flash managing to make contact. Moments later, as if provoked by the failure to hit him, the clouds roared with fury, and the once singular strikes transformed into a cacophony of simultaneous flashes, each competing to find its mark. This relentless onslaught significantly compressed Wu Feng's space for evasion, heightening the probability of being struck. Suddenly, 3 bolts descended in a triangular formation, aiming to ensnare Wu Feng in a decisive blow. Yet, once again, his premonition allowed him to sidestep effortlessly, before he could revel in his success. For more lightning strikes followed, converging from all directions in a square formation, intent on cornering him completely. Alas, by a mere fraction, Wu Feng escaped unscathed once more. The thunderous wrath of the storm intensified with each failed attempt. In rapid succession, waves of lightning, 5, 6, 7, and up to 10, rained down relentlessly, as if bent on reducing Wu Feng to mere fragments. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, consistently managing to evade with a hair's breadth of time to spare, creating an illusion of the lightning pursuing his fleeting silhouette. This astonishing spectacle left the celestial observers, Beak and Popo, outside the tempest in utter astonishment, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. After a brief moment of silent exchange, the divine pair murmured in disbelief. unable to fathom that he had indeed accomplished what few deities throughout Earth's history could achieve. Truly, he was a prodigious talent, the likes of which emerged only once in a millennium, a paragon among mortals. Wu Feng's prowess had reached a level that could rival the finest among the celestial beings of lore, an utterly astonishing feat unlike Beak, who had only recently ascended to his divine role and was overwhelmed by the magnitude of this revelation. Popo, having served under the legacy of past deities, grasped the profound implications of Wu Feng's achievements. It could be asserted that apart from the inaugural deity and the one who established the Spirit Time House, no other divine figure could compare to Wu Feng's current strength. Furthermore, considering his age, it seemed that even the earliest and most distinguished deities could not hold a candle to him. For now, we shall set aside the profound shock felt by Beak and Popo in light of Wu Feng's remarkable display. In a remote mountain range nestled within the southern hemisphere of Earth, a malevolent force is brewing, one that threatens to unleash chaos upon humanity and poison the very essence of life. Deep within this nameless range, veiled by lush, dense forests, lies a naturally formed cave. This dark, foreboding cavern is filled with the remains of various creatures, their bones haphazardly strewn about, and permeated by a visible black mist that cloaks every inch of its interior. Suddenly, a peculiar transformation occurs within the previously silent cave. The thick, oppressive black mist that enveloped the entirety of the cavern begins to recede and dissipate, gradually converging towards a singular point glowing with an eerie green light deep within. Notably, as each second slips by, the speed at which the black mist is drawn and accelerates. Concurrently, as the mist accumulates, the green light intensifies and expands. Moments later, as the black mist completely vanishes without a trace, the glowing point transforms into a dark green orb, akin to the size of a soccer ball. This orb, having absorbed all the malevolent energy within the cave, continues to pulsate with an unsettling green luminescence. As time flows gently onward, its brightness escalates until the entire cavern is suffused with a deep green hue. Suddenly, a sharp crack reverberates through the cave, reminiscent of a fragile eggshell shattering, echoing throughout the hollow space. In the next instant, as the dark green shell crumbles away, it reveals an alien infant with green skin and horns sprouting from its head. This ethereal being floats serenely in midair, slowly opening its eyes, which glow with an eerie green light. It stretches its small form, but a frown crosses its face, seemingly adjusting to its new, diminutive body. In that moment, memories of the malevolent force that transformed it into this state flood its mind, igniting a fierce anger and hatred upon its countenance. That night, chaos erupted in the nameless mountain range as a sudden wildfire ignited within the forest, awakening the slumbering creatures of the mountains. They frantically fled down the slopes, seeking refuge from the rapidly spreading flames and the relentless pursuit of the alien infant, the fearsome demon king known as Bick. It is crucial to note that the architect of this turmoil is none other than Bick himself, the embodiment of pure malice born from the dark thoughts expelled by the heavenly deity Bick, fused with the cave's malevolent energies. As a being born from sheer evil and dark magic, Bick the Demon King is intent on accelerating his growth and maturation by sowing destruction and absorbing the lingering resentments and wickedness of the fallen. With a resounding explosion, the aftermath revealed a scene of scattered corpses and raging flames. As waves of energy were unleashed by the now significantly more powerful Piccolo, countless lives were extinguished, and fiery devastation spread across the landscape. After a night of carnage, the vast and nameless mountain range fell into an eerie silence, devoid of the usual bustling wildlife and their chattering calls. The mountains, with only the crackling of burning trees breaking the stillness, were shrouded in a deathly quiet, utterly devoid of vitality. The architect of this grim tableau, the demonic Piccolo, having absorbed the lingering malice of nearly all the creatures within the mountains, had fully transformed into his ultimate form. Rather than relinquishing his appetite for destruction upon achieving perfection, the Demon King Piccolo became increasingly relentless, as if addicted to the slaughter. Every living being he encountered was met with a devastating energy wave, leaving behind a trail of destruction as he drifted onward. In his wake, there was no escape, no survivor, only the remnants of chaos and ruin. Notably, during this rampage, the Demon King faced attempts at resistance from martial arts masters and coordinated military offensives from several nations. However, without exception, these efforts, whether from so-called martial artists or the might of armies numbering in the millions, were effortlessly vanquished by the Demon King, whose power far surpassed the limits of Earth's technological weaponry. Once he had obliterated all adversaries, still seething with fury, he ventured into the kingdoms from which the soldiers had come, unleashing an unprecedented wave of slaughter. Within less than a month, he had toppled several feudal kingdoms, sowing chaos and disaster that led to the displacement of countless innocent civilians, leaving them homeless. Chapter 22. The Demon's Descent. Since the initial destruction of several nations at the hands of the Demon King Piccolo, the world has been intermittently shaken by violent explosions. This relentless devastation stemmed from Piccolo's impatience, as he found the pace of his solitary annihilation too slow. Thus, he recently created a legion of demon subordinates, scattered across the globe to expedite the world's destruction. On this day, reveling in his destructive pursuits, the Demon King unleashed yet another energy wave, obliterating all obstacles before him. And once more, a cruel yet gleeful expression graced his features. At this very moment, the immensely delighted King Piccolo gazed at the terrified crowd fleeing in disarray due to his presence, a mischievous smirk forming on his lips. "Run, run. Do not stop," he cackled. "Ah, flee." The Demon King approaches. "Mommy, where are you? Baby is scared. Go. Hurry, do not worry about me," cried a parent desperately. "Curse you, vile Demon King. I shall fight you." After effortlessly dispatching a hapless soul foolish enough to charge at him, King Piccolo indulged in a game of cat and mouse, ultimately exterminating all remnants of his prey. Just as he contemplated relocating to continue his antics, a child's sobbing unexpectedly pierced through the chaos. Taken aback by the discovery of a survivor, King Piccolo furrowed his brow and instinctively unleashed a wave of energy, prepared to silence the last vestige of noise. However, sensing the impending threat from afar, the valiant Master Mutaito rushed to the scene, narrowly intercepting the energy blast in a moment of dire urgency, thus saving the only surviving child. Instead of immediately engaging in a deadly confrontation with King Piccolo, Master Mutaito swiftly shielded the weeping child and retreated along the path he had come. It was not until he encountered his two disciples racing towards him that he halted, entrusting the now sleeping child to his second disciple, Wu Tian, for safekeeping. With no hesitation, Master Mutaito turned back, his face alight with fury and murderous intent, charging towards King Piccolo, who lingered not far behind. Fueled by boundless rage and determination, he no longer suppressed the searing wrath within him. Without a moment's pause, he unleashed a fierce assault, aiming to deliver a final blow to the instigator of this chaos. Yet, fate often defies our desires. Master Mutaito's furious punch did not yield the desired outcome. Instead, it merely pushed King Piccolo back a few meters, stirring up clouds of dust without inflicting any real harm. At most, it merely grazed his skin, drawing a trickle of blood. This unforeseen turn of events shocked Master Mutaito, instantly revealing to him the arduous battle that lay ahead, one that could very well become his final stand. Yet, rather than retreating in fear of death, he became ever more resolute in his mission to eradicate evil, prepared to lay down his life to quell this catastrophic menace once and for all. In a fleeting moment, a resolute decision was forged within the heart of the valiant Mutaito, who, determined to fight to the bitter end, felt no hesitation as he seized the opportunity presented by the unsuspecting Demon King Piccolo, who had just been caught off guard by Mutaito's surprise attack. Without delay, he launched a fervent counteroffensive, aiming to decisively tilt the scales of battle in his favor. However, it is unfortunate that the vast disparity in strength between the two combatants rendered Mutaito's strategy ineffective. In a moment of impatience and frustration, the formidable Piccolo clenched his teeth, bravely enduring a devastating blow from Mutaito, even at the cost of a shattered arm. This sacrifice allowed him to extricate himself from the increasingly unfavorable position and evade Mutaito's relentless onslaught. Witnessing Piccolo's fierce determination to escape the dire predicament that Mutaito had crafted for him, a wave of helplessness washed over the warrior. Yet, he consoled himself with the thought that at least Piccolo had incurred a price for his freedom, ensuring that the battle would not be entirely one-sided. In that moment of acceptance, Mutaito was suddenly confronted with a scene that was both terrifying and disheartening. The enraged Piccolo, having just shaken off his opponent's barrage, was now glaring at Mutaito with eyes that seemed to blaze with fury. In an astonishing display, he unhesitatingly ripped off his already shattered right arm, with his unscathed left hand. Before Wu-Tai-Do could even fathom the implications, a new, flawless right arm regrew at an astonishing rate. How could this be possible? Wu-Tai-Do, caught in a state of disbelief, could only stare in astonishment. Such a spectacle is hardly surprising for a being of your stature, a supreme demon of the human realm. Regrowing a severed limb is merely a trivial feat. What is there to marvel at? Yet, you have impressed me. You possess the ability to inflict harm upon me. How commendable. Now, have you contemplated how you shall meet your demise? Alas, let us cease this charade. I shall decide your fate for you. Perish now. Demon Light Obliteration Blast. As Piccolo's voice faded, a colossal wave of energy, shimmering with lethal intent, surged forth from his palm, hurtling towards Wu-Tai-Do with alarming speed. Sensing the imminent peril of the destructive energy wave, Wu-Tai-Do recognized the gravity of his situation and could not afford to be careless. Understanding that evasion was no longer an option, he summoned all his strength to unleash his most potent energy wave in response. The two waves collided with a thunderous roar, sending a cloud of dust soaring into the air as their energies clashed and ultimately dissipated into the atmosphere. The occurrence of this scene caused Wu-Tai-Do, who witnessed the entire process clearly, to feel a sinking sensation in his heart. In that moment, he comprehended the insurmountable disparity between himself and the Dark King, realizing that the ensuing battle would be exceedingly arduous. As anticipated, in the following moments, Wu-Tai-Do was thoroughly dominated by the Dark King, unable to muster even the slightest resistance. Under the unrestrained onslaught of the fully unleashed Piccolo, a single punch sent the unprepared Wu-Tai-Do hurtling through the air, leaving him vulnerable and wide open. Consequently, he was subjected to a relentless barrage of strikes, his body resembling a ping-pong ball, incessantly battered back and forth in midair. It seemed that Piccolo, either fatigued or simply bored from the relentless assault, finally unleashed his culminating blow, a downward kick that struck Wu-Tai-Do, who was already dazed and bruised, sending him crashing into the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Standing a short distance from the deep crater left by Wu-Tai-Do's impact, Piccolo, with a cruel smile, gathered an astonishing amount of energy in his hands. He intended to employ his second most powerful technique, the explosive demon wave, to decisively end Wu-Tai-Do, a mere insect with enough strength to entertain him for a brief moment, as a show of respect. Just as Wu-Tai-Do, gravely injured and unable to rise, was about to succumb to the Dark King's hand, Wu Tian and Tao Baihe, who had been watching from the sidelines, sprang into action. Each gathered a wave of energy and directed it towards Piccolo's gathering right hand and the massive rock before him. Simultaneously, sensing the impending sneak attack from the two energy waves, Piccolo swiftly retracted his right hand and sidestepped to avoid the sudden onslaught. The massive stone, measuring 10 meters on each side, was obliterated by one energy wave, creating a mesmerizing cloud of dust that enveloped the scene. This provided Wu Tian and Tao Baihe, who had just launched their surprise attack, with precious seconds to rescue the immobile Wu-Tai-Do, who was buried several meters deep in the ground. They hoisted him onto their shoulders and fled a considerable distance. However, regrettably, this was the extent of their success. As the dust began to settle, the recovering Piccolo, with a few agile leaps, swiftly overtook the rapidly fleeing Wu Tian and Tao Baihe. Chapter 23. Subduing the Demon Brother. I entrust Master to you. Quickly take him away. I will buy you some time, Wu Tian exclaimed, realizing that the possibility of the three of them retreating unscathed was rapidly diminishing as the Dark King closed in. In a fleeting moment, with a resolute heart and a swift mind, Wu Tian made the selfless decision to sacrifice himself, hoping to buy precious time for his junior disciple, he and their master, to escape the relentless pursuit of the great Demon King. Upon hearing this, Tao Baihe was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by rage and mockery as he retorted, Wu Tian, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Moreover, do you possess greater strength than I? In all these years of competition, have you ever bested me? Not once. Therefore, if someone is to remain behind to confront the great Demon King, it certainly should not be you. You lack the qualifications. Do you understand? Enough of this pointless chatter. You must immediately take our master and flee, for I cannot delay much longer. What are you waiting for? Go now. After his thunderous shout, Tao Baihe turned decisively away, choosing to disregard his foolish senior brother, and charged directly toward the great Demon King that blocked their path. Witnessing this, Wu Tian cast a lingering glance at Tao Bai He's retreating figure, hesitated in his thoughts for a fleeting moment, and then, with indignation etched on his face, fled with Wu Taido, not daring to look back. However, in his furious departure, Wu Tian remained oblivious to the turmoil that played across Tao Bai He's face the instant he confronted the great Demon King, where a myriad of complex emotions flickered, fear, trepidation, and dread, all battling within his heart. Yet, fortuitously, it seemed a beautiful memory surfaced unexpectedly, as in the next moment, the tempest of thoughts within Tao Bai He coalesced into clarity, dispelling the struggle on his face. A sweet smile graced his lips, and a resolute determination shone in his eyes, unmarred by hesitation. With newfound resolve, Tao Bai He leaped forward, charging bravely toward the great Demon King, who loomed ominously close. Alas, due to the stark disparity in their strengths, it was unfortunate, or perhaps inevitable, that the great Demon King, adorned with a cruel and disdainful smile, effortlessly struck him down to the ground with a single punch. Following this, the great Demon King seized Tao Bai He by the throat, lifting him as one would a mere punching bag, ruthlessly pummeling him while coldly ignoring his futile struggles. This brutal torment persisted until the great Demon King sensed the last vestiges of resistance slipping away, at which point he paused, wearied by the lack of fight. With a dismissive sneer, he discarded the battered Tao Bai He, who lay on the ground, resembling a lifeless husk. Yet, despite his disdain, the great Demon King raised his right hand, gathering a powerful energy wave aimed at obliterating the remains, determined to enforce his long-held policy of total annihilation. As the merciless energy beam coalesced, it was unleashed in the very next heartbeat. As the impending strike was about to hit the seemingly lifeless Tao Bai He, it was Wu Tian, who, after hastily concealing Wu Taido, rushed back with great urgency. In a moment fraught with peril, he bore the brunt of the assault, sustaining severe injuries to save the barely breathing Tao Bai He. Although this valiant act cost Wu Tian nearly half his life, leaving him gravely wounded and struggling to move, he deemed it all worthwhile. Wu Tian had always believed that life is precious and priceless. Living even a second longer is a significant gain. Each additional second signifies a moment more to await the advent of hope and miracles. He was acutely aware that the probability of miracles occurring was minuscule. Yet at that moment, he had no choice but to take a gamble. In the next instant, faced with another terrifying energy wave from the formidable Demon King, Wu Tian, kneeling, could only muster the last remnants of his strength to shield his ailing, sharp-tongued disciple behind him. He intended to buy one fleeting second for Tao Bai He, one last chance for hope and a miracle. With his body positioned to protect, Wu Tian, in the face of death, fixed his gaze with unwavering determination, resolutely confronting his fate. Well then, it has come to this. You should be satisfied now. You may act, for if you delay any longer, you will truly descend into the underworld to join your two disciples. As he witnessed his two disciples on the brink of being obliterated by the Demon King's energy cannon, Wu Taido, who had been revived by Wu Feng with a celestial beam and was now concealed, could not help but feel anxious. He urged Wu Feng impatiently, "All right, uncle, please relax. Even if I am a moment too late to save them, I will seek the aid of the celestial beings to revive them afterward. Please, just hold on a little longer. Their current performance is crucial to the Earth martial arts revival plan that I have meticulously devised. After all, I believe you would not wish for our grand endeavor to be entrusted to the unworthy, would you?" Under his uncle's urging, Wu Feng, with no other recourse, explained and promised with earnestness, "Is this how it ends? My life, concluded just like this? How regrettable, especially since I haven't yet confessed to Fong Fong. I hope there will be another chance in the next life to make amends." In that fleeting moment between life and death, Wu Tian's thoughts scattered, and he pondered extensively. So much so that time seemed to slow down, stretching to the point where the ominous energy wave, once so imminent, appeared to come to a standstill. What is happening? Is it truly not moving? Has it halted? At this moment, Wu Tian, sensing an unusual disturbance, suddenly regained his composure, gazing in astonishment at the energy wave suspended before him, uttering in disbelief, "Ah, you've finally come to your senses. Isn't it utterly incredible?" Just as Wu Feng, who had managed to restrain the energy wave of the formidable Demon King Piccolo in midair, noticed his second disciple, Wu Tian, gathering his focus once more. He remarked with a playful tone, "All right, enough teasing your junior brother. Let us swiftly deal with the culprit responsible for this calamity. Before Wu Tian, filled with confusion and eager to inquire, could gather his thoughts, Wu Taido, who had appeared alongside Wu Feng, stepped forward with evident dissatisfaction and issued a command to Wu Feng without reservation. Very well, your orders are acknowledged. I shall leave the matter to my young nephew, who will undoubtedly ensure your satisfaction. Now, dear uncle, please allow your two disciples to take a brief respite on the side. Oh, and here are two magical beans. Kindly administer them personally to your beloved pupils, Wu Feng said with a smile, presenting two magical beans to Wu Taido. Having dealt with his disgruntled and furious uncle, Wu Feng then turned to face the astonished and perplexed Demon King Piccolo, who had been enveloped by the oppressive aura he had unleashed since his arrival. Who are you? When did such a master emerge on Earth? Piccolo, struggling to move under the weight of Wu Feng's pressure, sweat beading on his forehead, exclaimed in horror. Who I am is of no concern to you, for a dying person has no need for such knowledge. Enough talk. Now you shall personally experience the four-part package I have prepared for you, as retribution for the countless souls who have perished at your hands or suffered due to you, Wu Feng replied, his expression impassive and his tone icy. After a brief pause, he continued, let us see, the first should be lightning. As soon as the words left his lips, with a swift motion, Wu Feng concentrated the energy within him into his upright right palm. Following this, with a gentle forward thrust, a brilliant bolt of lightning erupted from Wu Feng's hand, striking the immobile Demon King Piccolo instantly. Before Piccolo could emit a cry of pain, a relentless barrage of lightning followed. 2, 3, 4, and continuing until 10 strikes bombarded him without pause. Notably, each subsequent bolt of lightning grew in both intensity and size, escalating in magnitude. By the time Wu Feng concluded the relentless 9 rounds of electric strikes, the dazzling thunder dispersed, revealing the Demon King Piccolo, smoke billowing from his 7 orifices. His body charred and on the brink of collapse, bearing an expression of excruciating agony. Disregarding the current plight and anguished cries of the Demon King Piccolo, Wu Feng took a moment to thoroughly comprehend the intricate nature and nuances of the transformation in energy before finally lifting his gaze. He turned his attention once more to the Demon King, who, under the influence of Wu Feng's deliberate actions, still retained a flicker of life. Utilizing his innate regenerative talent, Piccolo was rapidly mending all his injuries. Observing that Piccolo's regenerative abilities aligned closely with his expectations, a trace of innocent joy unfurled upon Wu Feng's countenance. It must be noted that the Namekians are indeed a remarkably gifted race, with nearly every individual possessing unique and innate talents. Among them, the Dragon Clan and the Warrior Clan are particularly distinguished. Although the birth of individuals from these two clans is rare, akin to the elusive giant panda, each one that does emerge is treated as a paragon among men, achieving feats effortlessly that would take ordinary individuals a lifetime to accomplish. For instance, during this tumultuous period that has brought calamity upon Earth, the captured Demon King Piccolo has, through his inherent advantages, easily surpassed martial artists and masters who have diligently trained for decades, if not a century. At this moment, endowed with his formidable regenerative talent, Piccolo, prior to encountering Wu Feng, would undoubtedly have felt an overwhelming sense of pride and superiority in his abilities, perhaps even viewing himself as a deity among mortals. However, one must ponder the nature of what if, as such sentiments are as elusive as the notion of regret in this world. Just moments ago, thanks to the remarkable efficacy of his regeneration, Piccolo found himself fully restored in a brief span of time. Now facing the second course of the elaborate meal that Wu Feng had meticulously prepared for him. In this moment, acutely aware of the relentless cycle of repair and destruction that tormented his body, Piccolo could not help but loathe his own existence, questioning why he possessed such a grotesque regenerative ability that rendered even the act of losing consciousness a formidable challenge. At this juncture, within a fiery furnace conjured effortlessly by Wu Feng, stretching 10 zhang in size, Piccolo was ensconced, undergoing a trial akin to the alchemical refinement of elixirs. The raging flames, under Wu Feng's precise control, fluctuated in temperature with each passing moment. Often, just as Piccolo would barely acclimate to the heat, Wu Feng would compassionately adjust the temperature, ensuring that the Demon King was perpetually subjected to this torment. Thus, under the premise of ensuring that the great Demon King Piccolo would not be incinerated instantaneously, Wu Feng generously allowed him to experience an exhilarating sensation at all times. As for the continuous, agonizing screams that escaped Piccolo's lips without a moment's pause during this period, Wu Feng and the multitude of onlookers who had been invited by him and were enthusiastically applauding decidedly chose to ignore or overlook them. The second course of Wu Feng's fiery feast, while initially planned, took an unexpected turn, extending from the dawn of a new day until the sun dipped below the horizon, before Wu Feng, weary and unable to endure any longer, voluntarily brought it to a close. It is important to note that Wu Feng had originally intended to adhere to his meticulously crafted plan, only planning to roast for half a day. However, as the adage attributed to the esteemed Mr. Liu suggests, plans often fail to keep pace with changes. At that moment, when Wu Feng was about to remove the already unconscious Piccolo, who had endured continuous roasting for half a day, the surrounding onlookers expressed their displeasure, gritting their teeth in a display of vehement opposition. Consequently, Wu Feng was compelled to alter his plans, extending the duration of the fiery feast. With a hint of reluctance, he revived the comatose Piccolo, bringing him back to consciousness through sheer force. The following day, having learned from the unexpected events of the previous day and rested overnight, Wu Feng opted not to make an appearance at the execution site as he had the day before. Instead, he stood suspended in the air at an altitude of nearly 100 meters, intending to remotely oversee the execution of the now fully recuperated Piccolo, who was to endure the third course of the wind-inflicted feast, aptly named the punishment of 1,000 blades. To ensure that his painstakingly prepared performance would not be in vain, Wu Feng refrained from rushing, waiting patiently until the audience was in position before commencing the third course. In an instant, a crowd of onlookers, far greater than the day before, witnessed the formerly suspended Piccolo, now 10 meters above ground, being engulfed by a swirling vortex composed of countless visible, razor-sharp wind blades. Helpless to move, Piccolo could only watch with a contorted expression as he was drawn into the eye of the storm, made entirely of cutting edges. The next moment, he was overwhelmed by an excruciating pain that coursed through his entire being, causing his already weakened consciousness to succumb to the torment, rendering him unconscious once more. Before long, however, he was jolted awake again by his regenerative abilities, trapped in a relentless cycle between waking from pain and succumbing to it anew. The grand spectacle of torment persisted for over an hour until Wu Feng, sensing that the Demon King Piccolo had reached the very brink of his endurance after enduring countless cycles, discerned the faintest flicker of life remaining within him. Realizing that Piccolo had reached his limit, he willed forth a dispersal of the myriad blades of the whirlwind enveloping the demon. Consequently, the weakened Piccolo plummeted to a desolate expanse that Wu Feng had meticulously chosen for him earlier. Having executed this maneuver with a mere thought, Wu Feng, upon witnessing Piccolo's steady descent, resolved not to linger any longer. He swiftly initiated the fourth phase of his earthbound torment upon the Demon King. In the ensuing seconds, the few surviving martial artists among the onlookers beheld Wu Feng as he deftly maneuvered to the air above a towering mountain, standing 100 meters tall. With a few graceful gestures of his hand, he conjured and unleashed a series of energy blades, each extending nearly 10 feet, severing the connections between the mountain and its surrounding peaks. Having effortlessly sliced through the massive mountain, Wu Feng, under the astonished gaze of the spectators, lifted the colossal structure overhead. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast the mountain towards Piccolo with an ease that belied its weight. With a thunderous crash, the mountain struck the ground, unleashing a cloud of dust, fog, and scattered earth in every direction. Moments later, as the dust settled and all unfolded as he had envisioned, Wu Feng nodded in satisfaction, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, quite perfect, not a bit askew." Glancing at the immobilized Piccolo, now trapped beneath the mountain, Wu Feng's thoughts drifted. In this manner, I have honored the formidable reputation of the world-ending Demon King. After all, the previous one who shared a similar fate was none other than the legendary sage who battled the heavens and the earth in my esteem. Very well, everyone. You may disperse. The punishment for the Demon King Piccolo concludes here. Wu Feng addressed the still reeling crowd with gravity. Due to the specific instructions from the divine, I am unable to execute Piccolo directly. However, to prevent his resurgence, I have chosen to eternally suppress and seal him here. Firstly, to avert a recurrence of human tragedy. And secondly, to serve as a reminder for future generations not to forget the calamities wrought by world-destroying demons. with his serious declaration echoing in the air, Wu Feng, without further ado, strode confidently away toward the valleys of the Chilean mountains. His parting words left the onlookers in a profound silence, their minds awakened by the weight of his final pronouncement. After a moment of mutual glances, approximately a quarter of the assembled crowd was the first to stir. They cast a resentful glance at the nearly obliterated figure of the Demon King Piccolo, whose head was the only part remaining above the rubble, before slowly turning away and choosing to depart in silence. In contrast to the majority of individuals who managed to maintain their composure, the next group, amounting to about half of those present, opted to vent their frustrations through a series of vehement strikes against Piccolo's exposed head before finally finding tranquility and leaving with heavy hearts. As for the final group, consisting of less than a quarter of the total, comprised of either those who had lost their families and homes or simply nearby residents, they refrained from inflicting any further indignities upon the thoroughly battered remains of the Demon King. Instead, after a thorough discussion, they chose to establish a new settlement in the vicinity. This decision would not only facilitate the eternal vigilance over the annihilation of the Demon King, but also serve as a precautionary measure against future threats. Chapter 25. Half a year time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months have passed. At this moment, it has been half a year since Wu Feng subdued the Demon King Piccolo and returned to his hometown, the Lian Mountain Valley, for respite. During this interval, upon his return, Wu Feng could not escape the inevitable scolding and complaints from his family. His prolonged absence of 3 years, during which he completely lost track of time, had led to a disregard for the promises he made before departing. If that were the extent of the issue, it would not have been so severe. However, even now, his family occasionally expressed their grievances towards him. The crux of the matter was that Wu Feng had indeed acted inappropriately, vanishing without a trace for 3 years, leaving his concerned relatives, including Wu Taido, desperately searching for any sign or reliable information. Only fragments of dubious rumors surfaced, offering little solace. Faced with the well-deserved reproach from his relatives and friends, Wu Feng could only sincerely acknowledge his shortcomings, adopting a posture of humility and attentiveness as he listened to the concerns and complaints of those who had worried most about him during his absence. Fortunately, his family was not merciless in their reproach. They merely expressed their frustrations in the heat of the moment, without any intent to impose severe consequences upon him. However, the unexpected eruption of long-held grievances from his loved ones caught Wu Feng off guard, an occurrence he had not anticipated. In the month following Wu Feng's return, it can be said that he accomplished nothing, merely enduring the grievances expressed by uncles, aunts, and relatives as he trudged through this seemingly interminable period. It was only after a month, perhaps once the pent-up anxieties had been fully voiced, that Wu Feng found himself with the energy to prepare for the martial arts sanctuary training plan, which had already been discussed and meticulously laid out with his elder uncle. Notably, Wu Taido's 2 favored disciples had not returned to the dojo, but had instead accompanied Wu Feng to Lianshan Valley. Thus, they bore witness as the most loyal observers and participants in Wu Feng's month of tribulations and misfortunes. Due to personal circumstances, the plan had been regrettably delayed by a month. In his frustration and helplessness, Wu Feng felt compelled to sacrifice a portion of his beloved brothers' and sisters' leisure time in order to recoup the lost month for the greater good. Aware of Wu Feng's somewhat dark and vindictive approach, Wu Taido understood the entirety of Wu Feng's experiences over the past month. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolutely nodded in agreement with the proposal. Furthermore, he publicly expressed his strong support for the initiative, leaving Wu Feng momentarily astonished. However, it did not take long for Wu Feng to regain his composure and instinctively draw in a sharp breath. Thus, under the tacit agreement of the 2 seasoned mentors, the subsequent period saw Wu Feng's siblings in the valley, whom he perceived as endearing, leading a life fraught with trials and tribulations. Time, ever fleeting, never halts for anyone. Unbeknownst to Wu Feng, 3 months had already passed since his return, and the preliminary phase of the martial arts sanctuary plan, devised in collaboration with his uncle, had been in effect for 2 months. Quickly, everyone move. Can you all refrain from acting like delicate flowers? On this day, it was once again Wu Feng's turn to serve as the martial arts instructor for the children aged 6 to 12 in the valley. As was his custom, whenever he spotted a child slacking off, he would utter a similar motivational phrase to spur the rambunctious youths. Remarkably, this approach proved effective, consistently igniting their fierce pride and competitive spirit, leading them to unknowingly complete yet another day of training. Although Wu Feng could not fathom why he always felt a sudden chill on his back after delivering such words, or why the meals, which were identical to those of previous days, tasted oddly peculiar, he continually reassured himself that these were merely illusions. As long as he faced them with courage and overcame them, all would be well. Such sacrifices are trivial when considering the brighter future of the children. What do minor sacrifices and costs amount to in the grand scheme? Each time Wu Feng contemplates this notion, an involuntary wave of comfort and satisfaction washes over him. Subsequently, he unhesitatingly reserves the entirety of the day as provisions for his beloved uncle's enjoyment alone. Then, he diligently ventures into the mountains at night to hunt for game, relishing the experience of barbecuing that requires his personal culinary skills. Look who it is. Yes, you Wu Xiaoshan. Hurry up and run. Quit dawdling like a girl. Oh, little sister Xiaoxiang, you performed splendidly today. You shall be rewarded with a small red flower and a candied hawthorn stick. At this moment, Wu Feng has undoubtedly become both beloved and loathed, a devil in the eyes of the valley's younger siblings, continually upholding an impartial attitude marked by clear rewards and punishments. Time rushes by, and 3 months have swiftly passed. It has been half a year since Wu Feng's return, and the unruly children of the valley have gradually adapted to the rigorous 12-hour daily training, embodying a vibrant spirit of enthusiasm and positivity. Thus, one could assert that everything is progressing according to Wu Feng's envisioned steady and gradual pace, without significant deviations. In light of this, Wu Feng, having persuaded his uncle, who had recently returned from the dojo, to stay, finally feels at ease and prepares to embark on the second phase of his plan. Half a year has elapsed, and Wu Feng is confident that the initial group of onlookers from all corners of the world has now thoroughly promoted the heroic image and deeds he has crafted for himself. In reality, the suffering spectators have not disappointed Wu Feng's expectations. Over the next year, whether on his righteous journey of heroism or during his travels and covert promotions across the globe, he received the accolades and treatment befitting a savior. Moreover, he has further enjoyed the warm hospitality and entreaties of nearly every citizen and king from various nations. Undoubtedly, all expressions of entreaty during this period were met with Wu Feng's unyielding smile and resolute refusals, including promises of high office and lavish rewards from numerous kings. Although he steadfastly declined all such offers, Wu Feng remained determined not to let his hard-earned efforts in promotion and travel go to waste. Having reached a commendable compromise, Wu Feng accepted the nominal title of national advisor bestowed by various monarchs, an empty honor devoid of actual authority, thereby assuaging the fears and concerns that had long plagued these kings. It must be noted that this reluctant concession led Wu Feng to unexpectedly discover that his ambitions had suddenly become remarkably easier to pursue. Instead of tirelessly promoting his cause, he now merely needed to mention his intentions to the local rulers, allowing him to await a day or two before making a timely appearance. As a result, Wu Feng effortlessly accomplished the second phase of his plan, establishing martial arts across the realm, in less than a quarter of the anticipated time. This initiative entailed publicly disseminating the foundational techniques of martial arts throughout various nations, ensuring that they became commonplace and accessible to all. Notably, each document outlining these basic martial arts training methods concluded with a note indicating that, upon mastering the fundamentals and attaining a certain level of understanding, practitioners seeking further advancement were encouraged to study at the Wu Taito dojo. Thus, after traversing the globe and investing nearly a year in this endeavor, Wu Feng finally arrived at the last leg of his journey. Upon reaching the final kingdom, he once again engaged in the customary social interactions and dialogues he had repeated hundreds of times before. The following day, in a grandly orchestrated event, Wu Feng captured a demon from the deep mountains in full view of the assembled crowd. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful energy wave that obliterated the final demon created by the notorious Demon King Bick. True to his intention of spectacle, Wu Feng cast this visually striking energy wave and then promptly disregarded it, allowing the residual force to pierce through several mountains before dissipating into the ether. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 26. The Dawn of the Sacred Land. Ah, you're back so soon. I can't believe you didn't indulge in the pleasures of the outside world for a bit longer. What a miracle. Wu Taito teased as Wu Feng returned to the valley, having been eagerly awaited at the entrance after nearly a year apart. Alas, uncle, you simply do not grasp the complexities of my situation. This journey was truly beyond words. In any case, if I ever encounter such a burdensome task again, I would rather perish than undertake it. It was far too arduous, and my heart is utterly exhausted. Wu Feng confessed. To be frank, had I not been determined to see my efforts bear fruit, I would have long since thrown in the towel. Wu Feng displayed a visage of profound melancholy, as if he were pouring forth the burdens and frustrations that had long festered within him, unreservedly sharing them with his uncle. Enough of your complaints before me. Come inside. Wu Taido interjected, his tone lacking warmth. Your second aunt has long prepared a welcoming feast for you. If you dawdle any longer, the food will grow cold. Oh, is that so? Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry. It has been nearly a year since I last savored the delectable dishes personally crafted by my second aunt, Wu Feng exclaimed, his demeanor shifting dramatically, brimming with anticipation. The following day, Wu Feng awoke early, now standing atop the mountain, gazing peacefully at the ever-clear and radiant sky. His spirits soared, invigorated by the splendid weather, and he felt a renewed vitality coursing through him, even more so than before. With such exuberance, he contemplated that he would likely face the day's rigorous training with relative ease. In regard to his cultivation, unlike any other endeavor, Wu Feng remained unwavering and resolute. Committed without reservation, he could not afford to treat it with even a modicum of negligence. For 10 years, he had diligently persevered, never daring to underestimate the importance of consistent effort. Wu Feng understood the critical significance of strength, recognizing that formidable power serves as the foundation and prerequisite for all achievements. Thus, even as he sensed his abilities nearing a bottleneck, he continued his relentless training daily. He was acutely aware that unless he could break through his inner energy boundaries and provoke a higher-level transformation within his body, no amount of rigorous practice would yield any further enhancement of his innate vitality. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his commitment to daily training. For he understood that in the path of martial arts, one must either forge ahead against the current or regress. Failure to persist would not only lead to stagnation, but also squander precious time and squander innate talent. Consequently, with a keen awareness of the cautionary tales of Yi Bai Fan and Chi Luo Bei, Wu Feng dared not let his guard down, frequently drawing inspiration and motivation from their stories. Time swiftly passed, and another year had elapsed. On this day, the central circular training ground within the valley was bustling with all the inhabitants of the valley. At that moment, several hundred individuals stood distinctly around the periphery of the circular arena, tightly encircling it and leaving an open space of approximately 50 meters for the forthcoming annual year-end test competition. Ahem, silence please. Everyone quiet down. The call echoed through the gathering. Very well, from now on, anyone whose name I call must respond before stepping forward to take the test. Do you all understand? With a serious expression, Wu Feng addressed the array of youngsters assembled in the training ground during the inaugural annual year-end test, which he had advocated and successfully brought to fruition. Understood. A chorus of spirited voices echoed back from the group of children, who had evidently undergone a remarkable transformation through rigorous training. Excellent. Your responses are quite resounding. Now, without further ado, let us commence the roll call, Wu Feng stated, nodding in satisfaction. Wu Xiaoshan. Upon hearing his name, Wu Xiaoshan stepped out of the line and strode confidently towards Wu Feng, his gaze unwavering as he awaited further instructions. Observing this, Wu Feng wasted no time and pointed towards 3 stone mills of varying sizes positioned on the training grounds. Do you see the 3 stone mills before you? Your task is to muster all your strength and see if you can move any one of them. Do you comprehend? Understood. Wu Xiaoshan responded loudly. Realizing the task was simpler than he had anticipated, he immediately approached the largest of the 3 stone mills, positioning himself and channeling his energy. After a brief moment of preparation, he exerted a tremendous force, attempting to move the massive stone mill, which weighed several tons and had been crafted with divine assistance. Thud. Ouch, that hurts. Wu Xiaoshan, having recklessly chosen the heaviest stone mill without a proper assessment, found himself unable to budge it at all. Instead, he was sent sprawling to the ground due to the force of reaction. Laughter erupted from the audience, consisting of both relatives and fellow trainees, who found his predicament amusing. Even the usually stoic Wu Feng couldn't help but display a fleeting smile at the sight. All right, everyone, let us settle down. Enough laughter, maintain some seriousness. The test is still in progress. Wu Feng called out, regaining order as Wu Xiaoshan quickly got back on his feet. The crowd stifled their laughter. Their attention fixed on Wu Xiaoshan, who stood before the 3 stone mills, gathering his strength once more. Come on, move, he urged himself, now opting to gradually increase his effort to push the second largest stone mill. Regrettably, despite the brilliance of the idea, the inherent limitations of one's own capabilities rendered it ineffective. Even when Wu Xiaoshan exerted every ounce of strength, to the extent of summoning all the vigor he could muster, he was still unable to budge the stone mill in the center, not even by the slightest degree. Faced with such a disheartening reality, Wu Xiaoshan, having exhausted all his efforts, reluctantly relinquished his aspirations and ceased his struggles. After a brief respite, he approached the smallest stone mill, gathering a modicum of strength before pushing against it with his hand. This time, disappointment did not follow, as he gradually increased his force. The once motionless stone mill began to tremble and turn. It continued its slow rotation until it reached approximately a 90-degree angle, a quarter of a circle, at which point it finally came to a halt due to Wu Xiaoshan reaching his physical limits. Well, that's acceptable. At least I've passed. With a score of 26 tons, Wu Xiaoshan thought to himself as he stepped aside. The next participant, Wu Xiaosher, scored a commendable 45 tons, marking a middle-range performance. Following him was Wu Xiaofei, who delivered a notable performance with 73 tons, earning her a commendable rating, yet encouragement for further efforts was still warranted. Next was Wu Xiaoxiang, who, as the most diligent and hardworking captain, achieved an impressive 82 tons, marking her performance as superior. Wu Xiaoyan followed, impressing everyone with a score of 89 tons, while Wu Xiaoyu managed 63 tons, ranking as good. Wu Xiaofeng came next with 49 tons, falling within the middle range. Wu Xiaoyan achieved a remarkable 97 tons, receiving a superior rating, and finally, Wu Xiaofeng scored 38 tons. That concludes the results of your diligent training thus far. Overall, the outcomes are quite satisfactory, Wu Feng remarked, observing the bar graph that documented all the scores with a smile. Although there remains a considerable gap from my anticipated goals, it's understandable given that we are merely at the nascent stage of our journey. In any case, I urge everyone to continue striving for excellence. At the conclusion of the event, aside from the top 3 participants who were to remain for awards, everyone else was dismissed. Wu Feng, while observing the statistics, wore a contented smile and spoke softly. As time drifted on, another year had swiftly passed. After quietly observing the second annual test competition hosted by his uncle, Wu Taidu, in the training grounds, Wu Feng could not help but smile knowingly. After a brief moment of reflection, he turned away without a hint of reluctance, leaving the stage entirely to his uncle to manage freely, fully embracing whatever outcome lay ahead with an attitude of complete trust in the process. Thus, based on this, even though Wu Feng clearly observed that his uncle was not performing particularly well or smoothly, appearing somewhat flustered and prone to errors, he chose to refrain from offering any assistance, allowing his uncle to operate freely in the moment. At that instant, Wu Feng, after confirming for the last time that everything within the valley was progressing and developing as he had envisioned, finally set aside his lingering worries. He then collected his thoughts, preparing to embark on the long-anticipated period of seclusion. During this extensive time of introspective cultivation, he aimed to address 2 long-standing issues that had accumulated in his mind due to a lack of time to resolve them. Firstly, to systematically organize the increasingly bloated and chaotic martial arts knowledge within his mind, and secondly, to create a technique akin to the Kaioken that could amplify his combat power, serving as a trump card in the Dragon Ball universe. The night passed without incident. The following morning, after exchanging final instructions with his uncle regarding the significant matters he had long been planning, Wu Feng completely transitioned into a state of carefree detachment. Entering his seclusion with peace of mind, he ceased to expend any thought on external affairs, dedicating himself entirely to his cultivation. Entering a state of focused concentration, akin to a scholar immersed in sacred texts, he efficiently sorted through the mountains of martial knowledge accumulated in his mind. Time unknowingly slipped by during Wu Feng's seclusion, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. At this moment, Wu Feng had thoroughly assimilated and digested all the martial knowledge in his mind, achieving a true understanding that became intrinsically his own. With the long-standing issues finally resolved, Wu Feng felt a profound sense of clarity and satisfaction. The absorption of the vast martial knowledge had significantly elevated his foundational understanding and inner state. After a moment of deep reflection on his transformations, Wu Feng confidently recognized that he could undoubtedly surpass the version of himself from before his seclusion. Although he could sense that the energy within him had not changed significantly since before his retreat, he remained steadfast in his belief. The reason for Wu Feng's unwavering conviction lay in the fact that he had seamlessly integrated all the techniques he had mastered. He had truly reached a level where his movements flowed effortlessly, achieving a new pinnacle in his martial artistry. This state of transcendence allowed him to unleash his full potential, comparable to that of a peak martial arts master. Thus, it could be said that Wu Feng had ascended to the status of a martial arts sage within the Dragon Ball universe. Returning to the matter at hand. While it is indeed a significant and delightful achievement for Wu Feng to reach new heights in the realm of martial arts during this period of seclusion, the true magnitude of his gains extends far beyond this singular accomplishment. It is essential to recognize that throughout this 6-month uninterrupted retreat dedicated to cultivation and refinement, Wu Feng initially focused on the most urgent and necessary aspect of his training, the visualization of the Qinglian, or Green Lotus, to enhance his spiritual power. After skillfully integrating the techniques for cultivating the spirit imparted by the celestial deities, Wu Feng was astonished to discover that the vital energy in the Dragon Ball world could be assimilated and absorbed directly by his soul's power, without the need for intermediary transformations through martial arts techniques. This revelation left Wu Feng in a state of disbelief, akin to a dream, as he grappled with the notion that the elusive spiritual essence, often deemed the most challenging of the 3 treasures of the human body in Taoism, could be so effortlessly resolved in the Dragon Ball realm. Though he initially found it hard to accept, plagued by self-doubt and wondering if he were merely dreaming, Wu Feng has since come to clearly perceive the fully formed and almost tangible Qinglian platform radiating a gentle glow within the ocean of his soul. This realization compelled Wu Feng to acknowledge that the fundamental vital energy inherent in the Dragon Ball world serves as an unparalleled advantage for his cultivation of spiritual power. With this understanding, Wu Feng, in a state of ecstatic joy, recognized that his life was poised to take flight. After all, if a life enhanced by such extraordinary gifts could not soar, he believed it would be a mere waste of sustenance and time, rendering existence futile. It is worth noting that the euphoria of such moments often fades with the passage of time. Following this period of elation, Wu Feng, after calming the ripples in his heart, turned to the martial arts experiences documented by the celestial deities of Earth. He devoted considerable time to meticulously browsing, experiencing, and comprehending these varied teachings, eventually savoring and assimilating the rich tapestry of martial wisdom from generations past. Upon absorbing the diverse martial experiences recorded by the Earth's celestial deities, Wu Feng felt an exhilarating expansion of his horizons, as a sudden flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. Remarkably, this moment of insight accelerated the process of integrating the array of martial techniques he had previously anticipated would require substantial time to master. Moreover, it was during the culmination of his final technique that a fleeting thought unexpectedly shattered the bottleneck that had long hindered his progress in the realm of martial arts. After half a year of seclusion, Wu Feng garnered an immense wealth of inspiration, yet he chose not to emerge immediately according to his predetermined plan. Instead, seizing the moment when creativity surged within him, he fervently devised a martial art technique reminiscent of the King of Realms' fist. The creation of this amplifying secret technique ensured that should Wu Feng encounter adversaries with superior combat prowess, he would not succumb helplessly but would instead stand his ground and fight back. It must be noted that in this state of inspired creativity, Wu Feng experienced an almost magical fulfillment of his thoughts. Problems that had previously eluded him despite prolonged contemplation suddenly unraveled with remarkable clarity. In less than an hour, Wu Feng had outlined a framework for the martial art capable of enhancing his combat abilities. He continued to explore, dissect, and synthesize at an exhilarating pace, determined to discover the most effective and suitable approach. However, fate proved unkind. Just as he was on the verge of fully realizing his creation, inspiration vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. This sudden disappearance left Wu Feng, who had just begun to shape a prototype of the technique, in a state of disarray and frustration. Chapter 28. Initial completion and wish-making. The rapid development of the martial art was abruptly interrupted, leaving behind an incomplete prototype. With no other recourse, Wu Feng, after gathering his disheartened spirits, reluctantly resorted to methodically working through the existing framework, hoping to eventually realize the completion of his martial art. Time slipped away once again as Wu Feng immersed himself in the slow progression of his technique, and before he knew it, 6 months had passed. On this day, it had been a full 2 weeks since the successful hosting of the third testing competition overseen by Wu Feng's second uncle. As Wu Feng approached the conclusion of his relentless 6-month endeavor, the setting sun heralded the final stages of his martial art's development, bringing him closer to completion. In the next moment, with the freshly minted technique enhancing combat capability, a smile of satisfaction graced Wu Feng's face. And the tension he had maintained so diligently finally crumbled under the weight of exhaustion and drowsiness. He succumbed to a deep slumber, and when he awoke 5 days later, it was already evening. Rejuvenated, Wu Feng stretched languidly and yawned, feeling a resurgence of vibrant energy coursing through him. Feeling invigorated after completing his meditation, Wu Feng did not linger in his secluded retreat, having merely tested the potency of his newly devised martial arts technique. He promptly exited the confines of his sanctuary and ventured into the familiar, sprawling forest. Thus commenced another hunting expedition for Wu Feng, who, with a mere wave of his energy, summoned forth the majestic tiger, the revered king of the forest, which would graciously serve as his evening's feast. As night fell in silence, the following morning, Wu Feng arose with the intent to validate the fruits of his recent seclusion. He immediately sought out his uncle, who was engaged in his morning exercises. Upon finding him, Wu Feng wasted no time in articulating his desire to engage in a sparring match. Seeking to measure the gains from his retreat, without hesitation, Wu Tai, his uncle and esteemed mentor, acquiesced to his request. The two then proceeded to the expansive training ground at the heart of the valley. Upon entering, Wu Tai settled his mind and assumed his stance, casting a solemn gaze toward Wu Feng, who was equally prepared. Both uncle and nephew refrained from immediate action, instead choosing to build their energies in a silent standoff. It was only when a leaf, seemingly carried by the wind, gently descended between them that they both sprang into motion, akin to flashes of lightning. In an instant, they closed the distance from the edges of the training field to its center, exchanging nearly 100 strikes before swiftly retreating to their original positions, resuming their initial standoff as the leaf touched the ground. This renewed confrontation did not linger as long as the previous one. Soon, exclamations from the gathered spectators filled the air. Wu Feng, who had been intentionally restraining his combat prowess to match that of Wu Tai, was the first to act. With a slight shift of his body, he conjured a myriad of afterimages, resembling a multitude of shadowy clones, which danced around his uncle, who stood vigilant and ready to counter any surprise attacks. After weathering several of Wu Feng's unpredictable strikes, Wu Tai recognized the necessity of shifting from a defensive posture to a more proactive approach. Prolonged passivity could yield unforeseen consequences. In the next heartbeat, after successfully parrying Wu Feng's assault, he seized the momentum to break free from the tightly woven web of afterimages and re-established a standoff with his nephew. Moments later, the tension of their confrontation dissipated as both combatants moved with remarkable swiftness. In a breathtaking display of speed, two figures moved with such intensity that they generated a powerful gust of wind, engaging in a continuous exchange of strikes within a mere fraction of a second. The combatants clashed and separated with lightning speed, their duel escalating to hundreds of exchanges in an instant. Notably, the arena remained in a state of relentless motion, and rather than slowing due to the prolonged high velocity, their attacks became increasingly rapid as time progressed. Gradually, the onlookers in the valley found themselves utterly bewildered, unable to discern the precise location of the two combatants. They could only infer the state of the battle through the myriad of indistinct afterimages, reflecting the intensity of the exchanges that filled the training ground. This fierce confrontation persisted for a quarter of an hour until Wu Feng, having attained the answers he sought, unleashed a sudden surge of power, forcefully driving Wu Tai-do out of the training area, thereby concluding this sparring match aimed at testing his own transformations. My boy, your recent seclusion has evidently propelled your strength to remarkable heights, Wu Tai-do exclaimed, astonished. Though I anticipated that this challenge would pose no obstacle for you, your breakthrough came sooner than I ever expected, completely catching me off guard. It appears that, at this moment, you have surpassed me in every conceivable aspect. Alas, I am growing old. The era ahead truly belongs to your generation. Wu Feng, after revealing a look of resignation, remarked, "Come now, uncle, do not jest with me. That last strike that sent you reeling. I refuse to believe you were unaware of my subtle increase in force. I am well aware of that. Yet my point extends beyond mere strength," Wu Taido sighed. "But never mind, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Just pretend to be oblivious to my intentions. It's time to return. I have been away from the dojo for too long," he added with a playful chastisement, waving his hand dismissively, his demeanor tinged with melancholy. With that, Wu Taido chose to ignore Wu Feng's expression of innocent bewilderment, as if wronged, and strode away with a complex mix of emotions, heading towards the valley's entrance. In a short while, the once upright figure, now slightly stooped, vanished entirely from the sight of the onlookers. Meanwhile, witnessing his uncle's dejected departure, Wu Feng felt a brief pang of guilt but quickly cast it aside, choosing not to dwell on it further. Due to his deep understanding of his uncle's character over the years, Wu Feng was acutely aware that comfort was unnecessary and superfluous for him. In this moment, Wu Feng had every reason to believe that his uncle, with his open-minded disposition, would naturally come to terms with the situation within a short span of time, and surely, thereafter, would reveal a reassuring smile. Unperturbed by any concern that his uncle might succumb to despair, Wu Feng exchanged a brief greeting with his second uncle present at the scene before swiftly departing towards the direction of the Celestial Temple. As he soared through the skies at exhilarating speed, Wu Feng reached the venerable Master Karen in just a quarter of an hour. Upon arrival, after engaging in a few nostalgic exchanges with Master Karen, he quickly obtained the desired dozen or so magical beans and hurried towards the temple above. Notably, unlike before, this time Wu Feng, who had undergone significant transformation, took merely a few minutes to traverse from Karen's tower to the Celestial Temple. Upon his return to the temple, Wu Feng was met with a stark contrast to his first visit. This time, the only one waiting for him at the entrance was Bobo. "Hello, Bobo. It's been a while." Wu Feng greeted warmly upon spotting Bobo, who had been anticipating his arrival. "Greetings, Wu Feng. Please follow me. The Celestial God is already aware of your arrival," Bobo replied politely, maintaining a neutral expression as he proceeded directly to the Celestial God. Not surprised by this development, Wu Feng displayed an expression of understanding and followed Bobo's lead, soon arriving before the Celestial God. "Greetings, Wu Feng. May I inquire if you have any urgent matters to discuss during your visit to the Celestial Temple?" The Celestial God inquired straightforwardly, without waiting for Wu Feng to speak. "Well, the reason for my visit is to ask if you are aware of the current locations of the 7 wish-granting Dragon Balls on Earth." Wu Feng replied softly after a moment of surprise. "The Dragon Balls, you say? I am indeed familiar with them, as they were my creation. How could I possibly not know?" The Celestial God, Piccolo, mused briefly before his expression turned serious as he regarded Wu Feng. "So, Mr. Wu Feng, your purpose in visiting the temple is to acquire information regarding the precise whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Is that correct?" "Indeed, you are correct. Due to certain special reasons that I cannot disclose at this moment, I require the use of the wish-granting Dragon Balls. Thus I kindly ask for your guidance," Wu Feng requested earnestly. "Is that so? Very well," the Celestial God replied. "Please be patient for a moment. I need a bit of time to attune myself to the specific locations of the 7 Dragon Balls that were recently scattered." As the deity Piccolo hesitated, feeling quite troubled, he suddenly recalled the observations he had made over the past days. Coupled with his reflections on Wu Feng's character, he concluded that Wu Feng was not a nefarious villain. Even if he were to use the Dragon Balls to make a wish, it should not cause any significant harm to the mortal realm. Thus, he slowly nodded in agreement. "Very well, take your time to sense them. Rest assured, I am in no rush," Wu Feng said, feeling a sense of relief and expressing his gratitude. It must be noted that, compared to mortals, the credibility of deities is indeed commendable and trustworthy. After readily acquiescing to Wu Feng's request, the deity Piccolo began to act before him. With a mere thought, he invoked the extraordinary ability reserved for deities, the power to perceive, or rather, to observe the entirety of Earth. At that moment, standing nearby and witnessing the spectacle, Wu Feng observed as the deity, after gently closing his eyes, began to emanate a soft golden glow. This luminescence lasted for less than a quarter of an hour, gradually fading as Piccolo opened his eyes. It is noteworthy that although this series of actions appeared exceedingly simple to Wu Feng, merely closing his eyes for a while and then reopening them. Within that brief interval, Piccolo had precisely located the positions of the 7 Dragon Balls. Thanks to the authority bestowed upon him as the Earth's deity and the unique connection he shared with the Dragon Balls. Having discerned their locations in such a short span, Piccolo wasted no time. The moment he regained his composure after opening his eyes, he directly informed Wu Feng. I have ascertained the exact positions of the 7 Dragon Balls. Allow me a moment to illustrate their locations for you. Understood, take your time. I am truly not in a hurry. Moreover, I cannot thank you enough for this significant assistance. If ever you need anything or encounter challenges, do not hesitate to seek my help. I assure you, I will never decline. Wu Feng excitedly pledged, eager to express his gratitude. Mr. Wu Feng, there is no need for such formality. My willingness to assist stems from my unwavering belief in your character and integrity. Therefore, it is my duty to help you in any way I can, replied the deity Piccolo, his demeanor calm and composed. As he diligently sketched the precise locations of the Dragon Balls while gazing at Wu Feng with a sincere smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the celestial being Piccolo directly handed over the meticulously crafted map, detailing the route to locate the 7 Dragon Balls, to Wu Feng, who had just opened his mouth to express his gratitude. This abrupt gesture from Piccolo compelled Wu Feng to swallow the words he had prepared in his mind, and he instinctively raised his hand to accept the map. With the map in hand, which had effectively interrupted Wu Feng's intended speech, the composed Piccolo, donning a professional smile, continued in a calm tone, "Very well, Mr. Wu Feng, your request has been fulfilled. If you have no further matters to attend to, you may embark on your quest to find the 7 wish-granting Dragon Balls." "Ah, yes, then I shall take my leave. Farewell," Wu Feng responded, slightly taken aback at first, then smiling warmly as he waved goodbye and departed. In the year 465 of the Age of the Gods, 4 years had passed since the Demon King Piccolo was subdued by Wu Feng. On this day, in the nation of Rice, which had returned to a state of normalcy, there lay a small mountain village named Ming Village, encircled on 3 sides by towering mountains. At this moment, the villagers, numbering over 100 and known for their peaceful existence, felt an impending calamity approaching. They were about to endure an onslaught from a band of notorious mountain bandits, who would soon descend upon them with ferocity, wreaking havoc, pillaging, and committing acts of violence. "Run, everyone run. The bandits are coming to our village. What are we to do? Village chief, stop lamenting and run. Run, or it will be too late for your lives. Indeed, don't hesitate. Flee now? Mother, I'm scared. Child, do not fear. Hide here and remember, no matter what sounds you hear, do not come out and remain silent. Understood? Don't pull me. I want tea leave. I want to stay and fight alongside Uncle Dazhuang and the others to defend our village. Oh, may the gods protect us. May the gods ensure everyone's safety. Village chief, you all must leave quickly. We will stand and fight against those vile bandits to the very end." In the midst of the chaos, the villagers of Ming Village cried out in panic as they hurriedly fled, creating a scene of utter disarray. The tumultuous situation persisted for a quarter of an hour until a dozen brave farmers, unable to bear the sight any longer, stepped forward, resolutely deciding to guard the village entrance and confront the malevolent bandits. A moment later, at the village entrance, they faced the band of bandits. "Ha! With your meager skills, you think you can play the heroes defending the village? Engaging in battle with the people of our Wohujai is truly a display of ignorance, a lack of self-awareness, and an underestimation of our strength. Ha ha." Upon encountering the guards stationed at the village entrance, a dozen rugged men wielding various farming implements, the third in command of Wohujai could not help but laugh derisively, loudly mocking them. After his derision, wielding a massive axe, he wasted no time, stepping forth from the crowd, leaping into the air and executing a powerful downward strike aimed squarely at the farmers standing at the village entrance. With a thunderous crash, the impact of the axe striking the ground sent a cloud of dust billowing into the air, scattering dirt and stones in every direction. The force of the blow felled the row of spirited farmers, each clutching their wounds as they writhed in agony on the ground. Ha ha ha. They truly underestimated their capabilities, thinking they could thwart our entry into the village. How laughable. We expected a modicum of amusement, yet they proved utterly feeble. However, on another note, it is astonishing that after all these years, the third in command remains as formidable as ever. Truly, he has aged like fine wine. Indeed, to maintain his position as the third in command of Wohujai, one must possess considerable prowess. I must say, it appears he has grown even stronger than before. Haha, indeed. The credit for this improvement must go to our great savior, the selfless hero, Master Wu, for imparting his teachings. Yes, we owe him our deepest gratitude. Haha. As the band of mountain bandits followed the third in command, laughing and engaging in shameless flattery, a sudden, indifferent voice interrupted their banter. Following the divine roadmap provided by the celestial beings, Wu Feng, after a month of relentless travel, finally located the last 4-star Dragon Ball, adorning the neck of a 5- or 6-year-old girl. After finding the timid girl hidden within a rice jar and coaxing her out, he struck a delightful bargain with the little girl, named Nuan Nuan, using 2 candied hawthorns to exchange for the final Dragon Ball. Just as the transaction concluded and Wu Feng prepared to set the girl down and depart, he sensed a group of individuals with a malevolent aura approaching swiftly. In light of this, Wu Feng, reflecting on the current desolate state of the village, where scarcely a soul could be found, and the little girl nestled in his arms, joyfully savoring the candied hawthorn he had prepared, suddenly felt as though he had come to a profound realization. Enlightened in an instant, he chose not to set down the adorable child indulging in the delicacy, but instead, with a steely gaze, strode purposefully toward the village entrance, cradling her closely. At that moment, having witnessed the unfolding events, Wu Feng was thoroughly incensed by the demeanor and words of the bandits. Thus, before they could express their confusion or demand answers, he unleashed a powerful energy blast, his expression unwavering, obliterating the bandits along with the undulating mountains behind them, leaving not a trace in their wake. Chapter 30. The Wish. Instantaneous movement with a resounding explosion echoing through the air. All that remained was a scene of devastation and a few stunned farmers, paralyzed by fear, their own injuries forgotten. Although he had anticipated such occurrences when he made the decision to disseminate his teachings to the world and had mentally prepared himself for acceptance, witnessing the devastation firsthand ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. Wu Feng understood the principle that enduring prolonged pain was less favorable than embracing a swift resolution. Yet the reality of the situation stirred his heart to an overwhelming rage. Having vanquished the bandits completely, Wu Feng did not depart immediately, but remained rooted in contemplation, his mind racing with thoughts he had previously overlooked, lost in reflection for an extended moment. It was not until a melodious voice broke through his reverie. "Wow, uncle. You are so amazing. You made the bad people and even that huge mountain disappear in an instant." Startled from his pensive state, Wu Feng instinctively glanced at the little girl in his arms, who was now beaming with joy and admiration. "Huh, my dear, is that how you see it?" "Indeed. I was just letting my thoughts wander too far. But tell me, would you like to learn how to make the bad people disappear too?" The little girl, momentarily interrupting his musings, eagerly nodded her head, her face alight with excitement and longing. Yes, yes. I want to learn. I want to be as powerful as you, uncle, and make the bad people vanish. Oh, you wish to be as formidable as I am. That is no simple feat. It requires arduous and diligent practice to achieve such prowess. Moreover, once one embarks on the path of cultivation, one cannot pause for respite along the way. Gazing at the adorable little creature nestled in his arms, whose petite head was flickering with light, Wu Feng raised an eyebrow and feigned a serious demeanor as he recounted his admonitions to the little girl. Undeterred, the child expressed her determination, proclaiming her willingness to toil diligently in her training. She harbored aspirations to defend her mother, protect the uncles, aunts, and grandparents in her village, and confront any wrongdoers. Instead of retreating in fear from Wu Feng's intimidating words, the chubby-cheeked girl displayed a resolute countenance, embodying a spirit of earnestness and tenacity as she responded thoughtfully. "Ha. Splendid. Given your answer, I am greatly pleased. From this moment forth, little one, you shall be my first disciple in this world." Wu Feng beamed with satisfaction as he accepted her as his chief apprentice, a bond of fate forming between them. After officially taking her as his pupil, Wu Feng had no intention of lingering. He exchanged greetings with a farmer at the village entrance, who had just regained his composure, and briefly explained the matter of the little girl accompanying him. In an instant, he and his charming apprentice soared into the sky, and after approximately 15 minutes of flight, they descended into a desolate wilderness. Notably, Wu Feng chose this barren and forlorn landscape not for any particular reason, but rather to avoid any delays. Fearing that prolonged night could lead to unforeseen complications, He resolved to summon the dragon first, wishing for that which he had long coveted. As he descended gently from a height of 100 meters, Wu Feng did not immediately produce the Dragon Balls to make his wish. Instead, he meticulously sensed the surroundings for several miles, ensuring there were no humans or animals nearby. Once reassured, he gently placed the sleeping child on a patch of soft grass and retrieved the 7 Dragon Balls from his pocket, arranging them on the ground. After a brief moment of preparation, Wu Feng called out to the 7 Dragon Balls, "Come forth, divine dragon." The moment his words fell, the 7 Dragon Balls underwent a remarkable transformation, and with a blinding flash of light, the sky altered dramatically. A magnificent azure dragon, approximately 100 meters in length, materialized before Wu Feng. "State your wish. I can grant any desire, but it is limited to one." Before Wu Feng could articulate his thoughts on the astonishing spectacle, the summoned azure wish-granting dragon spoke with an air of authority. "Ah, so it is indeed only one. I should not have harbored unrealistic hopes that the divine being would grant me an additional wish due to our acquaintance. In that case, dragon, please grant my wish. I yearn to master the ability of instantaneous movement completely." Without hesitation, Wu Feng articulated the wish he had long contemplated. The desire was simple: "Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell." Upon hearing Wu Feng's wish, the dragon, without a moment's pause, unleashed a dazzling beam of light from its immense eyes, enveloping Wu Feng and instantaneously realizing his desire. Subsequently, with no hesitation, it transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, now in a petrified state. In the next heartbeat, the 7 stone Dragon Balls rapidly scattered in all directions. Observing this, Wu Feng set aside his desire to immediately experience his newfound ability. In a flash, he leapt forward, swiftly positioning himself before one of the petrified Dragon Balls that was spinning high above, poised to disperse. With lightning speed, he seized the nearest stone Dragon Ball that had yet to take flight. Grasping the escaping Dragon Ball, Wu Feng disregarded the other 6. After securely stowing the Dragon Ball at his side, he promptly sat down cross-legged, immersing himself in the understanding of the instantaneous movement ability imparted by the dragon. 15 minutes later, feeling he had fully mastered the skill acquired from his wish, Wu Feng rose and began to experiment. Targeting the aura of his beloved disciple, he focused his intention and activated the skill. In the next instant, he found himself beside the little girl, effortlessly lifting her once more. He then released his perception, randomly targeting the aura of various animals or people, continuously experimenting and familiarizing himself with his newly acquired skill. Thus, in the ensuing period, Wu Feng, cradling the little girl, oscillated between disappearance and reappearance. For instance, one moment he was amidst a desolate wilderness, and the next, he materialized in the bustling center of a town. After frolicking for a while, as the novelty began to wane, Wu Feng and the little girl, now awake and feeling satisfied, finally remembered the pressing matters at hand. He executed his final instantaneous movement of the day, arriving at the home of the little girl in Mingji village, where he encountered his disciple's parents. Upon the sudden appearance of Wu Feng in their home, the little girl's parents were momentarily taken aback, but quickly accepted the situation with calm composure. Realizing Wu Feng's identity, they deemed this capability quite normal for him. With a sense of reverence for Wu Feng, the hero who had vanquished the world-destroying demon, they naturally accepted everything related to him and subsequently engaged in a warm and amicable conversation with him. The discussion, though presented as a negotiation, was predominantly dominated by Wu Feng, with the parents of the little girl merely nodding in agreement like parrots. Thanks to this, everything progressed smoothly, and Wu Feng formally established the apprenticeship with the girl's parents. They agreed that during future holidays, the little girl would return to reunite with her family. After a prolonged period of discomfort, Wu Feng took his leave. With a mere thought, he vanished before the girl's parents, only to reappear beside the grand circular training ground within the Lian Mountain Valley moments later. The following day, Wu Feng promptly arranged the training plan for the little girl and asked his second uncle to keep an eye on her. He then teleported to the summit of the Qilian Mountains. However, he found himself grappling with the realization of his inadequacies. His strength was still far from sufficient. The purpose of his ascent to the peak was to validate a hypothesis he had conceived earlier. Unfortunately, after numerous attempts and experiments, he had to concede that he had been somewhat presumptuous, neglecting the most critical element, his own power. It is noteworthy that rather than wallowing in disappointment after his failure, Wu Feng swiftly identified the principal reason for his shortcomings from the original text: to navigate interstellar travel through teleportation. It was not merely essential to possess the extraordinary power of a super scion, akin to the protagonist in the original narrative, with combat abilities exceeding 100 million. At the very least, it required more than Wu Feng's current combat power of approximately 3,600. In fact, given his present capabilities, even with the utmost effort to activate teleportation, he could merely traverse from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere. This underscores that Wu Feng's current strength was still vastly inadequate for instantaneous travel between planets. Chapter 31. Getting on track. At this moment, fully aware of his limitations, Wu Feng experienced a fleeting moment of dejection before regaining his composure and returning to a state of tranquil resolve. Calming his mind, he ceased to dwell on his recent failure and instead, with clarity, began to formulate a plan to address the gaps in his earlier strategy, ensuring the continuation of his envisioned objectives. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Feng arrived at two potential methods that could expedite his interstellar journey. The first was to locate the spaceship that the young deity had used when he first arrived on Earth. Indeed, there exists a spacecraft on Earth, long concealed by celestial beings in a dusty corner of the Cloud Zephyr Highlands. The protagonist, Wu Feng, is aware of its existence through memories from the original narrative. Notably, this very spacecraft is the one that the main character of the original tale utilized to journey to planet Namek. Initially, Wu Feng had contemplated this method but ultimately dismissed it. He recalled that the spacecraft had been reported to have certain malfunctions, and it was only after modifications by Dr. Brief, Bulma's father, that it was deemed safe for use. The thought of this critical detail led Wu Feng to resolutely abandon the notion, as he dared not gamble with his life by operating a flawed spacecraft that could potentially malfunction or disintegrate during interstellar travel. Moreover, even if he wished to use the spacecraft, he would only consider one that was devoid of any issues for safety's sake. Regrettably, within the time frame Wu Feng finds himself, he cannot locate even a single scientist of Dr. Brief's caliber, one capable of thoroughly understanding and appropriately modifying a spacecraft with which he has had no prior contact. Thus, it can be said that this particular method is entirely impractical for Wu Feng in the short term. However, despite recognizing its impracticality, Wu Feng revisits this approach not out of folly or a desire to test his survival in the vacuum of space. Nor has he suddenly found someone who can repair the spacecraft. Instead, he recalls that he could employ the Dragon Balls to wish for the spacecraft's repair. This realization prompts him to reconsider the idea as a viable option, and he plans to wait a year before using the Dragon Balls to see if it might indeed succeed. In addition to this initial method, Wu Feng has conceived a second highly feasible approach to significantly enhance his ki, or battle power, which is the most straightforward and direct solution. While this method is currently the simplest and most reliable, it is also the most challenging to achieve. At this moment, the best way for Wu Feng to rapidly augment his combat strength is to break through the limitations of his current internal cultivation level and ascend to a higher realm. This transformation would enable him to unlock the potential boundaries of his earthly lineage and elevate his latent capabilities once more. In other words, the so-called second method ultimately boils down to Wu Feng breaking through the realm of unity with heaven and man at the swiftest pace, thereby formally attaining the realm of shattered void. However, for Wu Feng at this moment, transcending the internal martial arts boundary poses a significant challenge and dilemma, as his comprehension of the shattered void remains insufficient. The situation manifests in that, recently, Wu Feng has consistently felt as though he is merely a hair's breadth away, just a delicate membrane separating him from the next realm. It seems that with just a little more effort, he could pierce through to the subsequent stage. Yet, in reality, Wu Feng has reluctantly discovered that no matter how hard he strives, he still falls short by that slight margin of strength. In light of this, after numerous failed attempts, Wu Feng ultimately relinquished the notion of forcibly breaking through the internal martial arts boundary based solely on his current insights. Instead of succumbing to despair following his unsuccessful attempts, Wu Feng experienced a moment of enlightenment after his final unsuccessful endeavor. He realized that if he could not transcend the boundary through his own comprehension, perhaps he could stimulate his progress with external aid. In this moment of clarity, Wu Feng instinctively glanced at the golden finger he had instinctively overlooked since his return to the Dragon World, the singularly functional progress bar. To his astonishment, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, The progress bar had been completely filled. It was merely his subconscious neglect that had led to this oversight, preventing him from noticing it sooner. Time flew by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. Not long ago, with the selfless assistance of the divine being Bic, Wu Feng gathered 7 Dragon Balls, summoned the dragon, and made the long-anticipated wish. Unfortunately, at that moment, filled with hope, when he wished for the complete restoration of the spaceship he had found in the Yunzabit Heights, he was informed by the dragon that this wish could not be fulfilled, as it exceeded the creator's, namely, the divine being's, capabilities. In that moment, upon learning of his wish's failure, Wu Feng could not help but feel profound disappointment. However, ultimately, he chose to accept this reality with quiet resignation. Subsequently, to avoid wasting such a precious wish, Wu Feng, reflecting on the past experiences in the Village of Light, made a wish that from that point onward, only those with just hearts could fully learn the martial arts techniques he imparted. The dragon, rather than disappointing Wu Feng again, remarked with an air of grandeur that the wish was simple and promptly fulfilled it for him. After the wish was fulfilled, the dragon, as usual, bade farewell and transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering swiftly in all directions until they vanished completely. Oh, and it is worth mentioning that during this time, Wu Feng, just like the last occasion, swiftly grasped one of the petrified Dragon Balls as they shot away, placing it in his pocket. At that moment, although Wu Feng returned with a sense of disappointment, he did not linger in regret for long. Merely a night passed before he resumed his normal state. The following morning, having adjusted his mindset, Wu Feng instantaneously transported himself before his uncle. He intended to discuss with Wu Taido how to effectively prevent and address encounters similar to those that had transpired in Ming Village. Uncle, I plan to advance the previously outlined strategy and formally initiate the next steps now. After a pleasant discussion, Wu Feng suddenly adopted a serious expression and spoke earnestly. Is there truly a need for such urgency? Has everything not been developing as we envisioned, normally and steadily? Wu Taido questioned Wu Feng with a furrowed brow, expressing his disapproval. Moreover, isn't it less than 3 years until the next phase of the plan is set to commence? Upon hearing Wu Feng's intention to expedite the plan, Wu Taido, who had been meticulously observing the situation, raised an eyebrow in concern for future endeavors. Uncle, times have changed. No matter how impeccable the plan, it cannot keep pace with the rapidity of change. Of course, the primary reason for this rests on my shoulders. I did not consider the situation thoroughly and comprehensively at that time. Otherwise, we would not have faced the distressing scene in Ming Village. Oh, let us not rush to rebuttal. Please allow me to recount my experiences from the past year in detail. I believe that after hearing my account, you will naturally understand why I insist on this course of action. Now, let me think about where to begin. Yes. Let me start with my time in the capital of the Rice Kingdom. This portion is omitted for brevity. Wu Feng elaborated on his shocking personal experiences from the past year, hoping to persuade his uncle. Has the situation truly deteriorated to such an extent? Sigh, it seems we indeed need to alter our plans. Here's what we shall do. I will let the disciples in the dojo take the first step and observe the results. What do you think of this approach? After contemplating Wu Feng's alarming narration, Wu Taido ultimately acquiesced to his proposal and devised a satisfactory compromise. I find this entirely acceptable. There are no issues here. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. It seems my uncle has truly considered everything thoroughly. Upon hearing the compromise proposed by Master Wu, Wu Feng readily agreed without hesitation, appearing almost anxious that his elder uncle might suddenly change his mind. Not only that, he even went so far as to flatter him subtly at the end. Thus, in the Wu Taido dojo, unbeknownst to the disciples, their esteemed teacher and senior brother had arranged a delightful period of cultivation through a brief exchange of words. Chapter 32. The initial momentum the following morning. Within the Wu Taido dojo, all disciples gathered together. At this moment, those who had arrived early sat solemnly in a circle, awaiting Master Wu's arrival while quietly whispering amongst themselves. Fourth senior brother, do you have any idea why our teacher summoned us here? Inquisitively, a lively disciple, approximately 15 or 16 years old, could no longer endure the oppressive silence. After noticing their teacher had yet to arrive, he leaned towards his closest companion, the fourth senior brother, and quietly inquired. Before the fourth senior brother could respond, another curious voice chimed in. Yes. Fourth senior brother, do tell us if you have any insider information. Indeed, our teacher even canceled the morning practice, which he has always insisted upon without fail. just to gather us for this meeting. Come on, fourth senior brother, don't keep us in suspense. Is there some significant announcement to be made? A third voice interjected, recalling the last time such a gathering occurred, coinciding with the emergence of the formidable Lord Pick. Enough with the questions. I truly know nothing this time. When the teacher arrives, you will all find out, the fourth senior brother, typically the knowledgeable one, declared. Though he was acutely aware that he had no insider information as his junior disciples believed. Yet, to maintain the persona he had diligently crafted, he feigned an air of mystery, appearing as if he had much to say yet refrained from doing so. It must be noted that the ambiguous expression he conjured was remarkably effective, as his younger peers, upon witnessing his demeanor, immediately speculated. Did Master instruct you not to speak freely, fourth senior brother? Ah, I see. Of course. What could possibly transpire in the dojo that the all-knowing fourth senior brother would not be aware of? Moreover, given the extraordinary significance of today's event, it is certain that the master had previously cautioned the fourth senior brother against divulging any information prematurely. At that moment, a devoted acolyte of the all-knowing fourth senior brother suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment and promptly added his thoughts. As soon as he finished speaking, this enthusiastic disciple, eager for validation of his conjecture, did not wait for other senior or junior brothers to respond before addressing the fourth senior brother once more. Isn't that right? Am I correct, fourth senior brother? In that instant, as the words of the eager disciple echoed in the air, all the disciples in the dojo, except for the already informed Wu Tian and Tao Bai He, turned their gazes toward the fourth senior brother, who was inwardly cursing his predicament, displaying expressions of curiosity and anticipation for further details. This fourth senior brother, now under the spotlight, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, grappling with an unspoken frustration. Reluctantly, he began to speak hesitantly, buying time while his mind raced to devise a way to respond ambiguously and artfully evade the matter at hand. Ensuring he did not reveal too much and avoiding potential awkwardness, once the master formally concluded the assembly. All right, everyone, please settle down and take your seats. The master is about to arrive. Fortunately, at that moment, one of the leaders in the dojo, Wu Tian, intervened, providing a much-needed reprieve for the beleaguered fourth senior brother, alleviating the impending awkward situation. Simultaneously, upon hearing that the master was approaching, everyone immediately adopted a posture of solemnity, attentively waiting and listening. With the sound of footsteps growing increasingly audible and approaching, the atmosphere in the dojo became utterly silent, save for the footsteps of Wu Taido. At this moment, he entered the dojo and, kneeling in his designated position, candidly stated the purpose of the morning assembly. Today, I have gathered you all to solemnly announce the main aspects of your upcoming cultivation. After articulating this, Wu Taido scanned the assembly, observing that no disciple raised any objections, all eagerly listening for his next words. He then gradually withdrew his gaze and continued, following a rigorous discussion with your senior brother. I have decided to permit some of you, whose abilities meet my standards, to undertake the trial of departure ahead of schedule and complete the final cultivation task I have prepared for you. The disciples were initially taken aback, and soon those who felt confident in their abilities displayed expressions of eager anticipation, ready to embrace the challenges ahead. On the other hand, those disciples who felt acutely aware of their own inadequacies displayed expressions of frustration and envy. They implored their teacher for clarification on the standards. In the dojo, numerous disciples, led by Wu Tian and Tao Baiha, who believed themselves to be competent, exchanged glances for a moment before rising in unison to bow to Wu Taidu, speaking in harmony. Very well, please take your seats. The instruments needed to assess your abilities have been procured by your eldest senior brother. Behold, this is it. As Wu Taidu addressed the inquiries of his disciples, he swiftly retrieved the testing apparatus prepared by his nephew, Wu Feng. With a resounding thud, a large stone mill, measuring 4 meters per side, was placed in the center of the dojo in an instant. After allowing the disciples a moment to observe and discuss, Wu Taidu began to explain. This stone mill will serve as the tool to measure whether your prowess meets the required standards. Enough of the preamble. I shall now personally demonstrate the process for you. Pay close attention, it is quite simple, as long as one is not foolish. I believe no one will struggle to replicate the action after a single demonstration. With that, Wu Taidu commenced his demonstration before the assembled disciples. After a brief moment of preparation, he forcefully pushed against the stone mill, causing it to spin until it reached a half circle, or 180 degrees. before coming to a steady halt. 50,000 tons. Not bad. A slight improvement over last time, Wutaidu remarked, feeling a quiet satisfaction as he observed the final result. Without allowing the disciples to pose questions, he continued, "You will now follow the actions I just demonstrated, one by one. As long as you can make the stone mill rotate to at least 1/50th of a circle, you will meet the qualification standards. Do you all understand?" "Understood, teacher," the disciples replied in unison. "Good. Then let us proceed with the tests in descending order. Wu Tian, you shall go first." After a slight nod, Wu Taidu instructed according to his premeditated plan. "Very well, teacher," Wu Tian responded immediately, not hesitating upon hearing his name called. Following the teacher's earlier example, he proceeded with the test. 2,500 tons. Quite good. You have passed. Next, Tao Baiha, 2,600 tons. Excellent. On to the next. After a quarter of an hour, the tense testing phase finally came to a close. In this test, those who ultimately passed have met the criteria to partake in the forthcoming expedition trials. Among all the disciples of the Taoist temple, they are truly a rare selection. The following day, at dawn, a multitude of disciples gathered outside the gates of the Mutaito Taoist temple, waiting expectantly. This gathering was not for any other reason than to bid a reluctant farewell to the 14 brothers and sisters who had successfully passed the test and received their trial tasks. Run, brothers, run. The demon that recently annihilated 18 bandit camps is approaching our village. On this day, a bandit, from a distance, spotted Wu Tian, who had been absent from the Mutaito Taoist temple for over a month, now slowly nearing the location of his own stronghold. Instantly terrified, he frantically warned his comrades within the camp to flee while he dashed toward the escape tunnel he had prepared at the back mountain. Alas, despite the bandits' early warning of Wu Tian's approach to complete the expedition trials, he could not avert the inevitable fate that awaited him and his bandit hideout, an imminent obliteration by a single energy cannon blast. Another one eliminated. Drawing closer to the final expedition, Wu Tian mused, having completely eradicated the last bandit den in the mountainous region. His thoughts instinctively drifted to his tormentor, wondering how he was faring. "Brothers, charge. He is but one man. With our numbers, what have we to fear? We can outlast him." A small-time gang leader, witnessing the formidable prowess of the individual before him, sought to rally his troops and bolster morale amidst the encroaching despair. However, all was in vain. With a thunderous roar, the scene was left in disarray, accompanied by fleeting cries of anguish. Tired of the relentless pursuit, the notorious Tao Baihe, having witnessed the chaos, decided to take decisive action. With a swift energy wave, he eradicated all gang members present, obliterating this nefarious group. "Young man, thank you. We are immensely grateful. Had it not been for your intervention, our village would have been overrun by monsters." An elderly man from a remote, impoverished mountain village expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Lot, the fourth disciple of Wu Taido, known for his resourcefulness. Gratefulness radiated from a young child, no more than 11 or 12, who resided in a small town near the border of Shilin country. Hand in hand with his sister, the child expressed heartfelt thanks to their benefactor, Ryan, the 13th disciple of the esteemed martial artist Wu Taidu, for vanquishing the town's notorious bully. "Uncle, having witnessed so much, surely you can now rest assured about your disciples?" Wu Feng jested, observing his uncle's satisfaction after the last disciple's commendable actions. "Indeed, I am at ease now. Let us return," Wu Taidu replied, dismissing the playful tone of Wu Feng's words. He exhaled gently, a smile gracing his face as he spoke kindly to Wu Feng. The following morning, after meticulously arranging a day of training for his apprentice, Xianwan, Wu Feng instantly transported himself to the location where his uncle resided. "Uncle, I entrust everything to you for the time being," Wu Feng stated upon their meeting. "Very well, just remember to return promptly and do not linger too long." "I wonder what possesses you to seek trials in the cosmos at this moment," Wu Taidu remarked, a perplexed expression crossing his face. "Then I shall take my leave. The rest is in your capable hands, Uncle," Wu Feng said, offering a final farewell before he vanished without a moment's hesitation, teleporting directly to a forest at the southernmost tip of the western continent. Upon arriving in the depths of the primordial forest, Wu Feng surveyed the serene surroundings before resolutely deciding to embark on his second journey through time and space. With determination, he refrained from activating his extraordinary ability immediately. Instead, He extended his senses, meticulously scanning the area within several dozen miles to ensure no suspicious presence could unveil his secret. Once assured of the absence of any potential threats, he activated his power, disappearing into thin air. Chapter 33. The World of Storms begins. The great Buddha's knees flooded. The Lingyun Cave set ablaze in the land of Shinjo, where the Min River, Chini River, and Dadu River converge, rises a majestic mountain known as Leshan. Within Leshan lie two remarkable wonders. One is the enigmatic Lingyun Cave, a deep and intricately labyrinthine abyss. The other is the colossal statue of the great Buddha, meticulously carved from the sheer rock face of a cliff adjacent to Lingyun Cave. This grand statue, commissioned by local villagers during the Tang dynasty to serve as a deterrent, is known as the Leshan Giant Buddha, revered and celebrated through the ages. On this day, a father and son unexpectedly arrived at this location. The father, after exchanging a few words with his child, leapt gracefully, landing upon the expansive hand of the Leshan Giant Buddha. Without pausing, he utilized the momentum to soar effortlessly to the very crown of the Buddha. Simultaneously, as Nia Renwang, bearing the snow-drinking blade, ascended to the Buddha's head with remarkable agility, a figure abruptly materialized in the air above the great river, hovering less than 10 meters above the water's surface. Alas, this occurrence seemed utterly unreliable, as I found myself transported into the void above the river. Fortunately, being a master of internal energy at the celestial realm, I possessed the ability to navigate the air. Otherwise, I might have lost half my life in the fall. Wu Feng, who had traversed from the Dragon Ball universe, snapped back to reality from the mesmerizing sights of infinite time and boundless chaos he had witnessed during his journey. He realized he had arrived at his desired destination, a world brimming with advanced martial arts. Moreover, to his astonishment, he discovered that he had been teleported by a fortuitous encounter into the unknown expanse over a river. At that moment, gazing down at the tumultuous, murky waters swirling beneath him, the first thought that crossed Wu Feng's mind was a sage saying from a renowned figure: "Crossing carries risks. Rebirth requires caution." After a brief reflection on the unreliability of his fortune, Wu Feng composed himself and, before the two children, who were now wide-eyed with curiosity, began to demonstrate the art of walking in the void, a signature skill of someone at the celestial realm. As the youthful figure of Wu Feng glided through the air like a legendary deity, Xiao Duanlang and Xiao Nye Feng exclaimed in delight, "Wow, a deity! Are you a deity, uncle?" Chuckling, Wu Feng replied, "A deity? I cannot truly claim such a title. I am merely a practitioner of the mystical arts." He thought it futile to elaborate on such matters to the two little ones, who would hardly comprehend. "Now, let me ask you both a few questions. What are your names, and do you know where we are? And who are those two engaged in combat?" Approaching Xiao Nye Feng and Xiao Duanlang, Wu Feng briefly clarified that he was not a deity before posing his questions to the adorable children before him. "Uncle Deity, my name is Nye Feng, and we are in Leshan. The one fighting is my father." The kind-hearted and helpful Xiao Nye Feng answered without hesitation. "Uncle Deity, I am Duanlang, the son of the famed Nan Lin Swordmaster in the martial world. We are in Leshan Lingyun Cave, and I am currently measuring the water level," replied Xiao Duanlang. Upon hearing Wu Feng's inquiry, Xiao Duanlang followed up with Xiao Nye Feng's words, providing a supplementary introduction. Leshan, the colossal stone Buddha, Lingyun Cave, and of course, Xiao Nye Feng and Xiao Duanlang. I wondered why this scene felt so familiar, as if I had encountered it somewhere before. So that's it. By saying this, could it be that the two combatants are none other than the formidable Xiongba, who had recently established the Tianxia Society, and the North Drink Madblade, Nye Feng's father, Niren Wang? Upon absorbing the words of Xiao Nye Feng and Xiao Duanlang, Wu Feng swiftly deduced the identity of one of the fighters based on the weapon he wielded, instantly grasping the reality of the world he currently inhabited. Just as Wu Feng comprehended his situation, the water level began to rise, swiftly submerging the Buddha's knees. At that very moment, the duel between the two men reached a critical juncture. In a display of furious vengeance for his wife, Niren Wang unleashed a formidable strike. Splitting Mount Hua, empowered by the divine weapon in his hand, he emitted a blade of energy that cleaved through the air for more than 10 meters. Aimed directly at Xiongba, faced with the colossal wave of blade energy approaching him, Xiongba did not remain passive. Instead, he shouted and conjured a massive water sphere, formed from the gathered river waters, to counter the incoming attack. Upon collision, the blade energy sliced the water sphere in two, dissipating its power. Yet the severed halves surged forward, unrelenting, and struck Niren Wang, knocking him to the ground and inflicting grievous injuries, causing him to cough up a mouthful of crimson blood. "Dad, are you all right?" Xiao Niefeng, who had been watching intently, cried out in concern upon witnessing this scene. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards Niren Wang, who lay defeated at the entrance of Lingyun Cave. However, just as Xiao Niefeng was about to reach his father, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The fire demon, or rather, the fire Qilin, residing within Lingyun Cave, suddenly lunged forth, seizing the unprepared Niren Wang in its jaws. Without hesitation, it retraced its path with the swiftness of a master assassin, striking with precision and vanishing into the distance with remarkable agility. Ah, is this the legendary divine beast? The fire Qilin? Truly, seeing it in person surpasses mere hearsay. Wu Feng was immediately captivated by the magnificent creature, its presence radiating an overwhelming essence of power. In that fleeting moment, his thoughts converged, and he resolved that the fire Qilin must be his quarry. No longer a mere spectator, he surged forward with an electrifying thought. Swiftly positioning himself before the fire Qilin, effectively halting its escape while also rescuing Niren Wang in the process. With a grand gesture, he swiftly returned Niren Wang to the place where Xiao Niefeng was waiting outside the cave. Upon witnessing the prized possession snatched away by Wu Feng, the fire Qilin erupted in fury, launching itself at Wu Feng without a moment's hesitation. A resounding crash echoed as the fire Qilin collided with Wu Feng's formidable barrier, only to be immediately rebuffed and hurled against the surrounding stone walls, leaving behind a network of cracks reminiscent of spider webs. Rising once more from the ground, the fire Qilin shook its head to dispel the dizziness from the impact, and in an instant, its anger surged, instinctively intensifying the flames enveloping its body. The fire Qilin's blaze became more vigorous and fierce, causing the temperature within the cave to dramatically rise within mere moments. Chapter 34. Entering the Alliance. The fire Qilin roared incessantly, as if to intimidate or express its wrath, while simultaneously gathering its power. In just a few breaths, it had prepared its ultimate move, and without a second thought, it directed its molten fury towards Wu Feng, who stood a mere yard away, eyeing the creature with ill intent. Opening its mouth wide, the fire Qilin unleashed a pillar of searing flames, akin to molten lava, striking Wu Feng, who was eager to test his defenses. The inferno engulfed Wu Feng and the area surrounding him, continuing relentlessly for over 10 minutes before finally subsiding. After an uninterrupted barrage of flames, the fire Qilin, having exhausted its energy reserves, was compelled to cease its assault. In that moment of stillness, the fire Qilin panted heavily, its large eyes fixed on Wu Feng, who remained encircled by the remnants of the blaze. A quarter of an hour later, due to its dwindling strength, the intense flames that had enveloped Wu Feng gradually dissipated, vanishing into the air and revealing a satisfied expression on Wu Feng's face, shielded by his invincible barrier. Indeed, it seems my efforts were not in vain, Wu Feng mused, recognizing that the defensive prowess of his invincible barrier was precisely as he had envisioned, growing stronger with an increase in either his energy or true qi. It was a fitting tribute to the name he had bestowed upon it. With that thought lingering, Wu Feng leisurely pursued the fire Qilin, which had already distanced itself. The fire Qilin, realizing that Wu Feng appeared unscathed after enduring such relentless torment, quickly grasped that it had encountered yet another formidable opponent. Haunted by vivid memories of past encounters with equally overpowering foes, the fire Qilin was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Thus, it was only natural that he would no longer act foolishly and stubbornly as he had in the earlier instances. Consequently, upon realizing that his powerful strike had yielded no effect, he did not hesitate to flee at once. He sprinted towards his lair within the Lingyun Cave, quickly vanishing from sight. It is noteworthy that during this time, Wu Feng had numerous opportunities to intercept him beforehand, yet ultimately, he chose to forego them. He allowed the fire Qilin to escape unimpeded, not out of a sudden benevolence, but because he recognized that capturing the fire Qilin at this moment would serve little purpose. Without having discovered an effective method to absorb the fire Qilin's essence while avoiding the detrimental influence of the contained demonic energy, Wu Feng decided to temporarily let the fire Qilin roam freely. He resolved to pursue it later, once he had found a viable way to dispel the demonic energy. After contemplating this carefully, Wu Feng halted his pursuit of the fleeing fire Qilin. After all, the fire Qilin would not wander far. Its activities were confined to the vicinity of Lingyun Cave, making it easy to capture whenever he desired. Thus, it was this very consideration that led Wu Feng to watch the fire Qilin escape without taking any action. Instead, he wandered aimlessly within Lingyun Cave, tapping and probing, in search of one of the three treasures, the mural that depicted the profound martial arts left behind by Wu Wudi. Meanwhile, not far from outside Lingyun Cave, a fierce battle was unfolding. Nie Renwang, wielding the snow drink blade, his eyes ablaze with fervor, was engaged in a desperate struggle against Xiongba. The impetus behind Nie Renwang's fervor was his determination to reclaim his child, Xiao Niefeng, who had fallen into Xiongba's hands. To retrieve his offspring, Nie Renwang did not hesitate to awaken the fire Qilin's demonic nature buried within his bloodline, entering a state akin to madness that greatly amplified his power. In this heightened state, he managed to force Xiongba into a defensive position, unable to counterattack. However, while Nie Renwang was able to maintain relentless pressure on Xiongba, his lack of reason rendered him incapable of delivering a decisive blow at critical moments. He recklessly swung his blade, missing multiple opportunities that could have determined the outcome of their clash. As time passed, Xiongba gradually adapted to Nie Renwang's onslaught. The moment Nie Renwang, drained of energy, exited his frenzied state, Xiongba seized the opportunity, striking Nie Renwang with such force that he was sent flying several meters away. Upon landing, Nie Renwang coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, appearing as though he were on the brink of collapse. In the next moment, just as the nearly lifeless Nie Renwang was on the verge of succumbing to Xiongba's imposing raining cloud palm, a figure, swift as lightning, appeared before him. With a mere flick of the wrist, this newcomer sent Xiongba tumbling backward, landing a full 10 feet away. The immense force compelled Xiongba to take several steps back, leaving deep impressions in the ground as he struggled to regain his balance. The savior who had timely rescued Nie Renwang was none other than Wu Feng, who had meandered enough within the Lingyun Cave. Without hesitation, Wu Feng fed Nie Renwang a blood bodhi that he had discovered in the cave, allowing him to cultivate and heal on his own, and then promptly ceased to concern himself further. "Who are you? How is it that you were not incinerated by the fire demon?" Xiongba inquired, his expression wary upon witnessing the mysterious figure he had believed was already consumed by the flames of the fire Qilin, now effortlessly repelling him and saving Nie Renwang. "Oh, I am Tian Wei, the third-generation leader of the Xiaoyao sect. My surname is Wu, and my given name is Feng, with the courtesy name of Piamiao. You may refer to me as Wu Feng or Leader Wu. As for why I was not harmed by the fire Qilin, it is simply because the flames were rather feeble," Wu Feng replied, initially presenting himself with solemnity, but then infusing his explanation with a hint of disappointment. "The Xiaoyao sect? I must confess my ignorance. Could you enlighten me further about it?" Xiongba, after a rapid search in his mind, realized he could find no information pertaining to this sect, and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, ventured to inquire. "No need to apologize. The Xiaoyao sect has always adhered to the principle of seclusion. It is entirely understandable that you have not heard of us. In fact, if you had, I would have been surprised," Wu Feng remarked with a nonchalant smile, offering a dismissive explanation. Having stated that, Wu Feng did not afford Xiongba the chance for further questions and directly broached the main topic. "I have heard that your Tianxiao Association is currently poised for action and in urgent need of skilled individuals. Is that not the case?" Upon hearing this, Xiongba's mind raced as he contemplated Wu Feng's intentions behind this inquiry, deciding to feign ignorance for the moment. However, just as he began to utter his first word, Wu Feng interrupted him, having merely asked out of courtesy and never intending to consider Xiongba's response. In the next instant, Wu Feng continued, answering his own question. "I knew that the Tianxiao Association was lacking skilled individuals. However, you need not worry, for I have made a spontaneous decision to officially affiliate myself with your Tianxiao Association. To alleviate your pressing concerns, you need only to charge forth, to battle fiercely, and to continually expand your territory. All other matters shall be duly arranged by me." Chapter 35. Reforming the World Society. Humph. You are merely indulging in delusions. My world society requires no affiliations with any gangs. Upon hearing Wu Feng's words, Xiongba's brow furrowed incessantly, pondering that if he were to follow through as suggested, he would merely become a subordinate. For Xiongba, who harbored aspirations of unifying the martial world and dominating the realm, being a mere underling was utterly unacceptable. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he coldly refused. "Ah, Leader Xiong, Have you perhaps misunderstood? I was merely informing you, Wu Feng replied, astonished as he looked at Xiongba. Seeking death? At that moment, Xiongba, realizing he had been played, was consumed by rage and shame. Casting aside all reservations as he unleashed his full power with a technique known as the Celestial Frost Fist directed at Wu Feng. Would it not have been better to do this from the start? What purpose does further discussion serve? Ultimately, a confrontation is inevitable, is it not? Wu Feng, unfazed by Xiongba's near ambush, calmly manifested his invincible energy for defense, subsequently displaying an expression that suggested he had anticipated this turn of events. With that, Wu Feng ceased to hold back or delay, immediately countering Xiongba with a strike. He effortlessly conjured a massive hand of true energy, measuring 10 zhang in size, and brought it crashing down upon Xiongba. With a thunderous roar, the ground bore a colossal handprint, approximately 3 feet deep, yet nothing else remained. Xiongba, having reacted swiftly, managed to evade the attack at the last moment. However, despite his successful dodge, it was a fleeting victory. Before Xiongba could even relish his narrow escape, Wu Feng swiftly appeared before him. In an instant, before Xiongba's neural responses could catch up, Wu Feng delivered a powerful punch that sent him soaring into the sky, limbs flailing helplessly, under the weight of Wu Feng's formidable strike. Reminiscent of the Lushan Rising Dragon Fist, Xiongba ascended until he was level with the drifting clouds, whereupon the force of the blow finally waned. At that moment, suspended at the apex of his ascent, Xiongba's expression twisted in agony, lost in a state of disorientation. The next moment, before he could muster any resistance, he began a rapid descent under the relentless pull of gravity. As he plummeted, the friction with the air escalated, awakening him to excruciating pain. Realizing the imminent threat of becoming a mere splatter upon impact, Xiongba instinctively struck himself to adjust his dangerously head-down position. Then, summoning a significant portion of his true energy, he relentlessly struck toward the approaching ground. 3 parts returning to origin energy. A resounding explosion echoed, unleashing a wave of force that reverberated powerfully. The mighty strike from Xiongba generated a blast that nearly countered the majority of his own downward momentum, thus sparing him from a tragic fate upon impact with the ground. Although the remaining force of descent was insufficient to cause immediate death, it was likely to render Xiongba severely incapacitated, potentially leading to total paralysis. As Xiongba descended to within a meter of the ground, Wu Feng, who had remained motionless, finally sprang into action. With a swift step, he positioned himself before the plummeting Xiongba and extended his hand, securely grasping him just 10 centimeters from the ground, thereby averting a calamitous outcome. Half an hour later, at the summit of Tianshan, within the Grand Hall of the Tianxia Society, Xiongba, seated in the principal seat, addressed the assembled members with an air of authority. Having ensured all disciples were present, he straightforwardly articulated his announcements. First, I intend to establish the positions of Elder and Supreme Elder. Secondly, the hidden sect, the Xiaoyao sect, shall join the Tianxia Society. Time flowed gently, and a month swiftly passed. As Wu Feng reflected on the moment a month prior when Xiongba, before the assembly of the Tianxia Society, asserted his authority and declared himself Supreme Elder, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. Supreme Elder, good. At this moment, a group of patrolling disciples within the Tianxia Society greeted Wu Feng with respectful bows, taken aback by his cheerful demeanor. Ah, good. Carry on with your duties, Wu Feng replied, waving his hand in acknowledgement as he continued his leisurely stroll toward the training grounds. Moments later, upon reaching the training arena, Wu Feng was greeted by the rhythmic sounds of practice. Upon closer inspection, he observed a group of youthful disciples diligently practicing fundamental martial techniques in perfect unison. After watching for a brief period, Wu Feng decided to halt their practice, as he was prepared to exercise his authority as Supreme Elder and announce significant changes. From this day forth, a new membership promotion system shall be implemented for the disciples of the Tianxia Society. All disciples in the acquired realm shall be designated as Black Iron members. Those in the innate realm shall be Bronze members. The captains of the Return to Truth realm shall be Silver members. Those in the Celestial realm shall be Gold members, and the elders of the Shattered realm shall be Diamond members. As for the leader and the Supreme Elder, they shall remain unaffected by this regulation, unchanged and intact. Meanwhile, I shall establish a system of contribution points and tasks to assist the membership system. Henceforth, Any disciple wishing to ascend within the gang must meet two specific criteria. First, to acquire the requisite contribution points, and second, to attain the corresponding membership level. Only upon satisfying these dual requirements shall one be permitted to advance. In the secret chamber of the gang leader, the leader is presented with a report detailing the recent contributions made to the gang by the esteemed elder. Wenshou, the devoted assistant to the formidable Xiong Ba, cautiously arrives once again, skillfully compiling the gang's development information collected over the past month to present to the leader, who has been engrossed in meditation and recovery. Excellent work, Wenshou. Your efforts have not gone unappreciated. My trust and investment in you have borne fruit. With a wave of his hand, Xiong Ba urges Wenshou to return swiftly, lest prolonged absence draw unwanted attention and risk exposure. Since his return a month prior, Xiong Ba has remained secluded, focusing on both his cultivation and recuperation, offering further words of encouragement to his loyal confidant before resuming his meticulous review of the documents. A quarter of an hour later, in the former leader's loft, now the elder's quarters, Wenshou reports, "Elder, according to your instructions, I have delivered the materials." Instead of returning home immediately, Wenshou pivots to visit Wu Feng, humbly reporting his arrival. "Very good, I understand. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we shall proceed as before." Wu Feng responds with a calm demeanor. "The hour grows late. You should return and rest." Chapter 36. A decade time flows slowly, and a decade passes in the blink of an eye. In the task hall of the gang, a disciple, having just accepted a mid-level D-class task, greets the returning Yang Zhan, a prominent figure among the disciples, with a hint of eagerness. "Ah, Brother Yang, you have returned to hand over a task?" "Indeed. I recently completed a high-level C-class task to eradicate bandits, and have come to report," Yang Zhan replies. "By the looks of you, it seems you have received a satisfactory assignment. I shall not disturb you further. Focus on completing your task promptly." Having exchanged a few pleasantries, Yang Zhan continues on his way to the designated area for task handover within the hall. It is worth noting that the officials currently overseeing the task exchanges were meticulously selected and appointed by Wu Feng himself from within the ranks of the gang. Moreover, Wu Feng endowed them with privileges equivalent to those of silver-level members, granting them equal authority among various leaders. "Wang, it has been a long time since we last met. I must trouble you once more. Please forgive me." Due to the overwhelming number of disciples receiving daily tasks, Yang Zhan, hesitant to cut in line, found himself once again at the familiar task exchange point with an official. "Oh, I thought it was young Master Feng. So courteous and polite. Yet it turns out to be you, Yang Zhan," the official exclaimed. "Speak up, what do you wish to exchange this time? Would you prefer to convert it directly into 60 contribution points, or perhaps acquire another martial arts manual as before?" "Hehe. I would like to exchange for a martial arts manual, specifically the one on the second floor of the martial pavilion, the 90 manual. I appreciate your assistance." Yang Zhan, motivated by his long-held admiration for the 90 manual, chose without hesitation the most promising option available to him at that moment. "I knew it. Given your penchant for solitary combat, why would you choose a collaborative task? It all makes sense now. Well, considering the rewards you've earned from this task, combined with your accumulated points, it is more than sufficient for the exchange. Here, this is the token for exchanging for the Shen-level techniques at the martial pavilion. Take it and hurry along. I can only imagine how eagerly you have been waiting." Wang, known for his amiable nature among the officials, promptly handed over the token to Yang Zhan. Meanwhile, as Yang Zhan held the jade token and made his way to the martial pavilion to collect the martial arts manual, one of the protagonists of this realm, known as the undying weeping god, Bu Jingyun, was engaged in a fierce pursuit of the notorious Ghost Shadow, one of the 12 fiends of Tianqi. After several intense skirmishes, the two found themselves at a standoff, not far from one another. At that moment, pressed by the relentless pressure, the Ghost Shadow, who had been on the defensive, resorted to a threatening shout. "Bu Jingyun, do you truly intend to eradicate me, forcing me to perish alongside you? Perish together? What a farce. You think you are worthy?" Bu Jingyun retorted dismissively. "Enough of this nonsense. Prepare to meet your demise." With a disdainful snort, he unleashed his formidable technique, the cloud-dispelling palm. In an instant, countless ethereal palm prints, forged from the convergence of invisible clouds and liquefied true energy, erupted in all directions, forcing the elusive Ghost Shadow, who had been evading confrontation, to reveal himself. "Ah, a coward who hides in the shadows, Prepare to die. Go meet your misguided friends in the afterlife. Bu Jingyun proclaimed as he executed the final form of the cloud-dispelling palm, shrouded in gloom and despair. At last, the ghost shadow was compelled to emerge from his concealment. Bu Jingyun wasted no time and immediately unleashed the most formidable technique from his martial arts repertoire. Alas, no. The specter, struck in an instant, could only emit a wretched scream before its entire form erupted into a violent explosion. It seems I still cannot master the final move with perfect control. It appears that after I complete my mission and return, I must seek further sparring sessions with either Feng Shidi or Lang Shidi to refine my skills even more. Upon witnessing the specter's body disintegrate under the force of his palm, Bu Jingyun furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction and remarked, at this moment. Within the halls of the heroic King Manor, the current Lord, Lu Yi, was pressed by Duan Lang, who stood alone, absently polishing his beloved sword, the fire-scale sword. Without lifting his gaze, he impatiently urged, Lord Lu, have you reached a decision? Will you lend me the ice soul or not? Please give me a straightforward answer. Lu Yi hesitated momentarily before his expression hardened, and he firmly replied, the ice soul is a treasured heirloom of my Lu family. It cannot be easily lent out. I must decline your request. Oh, so you refuse to lend it? It seems that if I desire it, I will be left with no choice but to seize it by force. Upon uttering the last word, Duan Lang, devoid of any hesitation, leaped forward and swung his sword down towards Lu Yi. The fire-scale sword, ablaze with flames, was deftly wielded by Duan Lang, cleaving Lu Yi's hastily drawn sword in two. With unyielding momentum, he aimed to follow through with another strike against Lu Yi when a voice suddenly rang out, Lang Shidi. Spare him. TCH, I can hardly bear it. Why must he meddle in my affairs again? In that moment, despite his impatient words, Duan Lang complied and refrained from cleaving Lu Yi in two. Instead, he redirected his force, transforming the downward stroke into a powerful slap, sending Lu Yi crashing into the hall and onto a chair. Lang Shidi, do you realize what you just did? Have you forgotten the master's teachings about not indiscriminately killing the innocent? Nia Feng, who had always watched over Duan Lang since childhood and consistently chose missions close to him, appeared suddenly, his expression serious and earnest as he addressed Duan Lang. All right, I was wrong. Is that not enough? I promise I will not do it again. No? I assure you there will be no next time. Is that satisfactory? Observing the serious demeanor of his closest friend, who sometimes played the role of a father figure, the astute Duan Lang immediately softened and offered a self-reflective apology. All right, I shall trust you for the final time. But you must firmly remember every word you have just promised me. Do you understand? Initially, I had no intention of meddling with you, Duan Lang. But upon witnessing the situation, I felt compelled to issue a solemn warning. Understood. Now may I proceed with my task? With a casual demeanor, Duan Lang swiftly shifted his attention. My lord, you must be the current head of the heroic King's Manor, Lu Yi, correct? I sincerely apologize for the earlier rudeness exhibited by my junior brother. Please do not take offense. In truth, you may not be aware, but my disciple Duan's nature is not malevolent. He merely tends to act with a degree of impatience. Thus, he may have inadvertently offended you. And I truly apologize for that. Consistently adhering to the principle of harmony and negotiation, Nia Feng first assisted Lu Yi to his feet, adjusting his attire with care. With a gentle smile, he proceeded to explain to Lu Yi. Chapter 37. The Fragmented Realm. On this day, it had been nearly half a month since Nia Feng had, with reason and emotion, aided Duan Lang in completing his Class B collection task for the Ice Soul. Brother Yin, do take care, my junior brother is here. The Wind God Leg, a force of nature. To recount, it was merely half an hour prior when Nia Feng, having returned with Duan Lang to report the task's completion, was intercepted by Bu Jingyun, who had been waiting outside the Great Hall. In that moment, Bu Jingyun grasped Nia Feng's shoulder, and before the puzzled Nia Feng could inquire, he swiftly pulled him toward the waterfall at the back mountain. Silently, Bu Jingyun maintained a stoic expression throughout their journey until they finally reached the back mountain, where he sheepishly explained his intention. He wished to refine his skills through sparring in order to master the cloud-dispersing palm. Understanding his brother Yun's purpose, the kind-hearted Nia Feng naturally would not refuse, and he immediately agreed, putting his words into action with a swift move, the wind in the grass. A staple of his combat style, he circled Bu Jingyun with remarkable speed, observing and waiting for an opening to appear. Thus, these events led to Niefeng's earlier exhortation to Bu Jingyun. "Come on, brother Feng, let us give it our all and hold nothing back." Bu Jingyun exclaimed with fervor. "Very well, then please receive my strike, the torrential storm." As Niefeng's voice faded, his figure, having momentarily paused, once again executed unparalleled lightness of foot, advancing at an astonishing speed towards Bu Jingyun, unleashing a relentless barrage of leg strikes. In response to the rapid onslaught, Bu Jingyun, unperturbed, countered with a technique known as cloud sea rolling, effortlessly deflecting the numerous incoming leg shadows one by one. Yet, this was merely the prelude. Having neutralized Niefeng's assault, Bu Jingyun swiftly unleashed a technique called Disaster Cloud Descending, conjuring formidable gusts of energy that surged towards Niefeng's subsequent strike, wind sweeping the tower. Upon collision, the two energies erupted violently, sending Niefeng hurtling backward until he finally regained his footing. It was evident that in this exchange, Niefeng had clearly fallen short, resulting in a shift in the tide of battle, forcing him to abandon his offensive stance and adopt a defensive approach. For a considerable period, he could only rely on his swift movements to evade the relentless strikes of Bu Jingyun's energy-laden hands. Meanwhile, as the fierce confrontation unfolded between the two, Duan Lang observed from the sidelines while Wu Feng officially commenced his seclusion, determined to break through the bottleneck that had hindered his internal martial arts progress for over a decade. It is worth mentioning that Wu Feng, in his pursuit of an uninterrupted breakthrough to the realm of void shattering, had recently sought out Xiongba for a friendly exchange of martial prowess. After an inadvertent misstep that left Xiongba incapacitated once more, Wu Feng departed with a sense of relief, having clapped his hands in satisfaction. In the secluded chamber of the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Society, Wu Feng sat cross-legged, his palms facing the heavens, eyes tightly shut. He diligently and earnestly channeled his abundant and pure internal energy through focused intent, engaging in repeated cycles of the great circulation. Gradually, as time progressed, the speed of his energy's circulation intensified until, in a fleeting moment, it abruptly halted, as if a mysterious switch had been activated. The liquefied energy began to bubble and froth violently, akin to boiling water, releasing steam at a visibly rapid pace. Moments later, as the last drop of liquefied energy evaporated, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass resonated within Wu Feng's heart. Concurrently, as this sound echoed, the ethereal energy in his dantian began to stir, swirling madly towards a specific point, gathering momentum like a tornado. Amalgamating all the misty energy in his dantian along with the ambient celestial essence drawn from the surroundings into a singular focal point. Fortunately, this process did not linger long, concluding abruptly after merely half an hour. At last, have I truly broken through? Is this the realm of shattered voids? Indeed, there is a fundamental transformation, reminiscent of an elevation and leap in life itself. After completing the necessary series of breakthroughs, Wu Feng gently expelled the final remnants of stagnant energy lodged in his throat. Upon experiencing the entirety of his transformation, he expressed heartfelt joy. Without further delay, Wu Feng swiftly solidified his new state and rose, gradually pushing open the door of the secluded chamber and made his way directly to the newly constructed assembly hall. Having completed his breakthrough, Wu Feng felt that the moment had finally arrived to commence the grand strategy he had meticulously devised over the past decade. Moments later, buoyed by the elevation in his state, he entered the assembly hall at a leisurely pace, taking his seat in the position that once belonged to the former leader, Xiongba, and awaited the arrival of his subordinates and disciples, whom he had summoned the instant he emerged from seclusion. In the rear mountains of the Tianxiao Association, two figures, exuding an imposing presence and formidable energy with every movement, continued their intense duel, seemingly unceasing. Observing from the sidelines, Duan Lang, who was massaging his shoulders, was acutely aware that this was the second encounter of the day between Bu Jingyun and Niefeng. Just moments ago, Duan Lang had taken up the fight, replacing Niefeng, who had been engaged with Bu Jingyun. At this moment, as the two combatants found themselves locked in a fierce stalemate, contemplating unleashing their most powerful techniques to determine the victor, a sudden voice interrupted their clash. By order of the elder Taishang, Bu Jingyun, Niefeng, and Duan Lang are to proceed to the assembly hall immediately, without delay, announced a diligent steward of the Tianxiao Association, who had arrived at the rear mountains without a moment's hesitation. "Ah, Our master has summoned us to the assembly hall at this time. Could it be that he has finally come to a decision and is ready to implement the plan? Upon hearing the urgent summons, Duan Lang, who had been previously bored, immediately lit up with anticipation and excitement, murmuring to himself, "Young brother Lang, stop dawdling and let us hurry. If we are late, our master may become displeased." Nia Feng, having ceased his battle without hesitation, gently chided the seemingly dazed Duan Lang, who stood frozen in excitement. "All right, brother Feng, I shall go at once," Duan Lang replied, a shiver running down his spine at the thought of incurring his master's wrath, as a chill of trepidation surged within him. In a flurry of urgency, he exerted all his strength, swiftly surpassing the figure known as the God of the Wind, Nia Feng, and directly pursued the already distant Bu Jingyun, momentarily showcasing the pinnacle of his lightness skill. Chapter 38. Sweeping the World, Is Everyone Assembled? Wu Feng inquired, gazing at the throng of disciples below, reporting to the elder. Aside from a few leaders and several stewards currently on missions outside, everyone is indeed present, when Cho promptly responded. "Well, if that is the case, let us commence officially." Wu Feng mused briefly before articulating his thoughts. Upon hearing this, when Cho straightened up, turned to address the high-ranking members of the Tianxia Society gathered on the steps below, and proclaimed loudly, "By the will of heaven, the elder declares that the moment for the Tianxia Society to strive for supremacy has arrived, in order to expedite the salvation of the common people suffering in dire straits. We shall commence full preparations for battle. Our aim is to eradicate all demons and malevolent entities within the realm, restoring peace and clarity to the world. Yes, the elder's wisdom shall endure through the ages. We shall obey your command without hesitation," the high-ranking members of the Tianxia Society responded, their faces a mixture of genuine accord and feigned flattery. At that moment, on the way to the elder's quarters, one disciple inquired, "Brother Feng, is there something that the teacher could not disclose publicly in the hall, compelling us to seek your counsel in private?" As the three brothers walked together after the assembly, Duan Lang could no longer contain his curiosity and pressed Nia Feng for answers. "Enough, Duan. You've asked me several times along this brief journey, and I have already told you that I do not know. Besides, when we meet the teacher, all will be revealed," Nia Feng replied, exasperated. "If you are truly eager to know, then let us hasten our pace." Bu Jingyun, who had been leading the way in silence, suddenly spoke up, demonstrating his lightness skill and dashing ahead. Nia Feng and Duan Lang exchanged glances and promptly followed suit, employing their own lightness skills to chase after him. "You have arrived. Please have a seat. No need to feign formality before me. Feel free to be yourselves. After all, as your teacher who has guided you since childhood, I am quite familiar with your temperaments," Wu Feng remarked with a gentle smile upon seeing the trio, Feng, Yun, and Lang, whom he had whimsically taken under his wing a decade ago. Without waiting for them to respond, Wu Feng continued, "You may be wondering why I have summoned you at this moment. Please enlighten us, teacher," Duan Lang eagerly interjected. Enough of the teasing. To speak of serious matters, I have 3 important tasks to assign you, so lean in closely. Do you comprehend everything I have just conveyed?" Wu Feng concluded, ensuring their understanding with a final inquiry. Disciples understood. "Please rest assured, master." The 3 exchanged glances and spoke in unison, their faces reflecting surprise. "Very well, since that is the case, the day is growing late. Return and prepare for what lies ahead." "Yes, master, we shall take our leave now. Good night." After once again responding in unison, they hesitated not a moment longer, each carrying their own thoughts as they turned and leisurely retraced their steps, soon vanishing from sight. The following morning at the headquarters of the Heavenly Association, numerous disciples gathered after a necessary rally led by Wu Feng, following which they departed one by one under the leadership of their respective heads, their faces alight with battle fervor, charging forth in all directions. Moments later, only Wu Feng and his 3 disciples remained. "Master, we are off. Please take care of yourself." The brothers bid farewell one after another before hastily making their way towards Lingyun Cavern, not following the crowd, but rather leading their own group of disciples. This was a decision they had previously conspired to undertake, to venture to Lingyun Cavern and accomplish one of the tasks secretly assigned by their master, to seek the Xuanwu true skill left behind by the unparalleled warrior Wu Wudi over 3 centuries ago, which the master had yet to uncover. Time passed, and 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. At Tianwang's stronghold, a battle cry erupted. "Charge!" At this moment, Hong Yu, one of the 27 leaders of the Heavenly Association, led his disciples towards the infamous bandit nest of Tianwang's stronghold. Along the way, they attacked and plundered with the ferocity of a dagger, effortlessly piercing through any enemy that stood in their path, resulting in the swift annihilation of several bandit strongholds within a mere few months. Meanwhile, Su Hong, the leader of the Su faction, questioned, "What is your intention, Su? I thought our Lion King fortress had always maintained a peaceful distance from your Heavenly Association." Observing the multitude of Heavenly Association disciples encircling his gates, Bei Quanshi, the master of Lion King Fortress, spoke out alongside his steadfast brothers. "Enough of your prattle. I am here to rid the people of harm. Through years of undercover investigation, our spies have uncovered your reckless ambitions and the numerous heinous acts you have plotted in the shadows. It is beyond words, and you deserve to be subjected to 1,000 tortures for the hatred I feel at this moment." Su Hong, one of the 9 leaders responsible for this region, expressed his deep anguish before the gathered crowd. As he finished speaking, he charged forward, blade in hand, engaging the 4 brothers of Bei Quanshi in battle, standing alone against their formidable formation. At Lingyun Cavern, the sound of knocking against the stone walls echoed once more. "Wind, I can't go on. I need to take a break. Do you think Master S methods are truly reliable? 3 months have elapsed, yet not a single clue has been uncovered." Duanlong, having spent countless days aimlessly striking the stone walls within Lingyun Cave, now displayed a countenance of nausea as he lamented. "Enough. If you are weary, rest there peacefully. Cease your complaints, particularly those regarding our master, especially in my presence. Do you understand?" In this moment, even the ever-gentle Nie Feng, with his benevolent heart, could not help but feel a surge of irritation after 3 months devoid of any valuable leads. He raised his voice slightly in annoyance towards Duanlong. "Understood. No need to be so fierce," Duanlong replied, drawing back slightly, his voice a mere whisper in the face of Nie Feng's evident anger. Thump, thump. "Ow. The sound here seems a bit off." Bu Jingyun, who had been quietly striking the stone wall, suddenly had a thought. "All right, Feng Shitty, Lang Shitty. Stop your bickering and come listen. I believe I have discovered a hollow section of the wall." Chapter 39. The Siege of Wushuang City. Where is it? Is it here? Duanlong sprang up beside Bu Jingyun, mimicking his actions as he began to strike the wall rapidly with one hand. Thump, thump. "Indeed, it is true. Brother Feng, come and try it." "Enough, junior brother Duan. Let us not play around. Step back a bit. I shall see if I can breach this wall." Before Nie Feng could approach to assist, Bu Jingyun addressed Duanlong, who immediately retreated a considerable distance. Bu Jingyun, no longer hesitating, gathered his internal energy and directed it along a specific trajectory into his right palm. He then struck the stone wall with great force, unleashing a massive hand of condensed energy that effortlessly shattered the hollow wall, which was barely 50 centimeters thick. Instantly, a stone chamber of approximately 100 square meters was revealed. Without hesitation, as the dust began to settle, the 3 of them swiftly leapt into the chamber, where they immediately noticed humanoid patterns etched upon the walls. The moment they beheld these patterns, their eyes became transfixed, and they found themselves irresistibly immersed in the profound mysteries of the Xuanwu true skill, instinctively practicing the intricate maneuvers they envisioned in their minds. Thus, for the following period, Nie Feng wielded his snow drink blade, instinctively executing the Wu'er sword technique and fierce strong leg technique, while Bu Jingyun, with his sword that could slice through iron, performed the Destiny Sword Path and Xuanwu Divine Palm. Duanlong, wielding the Fire Lens sword, instinctively enacted the Destiny Sword Path and Osteodragon Claw. Time hurried on, and before they knew it, 3 more months had passed. On this day, within the depths of Lingyun Cave, in a stone chamber inscribed with the profound techniques of the Xuanwu true skill, Wu Feng sat in meditation, his eyes closed, for an extended period. Suddenly, at a particular moment, his body began to emanate a luminous glow. The jade-white radiance intensified gradually, becoming ever more resplendent as time flowed gently by, until, at one instant, it completely enveloped Wu Feng, illuminating the entire stone chamber. The brilliant light, bursting forth with vigor, not only illuminated the chamber, but also aroused the curiosity of the 3 guardians outside, prompting the most inquisitive among them, Duan Lang, to peer in with eager anticipation. As seconds passed, the brilliance radiating from Wu Feng's body grew ever brighter, reaching what seemed to be a pinnacle or threshold. causing the originally gentle light to transform into a searing intensity. Fortunately, this change did not endure for long. Shortly after, Wu Feng slowly opened his eyes. The scorching glow gradually softened once more, ultimately retreating back into his body, vanishing without a trace. Indeed, the Xuanwu true skill was worthy of its reputation as a transcendent art beyond the realm of fragmentation. It was truly remarkable and immensely beneficial. Experiencing the increasingly pure and profound true energy within him, along with a slight breakthrough in his martial will, Wu Feng could not help but praise from the depths of his heart. However, he soon pondered. If he could gather more skills of the same caliber as the Xuanwu true skill, such as the Sacred Heart technique, the Scarlet Fire Divine Art, or the Celestial Shift technique, would it not assist him in making further advancements toward the realm beyond fragmentation in a short span? For the moment, let us set aside Wu Feng's aspirations as he emerged from his seclusion. At this juncture, the Tianxia Association, which had already dominated much of the martial world, had finally reached a unanimous decision after 3 days and nights of deliberation. They would officially take action against the formidable stronghold of Wushuang City, a challenge they could no longer circumvent. At this moment, one of the 3 great elders of the Tianxia Association, Nie Renwang, who had long been concealed by Wu Feng, was leading all disciples from the 6 halls of the association, excluding the top 3, towards Wushuang City, completely encircling the tightly shut gates, rendering it impenetrable. Oh, who do we have here? Is that not the once-renowned Bain Guangdao, Nie Renwang? When did he become a mere pawn of the Tianxia Association? Standing atop the walls of Wushuang City, looking down with disdain, Dugong Yifang exclaimed, recognizing the leader. Mere verbal sparring is beneath me. Dugong Yifang, if you possess the skill and courage, come down and face me in battle. Nie Renwang replied, his expression unperturbed. Very well, then. Let me experience the true might of the Bain Guangdao. With that, Dugong Yifang leapt down from the city walls, launching into the first stance of the dragon descending leg, aimed directly at Nie Renwang. As the cold blade struck with a piercing gaze, Nie Renwang faced the onslaught of dozens of shadowy legs with unwavering resolve. Without a moment's hesitation, he responded with a powerful slash, unleashing a blade aura of Ten Zhang that utterly obliterated the leg shadows conjured by Dagayafang. The residual force compelled Dagayafang to roll awkwardly to the ground. Yet, before Dagayafang could lament his rashness and misjudgment of his opponent's strength, Nie Renwang followed up with another strike. The chilling energy of the frozen 3 feet, forged from the Ten Zhang blade aura, surged toward the freshly risen Dagayafang. Realizing he was ensnared by his opponent's might and unable to evade, Dagayafang reluctantly summoned all his true energy to execute the final move of the dragon's subduing divine leg, Thunderous Mad Dragon. Unleashing a flurry of leg shadows to clash against the frigid blade aura, with a resounding crash, Dagayafang momentarily gained the upper hand, shattering Nie Renwang's second strike and preserving his own life. Without a moment's pause, Nie Renwang unleashed a third strike, once again wielding a Ten Zhang blade aura, but this time with greater speed and ferocity, its essence more tangible, almost real. Thunderous Mad Dragon, break for me. With the immense blade aura bearing down upon him, Dagayafang, fueled by the turbulence within him from the forced execution of his technique, unleashed everything he had left to counter the impending chill. Upon contact, the frigid blade aura severed the myriad leg shadows with a decisive slash, scattering them as it relentlessly advanced toward Dagayafang, whose face was a mask of desperation. It pierced through him, leaving a gaping wound in the city wall beyond. You, very well, he managed to declare, pointing a trembling finger at Nie Renwang before the violent blade force tore him apart, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. Father, do not hold me back. Let me go? I must save my father. Du Yiming cried out, his voice filled with anguish as the guardians of Wushuang City, Shawuzhen and Mingyue Laolao, restrained him from rushing forward. Dear young master, please, I implore you to calm your wrath. Shawuzhen urged, his face etched with sorrow. Indeed, young master, do not act rashly. Do not sacrifice your life in vain. The enemy is far too formidable. Even the city lord is not a match for them. We must await your uncle, the Sword Saint, to seek justice and avenge our grievances, Mingyue Laolao advised, her expression heavy with grief. Where is my uncle? When will he arrive? Why has he not come yet? Du Guming initially vented his frustrations with a series of shouts, before forcibly calming himself. He wiped away the tears that streamed down his face, and, with a hoarse and somber voice, stared expressionlessly at the two guardians, coldly inquiring. This should have arrived by now, shouldn't it? Indeed, under normal circumstances, given the Sword Saint's remarkable agility, he should have been here long ago. The two guardians exchanged glances, their expressions filled with perplexity. Kill. The disciples of the Heavenly Society surged toward the gates of Wushuang City, led by Qin Shuang, one of the 9 Hall Masters of the Heavenly Society. With a swift execution of the technique Frosty Long River, he shattered the city gates, leading his followers through the breach. They clashed violently with the defenders stationed on either side of the entrance. Seeing that the disciples had breached the gates, Shi Wuzuan could no longer remain idle. With a thunderous leap, he descended from the city wall and unleashed a powerful palm strike. Buddha moves mountains. Aimed directly at the advancing Qin Shuang. Seeking death, Qin Shuang, having just broken free from the encirclement, was not granted a moment of respite before he was met with Shi Wuzuan's almost ambush-like attack. Enraged, he retaliated fiercely, sealing Shi Wuzuan and his companions within a frigid grip. With a resounding crack, the energy coursing through his body shattered the ice encasing him. Not daring to linger, Shi Wuzuan rolled to evade the lethal follow-up strike from Qin Shuang. Frosty Snow Mountain, perish. Seizing the opportunity after his initial attack failed, Qin Shuang launched another strike, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Shi Wuzuan. However, at that critical moment, Granny Mingyue seized the opportunity to intervene, launching a counterattack against Qin Shuang, forcing him to deflect his assault and redirect his attack toward her. The clash of their techniques resulted in Granny Mingyue being propelled backward, landing at least 10 zhong away. Blood, crimson and laced with a chilling aura, erupted from her mouth. Sister, are you all right? Shi Wuzuan rushed to her side, concern etched across his face. Do not worry. I will not perish yet. Help me up quickly so we can fight together. As long as we can hold on until the Sword Saint arrives, everything will change for the better, Granny Mingyue asserted, her expression serious and resolute despite her injuries. Very well. Today, even if it costs me my own flesh, I will stand by you until the Sword Saint's arrival, Shi Wuzuan declared, gently assisting her to her feet, his face set with unwavering determination, as if to bolster his own courage. Chattering away, if you seek to meet your demise together, then allow me to do you a favor and expedite your journey. Qin Shuang, having been indoctrinated with the new ideologies of the Martial Summit since childhood, harbored zero tolerance for those who obstructed the dawning of a great new era. Go to hell, you remnants. This time, I shall see who can save you, Qin Shuang declared coldly, a sense of triumph radiating from her as she unleashed her most formidable technique. The ultimate move of the Tian Shuang fist, executed with precision, enveloped the surroundings within an 8 to 9 meter radius in an icy chill, penetrating to the bone. In a blink, the pervasive cold spread forth, freezing everything in its path and swiftly approaching the two guardians who were supporting one another. The overwhelming coldness and relentless frost effortlessly shattered the final combined attack of the two guardians of Wushuang City, immobilizing them. Just as it seemed they would be completely frozen to death, a massive sword aura, radiating boundless brilliance, surged forth, tearing through the icy onslaught and dispersing it, rescuing the two in their moment of peril. Master, are we just going to stand here and watch? And why did you let the Sword Saint leave just now? Duan Lang inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity after witnessing the entire ordeal. Enough, junior brother Duan, speak less, Nie Feng interjected. Master has his own considerations for acting as he does. Indeed, junior brother Duan, kindly keep your mouth shut for now. Master will do as he sees fit. There's no need for your guidance, Bu Jingyun added coldly, glancing at Master Wu Feng with keen interest. All right, you three rascals, be quiet. How long has it been? Not only have you learned to perform together in front of me, but you've also become adept at provoking me with your words. You truly have grown, Wu Feng retorted, a mix of amusement and exasperation on his face. Heh, I knew we couldn't escape your discerning eye, Master, Duan Lang sheepishly began to explain, but was promptly interrupted. No need for explanations. Am I not aware of what you three little rascals are after? You wish to know why I let such a golden opportunity slip away and allowed the Sword Saint to depart, correct? Yes, why indeed? Master, this contradicts the principles you usually impart to us, they responded, bewildered. Simply put, at this moment, the Sword Saint is not at his peak. He still lacks the essence I seek in that fateful strike, Wu Feng reflected, recalling the recent confrontation. He then turned, walking away while stating, "You three, go assist your good brother. Nie Renwang cannot hold out for long. Oh, and convey a message to the Sword Saint. I eagerly anticipate the manifestation of Sword 23 and the promise of its unparalleled brilliance." Upon hearing this, the three brothers exchanged astonished glances before responding in unison, their eagerness palpable as they executed their extraordinary lightness skills, racing towards Wushuang City. There, Qin Shuang and Nie Renwang were gradually succumbing to their fatigue, on the brink of being overtaken by the Sword Saint. Is this truly the once-renowned Nan Wuming and Bei Jiansheng? Compared to them, my northern Mad Blade pales significantly. In that moment, as the Sword Saint single-handedly subdued both himself and Qin Shuang, Nie Renwang could not help but feel a profound sense of shame. He reflected inwardly, chastising himself for his previous arrogance, having taken pride in his recent breakthrough to Silver Blade Qi. How foolish he had been. To engage in battle with the old master while allowing himself to be distracted was a reckless act of self-destruction. In a fit of rage, the Sword Saint swiftly bypassed several intermediate moves, unleashing a devastating strike with Sword 21. Instantly, 21 radiant sword energies, each spanning at least 10 zhong, surged forth, imbued with an utterly merciless intent. The destructive brilliance bore down upon the already precarious Qin Shuang and Nie Renwang, who were on the brink of collapse. At that critical juncture, as their lives hung in the balance, the three brothers of Bu Jingyun rushed forth, each executing their recently comprehended ultimate techniques to counter the oncoming colossal sword energies: Xuan Wu Divine Palm, Fiery Strong Leg, Destiny Sword Path. In an instant, immense hands, leg shadows, and flaming sword energies, all measuring several zhong in size, emerged simultaneously to confront the 7 sword energies. The clash was fierce, resulting in a cancellation of their forces. Most of the energies dissipated into the air, leaving only a small portion to scatter wildly, ravaging the battlefield within 100 meters, causing structures to collapse and leaving behind a chaotic landscape of deep craters. Chapter 41, Sword 23. Ah, it is you. So, you are indeed members of the Heavenly Society. Witnessing his sword moves thwarted by the sudden intervention of the three men, the solitary Sword Saint contemplated for a moment before speaking sternly. Indeed, you are correct. We three brothers are among the current 9 Hall Masters of the Heavenly Society. Nie Feng, who had just saved Qin Shuang and Nie Renwang in their dire moment, replied earnestly, "Since that is the case, let the master who intercepted earlier step forth as well." Upon receiving confirmation, the Sword Saint coldly declared, displaying an air of disdain towards the three brothers and the 2 others present. "Humph, what arrogance! If you wish to battle our master, you must first contend with us 3 brothers." Clearly provoked, Duan Lang retorted with a scoff. After exchanging a brief glance with Nie Feng and Bu Jingyun, he took the initiative, unleashing Fire Qilin Devouring the Sun, a blazing sword energy stretching 7 or 8 zhong, aimed directly at the Sword Saint, who stood with his hands behind his back. How foolish to flaunt one's skills in front of the master. As the fiery sword energy approached, the Sword Saint effortlessly countered with a 10 zhong sword energy, infused with overwhelming destructive brilliance, dispersing the seemingly formidable flame sword energy. The residual force then surged towards Duan Lang, while the Sword Saint remained coldly indifferent, expressing his disdain. Realizing that his meticulously prepared move had been so effortlessly dismantled, and faced with the oncoming residual force, Duan Lang had no choice but to hastily unleash a hasty strike, barely managing to counter the remaining might of the Sword Saint's casual blow. "Why are you both still standing there? Did we not agree to attack together?" In that moment, Duan Lang felt as though he had been played for a fool. His face contorted with anger as he shouted at Nie Feng and Bu Jingyun. "Haha, my dear junior brother Lang, do not hold it against me. I was momentarily distracted. I am on my way now. Prepare to receive," stepping through the snow to seek the plum blossom. Bu Jingyun swiftly followed up with his own move. "Overwhelming mountains and seas. Ah, young ones, do you truly seek your demise? Very well, I shall oblige," the Sword Saint remarked coldly, a look of disdain crossing his face as he dismissed the unwarranted audacity of the three. With a single swing of his sword, Sword 18, he unleashed a torrent of 18 massive sword energies, each several dozen feet in size, which instantaneously surged toward the formidable attacks of Feng, Yun, and Lang. Boom. As anticipated, the destructive sword energy collided with the trio's strikes, immediately overpowering them. After a brief moment of resistance, it shattered their combined efforts, sending forth a cataclysmic wave of residual force that rushed toward them with alarming speed. Good heavens, it's so powerful. Quickly evade. Duan Lang instinctively warned as he witnessed the ferocity of the Sword Saint's energy. However, it must be noted that Duan Lang's warning proved superfluous, for both Bu Jingyun and Nie Feng had already begun to dodge before he could utter a word. Only Duan Lang, a fraction too slow, narrowly escaped the oncoming annihilation at the cost of a single hair. The deafening roar of the sword energy's aftermath raged on, crashing into a 3-story tavern not far behind them, instantly obliterating it and transforming it into a swirling cloud of wooden debris. With a single strike missing its mark, the destructive sword energy reappeared in an instant, striking with the swiftness of lightning. The three, now steadied, faced an even greater onslaught of devastation from all directions, leaving them no chance for further evasion. In that moment, the trio comprehended that they were now in a fight for their lives. They quickly formed a triangular stance, standing back to back, each unleashing their most powerful techniques to confront the overwhelming onslaught of bone-chilling sword energy. Melancholy Cloud, Cold Blade, Icy Heart, Fate's Soul Sovereignty. The resounding clash of their 4 attacks erupted with tremendous force, reverberating throughout the surroundings, accompanied by violent shockwaves that scattered wildly. They devastated everything within a mile radius, leaving behind nothing but desolation and ruin. As the swirling dust and smoke lingered in the air, Bu Jingyun and his companions, with the exception of Bu Jingyun who selflessly chose to stay behind, swiftly took flight after aiding Nie Renwang and Qin Shuang. Without hesitation, Nie Feng and Duan Lang leapt into the air, heading straight towards the walls of Wushuang City. Humph, think you can escape? Not a chance, you shall remain. The Sword Saint, momentarily pushed back by the violent air currents generated from their earlier clash, regained his balance and coldly declared, summoning the mightiest move of the Holy Spirit Sword technique. The enraged Sword Saint unleashed a devastating blow, manifesting an overwhelming force that altered the very heavens, stirring winds and clouds. In an instant, this formidable strike, imbued with merciless intent and the power to annihilate, surged towards the remaining 5, Feng, Yun, Lang, and the others. At that moment, the 5, 3 lightly injured and 2 severely so, felt as though they were mired in a quagmire, each movement becoming an arduous endeavor. Cold sweat poured down their faces, enveloping them in an overwhelming chill that sent tremors throughout their bodies. As they braced themselves for inevitable doom, Bu Jingyun, suppressing the oppressive sword intent, summoned his waning vital energy and invoked a previously granted punch intent from Wu Feng, teetering on the brink of life and death. A surge of formidable punch intent erupted forth, effortlessly shattering the Sword Saint's merciless sword intent and destructive force. This sudden release granted the 5 an opportunity to escape, allowing Feng, Yun, and Lang to flee with ease. The Sword Saint, momentarily staggered by the overwhelming aura of the punch intent, struggled to regain his composure, battling fiercely to counteract the opposing force while watching the 5 retreat with a grim expression. A mere will without a master, be shattered. The exhausted punch intent ultimately succumbed after a prolonged struggle of several seconds, dispersing into the air under the Sword Saint's fury. However, before the enraged Sword Saint could pursue the fleeing figures, a voice echoed across the distance. The Northern Sword Saint truly lives up to his reputation, far surpassing us in strength. This has been a valuable lesson. However, do not bask in your triumph just yet. My master has entrusted me to convey a message to you. He eagerly anticipates the emergence of Sword 23, wishing for a force capable of devastating the heavens and earth. Chapter 42. Sword 23, you say? The Sword Saint fell into deep contemplation, a flicker of confusion passing through his gaze. Yet, this state of bewilderment did not linger for long. Accompanied by the repeated murmurs of this phrase from his lips, clarity gradually replaced the confusion, giving way to a fleeting spark of enlightenment followed by a radiant brilliance. In that moment, the Sword Saint, having grasped a fleeting glimpse of inspiration, was indifferent to all people and matters. Without uttering a word, he turned swiftly back along the path he had come, racing away with urgency. In no time, he vanished from the sight of the 2 guardians of Wushuang City, disregarding the mournful cries of Dugu Ming. As he hastened back to his secluded retreat, the Sword Saint exhibited no hesitation or delay, plunging directly into profound meditation and cultivation. Utilizing the spark of inspiration he had seized, he embarked on a meticulous process of deduction and practice, striving to comprehend the transcendent Sword 23. However, unbeknownst to the Sword Saint, as he endeavored to create that sword which transcended the earthly realm, the sky above the sword pavilion suddenly roiled with tumultuous winds and gathering clouds. In a mere instant, the radiant sunlight was obscured, plunging a 10-mile radius into an abyss of darkness. What is happening? Why has the sky darkened so abruptly? Du Guoming and the two guardians, who had been pursuing the Sword Saint but were left far behind, gazed at the unexpected atmospheric phenomenon in astonishment. Before they could comprehend the situation, a cataclysmic surge of sword intent erupted from within the sword pavilion. It manifested as a colossal sword of tremendous magnitude, its tip pointed skyward, emanating an overwhelming pressure of will that compelled all upright beings and objects within the 10-mile vicinity to bow in reverence involuntarily. What formidable sword intent! It seems that, spurred by my reminder, the Sword Saint has indeed grasped the essence of the Holy Spirit sword technique ahead of time, culminating in an extraordinary sword. He has not disappointed me. At that moment, sitting within a discussion hall of a branch, Wu Feng, casually perusing letters and martial texts, suddenly lifted his gaze toward the sword pavilion, which lay at least 100 miles away, and exclaimed in admiration, "Has the sword that cannot coexist with the world finally emerged? The hardships of humanity are indeed great," sighed Wu Ming, who was instructing his disciple Jian Shun in an enigmatic sword technique, as he too turned his gaze toward the distant sword pavilion, lamenting softly, "Master, what are you looking at? What sword cannot coexist with the world?" Jian Shun, puzzled by Wu Ming's abrupt cessation of instruction, inquired. "Nothing of consequence. Let us continue." Wu Ming, interrupted from his musings by his disciple, shook his head and resumed with an expressionless demeanor. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. On this day, the Sword Saint, having fully comprehended and mastered the newly created technique, officially emerged from his seclusion. After exchanging a few trifling instructions with his nephew Du Guoming, he set off without looking back, heading straight toward the headquarters of the Tianxiao Association, where Wu Feng was situated. As the Sword Saint traversed the path towards the World Association, he reflected upon the magnificent and overwhelming essence of martial prowess he had encountered over half a month ago. To ensure his readiness, he resolved to embark upon a journey of self-cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, the Sword Saint determined a resolute direction and commenced his steadfast journey towards the Tian Shan Mountains, traversing mountains and rivers with unwavering determination. With each step he took, his momentum and confidence grew, propelling him forward with unyielding resolve. 3 days later, upon reaching the headquarters of the World Association, he stood at the pinnacle of his power, a state unprecedented. The Sword Saint, unhurried, ascended the steps, eventually arriving at the summit of Tian Shan, on the grand training grounds of the World Association. "You have arrived as you wished. I have come. Are you prepared? Everything is in perfect readiness. So what are you waiting for? For the opportune moment? Oh, when might that be? It is now." With the final utterance of his words, the Sword Saint unleashed a strike imbued with the might of the Holy Spirit's sword technique, causing the heavens to transform and the atmosphere to shift, as his sword intent soared, channeling the formidable powers of the universe. In an instant, the pervasive sword intent enveloped the entire training ground, harnessing the celestial energies from all directions to form a realm governed by the Sword Saint's ethereal essence, a sword domain. As the domain materialized, the surrounding space seemed to freeze, rendering all beings and objects within motionless, save for their consciousness, which remained capable of thought. They were left vulnerable to the dense sword intent that filled the domain, helpless against its omnipotent sway. Silence prevailed, an infinite stillness, as the training ground transformed into a tableau, frozen in time, with only the Sword Saint's essence remaining active. Among those caught in this stasis was the prepared Wu Feng, who found himself momentarily immobilized. Once he regained his composure, he discovered that the Sword Saint's ethereal sword was mere inches from him. Without time to ponder, Wu Feng swiftly manifested his long-honed spiritual artifact, the creation Green Lotus platform, to thwart the imminent strike of the Sword Saint's ethereal blade. Simultaneously, he summoned all of his vital energy and launched a powerful punch towards the corporeal form of the Sword Saint. Observing this, the Sword Saint, now transformed into a sword, abandoned the notion of a direct confrontation with the Green Lotus platform. In an instant, he returned to his physical body, conjuring a protective barrier from the energies within the sword domain, asserting dominion over his own territory. He effortlessly suppressed and nullified the celestial energies amassed by Wu Feng's punch, ultimately receiving a blow that contained only Wu Feng's pure vital essence. As the sword saint reveled in joy, he was immediately met with an assault from Wu Feng, who unleashed a tempestuous fist intent, a formidable force that surged forth, swiftly dispelling the pervasive aura of destruction that enveloped the training grounds. This overwhelming display compressed the sword saint's domain to a mere 3 feet around him, forcing him to halt with no remaining strength. Was this the elevation of martial will? The sensation of commanding everything was indeed delightful. Wu Feng, who had long been poised to meet the conditions for a breakthrough, yet had been hindered by doubts, finally grasped the essence of the sword saint's domain through first-hand experience. In that instant, clarity washed over him, leading to a natural breakthrough. Moreover, due to the profound depth of his accumulated prowess, his advancement transcended several minor realms instantaneously, thus surpassing the sword saint and pushing the limitations of the latter's will to its utmost. Chapter 43. The fist dominates the world, it has succeeded. Master has successfully broken through, exclaimed Duan Lang, watching from the sidelines, his face alight with excitement as the overwhelming aura enveloped the entire training ground. Indeed, it has succeeded. Everything has unfolded just as Master anticipated, Nian Feng remarked, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he gazed at Wu Feng in the arena. Well, what is there to be astonished about? Hasn't Master always undertaken every endeavor only after attaining a tenfold assurance? Although Bu Jingyun felt a similar thrill within, he maintained a facade of calmness, as if he had foreseen this outcome, and remarked, "You have been plotting against me from the very beginning, using me to assist you in overcoming your will's bottleneck. No wonder no one has impeded my momentum along the way. Such audacity. Are you truly unafraid that a minor misstep could lead to your demise beneath my blade?" At this moment, the sword saint, having comprehended all connections, posed an incredulous question, seemingly unable to accept that he had become a mere stepping stone for Wu Feng. "Your wisdom is overstated. You have elevated my significance too high. I merely flowed with the current, taking advantage of the circumstances," Wu Feng humbly replied, a serene smile gracing his features as he reflected upon the newfound realm of his fist intent. With no further delay, Wu Feng raised his hand, drew in his shoulders, gathered his strength, and executed a punch in a seamless series of movements. From a distance, he appeared to launch a steady, straightforward strike, initially manifesting as a fist-sized concentration of energy. As he rapidly approached the sword saint, it expanded with alarming speed, growing to a formidable size of 10 zhang in the blink of an eye, continuing to gather the elemental forces of nature from within a 10-mile radius, increasing in magnitude with each moment. After a brief moment, as he stood before the sword saint, his fist radiated with a formidable energy, swelling to a size of 300 zhang. The overwhelming might of his colossal punch, as heavy as a mountain, not only shattered the sword saint's final desperate strike, a gigantic sword amassed to 100 zhang, but also sent the sword saint himself hurtling into a nearby snow-capped peak, leaving him with a shattered body and instant demise, thereby concluding his lifelong obsession with the sword. The thunderous echoes of the mountain's collapse reverberated through the air, a relentless sound that reached the ears of the high-ranking members of the Tianxia Society, who were observing from a distance in the training ground, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. At that moment, the onlookers felt as though something within them had irrevocably crumbled, only to be swiftly reconstructed in a matter of moments. "Such is the way of a true man. How magnificent!" exclaimed Nie Renwang and Duan Shui, both esteemed elders, simultaneously regaining their composure. "Surely, the legendary power of the celestial beings cannot surpass this," they mused. "Is the force that shatters mountains not akin to that of the divine? Can human strength truly reach such heights? My master had foretold this, yet it seems utterly exaggerated. Indeed, my master once spoke of humanity's potential to transcend into divinity through relentless training, though we were skeptical at the time. Now, if this is indeed true, then the cycle of reincarnation, the underworld, and the notion that with sufficient strength one can accomplish anything, even resurrect the deceased, suddenly spring to mind." In that moment, Bu Jingyun resolved to devote himself 100-fold to the path of martial arts, aspiring to attain the realm described by his master, where he could reclaim lost loved ones. As time flowed by, a month swiftly elapsed. At this juncture, the Tianxia Society had successfully shattered the last obstacle in their path, the unparalleled city, and was on the verge of realizing their grand ambition of unifying the world. Presently, only one figure remained, a martial arts supreme devoid of any deterrent or governing power. Akin to a mere mascot, awaiting the Tianxia Society to gently raise the blade and enact judgment. On this day, within the grand hall of the Tianxia Society, one of the forthright hall masters articulated, "I cannot fathom what hesitation remains. We should simply push forward. Can a mere martial arts dynasty truly challenge our Tianxia Society? Nay, that is unwise," countered the strategist hall master, who had long held the role of military advisor. "Such actions would strip us of our honor and righteousness, leaving us vulnerable to criticism and portraying the Tianxia Society as crude and tyrannical, which would hinder our future governance. Indeed, reckless actions are the worst course, unless absolutely necessary. We should refrain from such measures." The hall master of the miscellaneous hall promptly concurred, opposing the notion. This is unacceptable, and that is as well. I shall not concern myself any longer. You may deliberate amongst yourselves." With this proclamation, the leader of the Li Hall closed his eyes tightly, adopting a posture of deep contemplation, genuinely intending to withdraw from any further involvement. "All right, let us not pay heed to this foolishness. We shall carry on." Qin Shuang, the leader of the Tian Shuang Hall and the one presiding over this meeting, interjected to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. "In my opinion, the thoughts of Leader Li are not without merit. However, they should be expressed with a touch of subtlety. For instance, our Tianxia Society could send personnel to assist in maintaining order, allowing the original guardians, who have toiled diligently, to retire to enjoy the bliss of family life. Naturally, during this period, it will be unavoidable to eliminate a faction of the misguided loyalists to serve as an example. What are your thoughts on this?" Observing the escalating bickering among the hall leaders, Duan Lang, who had remained a passive observer, could not help but speak up. "Brilliant. This plan is indeed ingenious. We can effectively render the supreme martial world as a mere puppet, subject to our whim." At this moment, the indecisive Ming Hall leader, witnessing the aloof disciple of the Grand Elder speak, immediately offered sycophantic agreement, adding, Indeed, this strategy is exceptionally astute." Following suit, another hall leader, who seemed to have just grasped the concept, awkwardly concurred. Soon after, as if a consensus had been reached, the previously quarreling leaders began to echo one another's sentiments in unison. In an instant, apart from Nie Feng, Bu Jingyun, and Qin Shuang, who remained detached, the other 5 hall leaders, including the dismissive Li Hall leader, all nodded in agreement. Thus, this assembly culminated in the acceptance of Duan Lang's proposal as the backbone, supported by the supplementary ideas of the other 5 leaders, achieving a harmonious conclusion. The following day, to expedite the implementation of the resolutions discussed, 4 of the 9 leaders set out early with their subordinates towards the abode of the supreme martial leader. In the ensuing period, nothing unforeseen transpired. All events unfolded precisely as the 9 leaders of the Tianxia Society had anticipated. After ruthlessly eliminating several hundred misguided loyalists, all overt resistance had virtually vanished. Moreover, 1/3 of the Tianxia Society's ranks, comprising disciples from each faction, successfully established themselves within the martial dynasty, completely replacing the former guards and maintaining the region's safety. It is worth noting that due to the policies consistently enforced by the Tianxia Society, which abolished systems such as feudal slavery, the supreme martial leader and his family found themselves in a position of self-sufficiency and abundance. The circumstances leading to this situation were not solely the result of the Tianxia Society's leaders' deliberate machinations. There were also repercussions stemming from the supreme martial leader and his family's persistent failure to recognize reality. At this very moment, the 9 esteemed hall masters, who had long been troubled by the supremacy of the martial world, had reached a tacit consensus. Their agreement was to ensure that the family of the martial world sovereign would not perish from hunger or unforeseen calamities, allowing them a semblance of freedom. However, this so-called freedom was merely a constrained form of activity under supervision, akin to that of convicts. Chapter 44. Realms and the Heavenly Gate. Time flows swiftly, and a decade has passed in the blink of an eye. Over the past 10 years, countless significant events have unfolded across the realm. Notably, 9 years ago, During the establishment of a constitutional monarchy, a rebellion was ignited by remnants of the previous dynasty and a faction of loyalists devoted to preserving the feudal imperial system. Although this insurrection had been anticipated by the then-established association, it was swiftly quelled. Nonetheless, it inevitably resulted in substantial losses. For instance, during this tumult, the martial sovereign and his entire family tragically fell victim to the ruthless assaults of the rebels, all due to a careless oversight by a duty-bound helmsman. Additionally, the formidable Xiong Ba, the leader of the Xiong gang, who had devoted himself to intensive training in seclusion, was unfortunately disrupted at a critical juncture just as he was on the verge of mastering his techniques. This disturbance led to his failure to achieve success, leaving him in a state of madness, with severed meridians and lost powers, resembling a mere shell of himself, bedridden and in a coma, tragically missing the grand ceremony of ascension. In addition to the aforementioned events, another significant occurrence took place 7 years ago, when the leader of the Divine Palace of the East, Zhu Wu Shen, initiated an invasion of the Central Plains. Although this incursion was swiftly extinguished by the then rebranded Tianqiao Association, which had formally adopted its new identity, several key subordinates of Zhu Wushan managed to escape due to insufficient preparations. This led to a subsequent alliance between Zhu Wushan and the confident Emperor of the East, who plotted a dual invasion to seize the Dragon Vein of the Central Plains and ultimately dismantle the authority of the Tianqiao Association. However, it must be said that while aspirations may often be noble, reality is merciless. Before Zhu Wushan and the Eastern Emperor could launch their invasion and claim any territory or harm any citizens of the Central Plains, they were preemptively intercepted at the coast by 9 exceptionally formidable council members. This thwarted their advance and subjected them to prolonged humiliation at the hands of the council, ultimately allowing them to escape with their lives, thus quashing the invasion before it could take root. It is noteworthy that shortly thereafter, following extensive discussions and debates within the Imperial Council, the Celestial Empire officially embarked upon the grand era of maritime exploration, led by esteemed council members Duan Lang, Yang Zhan, and Su Hong. Moreover, it is essential to highlight the unwavering support and continuous promotion of martial arts development by Wu Feng, who, 9 years ago, was rightfully elected as the inaugural chairman of the Imperial Council. As a result, Wu Feng has not only amassed a vast reservoir of martial knowledge, but has also significantly enriched the depth of martial arts, addressing numerous gaps and discontinuities in its evolution. Since his refusal to seek re-election a year ago, Wu Feng has immersed himself within the martial hall, diligently absorbing and organizing nearly 90% of the world's martial arts. A year has elapsed, and the magnitude of Wu Feng's accomplishments is truly beyond description. Over this period, he has meticulously refined his martial arts, culminating in 3 distinct expressions: one fist, unmatched supremacy; one finger, uniqueness; and one kick, peerless excellence. Furthermore, based on his insights, he has preliminarily structured a classification of martial realms, soon to be unveiled to the world, delineating the 9 streams and 9 heavens. In his comprehensive categorization, Wu Feng has divided the martial realms into 2 principal categories and 18 sub-realms: the 9 streams of mundane martial arts and the 9 heavens of divine martial arts. Specifically, the mundane martial realm corresponds to the 9 sub-realms from 9 streams to 1 stream, while the divine martial realm aligns with the 9 sub-realms from 1st heaven to 9th heaven. More precisely, those who have open 1 to 4 of the 12 meridians are classified as within the 9 streams realm. Those who have open 5 to 8 are deemed to reside in the 8 streams realm. Those who have open 9 to 12 are recognized as belonging to the 7 streams realm. Conversely, those who have unlocked one of the 8 extraordinary meridians are categorized as in the 6 streams realm, while those who have open 2 to 3 are placed in the 5 streams realm. Those who have open 4 to 6 are designated as within the 4 streams realm. Upon opening the Ren and Du meridians, encompassing all 8 extraordinary meridians, and establishing a connection with the bridge of heaven and earth, undergoing the cleansing of marrow and pulse, and experiencing the transformation of true energy, one enters the 3 streams realm, characterized by the innate quality of perpetual vitality, known as the innate realm. The realization of one's martial path, the crystallization of a personal martial will, or the creation of a unique martial art signifies entry into the 2 streams realm, commonly referred to as the master's realm. When martial arts have reached maturity and the martial will can manifest, enhancing every move and technique, achieving peak performance in essence, energy, and spirit is recognized as the one-stream realm, esteemed as the pinnacle of the mundane, known as the Grand Master realm. When essence, energy, and spirit each attain their zenith, and one comprehends the harmonious connection between heaven and earth, gradually adjusting and perceiving until achieving unity with the cosmos, whereby every action is accompanied by the forces of nature, one attains the first heaven realm, distinguished as the transcendent state of unity of man and nature. In the realm of heaven and earth, the grand convergence of man manifests as the triad of essence, energy, and spirit, while the smaller triad merges into a singular point. Here, the will of martial arts begins to materialize, culminating in the substantiality of the Yin spirit, and the embryonic form of the martial domain emerges, representing the realm of the second heaven, previously known as the broken void realm. The will of martial arts crystallizes, the martial domain takes complete shape, and the Yang spirit reaches its zenith, enabling a communion with the cosmos that can shatter mountains and sever peaks, epitomizing the third heaven, which corresponds to the current state of woofing. As the martial domain reaches its zenith, mastery over all things unfolds, harmonizing with the natural world, where the heart moves in accordance with intent, manipulating natural disasters with human-like precision, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas, signifying the fourth heaven. Note, this realm is deduced from woofing's explorations. The martial domain transforms into its own world, bestowing divine titles, obliterating land and sea, and instigating apocalyptic calamities akin to deities, thus representing the fifth heaven. Note, this realm is inferred from the origins of the sword realm, plucking stars and seizing the moon, annihilating heaven and earth, the lesser thousand worlds, characterizes the sixth heaven. Note, this is a tenuous deduction. As for the remaining realms of the seventh, eighth, and ninth heavens, due to woofing's limited understanding and narrow exposure, he is unable to extrapolate their characteristics and must leave them in abeyance until he acquires broader knowledge and encounters more profound martial arts for future elaboration. Report. Esteemed Speaker Chin, please attend the Imperial Hall for an important matter regarding the Heavenly Gate that requires your counsel. Red Rain, the former leader of the Heavenly Assembly and now the secretary and assistant to Speaker Chin Shuang, rushed to the entrance of the martial hall, her expression one of deference and admiration. I understand. Please return and inform them I shall arrive shortly. Oh, and by the way, I am no longer the speaker. You may wish to adjust your address accordingly. Wufeng replied calmly after a moment's contemplation, unhurried in his demeanor. Esteemed speaker, you may be unaware that on the very first day of his administration, Speaker Chin proposed your candidacy, actively endorsing you as the Grand Speaker of the Heavenly Dynasty, a position equivalent to a lifetime appointment akin to that of a semi-sovereign, which unsurprisingly received unanimous support from all members. Red Rain respectfully elucidated. Preposterous. What is this? A monarchy? A supreme emperor? Woofing inquired with a serious expression. Esteemed speaker, you have misunderstood. The position of Grand Speaker is merely ceremonial, exclusively yours, established solely for your benefit and will not be replicated in the future, Red Rain quickly clarified, noting Woofing's authoritative demeanor. Oh, is that so? Very well. It seems I have inadvertently put Qin Shuang in a difficult position. Let it be as it is, but let this not become a precedent. Woofing chuckled lightly after a brief moment of reflection. Chapter 45. Emperor Chakra in the Central Hall of the Heavenly Dynasty. The Imperial Council convened once more with the presence of the 9 current counselors and 1 speaker. Teacher, you have arrived. Upon Woofing's entrance, the assembly rose to greet him respectfully. Enough, please take your seats, he commanded. Let us dispense with unnecessary pleasantries and get straight to the point. What pressing or troubling matters compel you to disturb me once more? Upon entering the council hall, Wu Feng raised his hand to signal the assembly to remain seated, as he unhesitatingly addressed the core issue. Very well. Master, you remain as forthright as ever. In that case, I shall not delay any further and will proceed directly to the crux of this meeting. Based on the fragmented intelligence gathered by our spies across the land over the past few years, 3 significant and urgent matters have emerged, necessitating prompt countermeasures or immediate resolution by the Empire to prevent future complications. The first and foremost pressing concern is the formidable force known as the Heavenly Gate, a clandestine power lurking within the martial world, established by the ancient deity known as Emperor Shutian, or Su Fu, who has existed for over a millennium. Has the Heavenly Gate officially emerged into the open? Before the current chairman, Qin Shuang, could elaborate, Wu Feng furrowed his brow slightly and interjected with a serious expression. Indeed, Master, according to reports from our spies, there has been an alarming influx of mysterious individuals in the vicinity of Gue Shuepa, and a similar increase of enigmatic figures at Lan Rua Temple recently. Qin Shuang responded earnestly, his tone tinged with gravity. I understand. Please continue. Wu Feng gestured for Qin Shuang to proceed after a moment of contemplation. Yes, Master. I shall now address the second urgent matter. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang raised the documents in his hand to indicate to those present before speaking. Similarly, based on intelligence from our spies in the Eastern Isles, the enigmatic master of the Hidden Sword sect, also known as the founder of the Xianhua faction, who goes by the alias of the charismatic leader, has made his first public appearance, his intentions remaining ambiguous. Has his brother, the Great Demon, made an appearance or shown any signs of activity? As one who had long been informed by Wu Feng of the detailed circumstances surrounding the world's most extraordinary experts, Duan Lang could not help but inquire. Then, as if recalling something, he added, Oh, and what of his father, the currently acknowledged oldest anomaly, who is known as Xiao Sin Xiao? Has there been any recent discovery regarding him? There have been no useful findings whatsoever. You must understand that with the prowess of these ancient anomalies, it is entirely beyond the capabilities of our current imperial spies to uncover their whereabouts. Qin Shuang explained with a resigned smile. Ah, indeed, I had overlooked that point. Please, Brother Qin, continue. Duan Lang, acknowledging his own foolish question, ceased further commentary. No matter. The third critical issue is that the Empire has made groundbreaking progress in its experimental research on the blood of the Fire Qilin, one of the 4 divine beasts. Codenamed Qilin Enhancement Agent 4, it has enabled the early implementation of the Qilin Guard initiative. Moreover, regarding the most formidable of the 4 divine beasts, the Azure Dragon, and its abode, the Dragon God Island, it has recently been officially discovered by an Imperial cruiser after years of exploration and inquiry. After responding to Duan Lang, Qin Shuang beamed as she revealed the sole piece of good news among the 3 significant matters. Ah, at last, we have heard a piece of exhilarating news, exclaimed Nia Feng, his previously taut expression relaxing into a smile. I thought there was something even worse than the first 2 matters. The others, including Duan Lang, chimed in with playful banter, except for the suddenly serious Wu Feng. Your Excellency, having listened from your perch for so long, do you have nothing to contribute? Wu Feng turned abruptly to gaze upward, his expression solemn. Indeed, it is no surprise that the legendary martial deity Wu Feng could perceive even the faintest of my auras, he remarked, acknowledging the acute awareness of his companion. Recently awakened by his divine disciple Luo Xian after recovering from the lingering ailments inflicted by the invincible Wu 3 centuries ago, the deity, Emperor Shirtian, filled with curiosity about the significant events of the past decade, ventured alone to the capital of the Celestial Empire. With his ethereal agility, he sauntered to the Imperial Council Hall and listened attentively to the discussions about the 3 pivotal matters. When Qin Shuang mentioned the Dragon God Island, a ripple of emotion disturbed the calm depths of Emperor Shirtian's heart, creating a brief fissure in his otherwise imperturbable demeanor. Regardless of who you are, daring to eavesdrop on the Empire's confidential affairs leads only to your demise. Surrender now. Upon witnessing the intruder, Bu Jingyun immediately rebuked and, without hesitation, unleashed a formidable attack. With a wave imbued with profound inner strength, the very forces of nature converged, forming a colossal cloud-like handprint, which descended towards Emperor Shirtian with the intent to obliterate him completely. In the face of this fierce onslaught, Emperor Shirtian appeared momentarily stunned, standing frozen as the mighty handprint bore down upon him, leaving an imprint on the ground while he remained unscathed. How could this be possible? The others, aside from Wu Feng, gasped in astonishment. Have you forgotten the 7 no absolute realm I mentioned? Wu Feng then turned to the now enigmatic Emperor Shirtian, pondering. I was curious to know which extraordinary master would take such delight in playing the eavesdropper. Unexpectedly, it is you, the Lord of Tianshaimen, Emperor Shirtian. With the blood of a phoenix coursing through your veins, I had been pondering how to seek you out. Yet it seems that the adage holds true. One may tread far and wide in search, only to find that what one seeks comes effortlessly. Oh, How audacious and ignorant a youth you are, daring to spout such arrogance before me. I have resolved to ensure that you will find it impossible to live or die as you wish, Emperor Shirtian declared, a countenance marred by fury. With that, Emperor Shirtian swiftly closed the distance to Wufeng and unleashed a powerful punch, intending to incapacitate him instantly. However, Wufeng's right hand, appearing suddenly, firmly grasped the incoming blow, halting it in its tracks. Realizing his attack had been thwarted, Emperor Shirtian retreated momentarily, only to launch another assault from behind. In a flash, his lightning-fast strike connected with Wufeng's back, seemingly catching him unprepared. Yet, before he could revel in this moment of success, Emperor Shirtian sensed something amiss, as if his fist had struck nothing but air. Instinctively, he glanced at the afterimage he had effortlessly penetrated and swiftly darted aside, narrowly evading Wufeng's retaliatory punch. Oh, not bad for a martial art. No wonder you possess the ancient power accumulated over millennia, Wufeng remarked, his expression remaining impassive as he stood his ground. Chapter 46. The Defeat of Emperor Shirtian, the Fall of Tianshimen Young One. You have taken me by surprise, Emperor Shirtian stated, regaining his composure. A vigilant look crossing his face as a flicker of hesitation passed through his eyes. He contemplated, yet it shall end here, soon. You will understand why gods are deemed divine. In an instant, Emperor Shirtian surged forward once more, his speed resembling that of a thunderbolt, creating a flurry of afterimages that surrounded the unmoving Wufeng, raining down strikes from all directions like a torrential downpour. Faced with this relentless barrage, Wufeng remained calm and composed, countering each blow with equal force, responding to every kick with a kick. From a distance, he resembled a steadfast pine tree, rooted on a cliff, unwavering and unyielding, never shifting an inch. As the tempest of attacks assailed him, he remained unhurried and at ease, effortlessly blocking each powerful strike just in the nick of time. This spectacle left the onlookers dumbfounded and astonished. For during this exchange, both the breathtaking speed exhibited by Emperor Shirtian, a formidable being of the celestial realm, and Wufeng's seemingly slow yet incredibly swift responses, which never faltered, captivated and astounded the spectators, broadening their horizons anew. Thus, in a mere half-minute, the two engaged in an incessant exchange of over 1,000 strikes. The relentless attacker, Emperor Shirtian, realizing his inability to break through, swiftly withdrew from the fray. Standing at a distance with a perplexed expression, he remarked, "Young one, your prowess astonishes me," evoking memories of a figure from centuries past, one who, like you, was of similar age, yet possessed an arrogance that was unparalleled. You refer to the formidable warrior Wu Wudi, who nearly took your life 300 years ago. What a pity, Wu Feng replied with a slight shake of his head and a sigh. Then, with a resolute expression, he declared, "Since he failed to fulfill his mission of ending your life, allow me to conclude it for you." Such audacity. Young one, you court death. I declare the warm-up phase over. Prepare to witness the might of a deity, far beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. With that proclamation, Emperor Shirtian lightly tapped his right foot against the ground and soared into the sky, standing 100 meters above, slowly spreading his arms. In an instant, as this action unfolded, the heavens manifested strange phenomena. Winds roared and clouds surged. The very forces of nature within a 10-mile radius converged violently. Under Emperor Shirtian's command, they coalesced into a massive hand of profound ice, radiating a chilling aura and ethereal white light, swiftly descending upon Wu Feng. Before the indomitable hand of ice could fully descend, its overwhelming pressure rendered all but Wu Feng unsteady, causing the lesser warriors beneath the heavens to kneel in terror, their faces pale as they gazed upon the formidable ice hand, akin to a small iceberg. Rise, all of you. Get out of my sight. I cannot bear to witness such disgrace, roared Duanlang, struggling against the immense pressure as he attempted to shield the fallen guards. Enough, Brother Duan, do not blame them. The enemy's strength is truly extraordinary, Neifeng interjected, joining Duanlang alongside fellow council members Bu Jingyun and Qin Shuang to collectively withstand the oppressive force. Though the events unfolded slowly, they transpired in mere seconds. Wu Feng, positioned directly beneath the vast hand, experienced a pressure several times greater than that of his companions. Yet, he stood resolutely, hands behind his back, seemingly impervious to the overwhelming force. His demeanor remained tranquil, even as his garments fluttered in the wind. He observed his surroundings with keen interest, and, upon sighting something satisfactory, a subtle smile graced his lips. With his anticipated goal achieved, Wu Feng no longer hesitated and prepared to strike. With a gentle yet deliberate motion, he raised his fist towards the heavens. A seemingly innocent punch reminiscent of a child's playful antics. In reality, it was a deceptive blend of slowness and speed, striking the colossal hand of ice that towered hundreds of feet high. The moment their forces collided, a thunderous roar reverberated across the land, echoing like celestial thunder. The disproportionate clash of fist and palm appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet it concealed an immense power and profound intention, erupting forth in a force that shattered the icy hand, sending its remnants cascading through the air towards the suspended figure of the divine emperor. As the residual shockwave from the punch dispersed, the emperor furrowed his brow, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face as he scanned for the figure of Wu Feng, only to find him absent. Before he could further ponder this disappearance, Wu Feng reappeared in an instant, having, in that fleeting moment, obliterated all the large shards of ice to prevent any unintended casualties from his own attack. After this prolonged engagement of you attacking and me defending, it is now your turn to receive a blow, Wu Feng declared as he returned to his position, not waiting for any inquiries from the emperor. This punch, the first I have ever unleashed since its inception, I invite you to experience its essence. With that, he unleashed his fist, manifesting an extraordinary realm. In an instant, everything within several miles seemed to freeze in time, resembling a vast amber, alive yet fragile and susceptible to the slightest touch. In that moment, everyone within the domain, including the emperor, was ensnared in a state of suspended animation, save for Wu Feng, the master of this realm. The immense and boundless intent of the punch surged throughout the area, coalescing with the formidable forces of nature within a radius of dozens of miles, forming a massive fist of unprecedented scale. It surged toward the emperor, whose eyes widened in horror, a ghastly expression on his face as he desperately struggled to move. As the emperor, having exhausted all his strength in vain struggle, braced himself for imminent obliteration, he roared, "Divine punishment, shatter this." Pushed to his limits, he unleashed the most powerful technique of his creation, hoping to break free from the confines of the punch's domain and seize a chance for survival. Yet, even this effort proved futile. The outcome had been sealed the moment Wu Feng struck. The emperor's desperate attempt merely managed to slightly diminish the force and intent of the punch before he was ultimately overwhelmed by the remaining power, leading to his immediate disintegration of spirit and essence. Had it not been for Wu Feng's desire for the phoenix blood, the punch he had deliberately avoided striking Di Shirtian at the last moment would have resulted in more than just the vast clouds dissipating from the sky. In this moment, as Wu Feng slowly retracted his fist, the winds began to stir once more, and the birds in the air flapped their wings, stabilizing their suddenly descending bodies, while the falling leaves continued their gentle descent to the ground. With the loss of power to support him, Di Shirtian's body plummeted straight down from a height of 100 meters. "Master, have you truly reached such an extraordinary level of power? I am left in profound awe," murmured Bu Jingyun, still grappling with the remnants of astonishment etched on his face. As Duan Lang regained his freedom, he patted his chest in relief, his curiosity tinged with respect. "What realm have you attained, master? Indeed, have you achieved a significant breakthrough, reaching the fourth heaven as you envisioned?" Nie Feng chimed in, his face alight with curiosity and excitement. "Enough with the wild conjectures. I do not possess such monstrous talent to break through two major realms in a short span," Wu Feng replied, a mixture of exasperation and amusement on his face. He continued, "However, while I have not made a breakthrough, I am but half a step away from the next realm." "Not a breakthrough? That doesn't add up. If you haven't advanced, how could you have vanquished Di Shirtian with a single punch, a being whose strength rivals that of the fourth heaven warriors you categorize as ancient monsters?" Qin Shuang inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she contemplated the illogicality of it all. "Haha, Qin Shuang, your question has merit. You've struck the chord," Wu Feng smiled warmly, finding her endearing. He then continued with a calm demeanor, "Do you not recall my words? Realm is realm, and combat power is combat power. It is vital to understand that a realm does not always equate to combat prowess, especially in the hands of certain exceptional beings." At this juncture, Wu Feng's mind wandered to the various protagonists he had encountered in novels, those endowed with extraordinary talents, possessing bizarre bloodlines, or practicing defiant techniques. To those protagonists, a battle at one level was merely standard, a two-level confrontation was a full-on explosion of power, and a three-level clash was a desperate gamble for life and death. As he reflected on this, Wu Feng swiftly quelled the burgeoning arrogance within him, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Even at his utmost effort, he had only just managed to reach the standard of a one-level battle. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months slipped away in the blink of an eye. It has been a full 3 months since Wu Feng, in front of the Grand Assembly Hall, delivered a single punch that obliterated the Lord of the Heavenly Gate. Deshirtion. However, during these 3 months, the Celestial Empire has seemingly taken no action, as if nothing extraordinary had transpired. Were it not for the cataclysmic battle 3 months ago, which was so monumental that the ordinary folk within dozens of miles could sense its abnormal tumult, one might have been completely deceived by the Empire's outward tranquility while it secretly plotted behind the scenes. In the capital of the Celestial Empire, within the Grand Assembly Hall, the newly ascended Speaker Qin Shuang, with a beaming smile, addressed the 9 council members seated beside him in a jovial tone. Well, how have you all fared? Have you gleaned any insights? Not merely insights. The gains have been monumental, exclaimed Duan Lang, who had recently broken through to the second heaven realm, his face alight with excitement. After absorbing all the martial arts knowledge accumulated by the Heavenly Gate over the past millennium, I have finally shattered my own limitations and reached the second heaven. Indeed, this underscores the critical importance of martial heritage, as well as the severity of those feudal customs that advocate for the transmission of knowledge solely through male lineage. Yang Zhen, another council member who also experienced significant breakthroughs, added with a serious demeanor. Brother Yang speaks wisely. It is time to take decisive action against those stubborn traditionalists, for we have lingered far too long, Duan Lang concurred. This matter is indeed urgent, and a final ultimatum is warranted. Moreover, I believe we should also dismantle those sects that monopolize martial knowledge. Suddenly, Hu Jingyun, who had rarely spoken, interjected. Does this imply that the once mythical figure of the martial world, Wu Ming, is to be appointed? Before Jin Shun, the council member who had just voiced his disagreement, could respond, Hu Jingyun interrupted him. There is no room for discussion. You must be well aware of the tide of the future. After all, you are also a distinguished graduate of Baichuan Academy. Cast aside the teachings of your master. Hu Jingyun's words were direct and to the point. Indeed, junior brother Jin Shun, brother Yun's assertions hold merit. Should we not discard the dross of the old era? Nie Feng chimed in, following suit. However, Jian Shen attempted to interject, but was met with a firm dismissal. There is no however in this matter. There is no room for negotiation. Especially since the teacher has already acquiesced, Duan Lang stated emphatically, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Very well, I understand, Jian Shen conceded, feeling dejected upon realizing that even Wu Feng had tacitly agreed to this course of action. All right then, with that settled, we shall proceed with implementation forthwith. Now, let us discuss the second proposal, Qin Shuang declared, having received the reluctant agreement of the sole dissenting voice. In a distant mountain range of the Eastern Isles, the great demon god, with a smile that radiated mischief, turned to his brother, who was approaching slowly. So, are you all prepared? Yes, we are fully ready. We now await the favorable winds, replied the smiling Xiao Aoshi gently. The great calamity of 1,000 autumns has been set in motion ahead of schedule. It remains uncertain whether the ultimate outcome will meet our expectations. By the way, have we ascertained the true strength of that martial deity who seeks to unify the realm? The great demon lord inquired with a calm demeanor. His prowess is indeed formidable, regarded as a peerless warrior emerging once every 5 centuries. Not significantly inferior to the invincible Wu from 3 centuries past, replied the proud and solemn Xiaoshi. Oh, is that so? That is indeed commendable. Worthy of the title of martial deity, remarked the great demon lord, standing with hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance with a hint of emotion. Indeed. But when compared to your esteemed self, great demon lord, the disparity is akin to that between heaven and earth, declared the chief, Xiaoshi, with an air of arrogance and disdain. Haha, precisely. When juxtaposed with the likes of us brothers, what is a mere martial deity but an insignificant insect, easily extinguished? After all, how can a grain of rice dare to compete with the brilliance of the full moon? The great demon lord laughed heartily in agreement. in a remote village in Shenzhou. How could the calamity of 1,000 autumns arrive so prematurely? Something seems amiss. Let me calculate. I see now. Alas, how difficult life is for the common folk, sighed an elderly man, his face marred by sores, with a sense of resignation. Grandpa, what's the matter? A small girl beside him asked, her face filled with confusion and curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. Let us hurry back. The elderly man, startled by his granddaughter's words, chuckled self-deprecatingly, shaking his head slightly as he spoke softly. Chapter 48. A battle to determine the world. The following morning, at the grand parade ground of the Celestial Empire. Everyone, how prepared are you? At this moment, standing atop the central platform of the oath-taking assembly, Qin Shuang inquired with vigor. Rest assured, esteemed speaker. We are all fully prepared and await your command to swiftly vanquish all enemies. The generals directly under the imperial cabinet answered in unison with booming voices. Very well. In that case, I shall dispense with unnecessary words. Now, everyone, heed my command. Onward. Qin Shuang declared with unyielding resolve. Half a day later, over a maritime expanse not far from the Eastern Isles. All soldiers, heed my command. Surround that pirate vessel before us and ensure not a single scoundrel escapes. Ordered Admiral Huai Kong of the current navy, pointing towards the nearby Xinhua. Yes, we shall obey. Attack. Fire the cannons. We must sink it, regardless of life or death. What shall we do? The chief has yet to return, and we, the sixth captain, find ourselves cornered by the navy of the Celestial Empire. Spoke with a hint of urgency. What is there to fear? With our strength, dealing with this mere rabble poses little challenge. The fifth captain replied dismissively. Indeed, they are but a swarm of ants, daring to shake the tree. The fourth captain added, brimming with disdain. Enough of your chatter. The enemy's assault is upon us. The third in command gazed at the barrage of shells approaching from all directions, his expression grave as he cautioned. Fire. The thunderous sounds of cannon fire reverberated incessantly. Each flaming shell, imbued with tremendous force, surged towards the Xinhua vessel like swallows returning to their nests. Just as they were about to strike the Xinhua, a myriad of energy waves erupted from within the ship's interior. Blade energy, sword energy, fist energy, leg energy, and finger energy, all surged forth to meet the incoming shells. With a resounding clash, the energy met the shells mid-air, obliterating them with ferocious might. Some were reduced to dust, while others were sliced in half, plummeting into the ocean. Continue the bombardment. Do not cease without my command. I wish to see how much inner strength they can expend, Hukong ordered coldly. Observing that the first wave of shells had been completely intercepted without inflicting any damage upon the Xinhua. Fire. The sounds of cannon fire and the friction with air rose and fell in a relentless symphony, as a relentless storm of shells rained down upon the encircled Xinhua. Fierce and rapid as a sudden downpour. Have you all considered your options? Continuing like this is not a viable strategy. The second in command inquired gravely while skillfully deflecting the shells aimed at their position. Fine, I agree. Let us unite our forces and strike at the enemy flagship directly. I concur. With a consensus reached, the command was given. Charge. At the sound of the order, everyone channeled their energy, and in an instant, 7 mighty waves of energy, each spanning at least 10 zhong, surged towards the enemy flagship, sweeping through the air with unstoppable force. With the momentum of a raging tide, they effortlessly dismantled hundreds of cannonballs launched by the Imperial Navy, clearing the path as if autumn winds were sweeping away fallen leaves, directly advancing towards the flagship. You wish to play tricks among the myriad soldiers to take the general's head and determine the outcome of this encirclement? A foolish ambition. Forward. Relay my command to the Xuanwu guards to move out and eliminate without mercy, Hukong said sternly, his gaze piercing through the enemy's intentions. Yes, I shall convey the order at once. Having trained their troops for a long time, Hukong mused to himself. This is the perfect opportunity to assess the value of the 5 sacred beast guards that the Empire has invested in for so long. As the messenger swiftly departed, Hukong fixed his gaze ahead, murmuring to himself. Meanwhile, in a forest near the coast of the Eastern Isles, the chief, having received word of the Xinhua being besieged by the Celestial Dynasty's navy, rushed forth, eager to provide aid. Suddenly, a formidable sword energy, ablaze with fierce flames, shot towards him, forcing the chief to halt abruptly and raise his hand to gather energy for defense. The path ahead proved to be impassable. With a swift motion, Duanlong unleashed a blade of energy, and his figure appeared from the distance, rapidly closing the gap until he stood merely 3 meters before Xiaoshi. He paused, one hand resting on his sword while the other stifled a yawn, embodying the languor of one just awakened. "Ah, you are the Fire Lin Sword Saint, Duanlong," Xiaoshi remarked upon recognizing the visitor, quickly realizing, "So, everything that has transpired today was orchestrated by you in advance." "Indeed, as you have surmised. Therefore, I advise you to cease any futile resistance and surrender directly." "It would save me the trouble of exerting myself," Duanlong replied nonchalantly, maintaining an outward demeanor of indifference while his heart remained vigilant. "Humph, an exceedingly arrogant junior. Prepare to meet your end," warned Luo, infuriated by both Duanlong's appearance and words, as well as the urgency that had thwarted him. Xiaoshi bellowed and launched his attack. In an instant, a strike imbued with countless martial arts erupted, altering the very atmosphere and stirring the heavens and earth, causing all things in the vicinity to bow in submission. A fierce gale swept forth as the tremendous force of the blow surged toward him, enveloping an area of several hundred zhang. In that moment, under the weight of the oppressive aura, Duanlong, though cornered, refused to yield. He summoned his full internal strength and countered, declaring, "Poor Lin Shi." As the words fell from his lips, a surge of fury manifested, gathering the elemental forces around him into a blade of energy 100 zhang wide. Ablaze with flames rivaling molten lava, and surged forth to meet the oncoming myriad of attacks. The two strikes collided midair with a cataclysmic force, neither yielding nor retreating, resulting in a violent clash that sent shockwaves rippling outward. Everything in their path was obliterated, shattering the once lush and densely wooded forest into a barren expanse of approximately 10 miles. Duanlong was hurled hundreds of meters by the violent explosion. As he landed, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and a metallic taste filled his throat, leading him to involuntarily expel a mouthful of crimson. Meanwhile, Xiaoshi, similarly thrown back, managed to regain control of his body after retreating over 100 meters. From a distance, aside from his noticeably labored breaths, he appeared completely unscathed. "Haha, do you see now, you overconfident junior? This is the insurmountable chasm that lies between us." In just a few strides, the imposing Xiaoshi closed the distance, standing before the half-kneeling Duanlong, his expression brimming with pride as he scoffed. Without further delay, he launched a ruthless attack, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Duanlong. May the 4 great calamities meet their demise. Arrogant and ignorant junior, destiny is mine alone, and the sword is my sole companion. In the face of a life-or-death strike, with fate hanging by a thread, Duanlong could only muster his inner strength, concentrate his will, and channel it into the divine sword in his grasp. In that fleeting moment, amidst a tumult of thoughts, his mind coalesced into a singular resolve as he unleashed a desperate blow, stirring the forces of heaven and earth within a 10-mile radius. He wielded a fiery sword aura, several hundred feet in size, which surged forth with fervor. Upon contact, the two strikes met with a resounding clash. After a moment of stalemate, Duanlong's sword, infused with all his might, gained absolute superiority, cleaving through the lethal strike of Xiaoshi with ease, reducing it to mere fragments, and the residual force hurtled towards Xiaoshi. "Oh, a breakthrough in the heat of battle? What of it? It does not alter your inevitable defeat. For the chasm between us is not something a mere breakthrough can bridge," Xiaoshi remarked disdainfully as he beheld the colossal sword advancing towards him. Chapter 49. A battle to determine the realm. The fearsome finger, embodying the fundamental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind, bore the essence of boundless destruction and malice, effortlessly pierced through Duanlong's sword strike that had transcended its limits, dispersing it with ease. Its relentless power surged directly towards Duanlong. At that moment, having just executed a desperate strike that expended nearly all of his vitality, Duanlong could only brace himself against his sword, helplessly watching as the malevolent finger approached with overwhelming ferocity. Suddenly, a dark cloud loomed, and the wind stirred ominously. The collision of 3 strikes erupted with a deafening roar, scattering shockwaves that obliterated everything in their path. Grass turned to ash, soil was upheaved, and the earth itself cracked, plunging several feet deep within a radius of miles. "At last, you have arrived. Had you been even a moment later, you would have had to seek me in the underworld," Duanlong, suspended in the void and supported by Bu Jingyun and Nie Feng, remarked with a playful grin, despite the dread welling within him as he observed the cataclysm below. Enough chatter, Brother Lang. You must take the latest Bodhi pill from the apothecary and tend to your injuries swiftly, Nie Feng urged, concern etched across his features. Indeed. Brother Lang, focus on your recovery. The rest will be handled by us, Bu Jingyun added gently as they landed. Turning to face Xiao Aoshi with a stoic expression, he declared, rest assured, I shall ensure he receives a proper lesson that will satisfy you. Oh. It seems you two are the Yun Saint Bu Jingyun and the Feng Saint Nie Feng from the 9 saints of the Celestial Empire. Quite impressive to possess such strength at a young age. Yet, how unfortunate that heaven is often envious of talent. Your lives are forfeit, and you shall not survive the next moment. You have provoked someone you should never have trifled with, the leader remarked, his eyes glinting with malice, lamenting their fate. Provoked someone we should not have? Are you speaking of yourself? How audacious and overly confident you are. Did you truly consider yourself a deity who governs the life and death of all beings? Bu Jingyun scoffed coldly. Enough, Brother Yun. Nie Feng interjected with a steely gaze directed at Xiao Aoshi. Our master has instructed us not to waste words on these soulless old monsters. Upon encountering them, we should strike without hesitation. With that, he swiftly channeled his internal energy, concentrating it in his legs, and activated his technique to enhance his speed, launching himself at Xiao Aoshi with relentless ferocity. Observing this, Bu Jingyun wasted no time, following suit by employing the enhanced version of the cloud-pushing palm, directly attacking Xiao Aoshi in close quarters. Each strike surpassed the last in power, each move quicker than the one before, as Nie Feng, with his flickering form leaving afterimages, joined forces with Bu Jingyun in a perfectly synchronized assault against Xiao Aoshi. From a distance, one could only perceive 3 figures moving like lightning, continuously clashing and shifting, appearing one moment here and the next several hundred meters away. As time flowed slowly, the intensity of the battle among the trio escalated, growing increasingly rapid. Soon, the battlefield was awash with 3 distinct hues of light, intertwining and colliding in a dazzling display. For a brief moment, the seamless coordination of Feng and Yun matched Xiao Aoshi blow for blow. However, such favorable circumstances were destined to be fleeting. As their energy rapidly waned, the two could not hope to compete with the ancient monster, Xiao Aoshi, who had lived for at least 5 or 6 centuries. Gradually, their strength began to falter, and the once tight alliance revealed a crack, which the seasoned Xiao Aoshi seized upon to break their formation. Ha, perish! He cackled, as he exploited the fleeting opening. With a single palm strike, he sent Bu Jingyun flying, followed swiftly by a spinning kick that sent Nie Feng hurtling away. In an instant, both Feng and Yun, grievously injured and propelled several hundred meters apart, landed heavily on the ground, each tasting blood in their throats as they involuntarily coughed up crimson. Brother Feng, it seems our only recourse now is to unite once more and unleash the ultimate technique spoken of by our master, Maha Wuliang. To turn the tide, Bu Jingyun said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a resolute expression directed at Nie Feng, who was not far away. But, Brother Yun, you know we are not proficient in this technique. If we attempt it, we may not be able to control it, and it could harm the innocent. Nie Feng replied, his face reflecting the weight of such a decision. At this point, we can no longer afford to hesitate. If we do not act, both you and I, along with Brother Duan, will perish, Bu Jingyun declared coldly. Very well. Though inherently kind-hearted, Nie Feng was not one to be overly rigid and reluctantly agreed. With his words, Nie Feng, devoid of any further hesitation, sprang into action, colliding in midair with Bu Jingyun as they both joined forces, invoking the power of their respective elemental destinies. In an instant, as the duo of Feng and Yun united, the winds surged and the heavens dimmed, rendering the sun and moon devoid of light. The immense power of nature within a radius of several dozen miles converged frantically, coalescing into a colossal tornado boasting a wind force of at least level 18. Reaching skyward and earthward, a spectacle of unparalleled grandeur and might. All right, Brother Lang, there is no need to impede any longer. Retreat swiftly. As Nie Feng exerted himself to control the profound and boundless power of nature alongside Bu Jingyun, he spoke urgently to the struggling Duan Lang. With a loud crash, Duan Lang seized the opportunity, sustaining injuries to successfully extricate himself. However, After retreating a distance, he could no longer suppress the pressure, spitting forth a crimson spray that stained the ground before him, staggering away into the distance. Perish, you malevolent creature, harboring sinister intentions and devoid of humanity. Following this furious cry, Feng and Yun unleashed the burgeoning power of nature without restraint, guiding the towering tornado to envelop the unsuspecting Xiao Aoshi. Despicable youths. Your audacity is truly infuriating and suicidal. Break from me, four great evils, unite. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Aoshi summoned all his internal energy to unleash a devastating ultimate move. In an instant, the elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind within a vast radius converged, coalescing around him to form an initial manifestation of nearly 1,000 feet in size, wreaking havoc upon the world. The colossal tornado clashed continuously with this formidable force, resembling two giants of immense stature locked in combat. Each collision sent shockwaves rampaging across the land, obliterating trees and shattering mountains of varying heights. Moments later, after yet another clash, the grand battle reached its conclusion, with Xiao Aoshi succumbing first. In the chaos of their confrontation, his physical form and spiritual essence were annihilated, torn apart by the tumultuous forces of nature, while his consciousness was shattered by the will of Feng and Yun, scattering into the ether, returning to the cosmos. Seeing the outcome settled and their foe vanquished, Feng and Yun exchanged a knowing smile, their spirits lifted. They relinquished their hold on the vast powers of nature, allowing it to dissipate around them, and their bodies fell gently to the ground, meeting the earth with a resounding thud, leaving behind a pool of crimson. As the new year dawns, I wish all readers a joyous new year, filled with prosperity and harmony. Chapter 50, A Battle to Determine the World. Meanwhile, as Feng, Yun, and Lang joined forces to besiege the leader, far away in a certain field in the east, a different narrative unfolded. At this moment, the resplendent sun, painted in hues of crimson, gradually descends towards the distant western horizon. The evening glow spreads across half of the sky, and as time gently flows by, the vibrant sunset eventually sinks completely, vanishing at the edge of the heavens. Indeed, twilight has quietly descended unbeknownst to all. Should I address you as Zhongwu? Or perhaps as the great demon god? Or shall I simply invoke your name, the astonishing Zaijingshan? Having arrived here early, I observed the figure of Wu Feng, transformed into an ordinary farmer named Zhongwu, diligently toiling in the fields. It was only when dusk arrived and the night fell that I daringly posed my question. I believed I was well concealed. How did you come to know my identity? The once humble Zaijingshan, who had been stooped over, pretending to be an ordinary farmer, straightened his back instantly upon hearing my words. His expression turned serious, and his gaze became cold as he inquired, "Does it truly matter?" A proud smile graced the lips of the great demon god as he responded with indifference. It no longer holds significance, for once I eliminate you, I shall eradicate all who possess knowledge of this matter." With that, he unleashed his attack, the Hunyuan 4 Absolute Xuanfeng Fist. It is indeed no exaggeration to declare that the Hunyuan 4 Absolute, a pinnacle of divine skill crafted by the ancient being Zai Sengxiao, who has lived for over 4 millennia, encompasses the elemental forces of the universe: wind, thunder, fire, and rain. This technique effortlessly harnesses the ceaseless natural energies of the cosmos, elevating the wielder's strength to an unparalleled realm. As the great demon god Zaijingshan executed the technique, the very earth trembled, and the skies shifted ominously. The wind, one of nature's elemental forces, surged forth in a tumultuous torrent, akin to a 12th grade typhoon, roaring alongside Zaijingshan's fist, sweeping powerfully towards Wu Feng, who stood a mere 10 paces away. The howling winds transformed under the immense pressure of the punch into a flurry of razor-sharp wind blades, converging upon Wu Feng with relentless ferocity. In the face of the onslaught of densely packed wind blades and the colossal force of a punch measuring several hundred feet, Wu Feng remained tranquil, his body immovable. With a mere thought, he summoned the enhanced protective barrier he had meticulously refined over the years. A thunderous roar erupted, engulfing the surroundings in clouds of dust, debris from collapsed structures, swaying trees, and a chaotic web of fissures stretching across the landscape for miles. Moments later, as the haze began to dissipate, Wu Feng stood unharmed amidst the chaos, his composure unshaken. "How is it possible that you, who faced my punch head-on without flinching, remain unscathed?" Zaijingshan exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, you are worthy of being considered the mightiest boss in Fengyan 3. The force behind that punch was truly formidable. I can confidently say it is the strongest blow I have ever encountered. Though it fell just short of shaking my indomitable aura, you merit my commendation. Wu Feng replied with a hint of sarcasm, brushing off the dust that had settled upon his shoulder. What a grand boss you claim to be. Nonsense. I do not believe you possess true invulnerability. Prepare to meet your demise. Hunyuan 4 Absolute Zeliaphist, the defiant demon god, without a trace of hesitation, summoned his inner strength with a mere thought and unleashed a ferocious punch, the most formidable of the 4 absolute powers of heaven and earth, aimed directly at Wu Feng. Accompanied by the tremendous force of his strike, the atmosphere within 100 miles erupted into chaos. Winds howled and clouds gathered ominously, forming a massive dark shroud that blanketed the land for miles around, transforming the once dimly lit terrain into an abyss of darkness. Had it not been for the subsequent cacophony of thunder and the flickering, blinding flashes of lightning that illuminated the heavens, the area would have been engulfed in utter blackness. In an instant, with the full force of the demon god behind his punch, bolts of lightning, as thick as a bottle's neck, cascaded from the sky, swirling around the colossal fist and hurtling towards Wu Feng with astonishing speed. Observing the onslaught of lightning, reminiscent of a tempest of 1,000 storms, Wu Feng remained unperturbed, his heart steady and his expression unchanged, though he quietly marveled at the display. Maintaining his composure, Wu Feng calmly unleashed his invincible aura to withstand the cataclysmic impact that rushed toward him. With a resounding crash that reverberated for miles, the force of the strike erupted, scattering debris in all directions. Within mere seconds, the sound echoed across 1,000 miles, a lingering resonance that faded only after a while. The sheer power of the demon goddess strike was so immense that Wu Feng was propelled 10 miles away, demolishing at least 100 trees, numerous buildings, and even several mountains along the way, carving a straight trench spanning 10 miles, before finally regaining his footing. Breathing heavily after expending his utmost strength, the demon god, having partially restored his inner energy, fixed his gaze on the spot 10 miles away and remarked, "Surely, this time you must be finished. Apologies, but I fear I must disappoint you once again." Wu Feng responded, appearing before the demon god in an instant, his voice steady. "What? How is it possible that you remain unscathed? This cannot be. Who are you?" The demon god exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. "Did I not mention before? To shake my invincible aura, you are still 1,000,000 leagues away." Wu Feng replied with an air of calm. He then turned slightly, raising his gaze to the slowly ascending full moon, and continued, "As for my identity, did you not already surmise it?" With a triumphant laugh, the demon god gazed at the luminous moon now shining brightly in the sky, exclaiming, You have fallen into my trap, Wu Feng, the martial god of the divine land. You have missed your chance." However, before the great demon god could complete his sentence, he was interrupted by the calm and composed Wu Feng, who stated in a nonchalant tone, "Since you have recuperated well, let us proceed. Allow me to witness what you are capable of under the full moon's influence." The great demon god, filled with caution, remarked solemnly, "You were aware of my martial techniques all along, were you not? Otherwise, why would I engage in such trivial banter with you? I simply wished to observe the might of the 4 supreme elements at their peak." Wu Feng replied with an air of indifference. Utterly arrogant. Youngster, you shall soon bear the consequences of your hubris, feeling pain and regret for eternity. Prepare to perish. The 4 supreme elements of wind, thunder, fire, and rain converge as one. With a fierce roar, the great demon god unleashed his formidable attack, his expression twisted with malice. Chapter 51. A Battle to Determine the World Boom. As the great demon god unleashed his ultimate technique, the skies roared, and the earth trembled, with the forces of nature surging violently within 100-mile radius. In mere moments, towering tornadoes several thousand feet high coalesced, enveloping the area with ominous clouds swirling with relentless lightning, alongside a vast inferno that illuminated the night as if it were day, accompanied by torrential rains that fell like daggers. In an instant, under Wu Feng's watchful gaze, the great demon god commanded the elemental forces of nature, crafting a scene reminiscent of the primordial chaos, where the powers of the 4 elements wreaked havoc upon the world. Boom, crackle. Confronted with an attack that surpassed natural disasters by countless magnitudes, Wu Feng, after a brief moment of astonishment, summoned his formidable 3-foot invincible aura. Enveloping himself in an impenetrable shield, he remained unyielding against the relentless waves of searing flames, undeterred by the colossal tornadoes that surged and collided around him, and indifferent to the relentless barrage of rain that struck like blades. With an air of serene composure, Wu Feng displayed only a hint of surprise and anticipation when the thunderbolts descended from the dense clouds above. Boom! One after another, bolts of lightning rained down upon Wu Feng, who hovered several meters above the ground, as if undergoing a trial. Each strike grew increasingly potent, beginning with a mere 1 million volts, doubling to 2 million, then 4 million, and escalating to an astounding 10 billion volts. Eventually, due to the limitations of the great demon god's own power and realm, he could no longer summon a more powerful bolt of heavenly lightning, reluctantly bringing the assault to a halt. After a brief pause, having endured the searing flames, the onslaught of blade-like rain, the howling winds, and the relentless thunder, the battlefield became a desolate wasteland. Centered around the site of their clash, the surrounding area within 100 miles lay in ruins, with shattered walls and desolation, devoid of life and vitality. With a sigh of relief and laughter echoing through the air, the colossal demon, having transformed the once gentle hills into a vast basin marked by a gaping pit, surveyed the desolate landscape. After confirming that no other signs of life remained apart from himself, he began to laugh triumphantly, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Yet, before he could fully indulge in his revelry, a sudden cacophony erupted. The sound of cracking stones and falling debris reverberated through the barren expanse, piercingly loud in the stillness. "Impossible!" he exclaimed, his laughter abruptly stifled as he beheld Wu Feng emerging from the depths of the pit, hovering effortlessly in the air, his body unmarred by any wounds. The demon's incredulity transformed into sheer shock, rendering him momentarily rigid. "I refuse to believe this. It cannot be real. I must be dreaming. Yes, I surely have yet to awaken." As the colossal demon grappled with the profound shock, his hands pressed against his face, reciting incredulous phrases as if attempting to hypnotize himself into accepting a truth he could not bear. It was as though he had been rendered foolish by the weight of his own shattered beliefs. "Alas, is this truly the extent of your resilience? How fragile your spirit appears," Wu Feng remarked, a look of pity mingled with disdain crossing his features. "Rather than let you languish in folly, I shall grant you a grand farewell, preserving your once mighty name." With that, Wu Feng wasted no further time. He drew upon his energy and focused his spirit, launching a perfectly executed punch toward the demon. The force of his strike generated an immense pressure that compressed the air, creating a projectile of sheer force that traversed the distance in an instant, aimed squarely at the demon's heart. As the air cannon hurtled toward him, the demon, still lost in his frenzied thoughts, suddenly arched backward, narrowly evading the lethal blow. How did you?" he stammered, attempting to comprehend the situation. "Let me cut you off there," Wu Feng interjected, his tone laced with exasperation. "I cannot tell whether it is you who is foolish or I who am foolish for believing such a blatant performance." At that moment, Wu Feng's mind was flooded with memories of films and television shows, where defeated villains, pretending to have attained enlightenment, were graciously forgiven by naive protagonists. "Oh, I shall fight you with all I have," merging the 4 heavenly extremes into one. Upon hearing those words, the formidable demon god, seemingly feeling a dual insult to both his acting prowess and intellect, was consumed by rage. In a fit of indignation, he leapt into the air, standing defiantly at a height of 100 meters beneath the moonlight. As he spoke in fury, he unleashed a flurry of attacks. And in the very moment following his assault, he turned without hesitation, gathering all his strength to soar toward the distant ocean. "Now you wish to flee? Alas, it is too late. After having endured so many of your strikes, I too shall uphold the virtue of reciprocity and return your blows. If you can withstand my punch, I may spare you from death." With that, I unleash my fist, known as the unmatched might. In an instant, the overwhelming intent of my punch manifested, rapidly engulfing a radius of 100 miles. The sheer force surged forth like a colossal wave, sweeping over the landscape and drowning all within its reach. Within this vast expanse, the palpable aura of my punch crystallized the very fabric of reality, freezing everything in its vicinity, much like amber, leaving only consciousness and thought unscathed. From a distance, one could see that in a moment of desperation, the demon god unleashed a final, desperate attack, infused with hurricane winds, lightning, arrows, and flames. Yet, astonishingly, it came to a standstill midair, suspended and motionless. Not only that, but the mighty and righteous punch intent, having solidified the approaching onslaught in an instant, continued to surge outward with relentless speed, swiftly catching up to the fleeing demon god and surpassing him in one fell swoop. In that fleeting moment, before being overtaken, the demon god could only emit a cry of despair, powerless against the overwhelming punch intent that enveloped him, permeating his being. Alas, it is a pity. Had you summoned the courage and given your all in that final moment, perhaps a glimmer of hope could have emerged, mused Wu Feng, shaking his head in regret. With that, he wasted no time, turning away to approach the locations of Bu Jingyun, Nie Feng, and Duan Lang, gradually disappearing from the demon god's sight, whose head remained barely intact. Chapter 52. The world of wind and clouds concludes and returns a moment later. Wu Feng approached leisurely from afar, seemingly slow yet traversing the distance with remarkable swiftness, arriving simultaneously with his words. How do you fare? After this battle, have you gained a clear understanding of your own strength? Is your heart still inflated with pride? Wu Feng, maintaining a gentle smile, addressed the three brothers, who were now supporting each other. Master, please refrain from mocking us further. We acknowledge our errors, Duan Lang replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, Master, I finally grasped the wisdom of beyond the mountains, beyond people, more people, one of the disciples added. Nie Feng exclaimed in pursuit, Master, after this battle, I deeply feel the inadequacy of my own strength. Therefore, I humbly request your permission to resign from my position as a counselor upon my return, so that I may devote myself wholeheartedly to the cultivation of martial arts and swiftly attain the supreme realm you have spoken of, in order to rescue my mother. Bu Jingyun, with unwavering determination, earnestly pleaded, Brother Yun, you don't need to. Enough. Both of you, cease your chatter. Without allowing Duan Lang and Nie Feng to persuade or plead further, Wu Feng, with an air of authority, interrupted decisively. Turning his serious gaze upon Bu Jingyun, he inquired, Are you certain? Will you not regret this decision? Regret? I have already made up my mind, and I hope Master will support my choice, Bu Jingyun replied resolutely, kneeling on the ground with unwavering eyes. Very well, so be it. Rise. Wu Feng, after a moment of contemplation, relented, his heart softened by compassion. Yet a hint of resignation was evident on his face. With his interest evidently waning, Wu Feng led the way towards the Shenzhou Navy, which had completed its mission and awaited at the shore. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was the late July of the 19th year of the Shenzhou Heavenly Dynasty. At this moment, 30 years had elapsed since Wu Feng's arrival in this realm, 19 years since the establishment of the Heavenly Dynasty, and a decade since the defeat of the dark masterminds behind the Cataclysm. It is worth mentioning that, following the demise of the two instigators of the Cataclysm 10 years prior, Wu Feng and his three disciples announced two shocking events to the court within a month. Firstly, Bu Jingyun, holding a significant position as one of the 9 counselors of the Imperial Central Council, unexpectedly resigned to return home, wishing to focus on his martial cultivation. Secondly, in the following month, the Empire spearheaded a month-long dragon-slaying campaign involving various martial artists and sect experts. Despite the heavy toll of casualties among the martial masters, the campaign ultimately achieved its goal, successfully bringing back the severely wounded Great Azure Dragon to the Heavenly Dynasty. Notably, the devastating losses incurred during the dragon-slaying campaign led to the demise of a small faction of conspirators who, previously emboldened by their minor abilities, had spread rumors and instigated unrest within the empire. Having lost their formidable backing, they were captured by Imperial spies shortly before the coming year. From that point onward, the absence of these malefactors, who had previously impeded progress, allowed the Heavenly Dynasty to thrive in the ensuing years, experiencing remarkable and rapid development, akin to a leap forward. Indeed, to this day, the Heavenly Dynasty has not only unified the entire Eurasian continent, but has also embarked on an unprecedented era of grand maritime exploration and adventure. Moreover, a preliminary realization of the lofty aspirations and grand vision has been achieved, the establishment of a world characterized by equality, freedom, and harmony for all. In this endeavor, The vibrant city of Leking, a newly constructed entertainment hub in the land of Shinjo, plays a pivotal role. Within the bustling confines of a 3-story restaurant named Uli Inn, the atmosphere is alive with animated chatter, as patrons from all walks of life fill every available seat, creating a vivid tableau of humanity. Cough, cough, quiet please. Everyone, settle down. The moment has arrived for the unveiling of the 3 rankings. A slender elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, with a glint of intelligence in his eyes and pronounced temples, stands at the center of the inn's stage, calling for attention. Elder Gu, is it true that this time the most enigmatic of the 3 rankings, the celestial ranking, will be revealed? A well-dressed, middle-aged man, clearly familiar with the elder, eagerly poses the question. Indeed, Elder Gu, is it really true? The 3 rankings have existed for at least a decade, yet only the mortal ranking, representing ordinary individuals, and the earth ranking, representing the terrestrial immortals, have been disclosed. The celestial ranking, which is said to correspond to the legendary celestial beings, has remained shrouded in mystery. A robust young man in his 20s, embodying a spirit of camaraderie, interjects with a tone of frustration. Absolutely, that is indeed the case. In an instant, without waiting for Elder Gu to respond, the crowd erupted in a chorus of agreement and affirmation. All right, everyone, please be quiet. This time, I will indeed unveil the fabled celestial ranking. Elder Gu gestures for silence, effectively quelling the murmurs before he confidently continues. Now, let us not linger on pleasantries. We shall proceed directly to the main event. This time, I shall reveal all 3 rankings simultaneously. Elder Gu declares with candor. With a swift motion, 3 scrolls, each representing the mortal ranking in azure, the earth ranking in white, and the celestial ranking in gold, descend from above and unfurl gracefully. As the crowd gazes intently, the celestial ranking is unveiled. 1. First on the celestial ranking, Nuwa, the ancient goddess who created humanity and mended the heavens. 2. Second, the ancient deity, the Sun Buddha, who observes both heaven and earth. 3. Third, the ancient human emperor, the progenitor of culture, Huangdi. 4. Fourth, the ancient demon emperor, Qiyu, who ravaged the mortal realm. 5. Fifth, the god of the future, who disrupts the flow of time, the half-god. 6. Sixth, the ancient swordsman, whose sword intent shapes realms, the master of the sword domain. As for the 7th through 36th positions on the celestial ranking, they remain vacant and undecided. The first on the earth ranking is the divine martial god, Wu Feng. The second is the enchanting love, the martial saint, Guan Yu. The third is the 12 horrors, Xiao Sen Xiao. The fourth is the true power of Xuanwu, Wu Wudi. The 5th is the 6 extinctions, the reincarnated sword saint. The 72nd is the 8 bows of the sword-bowing manner. On the human ranking, the first is the reincarnated sword saint, Long Air. The second is the infinite divine palm, Butian, beneath the giant Buddha of Leshan, beside the entrance to Lingyun Cave. Master, must you truly depart? Is there no way for you to stay? Nie Feng gazed at Wu Feng, who stood by the river, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes, his voice a soft murmur filled with reluctance. Yes, master, could you not remain? Enough, enough, enough. Jingyun, you need not speak. My mind is made up, and your persuasion is unnecessary, Wu Feng replied with unwavering determination. With that, he continued, a mix of exasperation and humor in his tone. Moreover, did we not agree upon this long ago? And most importantly, I shall not be gone forever. However, master, should an old monster arise to unleash calamity after your departure, what shall we do? Duan Lang questioned, his face etched with concern. Huh, you little rascal. Trying to be clever, are you? With your current strength, if you join forces, you may not be invincible. But you certainly possess the power to stand against half of the divine. Wu Feng chuckled, pointing at Duan Lang. Enough. I understand your reluctance. But let us cease this talk. After years of cultivation, Wu Feng quickly calmed his fluctuating emotions, regaining his composed demeanor. Master, in that moment, the 3 brothers stood before the great river, gazing into the distance, with Wu Feng standing tall, emanating an increasingly ethereal aura. Suddenly, a premonition surged within them, as if he were about to vanish with the wind, casting a shadow of melancholy over the 3 brothers, who murmured softly, Feng Air, Lang Air. Do you remember the first time we met? Do you recall the words you spoke upon seeing me? His robes billowed in the river's breeze, rustling softly, his figure becoming ever more elusive, as if he might disappear at any moment. Wu Feng, with a hazy gaze, asked gently, "Do you remember?" "Yes." Both Duan Lang and Nie Feng replied in unison, recalling the moment. "Indeed, where am I coming from, and where am I going?" Enough of jesting. Wu Feng turned to gaze deeply at the three, a serene smile gracing his lips. "Yun Air, Feng Air, Lang Air, may we meet again by fate." As his words fell, Wu Feng, devoid of any lingering thoughts or worries, focused his intent, activating the fully charged golden finger progress bar. In an instant, just as silently as he had arrived, he vanished into thin air. Chapter 53. Journeying through the Star Sea in the Dragon Ball world, North Galaxy, Earth. At this moment, the sun shines brilliantly, and the sky is exceptionally clear. Within a certain expanse of primordial forest on the western continent, an array of creatures frolics about, either reveling in their freedom or instinctively engaging in activities beneficial to their well-being. As fate would have it, a formidable male Tyrannosaurus Rex, poised to assert its dominance over a female of its kind beneath it, is abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of an unexpected figure materializing between them. This uninvited guest is none other than Wu Feng, returning triumphantly from the tumultuous world he had traversed. After 3 decades of absence, Wu Feng has finally returned to the homeland he cherishes most. Yet, before he can express his sentiments or articulate the bittersweet emotions stirring within him, a noxious attack surges forth, accompanied by an enraged roar that reverberates through the air. With a resounding thud, the male Tyrannosaurus Rex's formidable jaws collide with the impenetrable aura that Wu Feng instinctively emanates. In an instant, its sharp teeth shatter and scatter across the ground. The agonizing pain from its fractured fangs incites a series of tortured howls, as the creature frantically thrashes its massive head, retreating from Wu Feng as if aware that it has provoked an insurmountable force. Unfortunately for it, the moment of realization comes too late, for upon witnessing the 2 tyrannosaurs, Wu Feng had already resolved in his heart that his first meal upon returning would be the long-forgotten taste of dinosaur flesh. Moments later, beside a babbling brook nearest to the ancient forest, Wu Feng methodically attends to the unfortunate pair of tyrannosaurs, all the while reflecting upon the myriad of experiences and gains from his journey through time. One thing is unequivocal. The goals he had set prior to his traversal have not only been flawlessly achieved, but have far exceeded his expectations. As he stands in the Dragon Ball universe once more, the liberated essence of his newly enhanced body rejoices exuberantly. The overwhelming aura pulsating within him is now over 200 times greater than before, filling him with an undeniable sense of elation. If Wu Feng's combat prowess prior to his journey was approximately 3,600, then he now possesses a staggering battle power nearing 750,000, far surpassing the average level of mastery within the 7th universe. He is considerably stronger than Frisia, the cosmic emperor of the Frost Demon race, in his regular form, placing him amongst the ranks of formidable adversaries in the cosmos, capable of dominating a realm. Provided he refrains from provoking perilous individuals, it is believed he can thrive abundantly, navigating life with ease and grace. The remarkable increase in strength is indeed a monumental boon for Wu Feng, yet this is not the sole source of his delight. After yet another traversal, Wu Feng, guided by the knowledge bestowed upon him by the mysterious entity in his mind, finally comprehended and confirmed a significant matter concerning his own existence: the time ratio between the world of traversal and that of Dragon Ball. In a mundane world devoid of extraordinary elements, also referred to as a semi-plane, a year would pass while merely a second elapses in the Dragon Ball universe. In lower-tier worlds, such as those of low martial arts, low magic, or low fantasy, which do contain extraordinary elements, a year would pass while just a minute transpires in the Dragon Ball realm. In primary worlds, also known as minor thousand worlds, such as those embodying medium martial arts, medium magic, or medium fantasy, the first world Wu Feng traversed, the Dragon World, belongs to the category of medium martial arts. A year would elapse while an hour passes in the Dragon Ball universe. Following this pattern, in intermediate worlds, termed as medium thousand worlds, a year would pass while a day goes by in the Dragon Ball world. In advanced worlds, also recognized as ordinary large thousand worlds, a year would elapse while a month passes in the Dragon Ball realm. In superlative worlds, known as peak large thousand worlds, a year would go by while a season elapses in the Dragon Ball universe. Finally, in the ultimate worlds, termed as perfect large 1,000 worlds. A year would pass, while an entire year transpires in the Dragon Ball realm. As for the eternally supreme ultimate world governed directly by the highest path, it is not to be discussed at this moment. Having initially clarified the time ratios of the traversed worlds in his mind, Wu Feng sought verification by unleashing his perception, enveloping the entirety of Earth in an instant. He selected the essence of a random individual within a city as his target and activated his instantaneous movement. In a mere heartbeat, Wu Feng's figure vanished, only to reappear at the same spot less than a second later. Had one not been vigilantly observing, coupled with the diverse array of spices suddenly appearing in Wu Feng's hands, they might have assumed he had never moved at all. It was utterly inconceivable that within such a fleeting moment, Wu Feng not only glanced at a calendar to confirm he had been away for a month, thereby validating his hypothesized time ratio, but also conveniently acquired the barbecue spices he required. Once he had meticulously prepared all the necessary items for his barbecue, Wu Feng, with a mere thought, aligned his middle and index fingers, summoning forth a blade of air approximately 1 meter in length, sharp as a razor. From a distance, it appeared as if Wu Feng wielded the blade with remarkable agility, the swift motion producing a flurry of indistinct afterimages densely populating a space of less than 10 cubic meters. In this brief interval, Wu Feng, with his gathered energy and sharpened blade, effortlessly sliced through 2 formidable Tyrannosaurus rexes, each measuring no less than 7 to 8 meters in length. He then commenced to savor the fruits of his labor. Shortly thereafter, after relishing his first meal upon returning, Wu Feng promptly continued his series of instantaneous movements without delay. In the previous moment, having confirmed the safety and steady improvement of his uncle, the venerable Wu Taidu, Wu Feng found himself transported to the depths of the Lian Mountain Valley. There, he observed his kin engaged in various mundane tasks or diligently undertaking arduous training. After a discreet yet thorough assessment of their well-being, he hesitated not, activating his instantaneous movement once more to depart quietly, leaving no trace behind. Upon reappearing, Wu Feng found himself on a small island, where he briefly acknowledged the presence of his disciple, Wu Tian, before vanishing again. His next appearance was near a grand martial arts arena known as Xian Lu, spanning at least 1,000 square meters in a bustling metropolis. A mere glance at Tao Baihe was all he needed before he once again activated his instantaneous movement, departing silently yet again. Thus, utilizing the convenience of his instantaneous movement, Wu Feng visited each of his acquaintances one by one, after ensuring the well-being of his last disciple who had already embarked on his journey. He made his way directly to the Corinta, where he exchanged pleasantries with the immortal Corinta and received a generous supply of celestial beings. At this moment, after bidding farewell to the immortal, Wu Feng hesitated no longer. He unleashed his full perception, and in the blink of an eye, traversed the entirety of the solar system, setting his sights on the He-Nei star region. Yes, at last, he detected a familiar aura. Very well, it is you. With that thought, Wu Feng activated his instantaneous movement once more, his figure shimmering briefly before he vanished from the Corinta. Chapter 54. Journey through the starry seas in an unknown galaxy not far from the solar system. There exists a planet renowned throughout the universe, named after an individual known as Zuno. At this moment, before a grand palace situated in the center of this planet, the atmosphere was alive with bustling voices and vibrant energy. With a sudden flash of instantaneous movement, Wu Feng appeared, and the first sight that greeted him was an interminable line composed of various bizarre extraterrestrial beings, resembling a sinuous dragon. What is this place? Why are there so many aliens, and why are they all so obediently cued? Wu Feng mused to himself, his expression a blend of curiosity and perplexity as he surveyed his surroundings. Silence, everyone. Please quiet down. It is now the turn of the next candidate, Mr. Kabuzachi. Please follow me. Mr. Kabuzachi announced a round-faced, large-eared extraterrestrial, adorned in a red and yellow outfit, who emerged from the palace, flipping through a small booklet with an impassive expression. Upon concluding his words, he instinctively turned to leave, yet halfway through his rotation, he abruptly halted and directed a serious shout toward the wandering Wu Feng not far away. Sir, the gentleman who is idly strolling. Yes, you. Kindly adhere to the rules and queue properly, if you please. Otherwise, Lord Zuno shall not entertain any inquiries you may have. Lord Zuno? The name stirred a flicker of recognition within him. Ah, yes. It dawned upon him. He never anticipated that his first sojourn amidst the starry seas would lead him to the planet of this extraordinary being, reputed to be all-knowing and cognizant of the world's intricacies. Reflecting upon the descriptions of Zuno in the original text, Wu Feng was momentarily taken aback with astonishment. Soon after, Wu Feng reasoned that, upon further contemplation, such a scenario was both unexpected yet within the realm of possibility. For in the original narrative, the galactic patrolman, Gak, resembling Ultraman, had mentioned that Zuno's planet was not far from the solar system. After meticulously perusing his long-buried memories from the depths of his soul, Wu Feng murmured in realization. Throughout this process, aside from the initial address, he completely overlooked Zuno's servant, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Zuno himself, save for the difference in size. "Sir, are you even listening to me?" The servant, resembling a larger version of Zuno, exclaimed in irritation when Wu Feng remained unmoved despite the reminder. "If you have heard me, please follow Lord Zuno's regulations and queue up at the back." "Well, never mind. It is best to avoid unnecessary trouble while abroad. Caution is always prudent." Having held a high position in the tumultuous world for an extended period, Wu Feng, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger but quickly recalled that he was on someone else's turf, potentially concealing formidable individuals or peculiar methods. To avert any misfortune or setbacks, he chose to suppress his ire and engaged in a continuous inner monologue of self-reassurance. Although Wu Feng recognized from the original text that Zuno's power was not particularly formidable, certainly not reaching the level of Super Saiyan 2, as evidenced by the threats posed by the trainee Supreme Kai Zamasu of Universe 10, he nonetheless acknowledged that Zuno possessed the strength to command a significant faction or some extraordinary abilities. After all, without a certain level of power, how could so many extraterrestrials from various planets remain so compliant? "Zuno, perhaps it is best to reconsider. Let us set this aside for now. I shall revisit this once my strength has increased. Onward, to the next destination." After casting one last glance at the excessively lengthy queue, which seemed to stretch nearly 1,000 miles, Wu Feng pondered for a moment and decided to temporarily disregard the matter. Continuing on his journey with unwavering resolve, he sought out formidable opponents within the cosmos for combat training, while also intending to witness the renowned planets from the original tale, Adrat Star and Medamo Star. With a swift motion, having firmly etched the essence of Zuno and several of his servants in his mind, he activated his teleportation ability, vanishing abruptly before the gazes of many. Half a day later, in a bustling urban street on the planet Aura, is this truly the illustrious trade star of the universe? Indeed, it is vibrant and lively, bustling with a ceaseless flow of people. After traversing numerous planets, he arrived at this most celebrated celestial body. Observing the diverse array of spacecraft continuously entering and departing, he could not help but express his admiration. Having completed his reflections, he wasted no time and headed directly towards a large store specializing in spacecraft, prepared to adhere to his prearranged plan to purchase a vessel. Upon entering the store, without waiting for the customary pleasantries from the sales personnel, he stated directly, "I require the fastest and most high-performance spaceship, and it must include a gravity adjustment chamber. Greetings. Based on your specifications, we currently lack any suitable stock and would need to arrange a custom order. May I inquire if you require it urgently? If time is not a constraint, a deposit of 10% will suffice, and a wait of approximately 1 month will be necessary," replied the saleswoman. A being with blue-green interspersed skin, her professional smile unwavering. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. How much is the initial deposit?" he responded, contemplating briefly before arriving at a tranquil decision. "To customize the spaceship according to your requirements, the total cost is 100 shijin, which means a deposit of 10 shijin is needed." Upon hearing this, the extraterrestrial saleswoman, reminiscent of a lizard from Earth, beamed even brighter with her smile. "Shijin? Isn't that a form of currency in the universe? Do you not accept universal credits here?" he inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face after furrowing his brow. "Not quite, esteemed guest, you misunderstood. We certainly accept universal credits issued by the Galactic King. However, it has been customary on Aura to conduct transactions in Shijin, which is why I referred to it as the monetary unit. I hope you can forgive this oversight. Not an issue. It is my fault for not clarifying beforehand. Please elucidate the exchange rate between Shijin and universal credits," he said, waving his hand dismissively, his demeanor calm and his tone gentle. "Certainly, esteemed guest. On Aura, The standard exchange rate is 10,000 universal credits for one Shijin, meaning you would need to provide a deposit of 100,000 universal credits. 100,000 universal credits, is it? Very well, consider it done. I shall transfer the amount directly. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng casually produced a crystal card he had acquired during his journey while opening an account at the Cosmic Bank. He handed it to the female salesperson with an air of nonchalance, displaying no hint of regret for nearly depleting the card's balance. This lack of sentiment was not due to Wu Feng having attained a state where money was regarded as worthless, nor was it because he possessed an abundance of funds. Rather, the sum within the crystal card was entirely the result of his own cunning exploits along the way. After all, when it comes to money that is not earned through one's own toil, one seldom feels remorse in its expenditure, does one? Such is human nature. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. On this day, as per prior arrangement, Wu Feng returned, having amassed wealth through further exploits of robbery and entrapment over the past month. He made a single, substantial payment to the alien female salesperson before, with her warm send-off. He departed in the spacecraft that was now wholly his. Shortly thereafter, in the vast expanse of space not far from the Olastar system, a uniquely designed, brand-new spaceship darted through the cosmos at high speed. As a novice pilot, Wu Feng, under the simplistic guidance of the ship's artificial intelligence, slowly practiced maneuvering. However, due to his inexperience, he narrowly avoided collisions with numerous commercial spacecraft traversing to and from Ola. Additionally, while passing through an asteroid belt, he inadvertently shattered hundreds of asteroids, both large and small. Following alerts and warnings from the ship's AI, Wu Feng was compelled to exit the vessel, relying on his profound inner strength to convert it into internal respiration, instinctively shielding himself from various cosmic rays and harmful radiation that could threaten his life. He repelled all potential dangers, allowing him to float safely in the vastness of space. After departing from his newly acquired spaceship and taking a moment to acclimate, Wu Feng wasted no time. With a mere thought and a wave of his hand, he unleashed thousands of energy beams that obliterated all obstructing asteroids, turning them into cosmic dust that ultimately dissipated into the void. In an instant, having cleared all obstacles, Wu Feng habitually dusted off his hands and returned to the spacecraft, relishing the novelty of piloting for the first time. It was not until 3 hours later, after once again playing the role of a cosmic janitor, that the initial thrill began to wane. He finally switched to intelligent control mode, exiting the cockpit with a look of indifference, and made his way to the gravity chamber. Eager to experiment with the most notable and extraordinary training method described in the original text, curious as to its efficacy for him at this moment. Well, to be prudent, it would be wise to start gradually. Let me first try the experience of double Earth gravity and see how that goes. Holding the gravity control button that regulates the gravitational force within his chamber, Wu Feng, after a moment of contemplation, resolutely abandoned the reckless idea of setting it to the maximum of 500 times Earth's gravity. Instead, for the sake of prudence, he decided to gradually increase the intensity, testing the limits of his endurance. With a beep, the gravity doubled, enveloping him instantly. It felt almost imperceptible. It seemed the multiplier was still too low. Next, he increased it to 3 times the gravity. Again, there was no significant sensation. Continuing onward, he set it to 4 times the gravity. Was it still insufficient? 5 times the gravity. Now he could finally feel a pronounced effect, yet it was still not enough. Pushing further, he cranked it up to 200 times. At last, had he reached his limit? 413 times the gravity? At that moment, under the immense weight, his face flushed crimson, trembling all over, nearly bent over in submission. Wu Feng struggled to utter each word clearly. Beep beep. Having reached his capacity, Wu Feng persisted in his training for a while longer before he no longer hesitated, promptly pressing the control device to deactivate the gravity apparatus. Gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, Wu Feng stood with legs apart, hunched over, his head bowed towards the chamber floor, allowing the perspiration that soaked his clothes to drip continuously onto the ground. After a brief moment, gradually regaining his composure, he straightened up and, unsteadily, made his way to the designated bathing chamber for cleansing after each training session. The following day, after a night of restorative sleep that revitalized his energy, Wu Feng, having hastily consumed a sumptuous breakfast, unhesitatingly returned to the gravity chamber. Adjusting the gravity to 400 times, he resumed the arduous and monotonous journey of training. This tedious and dreary training period did not last long. Merely 3 days later, he was interrupted by the intelligent reminder he had previously set. Has the first designated stop arrived so swiftly? Time truly flies during training. Wu Feng, momentarily halted in his practice, reflected in quiet admiration. Well, I might as well proceed to mark each planet according to my original plan. It wouldn't take much time after all. With this thought, Wu Feng promptly deactivated the gravity set at 420 times and entered the cleansing chamber. After a brief wash, he opened the spacecraft's main door and leaped into the vast expanse, landing on a desolate planet, roughly the size of Earth, devoid of any signs of life. With a thud, Wu Feng's descent created a substantial pit at least a meter deep in the barren Earth beneath him. According to his original plan, encountering such a lifeless planet was the easiest scenario. All he needed to do was find a few inconspicuous spots to hide the energy orbs he had prepared, which emanated his essence. With his thoughts racing, Wu Feng made up his mind and instantly released his mental energy, his figure moving swiftly as he continuously scanned the planet beneath him. In a matter of moments, Wu Feng had successfully explored and assessed at least several hundred suitable locations in his mind. After careful deliberation, he ultimately selected 10 sites with the broadest coverage to conceal energy spheres, serving as markers for future teleportation. With this task completed, he had not only facilitated his future travels, but also established a strategic retreat in case he encountered insurmountable foes or adversaries prone to self-destruction, thereby effectively mitigating the risk of Earth or other life-bearing planets facing annihilation. Satisfied with his swift completion of these tasks, Wu Feng reflected on the passage of time, which, like an arrow, had swiftly eluded him. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had slipped away amidst his relentless training and busy endeavors. At this moment, he had just marked the final desolate planet in the neighboring solar system. After swiftly teleporting his spacecraft to a concealed location on the moon, he unhesitatingly activated his teleportation once more, arriving at the notorious lair of space pirates, Skull Star, located in the western part of the North Galaxy. Upon his arrival at the infamous den of interstellar bandits, Wu Feng was promptly detected by the surveillance systems that blanketed the entire planet. The artificial intelligence immediately broadcast an alert across the realm. Warning, warning. An intruder has breached our territory, location, Jack City, outside the Caribbean Grand Hotel, at the intersection of Black Pearl Avenue and Gulge Avenue. The local pirate lord is instructed to apprehend the intruder without delay. Is this exposure inevitable? Wu Feng mused. Isn't this a lawless planet rife with banditry and villainy? Must it align itself with the advanced facilities of the developed worlds? He expected chaos and bloodshed, a tumultuous sphere devoid of order. Yet, as he surveyed the orderly scenes before him, he couldn't help but self-reflect and critique. Chapter 56. Battle. 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 Quick, quick, hurry. A spectacle is about to unfold. Another reckless fool, attempting to impose their so-called justice, has blundered in. Indeed. Let us go see which daredevil has the audacity to disrupt our nefarious domain. Yes, let us hurry. If we delay, we may miss witnessing the legendary battle of one of the notorious 10 kings of villains, Aurelia. While we can predict the outcome, we still hope this madman can hold out a little longer. As the alarm echoed throughout the tumultuous planet, its inhabitants did not react with the panic typical of other worlds. Instead, they displayed a nonchalant demeanor, eager to converge on the scene, ready to revel in the impending chaos. Meanwhile, the demon king Aurelia, one of the 10 kingdoms ruled by the stars of malevolence, was engaged in beneficial physical exercise. Alas, it had barely been a moment before another foolhardy individual dared to intrude upon my domain, provoking my ire immensely. Rising in agitation, Aurelia, upon hearing the alarm, swiftly exhibited a countenance of fury and impatience, effortlessly unleashing a wave of energy that obliterated several robust extraterrestrial women, whose appearances defied Earth's aesthetic standards, leaving no trace behind. After donning a combat-ready attire, he hastened towards the location of Wu Feng, seething with rage. The cacophony of gunfire, ranging from the relentless clattering of machine guns to the thunderous roar of rocket missiles and laser particle cannons, erupted within moments of Wu Feng's appearance, creating a ceaseless barrage of destruction. The intense bombardment centered around Wu Feng's position resulted in a quarter-mile radius suffering from relentless and cataclysmic fire for an entire quarter of an hour. Even after the concentrated onslaught had long ceased, the air remained thick with smoke, obscuring any clear view of the situation within. Is he dead? Surely he must be. After enduring such a torrent of artillery fire without a hint of movement, it seems he has met his demise, lamented Selima, one of the Demon King's subordinates, shaking his head in disappointment. Alas, I did not anticipate that this intruder would be so feeble, unable to withstand even the initial wave. What a futile expectation. We must retreat. Wait, Lord Selima. Look, that person is still alive, exclaimed a sharp-eyed soldier, disbelief etched across his face as he trembled, involuntarily swallowing hard. Indeed, Lord Selima. Not only is he alive, but he appears to be completely unscathed. Remaining composed, the seasoned Selima issued a command. Everyone, do not panic. On my signal, 3, 2, 1, run. Upon witnessing Wu Feng's intact form, who had not even shifted an inch, Selima's demeanor transformed into one of calm authority. In an instant, he charged towards a nearby building, and his subordinates followed suit, scattering in all directions with practiced precision, as if they had rehearsed this escape 1,000 times. Did you think you could simply retreat after the battle? How fortunate would that be? Wu Feng raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with cold light, a faint smile gracing his lips. In that moment, with a casual motion, Wu Feng lifted his hand towards the center, and with a flicker of intent, a minuscule wave of energy expanded into a massive force, embodying the potential to annihilate vast expanses with a single blow. After the brewing was complete, with a flicker of intention from Wu Feng, a ki blast the size of a watermelon suddenly erupted in the air, radiating outward like a sea urchin, promptly annihilating the fleeing defenders, including Selima, into ashes. Meanwhile, the Demon King Orilla, who arrived slightly late, roared from a distance, "Bold rogue, you seek death. Prepare to perish." As the furious attack approached at breakneck speed, Wu Feng remained unperturbed, his heart steady and his eyes calm. With a mere thought, he conjured a defensive ki shield composed of the formidable energy from his own cells. He withstood Orilla's rage-fueled strike, powerful enough to pierce a planet, firmly holding the explosive ki wave at bay within 3 feet of himself, immovable as a mountain. In that moment, unwilling to waste any more time in a stalemate, Wu Feng reached out his hand and gently grasped the ki wave launched by Orilla, effortlessly crushing it into oblivion. Who exactly are you? With your strength, you should not remain nameless. The cunning Demon King Orilla's pupils constricted slightly, filled with wariness as he questioned, witnessing his furious sneak attack, so easily neutralized and obliterated. Do you not realize that uttering such pointless words is far too late? Wu Feng brushed the dust off his left shoulder and replied with an indifferent tone. Instantly after his words fell, Wu Feng's figure appeared before Orilla, delivering a punch imbued with immense force that sent the unprepared Orilla hurtling away. The powerful blow, laden with tremendous force, caused Orilla to crash through at least 100 towering skyscrapers and numerous mountains, finally exhausting his momentum before coming to a halt. As he landed, Orilla instinctively clutched his chest, tasting blood in his throat, and spat forth a mouthful of crimson. "Ah, my blood! You have truly enraged this king. Unforgivable, unforgivable. I shall tear you to shreds. Die, demon obliteration bullet." Having ascended as the Demon King after a fierce battle in the decisive contest for the title of the 10 pirate kings held by the interstellar pirate emperor hundreds of years ago, Orilla had never sustained any injuries or spilled blood since. Now, feeling as if he had been provoked to madness, he recklessly charged at Wu Feng with unrestrained ferocity. As waves of ki seemed to attack from all directions simultaneously, Wu Feng remained utterly unfazed, silently maintaining his ki shield as he absorbed Orilla's relentless assaults without budging an inch. Moments later, due to the gradual depletion of his stamina, Orilla's relentless onslaught began to wane, slowing down until it finally subsided. "Have you reached your limit? Very well, I've observed enough. Let it be so." Wu Feng maintained an expression of tranquility, his tone unperturbed as he spoke. Upon finishing his words, the once stationary Wu Feng abruptly sprang into action, his figure vanishing without a trace. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared, having anticipated the retreating path of Aurelia, who was desperate to escape as she found herself caught mid-flight. "Where do you think you are going? Allow me to escort you," he declared, delivering a devastating energy wave capable of annihilating vast landscapes. This strike obliterated Aurelia, who was unable to react or evade, leaving not even a remnant in its wake. and the residual force continued to traverse the extensive, unnamed mountain ranges and the boundless oceans that span the planet. Thus, one of the notorious pirate kings of Evil Star, known as the Demon King, Aurelia, left behind nothing but a chilling scream of despair before vanishing completely. My friends, after watching for so long, are you not inclined to show yourselves? Wu Feng remarked, noticing that none of the hidden observers made any move to assist Aurelia as she fell victim to his decisive blow. Chapter 57, Battle, Battle, Battle. Suddenly, 9 beams of energy, exuding an astonishing aura and capable of effortlessly shattering a planet, converged on Wu Feng's location as their target and were unleashed in unison. Faced with this sudden onslaught from all directions, Wu Feng's demeanor shifted. He no longer feigned indifference or withstood the blows for the sake of bravado. Instead, in a fraction of a second, he propelled himself downward and leaped into the air, deftly escaping the encirclement just before the attacks reached him. Soaring to a height of 100 meters, suspended in midair, he gazed down at the ground where he had stood moments before. It was now transformed into a colossal crater spanning thousands of miles, as if struck by a meteor from the heavens. This was a fortunate outcome, as the 9 attackers had sensed the impending danger and redirected their assault skyward at the critical moment. Had they not done so, the Evil Star, not much smaller than Earth, would have undoubtedly erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, reduced to fragments and celestial debris. Wu Feng, resolute in his principle against being struck without retaliation, chose to adopt an offensive stance after narrowly evading the life-threatening combined attack. From a distance, he appeared to blur before materializing before the weakest of the 9 adversaries. In that moment, the alien, resembling an oversized cockroach from Earth, was struck by a powerful punch, launching it several dozen miles away, exhausting its remaining strength before finally coming to a halt. During this brief encounter, it collided with countless skyscrapers and residences, subsequently breaking through at least tens of thousands of towering trees, carving a straight path through the nameless forest of Wu Feng that stretched for over 10 miles, before crashing headlong into several mountains nearly 1,000 meters high. How fragile its body was. In an instant, it had met its end. In the next moment, Wu Feng, surprised yet undeterred, continued his relentless assault against the second weakest among his adversaries. He unleashed another punch, one powerful enough to shatter the moon, directed straight at the alien that bore a striking resemblance to an enlarged earth fox. The creature, barely having time to cross its arms in defense, attempted to withstand the blow. However, the vast chasm of disparity in strength rendered its efforts futile upon contact. The force akin to that of a meteorite collision shattered its arms entirely. It was then sent hurtling away, soaring through the air like a rocket, piercing into the depths of outer space, ultimately transforming into a distant star before vanishing from sight. Moments later, due to the multiplicative difference in power, Wu Feng swiftly dispatched 6 among the 9 adversaries, each possessing combat abilities ranging from over 100,000 to below 300,000. This left him with the 3 strongest opponents, whose combat powers were recorded at over 390,000, over 460,000, and over 530,000, to engage in a gradual sparring match and accumulate experience. Damn it, who are you really? Why have I never heard of you before? When did such a formidable expert emerge in the universe? The remaining trio, now standing back to back in a defensive formation, were led by the most powerful among them, Dominique, the crowned king of the notorious pirate faction on the Evil Star, known for his elusive nature. He observed Wu Feng with a mix of caution and rage. Being ignorant does not equate to non-existence. Moreover, the universe is vast, teeming with skilled individuals. Even if you lived 1,000 lifetimes, how much could you truly comprehend? He continued, let us not even speak of the distant legends like Moro and Majin Buu, who possess the might to nearly conquer the entire universe. Closer to home, we have the formidable King Cold of the Frozen Demon Clan, the Grand Elder of the Namekians, and the unparalleled Roboku from the Western Galaxy, all of whom boast combat powers exceeding 10 million. The concept of the demon-like Majin Buu and the legendary Kurds is nothing but a fabrication of the older generation, mere illusions designed to deceive. As for the so-called King of the Kurds, do you truly believe I have not encountered him? A mere battle power of 470,000 speaks volumes. Clearly, the esteemed elder you mentioned, along with the likes of Rib Rice, are nothing extraordinary. Dominique, while engaging in a rapid-fire exchange of attacks with Wu Feng, wore an expression of disbelief and disdainfully mocked. 470 000? How delightfully absurd. One might say that like father, like son. If the norm is indeed 470,000, then after 3 transformations, the ultimate form would boast a staggering battle power of over 12 million. How unexpectedly enlightening. At that moment, Wu Feng skillfully parried the trio's relentless and swift onslaught, countering with punches and kicks, leaving a flurry of afterimages in the air surrounding him. Simultaneously, his mind wandered as he contemplated the implications. How audacious to divide one's focus amidst such a fierce confrontation. Seizing the opportunity presented by Wu Feng's momentary distraction, the 3 adversaries exchanged glances and leapt back in unison, forming a triangular formation. They unleashed their most potent techniques with unwavering determination. So, you are all giving it your all. Very well, let me conclude this battle with a technique that has remained hidden since its inception. With Wu Feng's declaration, an extraordinary aura erupted forth, an overwhelming pressure that reverberated through the surroundings, creating visible ripples in the air and demolishing the already ravaged structures around them. In an instant, as Wu Feng's words faded, a terrifying wave of energy coalesced in his hand, rapidly expanding from the size of a bean to that of a basketball. With a mere thought, he unleashed 3 formidable energy blasts, each hurtling towards the approaching waves of energy from his foes. Upon contact, they effortlessly crushed the incoming attacks, sending them hurtling back towards the now horrified trio, whose faces were drenched in sweat and twisted in despair. In a heartbeat, the 3 unwilling adversaries were obliterated, their remnants piercing through the majestic mountains that stretched for thousands of miles behind them, and subsequently breaching the vast, boundless ocean, revealing the ocean floor for countless miles before dissipating into the depths of the earth. Chapter 58. Fight. 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 Witnessing the apocalyptic scene wrought by his final strike, Wu Feng could not help but feel a pang of guilt and regret. Guilt enveloped him as he beheld the once resplendent landscapes, now ravaged and scarred by his own hands. It was a lamentable sight, witnessing the indigenous life of this planet being mercilessly decimated and enslaved by the ruthless cosmic marauders. In a moment of reflection, he found himself unexpectedly spared from peril. Before Wu Feng could fully express his thoughts and hastily depart to fulfill his mission with the Galactic Mercenary Alliance and claim his substantial reward, a faint breath caught his attention. To his astonishment, it was none other than Damok, the notorious leader of the 10 cosmic pirates, who should have been utterly annihilated. Realizing that Damok still clung to life, Wu Feng swiftly approached the half-buried figure, who lay on the ground in agony and torment, and remarked with a hint of surprise. Damok, faced with the grim reality of his impending doom, seethed with resentment, vowing vengeance even in his last moments. You shall perish, I swear it, even in death. I shall ensure you accompany me to the grave. In a moment of despair, Damok resolutely pressed a hidden button within his palm, intended to awaken and seal his elder brother's dormant healing chamber, while hurling curses at Wu Feng. Oh, now that you have uttered your final words, farewell, or rather, never again shall we meet. Having listened patiently to Damok's last declaration, Wu Feng wasted no time. He raised his right hand, palm facing Damok, and swiftly conjured a sphere of energy the size of a ping-pong ball, launching it forth with precision. With a thunderous explosion, the once formidable Damok, now reduced to a mere upper half of his body adorned with pink skin and grotesque spines, was obliterated into dust, scattering into the air like ephemeral whispers. Simultaneously, as Wu Feng unleashed the energy wave, a voice echoed from several hundred miles away. Stop this at once. Damn it, hurry. The self-proclaimed uncrowned king of the evil star, Demi-Gods, raced towards the scene, desperate to save his only remaining kin. Yet, fate often defies our desires. The legendary cosmic pirate king, Demi-Gods, arrived too late, helplessly witnessing the demise of his last family member. I wish for your demise. Demi-Gods' face was contorted with fierce anger, his eyes radiating murderous intent as he relentlessly unleashed wave after wave of energy blasts capable of obliterating the very planet itself, targeting the distant Wu Feng. In the face of these formidable yet chaotic energy waves, Wu Feng remained composed, deftly evading each assault with a graceful agility, his figure darting unpredictably in every direction. No matter how rapidly Demi-Gods attempted to intensify his onslaught, Wu Feng always managed to sidestep just in time. As time progressed, the cataclysmic consequences of Demi-Gods' reckless barrage became evident. The infamous villain star lay in ruin, ravaged by apocalyptic storms, tornadoes, and volcanic eruptions that engulfed the land, all culminating in titanic tsunamis that threatened to submerge the continents. The planet itself seemed to fracture under the strain, heralding the imminent arrival of doom and destruction that had been prophesied for centuries. This cannot continue. The villain star is on the brink of disintegration and explosion. It is time to conclude this battle. Double extreme fist. In that fleeting moment, one of the two blurred figures entwined in aerial combat suddenly erupted with an astonishing surge of energy, sending the other figure hurtling at least 1,000 meters away before regaining its composure. Ah, did you think you alone possessed the means to amplify your power? Transformation, kill. Witnessing Wu Feng's sudden surge in energy, Donadade, sharing a lineage with the original character Dodoria, refused to be outdone. He unleashed his ultimate trump card, transforming and pouring forth all his strength as he charged once more at Wu Feng. With their respective secrets revealed, the two engaged in a fierce and desperate battle, their figures becoming mere blurs in the sky. Observers could only infer the intensity of their clash through the varying residual images left in the air. With each accelerated exchange, bolts of lightning erupted in the sky, intertwining around the two combatants. With a deafening crash, another violent collision unleashed a tremendous force that shattered the air, sending shockwaves reverberating outward. The titanic energy released in their struggle sent both fighters, who had reached their limits, hurtling backward in an explosive retreat. In the wake of the astonishing shockwave, a tempestuous energy rippled outward, centering around the battleground of the two combatants, enveloping a vast expanse of 1,000 miles in relentless clouds and pervasive dust, effectively obliterating everything in its path. Simultaneously, the descending wave of pressure effortlessly shattered the earth within a radius of several thousand miles, rendering it as fragile as shattered tempered glass. Ah, you are formidable. Cough, cough. You are the strongest opponent I have encountered thus far. Come, let us determine the outcome with one final strike and unveil all truths. Planetary Annihilation Orb. Alas, the strong must meet their end with dignity. Allow me to honor you with the full extent of my power. With that declaration, a massive energy beam, radiating a blinding white light, surged toward the oncoming dazzling turquoise energy beam. With a crackle and a thunderous roar, the two forces collided, momentarily locked in a stalemate before the incandescent energy wave broke the deadlock, forcefully surging forward and utterly consuming the defenseless, grimacing Donadard, whose bulging veins and contorted features were no match for the onslaught. With unrelenting ferocity, the aftermath of the clash sliced through all obstacles, mountains, oceans, and more, on the planet of villains, as if cutting through tofu, before it soared into the cosmos, disintegrating various meteors into mere dust. It plunged into a lifeless planet, slightly larger than Earth, aligned with the planet of villains. In an instant, a colossal firework erupted in the cosmic void, several dozen light-years away from the planetary system of the villain-s world, blooming in resplendent hues, dazzlingly radiant and breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 59. The Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. Breathing heavily, Wu Feng, having executed his ultimate move, was drenched in sweat, hands resting on his knees, bent over as he gasped for air. Indeed, surpassing the limit threefold is the utmost threshold my body can withstand at this moment. At this juncture, Wu Feng reflected on all the battles he had endured, diligently absorbing the wisdom gained from each encounter, while feeling the weight of exhaustion. After a brief moment of contemplation, he wasted no time and decisively bit down on the mystical bean he had kept in his mouth since before the battle, crushing it and swallowing it whole. In an instant, upon consuming the bean, Wu Feng felt all his injuries, great and small, and the nearly depleted energy within him fully restored to their prime state. Now revitalized, Wu Feng had no intention of lingering. He expanded his perception to encompass the now devastated planet of villains, and after a short while, confirmed that there was not a single trace of life remaining. A fleeting smile of satisfaction graced his lips, albeit momentarily, signifying his elevated spirits in that instant. This not only signifies that Wu Feng has accomplished one of the top 10 S-level missions that have plagued the headquarters of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance for 3 centuries, but it also indicates that the currently impoverished Wu Feng is poised to leap into the cosmos, transforming into a modestly affluent individual, akin to possessing a life planet. Adjacent to the Galactic Patrol headquarters lies the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, a major powerhouse under the command of the Galactic King, yet independent of the Galactic Patrol. Greetings, Mr. Wu Feng. Regarding the S-level mission you recently accepted and completed, the eradication of the cosmic pirate stronghold on the infamous Evil Star. We require a brief moment to verify and gather evidence. Please bear with us, a receptionist at the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance headquarters. An alien beauty conforming to the general aesthetic preferences of Earthlings, remarked with a gentle smile and a soothing tone. Very well. I shall peruse the mission hall for a while and return shortly, Wu Feng replied thoughtfully. With that, he wasted no time and proceeded directly to the mission hall. Meticulously examining several S-level tasks that had remained uncompleted, which he had not had the opportunity to review previously. Upon entering the mission hall, Wu Feng immediately spotted the crystal holographic screen displaying S-level and above missions suspended in a central position. He wisely chose to disregard the tasks above S-level and focused directly on the S-level missions. S-level mission: eliminate or capture the patriarch of the Frozen Demon Clan. King Cooled, in the Northern Galaxy. Status: pending completion. S-level mission: destroy or apprehend the intelligent mechanical star by Gao Xing, drifting in the Northern Galaxy. Status: pending completion. S-level mission: eradicate the demon general, Imondus, who has escaped from the demon realm, along with his subordinates. Status: pending completion. S-level mission: eliminate the malevolent Namekian Slag, who occupies Slag Star, with his demonic subordinates. Status: pending completion. S-level mission: eradicate all nefarious criminals on the Cosmic Pirate Stronghold, Evil Star. Status: pending. Not repeatedly acceptable. S-level mission: assist the Grand Cosmic Scientist in a century-long exploration and study of black holes. Status: pending. Not repeatedly acceptable. S-level mission: investigate and map the mysterious and unknown Gamma-73 Nebula. Status: pending completion. S-level mission: eliminate the juvenile demon beast, Yigo, that has strayed from the demon realm. Status: pending completion. S-level mission: vanquish the vile monster, Demon Pui, on the planet Pandera. Status: pending completion. S-level mission: capture the fugitive swordsman, Gekwa, who is evading in the cosmos. Status: pending completion. After a moment of careful scrutiny, Wu Feng furrowed his brow, pondering, have I traversed into a hybrid version of the Dragon Ball world? At this moment, as Wu Feng contemplated the numerous malevolent and exceedingly formidable bosses he would inevitably confront in the future, he felt a throbbing headache, yet could not help but experience a flicker of competitive spirit and anticipation. Greetings, Mr. Wu Feng. Following our investigation, we have confirmed that you have indeed completed an S-level mission. We kindly request that you formally proceed with the task handover, so that you may swiftly receive the remuneration for this undertaking, spoke the alien receptionist, her skin a vibrant yellow-green, her eyes shimmering with surprise, her face adorned with a warm smile, and her voice sweetly melodic. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng did not hesitate to naturally produce his mercenary badge, resembling a bank card, crafted entirely from an enigmatic crystal. Certainly, and oh, could you also assist me in processing the promotion of my mercenary rank? Very well. Please hold on for a moment while I handle the procedures for your rank advancement, the alien receptionist replied with an unwavering smile. With that, she gently pressed her palm against the counter, and in an instant, a virtual projection manifested in the air. At this moment, the receptionist paid no heed to Wu Feng's astonished yet relieved expression. Instead, she directly pointed at the ethereal interface, opening a display, and proceeded to manipulate an array of incomprehensible programs with remarkable speed. After a brief interval, the alien receptionist ceased her rapid operations and turned to Wu Feng, stating, Mr. Wu Feng, due to your exceptional circumstances, after special approval and comprehensive calculations from headquarters, you will be elevated directly from the lowest F-rank cosmic mercenary to a B-ranked cosmic mercenary, becoming the fastest rising mercenary in history. Congratulations. Oh, could you kindly elucidate the specific classifications within the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance? Wu Feng inquired casually, receiving the brand new mercenary badge handed to him by the alien woman. His curiosity piqued. Not at all, Mr. Wu Feng, you are too courteous. It is my duty to address any inquiries you may have as a cosmic mercenary, she said, briefly introducing her role before continuing. The mercenaries within the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance are classified into 9 ranks, from lowest to highest. F, E, D, C, B, A, S, X, and Z. Notably, The first three ranks generally correspond to combat power ranging from 100 to 10,000. The middle three ranks correspond to combat power exceeding 10,000 but below 1 million, while the last three ranks, with S rank corresponding to combat power exceeding 1 million but below 100 million. The X rank generally corresponds to combat power exceeding 100 million but below 10 billion. As for the Z rank, which symbolizes the god of mercenaries, it remains an unknown entity, as no one has attained this rank since Lord Silas 1,000,000 years ago. Moreover, it is customary for cosmic mercenaries to advance ranks according to regulations. Completing 3 F-level missions automatically promotes 1 to A level, 9 E-level missions to D level, and 27 D-level missions to C level. Similarly, the completion of 81 C-level tasks equates to attaining B-level status, while 243 B-level tasks elevate 1 to A level, and 729 A-level tasks culminate in S level. Beyond the S level, promotion to the X level necessitates the completion of a fixed 187 S-level tasks, in addition to possessing the requisite formidable strength to support such an advancement. As for the ultimate promotion to Z level, representing the legendary pinnacle of cosmic mercenaries, it requires adherence to 2 essential conditions: a heart aligned with justice and, crucially, an absolute power capable of rivaling and contending with divine beings. Chapter 60. King of S-level mercenaries in the Higher Star System, on the planet Higher. The air was thick with an aura of slaughter as it faced the relentless bombardment from Wu Feng's key cannon. This planet, now under the dominion of the demon General Imans and his cohort, resembled a hell's cape. "How dare you invade my domain, Imans?" the enraged demon general bellowed, unleashing a devastating light projectile in retaliation. At that moment, Wu Feng's actions had thoroughly incensed the demon general. He soared into the sky, gathering his power to launch a furious strike at Wu Feng, his face contorted with rage. Facing the swiftly approaching energy projectile, which sent shivers of danger coursing through him, Wu Feng acted promptly, executing a rapid evasion. In the nick of time, he ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, casting a glance downwards at the source of his peril, Imans, while simultaneously observing the energy projectile he had narrowly avoided. The dark purple energy sphere, imbued with an aura of annihilation, collided with a colossal peak nearly 10,000 meters high. The ensuing explosion reverberated with earth-shattering force, sending shockwaves that rippled through the air, creating visible waves akin to a massive tsunami, engulfing everything within a radius of several thousand miles. When the dust finally settled, only a vast crater remained. If one were to liken Higher Star to an apple, it now appeared, from a distance, as though a bite had been taken out of a rotten fruit. The thunderous explosion did not disrupt the fierce confrontation between the two combatants. As Wu Feng dodged, he swiftly repositioned himself to launch a vigorous offensive, targeting Imans's vital points with relentless speed. For a moment, Imans found himself scrambling to defend against the onslaught. However, after a brief interval, he adapted to Wu Feng's extraordinary combat prowess, gradually seizing the initiative and transitioning into a full-force counterattack. With a punch that shattered the air, the overwhelming pressure of his strike descended upon Wu Feng, reminiscent of mountains pressing down. At this moment, confronted with a punch powerful enough to shatter the earth, Wu Feng could no longer afford to conceal his strength. With a mere thought, he amplified his extreme fist technique threefold and unleashed it. The strike surged forward to meet the thunderous blow descending upon him, akin to a mountain's weight. A resounding clash echoed, reverberating through the air, which erupted like a spider's web, rapidly dispersing in all directions. From a distance, it appeared as though the very fabric of space had fractured like a shattered mirror. After a brief struggle, the two fists held firm for a few seconds, but ultimately, due to Edmund's power being slightly inferior to Wu Feng's threefold extreme fist, it was Edmund's who faltered first. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Wu Feng exerted his strength once more, propelling himself away with tremendous force, crashing directly into a mountain towering several kilometers high, located 1,000 miles away. The impact collapsed and obliterated the mountain, and as the residual force diminished, it sequentially pierced through over 100 peaks of varying sizes before finally expending its energy, coming to a halt in a valley. Lying motionless, akin to a lifeless form, Wu Feng sensed a faint breath lingering within Edmund's body, which might have otherwise deceived him due to Edmund's disguise. Aware of the truth, Wu Feng chose not to expose Edmund's ruse, but instead focused intently on expanding his perception. Upon thorough examination, he confirmed the complete absence of any presence representing the indigenous people of Hailstar, leaving only the sporadic essence of demonic energy scattered across the planet. Without hesitation, he ascended rapidly into the sky, and in mere moments, he emerged beyond the atmosphere of Hailstar. Gazing down at the battered Hailstar, enshrouded in demonic energy, he lifted his right hand slightly, gathering a sphere of energy in his palm. In mere seconds, the energy coalesced into a disk the size of a grinding wheel, emanating an awe-inspiring power. Following his final exhaustive search, Wu Feng slowly opened his eyes, tinged with a hint of fatigue, his expression transforming into one of utmost coldness. With a thought, the immense energy sphere, previously poised, was launched towards Hailstar. The strike, infused with all of Wu Feng's might, resembled a key cannon potent enough to obliterate the entire Earth, hurtling forth at a velocity akin to that of light, plunging directly into Hailstar. Upon contact with the planet's surface, it pierced through the crust as effortlessly as a knife through tofu, continuing unabated until it reached the molten core. Then, with a thunderous roar, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated throughout the entire Isher star system. In that moment, within Wu Feng's perception, it seemed that even the vacuum of space could not contain the sound of the earth-shattering detonation. The laws of physics, in that instant, lost all significance. The reverberations of the cataclysmic explosion of Higher Star obliterated the surrounding asteroids, comets, and satellites in an instant, sending the defenseless Wu Feng hurtling millions of miles away. Only after a considerable distance was he able to regain his composure, gazing in trepidation at the distant Higher Star, which erupted in continuous explosions resembling gigantic flowers of flame in full bloom. Captivated by its mesmerizing beauty, Wu Feng was simultaneously overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the force unleashed. In that moment, he experienced firsthand the devastating power of a planetary explosion, a realization that rendered him acutely aware of his own insignificance and the colossal energy contained within a planet. This force was capable of annihilating all existence beneath a godlike master in the blink of an eye. With unwavering conviction, Wu Feng mused silently to himself. The explosion, as splendid as fireworks, bore their fleeting nature, lasting only seconds before vanishing into oblivion. After savoring the cosmic spectacle, Wu Feng wasted no time. With a swift movement through space, he reappeared on the medium-sized life-bearing planet of Taganai. Without lingering, he hunted a few ferocious beasts for a barbecue feast, relishing the meal for an hour before activating his teleportation once more, arriving at the headquarters of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. Learning from his previous experience, Wu Feng refrained from directly teleporting into the mission hall. Instead, he materialized beside the entrance, underwent the requisite scanning, and then stepped inside. Not long after, he stood once again before the extraterrestrial receptionist, Renity. Without waiting for her customary professional smile and pleasantries, he candidly stated, "All right, Renity, I've had enough of the polite greetings. Let us skip to the point. As before, please assist me in processing my mercenary rank promotion as well." "Certainly, esteemed warrior. Mr. Wu Feng, please hold on a moment while I handle the paperwork," Renity replied with a gentle smile and soothing tone. Moments later, she addressed him, "Esteemed Mr. Wu Feng, greetings. First, congratulations on successfully completing an S-rank mission after a month's interval. Secondly, I am pleased to inform you that you have been promoted, becoming the 129,631st S-rank mercenary since the establishment of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. Finally, heartfelt congratulations on receiving the title privilege of Mercenary King." With admiration and awe, Renity gazed at Wu Feng, a joyful smile gracing her lips. "The 129,631st, you say?" Wu Feng inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. "Indeed, esteemed Mr. Wu Feng. Do you find that number excessive?" "No. On the contrary, I believe there are not too many, but rather too few. To my knowledge, the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance has existed for no less than 10 million years, correct? Considering such an extensive time frame, the emergence of an S-class Cosmic Mercenary approximately once every century is rather incredible, isn't it?" Mr. Wu Feng remarked, astonished. "Mr. Wu Feng, you may have misunderstood. The reason for this is that over the years, many mercenaries have met the requisite standards, yet the volume of tasks has not been sufficient, resulting in a surplus of A-class mercenaries. However, that still does not make sense, does it?" Could it be that there have been no adequate tasks during their existence? But as far as I know, the guild's task hall is filled with numerous Millennium tasks, Wu Feng queried, increasingly perplexed. Mr. Wu Feng, you may be unaware that 40 years ago, before the reforms at the headquarters of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, mercenaries were only permitted to accept tasks corresponding to their rank. Furthermore, being a cosmic mercenary is an exceedingly perilous profession. Throughout the years, many who were qualified to ascend to S-class met untimely ends along the way. Additionally, numerous A-class mercenaries, unable to wait, chose to abandon their pursuits. After exiting the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, some wandered the cosmos at leisure, while others established their own factions to become sovereigns, and some even opted for a reclusive lifestyle. In summary, for a myriad of reasons, the number of those who have remained steadfastly qualified for ascension to S-class has dwindled significantly. Renity smiled softly, her tone gentle and unhurried as she explained. Oh, is that so? So, it seems I have arrived in a fortunate era. Otherwise, I might have ended up like those individuals, simply giving up, Wu Feng jested, a look of realization washing over him. Without waiting for Renity to finish her laughter, he promptly inquired, now, could you tell me about the privileges associated with the so-called title of King of Mercenaries? Certainly, Mr. Wu Feng. The title of King of Mercenaries, which you have recently acquired, is a distinction and a set of privileges granted to you after deliberation by the Alliance's headquarters. Could you elaborate on that? Of course, Mr. Wu Feng. Specifically, you have been bestowed with the honorary title of King of Mercenaries, which means you have gained notoriety. Henceforth, you will become an illustrious figure known throughout the cosmos. In addition to this honor, you will also receive several privileges. Firstly, a dedicated reception staff exclusively for you. Secondly, you will no longer need to personally undertake tasks, as you can now accept them directly through a communicator. Thirdly, you have been granted the privilege of exemption from intermediary taxation, allowing you to receive the full reward for each task. Finally, and most importantly, after extensive discussion at headquarters, you have been granted access to a portion of the Alliance's intelligence, enabling you to share in all intelligence collected that does not exceed S-class. Oh, the headquarters truly holds me in high regard. Upon hearing the final statement, Wu Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, casting a meaningful glance at Renity, his tone imbued with an ambiguous sentiment. It was not until Renity could no longer bear the tension and bowed her head, retreating into her ample bosom, that Wu Feng averted his gaze, turning away without hesitation, softly uttering, "Thank you." In the bustling trade metropolis of Al-Lastar, having successfully completed 2 S-tier bounty missions, Wu Feng found his pockets pleasantly full, enabling him to advance his plans further. Upholding the principle of not troubling 2 masters with a single matter, he made his way back to the very shop where he had purchased his spaceship. As he entered, it came as no surprise that he encountered the same swift-witted salesperson. The astute salesperson recognized Wu Feng immediately, and without a moment's hesitation, hurried over to greet him warmly. "Greetings, esteemed customer. What can I assist you with today? Please feel free to express your needs without hesitation." "Very well," Wu Feng replied. "I would like to order 10 more spaceships identical to the last ones, and additionally, please prepare a comprehensive instructional video on crafting your least sophisticated spaceship and gravity chamber." Without further contemplation, Wu Feng articulated his premeditated purchases without hesitation. "Certainly, esteemed customer. Please hold on for a moment while I process your order and calculate the total cost along with the deposit," the salesperson responded promptly. A short while later, the salesperson returned. "Greetings, honored guest. I have finalized all arrangements for you. Your requested items are currently being produced overnight and are expected to be ready in 3 days. How does that sound? That works for me. I am in no rush. You may take your time with the production. This gives me the perfect opportunity to leisurely explore Al-Lastar for the items I require." "Very well, then. Here is your deposit. I will return in 5 days to collect my order," Wu Feng said with a smile, his eyes reflecting an undeniable authority, his expression calm and his tone composed. With that, he did not linger, accepting his crystal card and turning away without a second glance. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had swiftly passed. True to his word, Wu Feng arrived punctually at the large store selling spaceships. Without unnecessary delays or any disturbances, he completed the transaction with the salesperson and paid the remaining balance in full. He then boarded one of the spaceships, initiating its launch and speeding towards the predetermined direction. As Wu Feng's spaceship soared into the sky, The 9 accompanying unmanned ships, laden with an assortment of goods, swiftly activated their intelligent driving mode and followed suit. After a leisurely half-day, having indulged his desires, Wu Feng reluctantly exited the cockpit, switching to intelligent driving mode, and proceeded directly to the gravity chamber. There, he set the gravity to its maximum of 500 times and commenced his monotonous yet unwavering daily training. Time flew swiftly, and before he realized it, 3 months had elapsed in the midst of his cultivation. At this moment, just as Wu Feng was about to continue his practice as usual, the alarm aboard the spaceship suddenly blared, abruptly interrupting his regimen. The ship's intelligence, in accordance with Wu Feng's earlier settings, was alerting him that they had arrived in the solar system. Wow, did we arrive so soon? It feels as though not much time has passed. Wu Feng gasped, a hint of self-doubt creeping into his thoughts. Master, you need not doubt. It has indeed been 3 months since you began your training, the ship's intelligence, which Wu Feng had casually named Xiaoji, affirmed promptly upon hearing his words. All right, Xiaoji, I was merely expressing a fleeting sentiment, not questioning you. By the way, please prepare my bathwater for later. Wu Feng replied with a bemused expression. Understood, master. The bathwater is being prepared, Xiaoji confirmed. Very well, let us proceed this way. Call me when the spaceship reaches the Earth's surface in about 15 minutes, Wu Feng instructed calmly. Affirmative, master. Rest assured, the ship's intelligence replied in its precise manner. A little over a quarter of an hour later, Wu Feng emerged from the bathing chamber, fully attired. He glanced back at the 9 spaceships, each brimming with an array of high-tech products fashioned by various extraterrestrial inventors. Satisfied, he issued a direct command. Xiaoji, set a course straight for the Chilean mountains on Earth. Chapter 62, The Intersection of Martial Arts and Science on Earth, in the northern region. Nestled within the heart of the Chilean mountains, the Lian Mountain Valley bustled, as usual. At this moment, the children aged between 5 and 16 were diligently training under the guidance of Wu Feng's second uncle, Wu Shan, in the central circular area of the valley. Nearby, toddlers under the age of 5, having just learned to walk, were imitating their older siblings' movements with expressions of sheer delight. Even if they stumbled and fell, they did not cry or fuss. Instead, they would quickly rise and continue their playful mimicry. Simultaneously, the peaks where Mutaito had once instructed Wu Feng were now occupied by teenagers over the age of 16. As Mutaito stood atop one of the peaks, supervising and guiding the youth in their cultivation of advanced martial arts techniques, a sudden buzzing sound overhead interrupted his admonitions. What is this? A new type of aircraft? Mutaito, with a face full of confusion and vigilance, gazed at the 10 spacecraft floating above. Wait, something feels off. That rascal, didn't he think to give a heads up before returning? In an instant, Wu Feng appeared beside Mutaito, his demeanor calm and serene, yet his eyes sparkled with profound joy. Uncle, it's been a while. As expected, your strength has notably increased, and your aura has regained its vibrant vitality. How wonderful. Enough of your superfluous chatter. Show me the fruits of your training over the past year. Wu Taidu interjected, not allowing Wu Feng to express his feelings of longing. With that, in the blink of an eye, Wu Taidu launched a powerful punch toward Wu Feng. In response, Wu Feng nonchalantly intercepted, grasping his uncle's fist with one hand and firmly holding it in midair. Well done, you little rascal. Take this, Wu Taidu exclaimed, genuinely impressed, as he swiftly transformed his punch into a palm strike, simultaneously sweeping his legs in a rapid succession toward Wu Feng's lower body. This sequence of actions unfolded in a mere second, where Wu Taidu unleashed a flurry of attacks, while Wu Feng adeptly countered, his defense impenetrable. The spectacular duel captivated the onlooking youths in the valley, their eyes wide with amazement as they gasped in awe. However, the spectacle was short-lived. As time passed, Wu Taidu consciously accelerated the pace of the battle, leaving the spectators struggling to keep up, their vision blurring as if they were blind. As Wu Taidu unleashed his full power step by step, Wu Feng felt a spark of battle intent rising within him. The fierce confrontation was imminent. In order to avoid collateral damage, the two combatants leaped into the sky, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Without unnecessary words, the moment they reached this height, they clashed with one another, fist against fist, palm against palm, leg against leg, exchanging rapid blows. From a distance, one could only see two figures radiating a blue and white glow, moving at an astonishing speed, entangled in a continuous dance of collision. In one moment, they were locked in combat, and in the next, they would find themselves thousands of meters apart, colliding once more before swiftly separating, only to entwine again in a relentless struggle. Boom. As their fierce exchanges continued, the atmosphere could no longer withstand the pressure and erupted, producing a series of thunderous roars. The oppressive air formed visible ripples that surged outward, wreaking havoc and leaving a path of destruction in their wake. A thick blanket of white clouds, enveloping a radius of 100 miles, was suddenly shattered, revealing a blinding brilliance that cascaded across the land. The snow, pristine and untouched, cloaked nearly 2/3 of the towering giant peak, which in an instant collapsed under the weight of a cataclysmic avalanche, burying the remaining third and exposing the original 2/3. With a resounding crash, following yet another clash, the weary Mutaito was sent hurtling through the air, plummeting from an altitude of 10,000 meters down to approximately 7 or 8,000. Before regaining his composure and halting his descent, once he had steadied himself, Mutaito shook his head with a bitter smile, sighed, and in a flash, reappeared atop the giant peak where he had been. Determined to end the confrontation, Wu Feng also chose not to persist, gradually retracting his boiling fighting spirit before instantaneously arriving beside Mutaito. Before Mutaito could utter a word, Wu Feng exclaimed, "Uncle, you truly astonish me. It has only been a little over a year. Brat, what is there for you to be surprised about? If anyone should be astonished, it should be me. In just over a year apart, your strength has undergone a remarkable transformation. It's simply unbelievable. Ah, never mind, speak candidly. Throughout the recent battle, how much of your true strength did you employ?" "Spare me the pleasantries," Mutaito inquired, his expression serious, eyes narrowed slightly. "Well, about 30%, I suppose," Wu Feng replied, his gaze drifting, a hint of hesitation in his voice. "But truly, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. It is indeed 30% of my strength. I guarantee I speak the truth," Wu Feng asserted with unwavering conviction. While inwardly reflecting, the 30% I mentioned refers merely to a third of that 30%. Upon hearing this, Mutaito scrutinized Wu Feng deeply before waving his hand dismissively, saying, "Very well, I shall take your word for it. Now go, quickly visit your second aunt. She has been deeply worried during your absence this past year." "Oh, understood. And to my younger siblings as well. I shall see you all soon," Wu Feng replied, and without further delay, leapt forward, heading swiftly down the mountain towards his second uncle's residence in the valley. Observing this, Mutaito watched silently for a moment before turning away with a look of satisfaction, his expression serious as he addressed the curious onlookers beside him. The inquisitive crowd instinctively lowered their heads, retreating from his authoritative gaze, as he spoke in a tone of quiet yet undeniable command. "Continue your training." Chapter 63. The path of martial arts and science. Time flowed steadily, swiftly passing by. At this moment, it had been a full 6 months since Wu Feng returned to the valley. In the past 6 months, apart from the first month following Wu Feng's return, during which he indulged himself in a leisurely hiatus, the ensuing period remained remarkably tranquil, devoid of any unexpected occurrences. After a month of carefree relaxation, Wu Feng formally commenced his ambitious plans at the beginning of the second month. Initially, he registered a company dedicated to the research and development of high technology, under the name of all the residents of Lianshan Valley. After a month dedicated to establishing the company, he subsequently launched several extraterrestrial high-tech products aimed at enhancing agricultural life. Following a period of flourishing recognition, he unveiled additional advanced high-tech offerings that benefited various facets of society. As of today, 6 months later, this enterprise, known as the Lianshan Valley High-Tech Research Group, has swiftly evolved into a globally recognized, publicly listed conglomerate, firmly securing its position as the preeminent leader in the commercial realm. The remarkable speed of its development can be attributed to 2 pivotal factors. First, the company's robust capabilities, which allowed it to consistently introduce groundbreaking, public-benefiting high-tech products nearly every month. And second, the astonishingly uniform consequences faced by any entity or nation that dared to obstruct the company's rapid ascension. On the night of any such incident, individuals of formidable martial prowess would ensure that those responsible were taken to witness a dazzling fireworks display, only to be returned thereafter. It has been demonstrated that, barring utter foolishness, those who experience such an extravagant spectacle invariably offer public apologies the following day, followed by assurances of their utmost support. Moreover, some astute individuals would even endeavor to align themselves with the venture. Although no faction has successfully integrated, Wu Feng, wishing to convey his sincerity, made modest concessions by forming a so-called alliance with several powerful corporations. Lianshan Valley, once characterized by rugged mountains, has now transformed into a flat expanse of rocky terrain, adorned with over 100 residences constructed from cement, stone, and timber, richly imbued with the cultural essence of Lianshan Valley. Additionally, not far from there lie dozens of charming villas and a substantial gravity training facility designed for spacecraft, positioned conveniently near the expansive circular training grounds. Observing the profound transformations within Lianshan Valley and the heartfelt smiles of friends and family, Wu Feng felt a deep sense of satisfaction and, in an instant, teleported to his uncle's martial arts arena. Upon his arrival, he cast a glance at the newly renovated and expanded Grand Dojo, and, unfazed, stepped inside with confidence. With purposeful strides, I made my way toward the gravity chamber, exclusively designated for the use of Mutaito. Moments later, as the saying goes, no one visits the Three Treasures Hall without a reason. So, tell me, dear nephew, what significant matter brings you to my dojo today? Emerging from the gravity chamber, drenched in sweat, Mutaito cast a glance at Wu Feng before leisurely making his way toward the bathing area, casually inquiring, "Oh, must it always be a momentous occasion for me to visit my esteemed uncle?" Wu Feng replied, feigning sorrowful jest. "Ah, so there is no pressing matter at hand? Splendid. Please wait here for a while. Once I have completed my bath, we shall reminisce together." Without waiting for Wu Feng to respond, Wu Taido opened the bathroom door and stepped inside. Watching as Wu Taido closed the door without hesitation, Wu Feng sighed, covering his forehead with one hand. "Very well. I shall wait, for you are my uncle after all." After a while, in Wu Taido's bedroom, he inquired, "Are you suggesting that the first World Martial Arts Tournament will officially commence next year? Might this timeline be too rushed? You must comprehend that your fellow disciples and those arrogant youths emerging from the valley may not possess ideal strength at this juncture." "Uncle, you worry too much. I have already devised a solution to this dilemma," Wu Feng replied with a beaming smile. "Pray tell. I am eager to see how you plan to ensure that those inept youngsters will not be overwhelmed and defeated by the seasoned martial artists, ultimately securing the champion's throne." As Wu Taido spoke, a sudden realization of an unsavory tactic crossed his mind, prompting him to regard Wu Feng with a serious expression and a weighty tone. "Uncle, this matter is quite straightforward. It is not as complex as you envision. We merely need to categorize the martial arts tournament into two divisions, youth and non-youth." Upon hearing this, Wu Feng displayed a bemused expression, rapidly elaborating on his idea. "Is that so? Well, it is indeed a viable solution. Very well. Let us proceed with this plan. If you have no other pressing matters, you may take your leave." "Ah, uncle, you cannot dismiss me like this. I have yet to even have a sip of water. I ask you, are you leaving or not? Must I insist upon it? Please, do not be like that. I shall depart at once. Farewell, uncle." In an instant, as Wu Feng's intent surged, he activated his teleportation, vanishing from Wu Taido's sight. Moments later, he reappeared in a bedroom of his small villa within the Lian Mountain Valley. Time, as it often does, slipped away quietly in the background. At this very moment, it has been precisely 5 months since Wu Feng established a world-leading enterprise. Unbeknownst to many, time has swiftly ushered us into the first month of the second year since Wu Feng's return. At this juncture, on a medium-sized island nestled amidst mountains in the central western region of Earth, a multitude of martial arts masters from across the globe, along with a throng of eager onlookers and opportunists, have converged. 3 months prior, the Lian Mountain Valley High-Tech Research Group invested heavily in broadcasting a 10-minute promotional advertisement simultaneously worldwide. Consequently, this previously obscure island has experienced a meteoric rise to fame, heralding a splendid spring. Meanwhile, various broadcast stations around the world have been announcing, "Dear listeners, greetings. Welcome to today's broadcast of News Flash. I am your old friend, Anita Tart." Without further ado, let us delve directly into today's topic concerning the inaugural World Martial Arts Championship. Meticulously organized and presented by the globally recognized leading enterprise 3 months ago, alongside the substantial prizes awarded to the top 10 competitors in both the youth and adult categories. Chapter 64. The World Martial Arts Championship at this moment, on the medium-sized island that Wu Feng has aptly named Battle Island, signifying the island of combat. A central arena has been meticulously constructed, reminiscent of an enlarged Roman Colosseum, a month in the making. During the construction phase, Wu-Feng took into consideration that martial artists with combat prowess exceeding 100 points could execute movements beyond the comprehension of ordinary humans. Thus, from the outset, provisions were made to incorporate advanced extraterrestrial filming technology, ensuring that slow-motion playback could be synchronized at any moment. Moreover, the entire competition venue, including the critically important fighting stage, was constructed from the hardest material in the cosmos, known as thunder steel. It is noteworthy that Wu-Feng even utilized a wish from the Dragon Balls for this purpose. At the registration qualification testing area for the martial arts competition, a long, orderly queue of hopeful contestants awaited their turn, bustling yet remarkably organized. Hello. Please strike this testing machine with all your might. If you succeed in illuminating the light on the machine, you will be officially registered to compete, one of the guides, assigned by the Lian Mountain Valley High-Tech Corporation to oversee the registration process, politely explained to the first contestant in line. Is that all? This seems too simple. Watch me, responded Ada, a robust young man, evidently a fitness trainer, brimming with confidence as he readied himself to strike the machine without hesitation. Bang! However, the subsequent situation became rather awkward. Aside from the resounding sound of a substantial impact, the testing machine exhibited no further reaction, nor did its lights emit even a flicker of illumination. This is impossible. I refuse to believe it. Illuminate for me, will you? The robust man, undeterred by misfortune, relentlessly struck the machine with all his might. Yet even such fervent efforts proved futile. The testing apparatus remained unresponsive. Observing this, the guide could not help but remind him, "Sir, according to the regulations of the martial arts tournament, each participant is allowed only 3 attempts. Would you kindly step aside to allow the next contestant to register for the test?" "Humph, if stepping aside is what it takes, then so be it. I am eager to see how many can make this wretched machine light up." Out of fear of the organizers, the muscular man, albeit with irritation, complied and moved aside to observe. Upon the robust man's compliance, the guide mechanically inquired of the next participant, "Hello, may I ask your name and age?" "I am Wu Tian, 26 years old." "Very well, please strike the machine with vigor." With a resounding crash, the machine responded with a series of beeping sounds and erupted into dazzling light. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? The sturdy onlooker could hardly contain his disbelief, exclaiming in astonishment. The guide, unfazed by the man's incredulity, quickly turned to Wu Tian with a beaming smile, congratulating him. "Congratulations, Mr. Wu Tian, you have qualified. Please proceed to the waiting area." Very well," Wu Tian replied calmly, his tone unflustered, and he made his way directly to the competitors' waiting hall. "All right, everyone. Please settle down," the guide announced, momentarily regaining composure before continuing with his professional demeanor. Bang. Not lit. Disqualified. Next. Bang. Lit. Qualified. Congratulations. Next. Not lit. Disqualified. Next. Qualified. Congratulations, Mr. Tao Baihe. Next. Last participant, qualified. Congratulations, Ms. Wu Fei. After an entire morning of preliminary testing, fewer than 400 participants ultimately secured their eligibility to officially partake in the martial arts tournament, a lamentably small number. This starkly illustrates the decline and degradation of the martial arts community on Earth. It is worth noting that the total number of registrants from around the globe reached a staggering 50 to 60,000. Yet only a meager 400 managed to pass the preliminary selection. Notably, among these fewer than 400 qualified individuals, a significant portion hailed from the dojo of the martial arts grandmaster and the Lian Mountain Valley. This suggests that had it not been for Wu Feng's years of dedication, it might have been questionable whether even 100 participants could be gathered for this competition. That afternoon, the clock struck 1 o'clock. Dear esteemed audience and honored guests, greetings to you all. I am Franz Siegel, the host of this grand competition. Welcome to the inaugural World Martial Arts Championship, meticulously organized by the Lianshan Valley High-Tech Corporation. Given the pressing nature of time, I shall refrain from further ado and invite our first competitors, Jonathan Zittelin and his opponent, Marion Casal, to take the stage. As the announcer's voice boomed across the 40 by 40 meter arena, 2 brawny figures, each a paragon of muscularity, strode confidently up the steps from opposite sides of the platform. Standing approximately 10 meters apart, they faced each other with solemn expressions, creating an atmosphere laden with tension. Upon the host's command to commence, both contenders lunged forward, colliding with tremendous force within mere seconds. They subsequently grappled, pulling and tumbling to the ground, entangled in a fierce struggle that continued for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, the match reached its conclusion as Jonathan, lacking the endurance of Marion, succumbed to defeat. With the victor determined, let us all extend our congratulations to Marion Casal. The quick-witted host promptly declared the outcome and called forth the next pair of competitors. In an instant, the prepared Tao Bai and the world champion of Sansho, Ormond, gracefully leaped onto the 3-meter-high platform. Once again, with the golden-haired host's signal, the match officially commenced. Tao Bai, having trained alongside her brother for some time, and having made her initial forays into martial arts, launched a probing straight punch with 30% of her strength. In that moment, Ormond, aware that evasion was no longer an option, drew upon his extensive combat experience and unleashed his most powerful punch in a fierce counterattack. As their fists collided, Ormond felt as though he had struck a vehicle barreling down the road at 100 miles per hour, finding himself helplessly hurled from the ring. Crashing down below. Due to the abrupt and dramatic nature of the outcome, the audience was left in a state of bewilderment, questioning the integrity of the match. This is too staged. Indeed, if you were to fix a match, it wouldn't look like this. Goodness, is this how low you've sunk? So blatant. Are we being treated as fools? Indeed, is this an outright insult to our intelligence? Ahem, quiet, everyone be still. If there are any doubts, please refer to the slow-motion replay on the big screen. I hereby solemnly assure you, on behalf of Lianshan Valley High-Tech Enterprises, that we never engage in deception nor do we participate in rigged contests. Everything in this competition is fair, just, and transparent. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared on the projection screen hovering above the arena. The general manager of Lianshan Valley High-Tech Enterprises, Manager Wu. As soon as he emerged, he quelled the raucous crowd, then, with a serious demeanor, made a solemn promise. Enough of the unnecessary chatter, let us now witness the true details of the recent competition. With his words, the big screen slowly began to play back the swift punches of Tao Bai, reminiscent of a shooting star, alongside scientific analyses of the punch's force and vivid analogies to real-life scenarios. Oh, so that's how it is. Could martial arts truly reach such heights? How astonishing. Indeed, it is truly unbelievable. I feel enlightened. Regardless, I have made my decision. From this moment forth, I shall practice martial arts. How is this possible? I refuse to believe it, as it defies scientific principles. Ahem, enough. Everyone, please quiet down. The competition must continue. The blonde host exclaimed, and as the crowd settled, he continued, without further ado, let us invite the third pair of contestants to the stage. After swiftly delivering his words in one breath, two figures leaped from approximately 10 meters away, soaring onto the stage, eliciting a wave of fervent cheers. Cousin Fei, will you choose to step down voluntarily, or shall I? Your older cousin, kick you off? Humph, Cousin Jing, do not speak too soon. We shall see who ends up being kicked off. Oh, I eagerly anticipate it. Prepare yourself for the shadow flicker punch. With those words, Wu Fei moved in an instant, covering the distance to Wu Jing in the blink of an eye. Without allowing Wu Jing any chance to react, her figure blurred, and in the next moment, several lifelike shadow images emanated from her, encircling Wu Jing in a whirlwind. Yet, even as she found herself surrounded, Wu Jing displayed no hint of panic. Instead, she closed her bright eyes, calmed her mind, and remained completely still, concentrating intently on listening. In the blink of an eye, Wu Jing appeared to have sensed something, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she swiftly turned, delivering a powerful punch towards a particular direction. In her mind, she mused, as expected, some things never change, she never learns from her mistakes. With a resounding thud, the culmination of countless hours of rigorous training was swiftly exposed to a flaw, leading to its immediate dismantling. Wu Fei, caught off guard, could only instinctively cross her arms in defense, exerting every ounce of strength to halt her sliding backward, striving to maintain her balance and avoid tumbling off the stage. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck or divine intervention, but just as Wu Fei was on the verge of falling, with one foot suspended in midair, she managed to exhaust the last of her energy, stabilizing herself completely. That was close, she thought, nearly losing her footing. With a swift motion, she repositioned herself at the center of the ring, evading Wu Jing's relentless onslaught, while nervously patting her relatively flat chest, murmuring to herself, Though she had lost the advantage of the initiative, Wu Fei eventually regained her composure, opting not to remain passive. Instead, she meticulously defended herself, calmly searching for a flaw in Wu Jing's attacks to reverse the increasingly unfavorable situation. Yet, after a moment, Wu Fei found herself unable to seize any opportunity to exploit Wu Jing's weaknesses. This predicament was not due to Wu Jing's flawless execution of attacks, where each move seamlessly connected without a hint of a gap, nor was it a sudden surge in her strength. It was purely a reflection of Wu Fei's own inadequacies, which rendered her incapable of capitalizing on the moments when she did identify Wu Jing's vulnerabilities to turn the tide of battle. From a distance, the two figures moved with lightning speed, continuously colliding in the ring, each encounter an instantaneous separation. The rapid exchanges between the two women, imperceptible to the naked eye, produced a cacophony that reverberated throughout the arena, leaving bewildered spectators in a state of astonishment. Alas, this was dire. My prize is slipping away. It must be said. The words of Lu Sun resonate profoundly. What is held for too long will inevitably be lost. And indeed, this truth was manifesting in real time. In a state of perpetual defense, Wu Fei, drained of mental and physical energy, inadvertently exposed a slight opening. Wu Jing, seasoned and holding a decisive advantage, seized the moment, effortlessly breaching Wu Fei's defenses and, with no mercy, sent her plummeting off the stage. Then, without casting even a glance, he turned and departed, leaving Wu Fei with a visage marked by utter desolation, seated alone on the ground, murmuring softly to himself. Could someone explain what just transpired? Why, in the previous moment, were these two seemingly evenly matched adversaries entangled in a fierce struggle, only to resolve the contest with such whimsicality in the next? At that moment, a bewildered onlooker, utterly perplexed, posed the question. Can't you simply watch the slow-motion replay on the big screen? You persist in feigning understanding while being utterly clueless. Are you attempting to amuse me to the point of demise, so that you might rightfully inherit my substantial debt? Chuckled a rather foolish spectator, responding with a feigned seriousness. The victor has been determined. It is the illustrious Wu Jing, hailing from the sacred martial arts realm. Congratulations, Ms. Wu Jing, the golden-haired host, well-versed in the principle of eschewing superfluous verbiage, proclaimed succinctly and directly. Chapter 66. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament time swiftly elapsed, fading into the dusk. Unbeknownst to all, the once bright sky had gradually succumbed to darkness, the sun setting low, leaving only a sliver of its form, reminiscent of a hook-shaped jewel, yet to vanish. The evening crept in silently, twilight drawing near, as the tournament, which had persisted throughout the afternoon, approached its conclusion. To avoid delaying your dinner, the final match of the youth division of the martial arts tournament commences now, declared the parched golden-haired host, who had not sipped a drop of water all afternoon, his voice quickening with urgency. As his words fell, the last pair of competitors, having awaited impatiently, simultaneously appeared on the arena, promptly performing a courteous fist salute. Following the exchange, without uttering a word, they charged toward each other at a remarkable speed, each crossing a distance of several meters in an instant, colliding at the center of the stage. In a blink, the two engaged, leaving no strength unexploited, relentlessly exchanging blows and techniques with fervor. The vast arena bore witness to their fierce duel, marked by various shades of residual energy. Each strike resonated with tremendous force, creating shockwaves that caused the heavy arena to tremble, instilling a sense of dread in the golden-haired host, who found himself uncontrollably quaking. Wow, look! It's astonishing. The residual force from their battle is causing the arena, weighing over 1,000,000 tons, to shake. A certain audience member, utterly engrossed in the match, suddenly rose to his feet, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, it's true. The arena is actually moving. This is utterly incredible." Voice cracking. "I've made up my mind, after this match. I shall immediately seek a mentor to master the martial arts," declared a fervent youth in the throes of adolescence. "This is impossible. How could this be? It defies every principle of physics," remarked a renowned physicist. On the balcony high above the martial arts tournament, a contemplative Wu Feng observed, after all these years, the relationship between my cousins, Wu Xin and Wu Yan, remains unchanged, just as it was before." Noticing the two combatants below, fiercely battling one another as if they were sworn enemies, he turned to his uncle, Wu Tai Do, with a perplexed expression. These two rascals have been like this ever since that incident. Nothing has altered. No amount of persuasion has ever worked, Mutaito replied, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories with a disdainful grunt. I see. But what about Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu? Don't they intervene? If this continues, they might truly become enemies. Wu Feng expressed, his brow furrowed with discontent. They have intervened, but they can only manage the moment, not the long term. It's a superficial remedy that ultimately proves ineffective, Wu Taido explained. Is that so? In that case, allow me to handle this. Such a toxic atmosphere must not be allowed to fester, Wu Feng declared, striding to the railing with a serious expression and a grave tone. Very well. If you wish to take charge, then so be it. Just ensure that no one dies in the process, Wu Taido said with a smile, glancing at the fierce struggle unfolding in the arena. Bang! Amidst the thunderous clamor, two figures clashed violently on the arena, momentarily separating before each retreated to opposite edges. After a brief pause, they simultaneously gathered their strength and surged forward with tremendous force, creating a deafening impact that reverberated throughout the venue. The cacophony forced thousands of spectators to instinctively cover their ears in an attempt to mitigate the piercing pain of the overwhelming noise. Moments later, the two combatants, shaken by the immense force, found themselves at the edges of the arena, drenched in sweat mingled with crimson blood, which dripped incessantly to the ground. Are we going to keep fighting, Xiaoyan? Wu Exine asked, his body trembling under the relentless flow of sweat, hunched over and gasping for breath. Observing his younger brother, who was half kneeling on the arena, head bowed and hands bracing the ground to keep himself upright, Wu Exine felt a pang of helplessness and compassion, his voice laced with a subtle plea. Upon hearing these words, Wu Yin instinctively clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead surging with palpable intensity. How infuriating! Another defeat, yet again. So close, just a hair's breadth away. Why is this happening? Why? In that moment of frustration, Wu Yin, consumed by an overwhelming sense of bitterness, struck the unyielding arena with a fierce vengeance, as if to vent his inner turmoil. Ahem, may I inquire, Wu Yin, do you wish to continue competing? If you choose not to, I shall formally declare Wu Xian as the victor of this match, announced the blonde host, steadfastly maintaining his composure despite the tremors of fear coursing through him as he cautiously approached Wu Yin. Bah, next time I shall never lose to you again. You must wait for me. Wu Yin, in a frenzy of indignation, spat these words with gritted teeth before resolutely turning away, stumbling back along the path he had come. Witnessing this, Wu Xian felt a pang of sorrow deep within, instinctively reaching out as if to stop him, yet words failed him, and he could only let his hand fall limply, watching the retreating figure with a heavy heart. Murmuring softly, Xiaoyan, what purpose does this serve for you? Alas, the night passed in silence, and the following day dawned bright and clear. Dear audience, let us now welcome the first pair of contestants from the non-youth division, making their grand entrance, exclaimed the now rejuvenated blonde host, his voice brimming with excitement after a night's rest. With a desire to not be belittled by the younger generation, the two venerable martial artists, the last remnants of an era in the martial arts realm, made their appearance in a flash, almost as if teleporting. Please, Brother Lu Yuan. Please, Master Duo Fa. They exchanged pleasantries and, in the blink of an eye, had traversed several meters to the center of the arena, engaging in a rapid exchange of blows, their movements akin to bullets in speed. Within moments, the remnants of their swift strikes left an array of afterimages scattered across the arena, creating the illusion of a throng of contestants on stage. This captivating spectacle left the ordinary spectators around in awe, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and admiration. However, unlike the unknowing crowd, the formidable martial artist Wu Taido, standing on the open balcony, immediately discerned something amiss. What are these two old fellows up to? A grand martial arts display? Ahem, uncle, I believe you may be right. It is highly likely that these two are merely here for promotion, engaging in advertising, replied Wu Feng, his face a blend of mirth and exasperation. Chapter 67, The Ultimate Martial Arts Tournament. Conclusion. What nonsense. At such an advanced age, one should not feel ashamed. Unable to bear the sight any longer, the martial arts titan leapt into the air, descending heavily upon the two competitors on the stage. With a thunderous crash, the competitors, caught off guard by the titan's sudden assault, were instantly swept away by an overwhelming gust of energy, falling unceremoniously off the platform. "May Buddha bless you. Do not be angry. Do not be angry," one of them stammered. "How presumptuous of you, martial arts titan. Not only do you disregard the rules of the competition, but you also brazenly ambush me and Master Dwafa. Humph, you two old fellows, I respect you as seniors. And I had no intention of pursuing this matter further. I have given you enough face. Do not be ungrateful. Were it not for our past guidance, I would not bother with your fates. I hope you will recognize the situation and withdraw promptly, lest my nephew take action himself, and the consequences become dire." The martial arts titan spoke coldly, his expression devoid of emotion, while inwardly contemplating his next move. Sir, might I kindly ask you to adhere to the competition rules and refrain from causing a disturbance?" The golden-haired host inquired, his heart racing despite his attempt to sound authoritative. "Very well," the titan responded, a hint of hesitation crossing his features before he sighed, ultimately resolving with unwavering determination, "From this moment forth, anyone who can force me to retreat will be crowned the champion of this martial arts tournament." "Ah, uncle, this is, well, do as you wish. It may serve to intimidate and set an example, a twofold benefit," Wu Feng remarked, shaking his head slightly. He then picked up his mobile phone and made a call. "All right, I understand. No need to intervene. Furthermore, let everything proceed as that esteemed gentleman on stage has stated." Meanwhile, on the platform, the golden-haired host was still attempting to speak, but before he could finish, the sound of a ringing phone interrupted him. After a brief moment, the host concluded his call, filled with confusion and astonishment. He glanced at the serious-faced titan and solemnly announced, "Dear audience members, due to unforeseen circumstances, with the consent and approval of the organizers, the rules of the upcoming matches will undergo a comprehensive adjustment to a contest of offense and defense. This means that whoever can hold their ground on the stage until the end will be declared the ultimate champion of this event," murmured an audience member well-versed in the law. "Isn't this akin to underground fights in the black market?" remarked another frequent visitor of such establishments, his expression one of incredulity. "Indeed, this is utter chaos. Such a change completely undermines the fairness of the competition," questioned a more discerning spectator. "Who cares about that? As long as it's entertaining, that's all that matters," exclaimed an audience member who seemed blissfully unconcerned. After a brief moment, the master of Dwafa stepped onto the arena once more. Without uttering a word, he initiated the attack. Rather than launching himself directly at the formidable Mutaito standing in the center, he chose to swiftly circle around him, and within mere seconds, he conjured a tornado of approximately 100 meters in size. His intention was to confine Mutaito within a space no larger than 1 square meter, hiding within the swirling winds, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. As Mutaito observed his opponent's display of skills, he revealed a look of disdain when he noticed no significant changes. "Humph, mere tricks that are all show and no substance. Break." With that, Mutaito, without even glancing, steadied himself and sent forth a punch towards the upper left, a movement that could be likened to a playful strike from a child. To the ordinary spectators present, who had already broadened their horizons, this slow punch was entirely evident. It was undeniably sluggish. Thud. The steady punch, neither fast nor slow, did not miss as the audience had anticipated, but rather instantaneously struck the complacent Dwafa master concealed within the storm. How is this possible? The Dwafa master, who had seemingly advanced towards Mutaito's fist, was struck and sent flying, his expression one of disbelief. Next, who will come forth? Ignoring the astonishment of the Dwafa master, Mutaito resumed his posture with arms crossed, his expression impassive as he coldly spoke. I am Lu Yuan Yisheng. Please guide me, Grandmaster." Observing Lu Yuan Yisheng, who emanated an aura of unparalleled swordsmanship and wore a serious yet polite expression, Mutaito felt a sense of admiration. "You are quite impressive. At least 10 times better than your shameless uncle. You resemble a true swordsman. Thank you for your kind words, Grandmaster. I am unworthy of such praise. Please." "Very well. Make your move." With the pleasantries concluded, Mutaito ceased further conversation, closing his eyes in anticipation of his opponent's attack, upholding the principle that if he were to strike, it would be with earth-shattering force. Lu Yuan Yisheng unleashed a single sword thrust, pouring forth all his strength. The latent sword intent, released with this thrust, radiated an immense sharpness, sending a chilling sensation to Mutaito, who stood 3 zhang away. With a velocity akin to lightning, the sword pierced through the air, shattering the sound barrier and in an instant, it reached Mutaito's line of sight. Clang! However, the formidable sword, imbued with unmatched power, was abruptly halted midair, merely a foot away from Mutaito, as it was deftly pinched between two fingers, coming to an immediate stop. Witnessing his all-out effort culminate in this moment, Lu Yuan Yisheng's face reflected sheer astonishment as he murmured to himself, "Is the disparity truly this vast?" After a moment of astonishment, before Wu Taidu could speak, Lu Yuanxing bowed respectfully, his face filled with admiration. "Senior, you truly are a grand master of martial arts. I concede defeat and take my leave. Indeed, you have performed commendably. Continue to strive forward," Wu Taidu replied, his expression calm. Immediately after, he called out to the audience, "All right, next contestant." Time flew by swiftly. The moments spent overwhelming opponents always seemed to pass in a blur, for the absolute disparity in strength meant that, without exception, none of the competitors had managed to make Wu Taidu move even a single step until the very end of the tournament. Consequently, Wu Taidu emerged victorious, decisively defeating all other participants, and rightfully claimed the championship title of the inaugural martial arts tournament in the non-teenage category. He was awarded a staggering prize of 100 million and a precious opportunity to study for 3 years at the sacred grounds of martial arts. Though these accolades held no significance for Wu Taidu at this moment, he nonetheless went through the motions of the requisite formalities, contemplating the greater picture for the future. Chapter 68. Organization and summary. Time swiftly passed, and a month had slipped by in the blink of an eye. It had been over half a month since the conclusion of the first World Martial Arts Tournament. According to the initial schedule, this would have been the designated date for the conclusion of the tournament. However, due to Wu Taidu's intervention, the non-teenage category, which was supposed to have a 2-week qualifying round similar to the teenage group, had its duration remarkably shortened to just 1 day. Wu Feng, having observed the teenage group competition over the course of half a month, personally adorned the champion's badge upon his third disciple, Tao Baihe, who was under 30 years of age. After offering a few words of heartfelt encouragement, he strode away with an unmistakable smile and a sense of satisfaction towards Lianshan Valley, his departure graceful yet swift. During this time, Wu Feng instinctively overlooked the need to console his second disciple, Wu Tian, who had narrowly lost to Tao Baihe, as well as his older cousin, Wu Lin, who had secured third place and was watching him with wide eyes. On this day, the weather was splendid, with clear skies and bright sunshine. At this moment, after closing himself off for half a month, Wu Feng had finally completed the preliminary organization and synthesis of his martial arts principles. Firstly, utilizing a combat power tester invented by extraterrestrials, Wu Feng clarified his combat power at every stage or corresponding interval. For instance, before breaking through to the innate realm, Wu Feng's apparent or overt bloodline potential limit was quantified at 150 points of combat power. After breaking through to the innate realm, having undergone a transformation of his essence and blood, his overt bloodline potential limit was raised to 300 points of combat power. Following a breakthrough to the return to truth realm, his overt bloodline potential limit reached 900 points of combat power. Upon transcending to the realm of unity with the heavens, commonly referred to as the first heaven, the limit of one's manifest bloodline potential is quantified at 600 points of combat prowess. Following a breakthrough to the second heaven, which theoretically corresponds to the realm of shattered voids, this potential escalates to 18,000 points. Upon reaching the third heaven, the limit further extends to 108,000 points. And upon ascending to the fourth heaven, it culminates at an impressive 756,000 points. It is pertinent to note that the term manifest bloodline potential limit denotes a state where, despite relentless and diligent cultivation, one is unable to augment their strength in the slightest, a condition often termed as the bodily shackles. Such shackles are ubiquitous among nearly all life forms within the cosmos, suggesting that, with rare exceptions, every being is inevitably bound by these physical constraints. The sole distinction lies in the varying shackles experienced by different races or, more specifically, by individual entities. For instance, individuals with lesser bloodline potential may find themselves shackled upon attaining a mere 10 points of combat power, while those of moderate potential may only encounter such limitations upon reaching 1,000 points. In contrast, individuals of higher or even mutated bloodlines might only succumb to these shackles upon achieving millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of billions of points. This elucidates the paramount significance of bloodlines within the Dragon Ball universe and underscores the importance of one's lineage. In tandem with manifest bloodline potential, one must acknowledge the existence of latent bloodline potential. As the term implies, this refers to the remnants of ancestral bloodlines concealed deep within the body, exceedingly challenging to unearth. These fragments, passed down from ancestors, vary in utility, exhibiting a high degree of uncertainty dependent on whether a forebear possessed extraordinary strength. At this moment, Wu Feng, reflecting on these truths, deeply feels the weight of the bloodline supremacy doctrine prevalent in the Dragon Ball world, and simultaneously experiences a profound sorrow for his kin of lower bloodlines on Earth. However, it is worth noting that nothing is absolute in the grand tapestry of fate. A glimmer of hope exists, enabling those of lesser bloodlines to transcend their shackles through arduous, almost purgatorial cultivation, ultimately grasping the esoteric mysteries of martial arts. Such transformative cultivation, capable of evolving one's bloodline and reaching divine dimensions, was imparted by the primordial deities of each life-bearing planet shortly after the inception of life in the universe. It is essential to acknowledge that the martial arts of the Dragon Ball universe were not initially discovered by ancestors through mere trial and error. Rather, they were directly taught and transmitted by the deities of various planets. Over the course of countless ages, these teachings were refined and expanded upon by generations of exceptional warriors, leading to their flourishing and evolution. Upon meticulously examining the legacies bequeathed by the celestial deities of Earth throughout the ages, one comes to a profound understanding that this is a gradual path, a journey of spiritual cultivation that can lead one step by step to the realm of true divinity. Were it not for the exceedingly high demands of comprehension and innate talent that this celestial pathway imposes on practitioners, as well as the extensive time required for mastery, one might surmise that Wu Feng would have already assumed the mantle of the earthly deity. In such a scenario, there would be no need for his daily, arduous pursuit of cultivation. Instead, he could gracefully embody an elegant sage, engaging in meditation and contemplation each day, seeking to fathom the higher dimensions of the universe, continually metamorphosing his soul. Would that not be a delightful existence? It is essential to note that the ancestral records of Earth's deities have indicated that higher dimensional realms can indeed assist warriors in transcending their inherent limitations. From the wisdom contained within these ancient transmissions, Wu Feng comprehends the paramount importance of dimensional realms for practitioners within the Dragon Ball universe. For any warrior aspiring to ascend to true divinity through cultivation, the dimensional realm represents an insurmountable obstacle that must be traversed. Only those warriors who attain the divine level of dimensional realms may truly be deemed gods, endowed with a lifespan approaching eternity, akin to the great Kaishin. Generally speaking, a mortal warrior must surpass 6-dimensional realms to achieve the status of a true god. These realms, ranked from lowest to highest, correspond to the immortal realm, the divine realm, the Yama realm, the Kai realm, the great Kai realm, and finally, the divine realm of the Kaishin. Importantly, each tier of dimensional realm correlates with specific ranges of combat power. For instance, the immortal realm corresponds to a combat power range of 100 to 999. The divine realm spans from 10,000 to 999. The Yama realm ranges from 1,000 to 999. The Kai realm encompasses from 100,000 to 999, and the Great Kai realm extends from 10 billion to 999. As for the divine realm of the Kaishin, its profound mystery and uncertainty render it impossible to express in terms of specific combat power. It is known that the disparity before and after a breakthrough is immense, akin to an insurmountable chasm. Wu Feng believes it is necessary to elaborate on 3 key points regarding the above classifications. First, reaching the corresponding dimensional realm does not automatically bestow one with the requisite combat power. Relentless and arduous cultivation is imperative to realize such potential. In essence, the true function of higher dimensional realms is merely to elevate the limits of one's physical constraints. In the original narrative, within the 7th universe, aside from the Great Kai and the Kaishin who possess corresponding strength, The others appear to Wu Feng as merely passing time aimlessly. Secondly, for beings endowed with an extraordinary lineage and exceptional talents, such as the Scions, Namekians, and the Frost Demons, the laws of dimensional realms hold little significance. These entities can transcend dimensional boundaries, advancing their cultivation unimpeded by virtue of their formidable bloodlines. Thirdly, the dimension of divinity differs markedly from other realms. It represents a transformative journey from quantity to quality. The distinction between the state prior to and following a breakthrough is akin to the chasm separating the heavens from the earth. Furthermore, the existence of the divine dimension renders any trace of aura undetectable, with all power meticulously contained within. Thus, in comparison to the state before achieving the divine dimension, there exists an astronomical disparity in overall combat strength and the efficiency of power utilization. Chapter 69. Limits and Rebirth. The following day, in the crisp morning air, Hu sat cross-legged atop the highest peak of the Chilean mountains. After meditating for an entire day and night, Wu Feng slowly opened his weary eyes. Letting out a gentle sigh, is it still unfeasible? What exactly is amiss? After numerous attempts, there has been no discernible change, Wu Feng muttered, his brow furrowed in fatigue. Enough of this. I shall make one final attempt. If I still cannot succeed, he resolutely murmured, shaking his head. Resolute in his decision, Wu Feng closed his eyes once more, gradually emptying his mind, teetering between slumber and wakefulness, and began to visualize a pattern resembling a blue lotus. With practiced ease, he soon quieted his mind, entering a meditative state, and conjured an image of his unique spiritual emblem, a vast blue lotus platform, radiating a faint azure light. This seemingly tangible lotus floated serenely upon the ocean of his soul, continuously absorbing the surrounding liquid spiritual energy, akin to sea water, nurturing and fostering its growth. Occupying nearly 1/10,000th of the entire expanse of the Ocean of Souls, the immense blue lotus platform, while persistently drawing in nourishment, exhibited no signs of growth as it had in the past. It appeared to have reached a certain limit, or perhaps a state of saturation. In any case, it was as if it had encountered an obstruction, though this description may not fully encapsulate the situation. After numerous attempts, Wu Feng sensed a vague deficiency, as if something essential was lacking, hindering the cultivation of his spiritual visualization from unfolding as anticipated. In a natural progression, petals of the blue lotus began to unfurl upon the vast platform. Moments later, Wu Feng, having once again attempted in vain, found himself utterly exhausted, his chest heaving, his expression haggard, and his eyes bloodshot. He felt precariously unsteady, as though about to topple. It is no longer feasible. I have reached my limit. Realizing his dire condition, his face pale and wan, Wu Feng reflected inwardly. At this moment, Wu Feng, fully aware of reaching his limits, ceased his futile bravado. He gradually rose, unsteadily making his way into the secluded stone chamber, approximately 20 to 30 paces away. Upon arriving at the bedside, he collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Perhaps it was due to the intense pressure he had exerted upon himself, teetering on the brink of collapse, that this sleep lasted for an astounding 7 days and nights. During this period, his second aunt, who brought him meals, was greatly alarmed. Had it not been for Wu Taido's timely discovery of Wu Feng's faint breath, preparations for a lavish funeral would likely have been underway by now. After 7 days of restorative slumber, Wu Feng awoke, fully rejuvenated in both energy and spirit. The moment he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the face of his second Aunt Lu Lan, who had raised him since childhood and bore an expression of deep concern. Beside her stood his second uncle Wu Shan along with their family, while his elder uncle Wu Taido leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, gazing thoughtfully at the sky. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, even Wu Feng, who had attained a state of serene composure, felt a ripple of warmth within. Are you hungry? Don't linger in bed any longer. Rise quickly. Look, your second aunt has already prepared your favorite dishes, Lu Lan gently chided. Indeed. Hurry and eat. Your second aunt has been awake since before dawn, preparing for your awakening. Wu Shan added, his tone slightly exasperated. All right, I'll eat, Wu Feng replied, wishing to mention his ability to fast. However, upon catching a glimpse of his second aunt's tender expression, he refrained from further words and promptly began to eat heartily. Good lad, at least you know to be sensible. Wu Taido thought silently, pleased to see that his nephew was eating. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, atop the highest peak of the Chilean mountains. Mutaito stood, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance from a rock near the cliff's edge. After a glance at Wu Feng, he spoke slowly. How long do you intend to be away this time? Well, I can't say for certain, uncle. One thing you must understand is that the universe is vast. Capturing a fugitive within its boundless expanse is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Before Wu Feng could finish his thought, Wu Taido interjected, Enough? You need not explain. I understand. Just go and return swiftly. No need for farewells. With that, Wu Taido turned away and, with a graceful leap, departed towards his sanctuary, vanishing from sight in an instant. Seeing this, Wu Feng swallowed the well-prepared excuses he had in mind, letting out a wry smile. Well, that saves me the trouble of making excuses. He sighed. So be it. I shall depart now, with a resolute heart. Wu Feng activated his unremarkable, yet singularly functional golden finger, reminiscent of a purple progress bar found in a video game, marking his journey ahead. As with previous instances, the enigmatic ability of traversing realms, far surpassing the mere act of instantaneous teleportation, was activated, causing Wu Feng to vanish without a trace, devoid of any preceding signs or subsequent traces. It is said that since the time of Dayu's establishment of the 9 provinces thousands of years ago, it has become nearly impossible to determine which province reigns supreme in strength, as opinions vary widely. However, when it comes to the most prosperous and resplendent province, it is undoubtedly the illustrious Yangzhou, where riders soar upon cranes. In discussing Yangzhou, one cannot overlook the paramount sect, Qinghu Island, which governs 9 of the 13 prefectures within Yangzhou, along with its equally significant counterparts, Guyuan sect and Tie sect. Focusing on Yangzhou, one finds the Jiangning prefecture, entirely under the dominion of the Guyuan sect, where lies a place called Yicheng. Within Yicheng resides the vast expanse of Dian Mountain, and at its midpoint rests the unfathomable cold pool known as Bihan Pool. This ethereal pool is home to various species of demonic beasts, including a dragon that has existed for no less than 5 or 6 millennia. On this particular day, the ancient dragon named Zishi, who once clashed with Dayu, was peacefully slumbering as usual when an unexpected cacophony abruptly jolted it awake. In an instant, the dragon, who had been lost in dreams with bubbles escaping its nostrils, was seized by fury. With a tempestuous awakening, the ancient beast resolved to annihilate the source of this disturbance, seeking to rend it limb from limb to assuage its wrath. Meanwhile, the instigator of this turmoil was none other than Wu Feng, who had been directly transported to the presence of the violet glowing dragon by the whims of fate. Without a moment's hesitation, the violet dragon lunged at Wu Feng the very second he appeared. However, the dragon, whose power merely matched that of a being in the realm of celestial unity, was swiftly repelled by Wu Feng's instinctively activated protective energy, sending it crashing against the massive cliffs nearby. The impact unleashed a thunderous roar akin to a cataclysmic landslide. Awakened from the splendid and wondrous sights of his transdimensional journey, Wu Feng had no intention of lingering in the cold waters of the pool. He promptly leapt from the depths, ascending into the air several dozen meters above, where he floated gracefully, attempting to unleash his vast mental prowess. Capable of enveloping a radius of 1,000 miles, he immediately sensed a myriad of presences, some strong and others weak. Among the formidable entities was a black-purple scaled dragon beneath him, comparable to a peak existence of the 3rd heavenly tier, alongside a golden dragon tortoise guarding the palace at the pool's bottom. Weaker signatures emanated from the foot of the mountain, from the nearby county town, and its surrounding common folk, akin to rank-and-file martial artists. Chapter 70. The beginning of the initial battle. As Wu Feng was engrossed in observing and gathering information about this world of martial arts, a deafening roar shattered the tranquility, accompanied by a colossal dragon claw that surged towards him. In an instant, a tempest ensued, and a massive serpent-like dragon, radiating an ethereal azure glow and stretching at least 20 zhang in length, abruptly manifested high in the sky. Instinctively, it began to coalesce the surrounding moisture, swiftly forming a cloud mass of no less than 300 or 400 zhang that enveloped the summit of the twin-headed peak, plunging the area into shadow. Emerging from the cloud was a gigantic dragon claw, its speed unremarkable to the naked eye. Yet, when Wu Feng instinctively sought to evade, he found himself inexorably anchored by the elemental forces of the world around him. In that moment of peril, He had no choice but to unleash his indomitable and impervious invincible aura, bracing himself against the impending strike. With a thunderous crash, the dragon, known as Zishi, immediately withdrew its now inflated claw, emitting a series of agonized roars that echoed through the air. The sound reverberated as boulders tumbled down the mountainside, revealing Wu Feng, unscathed and composed, bolstered by his formidable aura. It was clear that enduring blows without retaliation was not in Wu Feng's nature. In a swift motion, he materialized before the enormous head of the dragon, and before Zishi could react, he unleashed a fist enveloped in pure, vigorous energy. The blow struck the dragon squarely, propelling it into one of the colossal peaks of the twin-headed mountain, shattering a summit several hundred zhang high. A resounding boom echoed across the expanse, the overwhelming force of falling stones and debris cascading down like a cataclysm, affecting a radius of 10 li. In the wake of Wu Feng's furious strike, countless creatures, both demonic and wild, that had inhabited the great Yin Mountains for generations, fell victim to the ensuing chaos, suffering immeasurable casualties. The devastating aftermath of the avalanche surged downward, ultimately reaching the foot of the mountain, impacting the innocent inhabitants of Tengjia Village and Lijia Village, who had lived there for generations. Simultaneously, as the avalanche commenced, Tengjia Village was celebrating its annual festival. The spacious martial arts arena was adorned with over 100 tables, filled with villagers of all ages, from the elderly with silver hair and wrinkled faces to newborn infants. They gathered in joyous camaraderie, feasting and drinking heartily, oblivious to the imminent disaster about to befall them. Moments later, having satisfied their appetites, the villagers, under the guidance of the current clan leader, Tung Yunlong, began the afternoon festivities, preparing to conduct tests for the children aged 6 and above. In the beginning, Tung Qinghu effortlessly lifted 60 pounds, an impressive feat indeed. However, before clan leader Tung Yunlong could finish his words of praise, a thunderous roar erupted, abruptly interrupting him. This startling sound caused nearly all the young and strong members of the Tung family to rise in alarm. With expressions of bewilderment and a hint of panic, they turned their gazes towards the direction of Dine Mountain. Before anyone could pose questions to the clan leader, the ground trembled violently, causing scattered stones to dance upon the surface. The tables that filled the martial arts arena shook in unison, while the domesticated fowl in the village flapped about in a frenzied panic, squawking in distress. Moments after the deafening noise, the clan leader's scouts, dispatched to investigate, returned in a state of terror, sprinting back with urgency. As they ran, they waved their arms and shouted, "Clan leader, it's bad. Everyone run. The mountain is collapsing. The mountain god is angry. Hurry, or it will be too late." "What? How can this be?" Tung Yunlong gasped in shock, but quickly regained his composure and shouted decisively. "Tung Yonglei, Tung Yongxiang, Tung Yongfan, Tung Yongyao, you must assist the elderly, pregnant women, and children in evacuating the village. The rest of you follow me. We will buy them time to escape." The thunderous noise grew ever closer, and the ground began to sway violently, leading a band of determined individuals. Tung Yunlong fought to anchor themselves against the tremors. Armed with heavy iron weapons, they valiantly shattered the first falling boulders, striving to prevent them from crushing their retreating kin. However, the respite was short-lived. Within moments, a true torrent of debris descended upon them, faced with the overwhelming avalanche that threatened to engulf the entire village. Expressions of horror and despair spread across Tung Yunlong and his companions. A sense of inevitable doom gripped them, yet they roared defiantly as they charged towards the approaching deluge, hoping that their bodies could hold back the flood for even a second longer, granting their families a fleeting chance to escape. Suddenly, clarity struck Wu Feng as he realized the impending disaster would soon submerge the two villages at the mountain's base. Instantly, he unleashed his full speed, arriving at the foot of the mountain in the blink of an eye. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a powerful punch at the towering wave of debris, cleaving it in two and redirecting much of it towards the uninhabited sides. Then, with a swift motion, he positioned himself at the forefront, erecting a colossal wall of air to block the remaining torrent from breaching the village. The thunderous roar of a tremendous torrent relentlessly crashed against a colossal wall of vapor that radiated a milky luminescence, producing a cacophony that was deafeningly intense. Rousing both Tung Yunlong and his companions, as well as Li Huojuan and his group, from their stupor, they gazed intently at the forefront, where Wu Feng, His hands, gently pressing against the void ahead, emanated a pure, cloud-like radiance. They stood transfixed, speechless, for an extended period. It was not until the torrent on the mountain finally ceased, its power spent, that Wu Feng recited a mantra and retracted the formidable energy that had coalesced into the protective barrier. Turning around, Wu Feng beheld the disarray surrounding him, with remnants of limbs and severed arms scattered across the ground. His gaze fell slightly, and he inhaled deeply before speaking. Due to my battle with the demon dragon, I have inadvertently implicated you all. This is my fault. Although he had acted swiftly to rectify his error, it was ultimately too late, resulting in this calamity. Oh, it is what it is. At this point, further words are futile. As a gesture of apology or restitution, I grant each of your 2 villages one promise. Once you have contemplated your specific requests, you may come to seek me at the Baihan Pool of Dine Mountain. As soon as his words fell, Wu Feng did not wait for a response from the crowd, but swiftly accelerated towards the now-recovering demon dragon, Zishi, still agitated. Sensing Wu Feng's rapid approach, Zishi was equally unyielding and soared upwards, colliding head-on with furious intent. With a resounding crash, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, Wu Feng remained steadfast in the void, unwavering. In contrast, Zishi was propelled by a powerful kick from Wu Feng into a lake nestled among the mountains, creating a colossal wave that instantly engulfed everything in its vicinity. With a roar, the disoriented Zishi, covered in mud, shook its head vigorously, shedding the muck before diving into a bottomless pit halfway up the mountainside. Zishi, realizing it was outmatched, sought assistance from its old neighbor, the golden dragon tortoise, to join forces against Wu Feng, the terrifying and grotesque beast clad in human skin. Indeed, a terrifying and grotesque beast. This was Zishi's impression after confronting Wu Feng. Despite Wu Feng being incapable of harnessing even a fraction of the elemental power, he managed to dominate Zishi, a formidable beast at the pinnacle of the virtual realm. If Zishi were not an extraordinarily gifted creature, could he truly be considered a human? In this moment of reflection, Zishi instinctively overlooked Wu Feng's human characteristics, such as his breath, speech, and physical appearance. Chapter 71. Aftermath and reflection. In what felt like an instant, Zishi traversed the bottomless pit and arrived at the underwater palace, where it immediately spotted the golden dragon tortoise, who was fast asleep. Roar, roar, roar. Stop pretending to sleep. Wake up and help me fight. Roar, 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 roar. I want tea. I need my rest. I'm guarding the heavenly flood palace and have no time. Awakened long ago, the golden dragon turtle, feigning slumber, realized its ruse had been uncovered. Its eyes twinkled with loyalty and righteousness. How dare you pretend before me? We know each other too well. Get up quickly and join me in confronting that perverse beast outside. The demon dragon Zishi chided, both exasperated and amused. I refuse to listen. You chatter like a turtle reciting scriptures. I have no intention of going anywhere during this time, retorted the golden dragon turtle, thinking to itself. I certainly do not wish to seek out a beating. In an instant, it withdrew entirely into its golden shell, remaining unperturbed despite the furious rebukes and blows from the demon dragon Zishi, resolutely deciding against emerging. After a brief moment, witnessing the golden dragon turtle's apparent resignation, the demon dragon Zishi, filled with indignation, took off with the intention of battling Wu Feng to the bitter end. With determination set, Zishi soared swiftly into the skies, ascending hundreds of feet, and hurtled toward Wu Feng with the grace of a cloud. Upon reaching within 3 meters of Wu Feng, Zishi, propelled by its diving speed, executed a powerful tail whip while simultaneously unleashing a torrent of black-purple icy wind from its gaping maw, a storm that spanned 100 feet in radius. The fierce cold wind, upon release, froze everything in its path into solid ice, only to disintegrate into dust and dissipate into the air. Observing this scene, Wu Feng dared not underestimate the threat. Attempting to retreat swiftly, he suddenly found himself ensnared once more in a quagmire, his body caught by the nearly limitless force of nature surrounding him. In a critical moment, even as he wished to break free with all his might as he had before, time had run out. In utter frustration, Wu Feng had no choice but to summon his invincible protective aura once again, bracing himself against the onslaught of the demon dragon Zishi. As Wu Feng expanded the 3-foot spherical shield, he was first enveloped by the black-purple icy wind, forming a large, oval ice mass approximately 10 feet in diameter. Shortly thereafter, Zishi, channeling its full strength, delivered a powerful strike that sent him hurtling away. The immense force caused the ice mass encasing Wu Feng to shatter into countless pieces, revealing him inside the 3-foot transparent shield, and scathed yet furrowing his brow in a mix of frustration and confusion. As Wu Feng was propelled by the overwhelming force, he crashed through 3 mountain peaks, each towering around 500 to 600 meters, before plunging directly into a tributary of the Yuyang Grand Canal. The immense river surged, creating waves that soared nearly 100 feet high, splashing against the banks while carrying with it ancient stones, which were eventually returned to the flow of the river. With a thunderous roar, the formidable Wu Feng pierced through the myriad obstacles, reaching the riverbed where he shattered a submerged stone, creating yet another colossal pit in the depths of the river. Once he stabilized his stance at the river's bottom, he did not tarry. In an instant, he soared upwards, breaking through the water's surface and ascending into the vast void above. Casting a distant glance at the approaching demon dragon, Zishi, he swiftly maneuvered beside it, unleashing a powerful uppercut infused with fury. In an instant, the unsuspecting Zishi was sent hurtling into the sky like a launched rocket, ascending rapidly until its strength began to wane. Without delay, Wu Feng teleported directly above the ascending dragon, his fists crossed, delivering a heavy blow. The dragon's once graceful arc of ascent contorted into a U shape, its massive eyes bulging with shock as dragon saliva sprayed in abundance, plummeting rapidly towards the ground. However, before Zishi could descend, the enraged Wu Feng executed another swift maneuver, landing on the ground ahead of it, and followed up with another uppercut. Thus ensued a relentless exchange of blows for a quarter of an hour, with Wu Feng finally pausing to allow Zishi to land safely, creating a serpentine pit approximately 3 fathoms deep. With a resounding crash, Wu Feng brushed aside the debris and turned to the nearby river, addressing the old tortoise. "You wretched creature, you had the perfect opportunity to save your companion. Why did you not act?" Realizing its concealment had been discovered and that further evasion was futile, the golden dragon tortoise emerged cautiously from the water, floating delicately to a halt 3 paces before Wu Feng. Casting a quick glance at the battered and swollen Zishi in the pit, it trembled and said, "Roar, roar, roar. I am not foolish enough to engage in battle like that dim-witted dragon, fully aware of the futility of such a fight. Moreover, I discern that while your strikes are fierce, they are not lethal, indicating you never intended to kill that foolish dragon. Why should I, then, seek out trouble and invite punishment? This dragon tortoise is no fool." The golden dragon tortoise silently pondered. "Well, I suppose I overestimated you, thinking you had acquired the language of humankind." Hearing the tortoise's varied roars, Wu Feng, still unversed in beast language, could only clutch his forehead in confusion. Although Wu Feng could not comprehend the golden dragon tortoise's words due to his ignorance of beast language, the demon dragon Zishi, being of the same beastly kin, understood perfectly, and despite its overwhelming pain, it let out a furious roar in response. Still possessing the energy to cry out at me. It seems the beating was perhaps a tad too lenient. Crack, crack. In this moment, mistaking the dragon demon, Zishi, for displaying defiance, Wu Feng turned aside, engaging in conversation while stretching his limbs, producing a series of cracking sounds. Whoosh whoosh. Upon hearing Wu Feng's words, before the golden tortoise could offer an explanation, Zishi, disregarding the pain coursing through its body, hastily swung its increasingly massive head back and forth, the speed generating a gentle breeze. What is happening? Just moments ago, it was quite resolute in its defiance. How has it so quickly succumbed? Wu Feng, poised to administer another round of massage to Zishi, was left utterly perplexed. Hee. Observing this, the golden tortoise erupted into a rather peculiar and amusing laughter, or so it seemed to Wu Feng, who was uncertain of the nature of the sound. Chapter 72. After the battle and reflections, time flew swiftly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the morning breeze was gentle, and the sun radiated warmth. The original twin-headed mountain, now known as Single-Headed Mountain, or alternatively, Billion Mountain, a name recently bestowed by Wu Feng, was transformed. At this moment, Billion Mountain had been hollowed out by Wu Feng, creating 2 sizable caverns, approximately 70 to 80 square meters each, across 2 levels, designated for his residence for the foreseeable future. Notably, this dwelling, which Wu Feng aptly named Xiaoyao Residence in commemoration of the past, stood adjacent to the serene Bihan Pool. The reason for this was that having thoroughly subdued the dragon demon Zishi, Wu Feng intended to designate it as the guardian beast of the Xiaoyao sect in this realm. Furthermore, had it not been for the golden tortoise's deep-seated sentiments, it would have vehemently resisted any notion of departing its post before fulfilling the wishes of Diyu. Wu Feng had already regarded it as another guardian beast of the Xiaoyao sect, and although he did not insist upon the golden tortoise assuming this role at that moment, he was confident, bolstered by the wealth of information he had gathered, that ultimately, the golden tortoise could not escape its fate of becoming the guardian beast of the Xiaoyao sect. After dedicating some effort to cleaning and decorating what was destined to become the renowned Xiaoyao sect headquarters, Wu Feng proceeded to meticulously compare and summarize his memories with the information he had collected over the past few days. Firstly, reflecting on the earlier battle with Zishi, in which he had found himself in a precarious situation multiple times due to the forces of heaven and earth, Wu Feng recognized that this realm exhibited a noticeable bias towards beings like himself. In essence, if Wu Feng were to confront beings of the illusory realm or higher, he would face significant disadvantages in combat, hindered by the constraints imposed by the forces of heaven and earth. Though it is said that even so, Wu Feng can still rely on his formidable power, comparable to the mightiest beings of this realm, to defeat or vanquish any existence beneath the strongest. However, this would inevitably provoke a backlash from all the powerful beings in this world. At that time, even if they cannot breach Wu Feng's defenses, they could still seal him to death. Aware that mere brute force would not suffice, Wu Feng resolved to temporarily lie low and study the martial arts of this realm. He intended to wait until he reached the Void Realm, allowing him to master the power of heaven and earth, rather than merely borrowing or laboriously manipulating it, as he could at present. When that time comes, it would signal the true rise of the Xiaoyao sect. Contemplating this, Wu Feng glanced at the direction of Tung Family Village, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, is the true protagonist of this realm about to be born? This is indeed opportune. With a knowing smile, Wu Feng thought. Thus, the momentum would be firmly in hand, establishing an invincible position from the very beginning. Time passed swiftly. Since Wu Feng's battle with the demon dragon Zishi, 3 months had elapsed in the tranquil Diyan Mountain, devoid of any significant events. One morning, as usual, Wu Feng sat cross-legged atop the Bailian Mountain, absorbing the morning sun's purple aura. Not long after he finished, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching. It was 4 individuals, a venerable elder, 2 robust men, and a youth, approaching Bailian Mountain at a steady pace from 10 li away. My grandson, Jin Fu, listen closely once more. When we arrive, you must behave and show respect. Do you understand? Li Huojuan, the patriarch of the Li family, seemed to be quite anxious, repeatedly offering reminders along the way. I understand. Grandfather, I will certainly behave and show respect. Please do not worry. Li Jin Fu replied, his expression as obedient as ever, showing no trace of impatience. Good. That is well. And remember, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was earned through the lives of your uncles and elders. You must not let it go to waste, comprehend? Yes. Grandson understands, and will keep it firmly in mind. Li Jin Fu responded with unwavering determination and a resolute gaze. Half an hour later, they arrived. Everyone prepare and tidy your attire, Li Huojuan said, taking the lead to assist his grandson Li Jin Fu in adjusting his clothing and hair. After a brief moment, satisfied that all preparations were complete, the 4 of them, under Li Huojuan's careful guidance, cautiously stepped into the gorge of Bailian Mountain. Upon entering this evidently man-made gorge, the first sight that greeted them was the chilling Baihan pool directly across, emanating an aura of coldness. Following that, their eyes were drawn to 2 dragon-shaped stone pedestals carved from rock beside the pool, and the grand stone door adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns that stood between the 2 pedestals. As the 4 individuals ventured deeper, their eyes were met with a sight that resonated with the tranquil waters of the azure pool. On the opposite side of the mountain wall, near the precipice of a grand canyon, stood an ancient pine tree of unknown origin, beneath which lay a circular marble table, its surface as smooth as a mirror. Flanking this table were 2 pairs of cylindrical stone stools, each approximately half the height of the table itself. At that moment, as the 4 gazed upon the table, they were taken aback to discover 4 steaming cups of tea, evidently brewed not long ago, positioned at each corner of the marble table, corresponding to the stone stools. Before they could ponder the situation, a voice, imbued with an ethereal quality, resonated, esteemed guests, you have journeyed far. Please take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea to rejuvenate your spirits." Upon hearing this, the four exchanged glances, uncertainty clouding their expressions as they deliberated whether to heed the voice's invitation, fearing it might be too presumptuous. After a brief hesitation, Li Huajun, the clan leader, finally took a resolute step forward, his demeanor akin to one approaching the gallows. He sat down, and without a moment's hesitation, he grasped one of the unfamiliar cups and gulped down the steaming liquid, disregarding the scalding temperature that hovered around 70 degrees Celsius. Witnessing this, Wu Feng could not suppress his astonishment. "Ah, esteemed elder, is it customary in your realm to drink tea so boldly, especially when it is still hot? Do you not find it scorching?" Realizing his misinterpretation and Wu Feng's inquiry, Li Huajun quickly abandoned his bravado, fanning his mouth with both hands as he gasped for air. Simultaneously, Li Jinfu hurried to his grandfather's side, gently patting his back and chest. "Child, cease this. It serves no purpose. Let me handle it." As soon as he spoke, Wu Feng gracefully leapt from the peak of Bailian Mountain, arriving in front of the now panting Li Huajun in an instant. Extending his hand, a wave of cool energy, known in this world as true essence, surged into Li Huajun's body, swiftly alleviating his discomfort. "Forgive my impetuousness. I am grateful for your assistance, noble one," Li Huajun expressed, feeling completely restored. And he instinctively prepared to kneel in gratitude. However, before he could descend, Wu Feng gently gestured, a soft aura preventing him. "There is no need for such formalities. Esteemed elder, it was merely a simple act of kindness. You may refer to me as either Master Wu or Sect Leader Wu." Without allowing Li Huajun to respond, Wu Feng continued, "Esteemed elder, have you come here with specific requests in mind?" "Ah, no, that is not correct, Sect Leader Wu. I indeed have contemplated the request I wish to present to you," Li Huajun replied, though his expression betrayed a hint of struggle, his words faltering as he spoke. "Dear sir, please feel free to speak your mind. Rest assured, no matter how excessive your request may be, I shall not hold it against you." Wu Feng encouraged Li Huajun with a gentle smile. Li Huajun, with a determined bite of his teeth and a firm closure of his eyes, poured forth the carefully prepared words he had long anticipated. "I merely fear to burden you. I wish for you to accept my grandson, Li Jinfu. I do not seek for him to be your disciple, but I hope you might consider him as your aide or subordinate." Upon completing his earnest plea, Li Huajun opened his eyes, casting a hopeful glance at Wu Feng before immediately lowering his head, unable to sustain the gaze. With a heart laden with anxiety, he awaited the response alongside his grandson, both in a state of apprehensive anticipation. "Is that all? So simple?" Wu Feng, who had expected more daunting demands, chuckled lightly upon hearing the request. "Very well. For the time being, I shall not require any subordinates or servants. Let your grandson remain with me for a while to learn. If, and I emphasize if, he earns my approval in one aspect, I shall accept him as a named disciple. Should he gain my favor in most aspects, I shall take him as a formal disciple. What do you think?" "Certainly. That is entirely agreeable. We have no objections. Everything shall proceed as you say," Li Huajun responded, his heart filled with elation. Chapter 73. 6 years' time flows inexorably. And 6 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Persist, persist, and persist again. I am so close to the final stretch. Clad in a heavy armor forged from pure purple gold, weighing approximately 1,000 kilograms, Li Jinfu ran and climbed around Bailian Mountain, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. With gritted teeth and unwavering determination, he silently encouraged himself as he continued his arduous training. Meanwhile, as Li Jinfu diligently pursued his daily regimen over the past 6 years, a group comprising an elder, 2 robust men, and a youth arrived at Dian Mountain. This day marked the first following the annual festival of the Tung family village, and the quartet, comprising the village leader Tung Yunlong, his 2 disciples Tung Yonglei and Tung Yongfan, alongside the prodigious young talent Tung Qingshan, who had astounded everyone at the 6-year festival, journeyed towards the location of Baihanpool. Before long, having completed his weighted training and after a cleansing ritual, Li Jinfu intended to meditate on Hanyu Terrace to refine his internal energy. Suddenly, he heard, "Jinfu, my disciple, pause your training for a moment and go down the mountain to greet our esteemed guests who have traveled from afar." "Yes, master," he responded promptly, not daring to delay. He swiftly turned and jogged to the junction where Bailian Mountain met Dian Mountain. In a brief span, he caught sight of the four esteemed guests approaching. None other than Tung Yunlong and his 3 grandchildren. Before long, the quartet arrived before Li Jinfu. In a fleeting moment of their encounter, before the 2 lives could intertwine, Tung Qingshan's eyes sparkled with keen intensity as he scrutinized the imposing figure of Li Jinfu, whose robust physique radiated a fierce and daunting presence. He remarked, "You are Li Huojun's grandson, Li Jinfu, are you not? You have grown remarkably tall and formidable. I still remember when you visited with your grandfather, and I once held you in my arms." Tung Yunlong greeted him with an affable smile. "Indeed, Grandpa Tung. You have not mistaken me. I am Li Jinfu," he replied politely. Without allowing Tung Yunlong to speak further, he turned slightly and gestured. "Very well, Grandpa Tung. Let us be on our way. Otherwise, my master will grow anxious." As Li Jinfu spoke, he led the way at a steady pace, remaining silent except for the initial exchange. Before long, they traversed over a mile of mountainous terrain and arrived at the grand stone gate constructed 4 years prior at the entrance of Xiaoyao residence. "Grandpa Tung, please wait here momentarily while I inform my teacher," Li Jinfu stated earnestly, adhering to the customary reception protocol. However, he was interrupted by a voice from Wu Feng, who said, "Jinfu, no need for formalities. Simply take them to the reception hall to meet me." "Yes, master," Li Jinfu replied promptly, not uttering another word as he approached the enormous stone doors, each weighing about 10,000 pounds. With a slight exertion, he effortlessly pushed them open with a creaking sound. "Please follow me," he said, turning back to the 4 before leading them toward the reception hall established 5 years ago, where Wu Feng awaited. In a short while, under Li Jinfu's guidance, the 4 stood before Wu Feng. Upon seeing Wu Feng's unchanging visage, Tung Yunlong instinctively prepared to pay his respects. Yet, before he could bend his knee, Wu Feng swiftly gestured to halt him, saying, "Old friend, there is no need for such grand gestures." "Ah, very well. Then I shall humbly comply," Tung Yunlong responded, his expression betraying a mix of surprise and honor. "Now, my friend, it has been 6 years. You have come with intentions this time, have you not?" Wu Feng inquired, his demeanor suggesting he was already aware. "Indeed, you are correct. I have come to request that you accept my grandson, Tung Qingshan, just as you have taken Li Jinfu under your wing." Tung Yunlong spoke with earnest desire. "That is certainly possible. However, you must understand that my disciple, Jinfu, was not accepted without rigorous trials akin to hell itself. It was only after this arduous journey that I acknowledged him as my named disciple," Wu Feng replied, his expression turning slightly serious. Upon hearing this, Tung Yunlong felt a sudden pang of anxiety, chiding himself for failing to inquire about the specific circumstances beforehand. His demeanor reflected a palpable urgency. As he struggled to articulate his thoughts, "Grandfather, I, too, can endure any trials and tribulations, just like brother Li Jinfu." At that moment, a tender voice broke through Tung Yunlong's awkwardness. "Dear grandson, have you truly considered this? It will be exceedingly arduous, very arduous indeed." Tung Yunlong, crouching down and gently pressing his hands on Tung Qingshan's shoulders, looked at him with a serious and earnest expression. However, before Tung Yunlong could finish his words, he was interrupted by Tung Qingshan, whose eyes were filled with determination. "Grandfather, I am not afraid." Gazing intently into the resolute eyes of his grandson, Tung Yunlong took a moment before standing up without hesitation and respectfully addressing Wu Feng. "I entrust my grandson, Qingshan, to your care from this point forward. We shall take our leave now." "Very well, Jinfu, please escort your master's father and the others." Wu Feng nodded slightly, maintaining a gentle smile throughout. Moments later, only Wu Feng and Tung Qingshan remained on the scene. "You are Tung Qingshan, correct?" Wu Feng casually inquired, playfully toying with a crystal teacup in his hands. "Yes, teacher," replied the diminutive yet spirited Tung Qingshan, his youthful face earnest. "Ah, you little rascal, you are quite adept at climbing the ranks." Addressing me as teacher right off the bat, Wu Feng chuckled, enjoying the playful banter with the currently self-conscious Tung Qingshan. The following day, as dawn broke and the mountain shrouded in thick mist lingered, 2 figures, one large, one small, were engaged in a series of movements on the expansive training ground, carved out by Wu Feng 5 years prior beside Billion Mountain. "Little brother Qingshan, the teacher has instructed me to guide you through some fundamental practices first. Pay close attention and mimic my actions. If you encounter anything unclear or difficult, feel free to stop me and let me know, understood?" Li Jinfu spoke with a gentle tone, laced with a hint of seriousness. Yes, big brother, I understand, Ting Qingshan replied earnestly. All right, watch closely. First, then. Following the confirmation, Li Jinfu commenced with a slow-motion yoga practice aimed at cultivating the body and establishing a foundation. Meanwhile, as they engaged in their teacher-student exchange, Wu Feng sat cross-legged in a lavish stone chamber, diligently cultivating his internal power, and had reached a crucial juncture. With a sound akin to a long-blocked passage being forcefully opened, a sensation resonated from the depths of Wu Feng's soul and swiftly spread throughout his entire being. Oh, so this is what they call the true self-realm. Indeed, it is formidable. No wonder it has stymied me for 3 years. Enlightened by a newfound understanding, Wu Feng joyfully reflected upon breaching yet another significant barrier in his internal cultivation journey. At last, the most formidable obstacle has dissipated for me. I shall continue to persevere, striving to make a decisive leap into the ethereal realm and subsequently unleash a wave of devastation upon the world, thereby reshaping the cosmos. In this moment, the Martial Peak, which has languished in silence for nearly 6 long years, now bears an air of restless anticipation. Shortly thereafter, fueled by an extraordinary mental acuity and a surging essence beyond the confines of this realm, I, Wu Feng, successfully grasped the state of returning to one's primal essence as defined by this world, thus attaining the pinnacle of the innate golden elixir. However, regardless of my relentless efforts, my internal cultivation stagnated, failing to progress even a fraction further. This impasse arose from my understanding of the Tao within the heavens and earth of this realm, which had yet to meet the criteria for transcending into the ethereal. Chapter 74. Li Jinfu's departure time flows swiftly like a river, and 3 months have elapsed in the blink of an eye. On this particular day, as evening descends, within the courtyard beside the Baihan Pond of Bailian Mountain, 2 figures, one large and one small, are engaged in a series of peculiar postures. The larger figure, while performing these movements, casts sidelong glances at the smaller one. As dusk approaches, a series of cracking sounds, reminiscent of firecrackers, echoes through the air. Li Jinfu, with a flushed visage and a heart brimming with elation, is once again immersed in a profound sense of joy alongside Ting Qingshan. Cough, you two come here. I have something to discuss with you. Wu Feng suddenly interjects. Startled by the unexpected call, both individuals exchange puzzled glances, realizing they each wear a look of confusion. After a brief moment of silent exchange, they dare not delay further and respond in unison, "Yes, master." Upon utterance of these words, they swiftly set aside their bewilderment, proceeding cautiously into Wu Feng's inner chamber. Upon entering, they find Wu Feng seated upon a white jade mat, and both immediately bow in respect, greeting him. Disciple Li, greetings, master. May I inquire what instructions you have for us? Indeed, well done. In just 3 months, you have already achieved a state where your sinews and bones are in harmony, and all your meridians are open. You have performed admirably, Wu Feng acknowledges, surveying their forms before turning his praise towards Ting Qingshan. Thank you for your kind words, master. I am honored, Ting Qingshan replies, suppressing his confusion as he steps forward and bows. Excellent. You remain humble and composed, which is commendable. If you maintain this demeanor, you shall soon be on the path to truly becoming my disciple, Wu Feng encourages. With that, he slightly turns his head, a gentle smile gracing his features as he regards the silent Li Jinfu, who has patiently awaited his turn. Jinfu, do you know how long you have been studying under my tutelage? Respectfully reporting, Master, your disciple has been learning under your tutelage for over 6 years now, replied Li Jinfu with utmost seriousness. Indeed, it has been a full 6 years, and I recall when you were merely a naive child of not yet 14. Now, not only have you matured, but in the blink of an eye, your coming-of-age ceremony is set for tomorrow, Wu Feng remarked with deep sentiment. Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding began to unfurl within Li Jinfu's heart, prompting him to hastily say, Master, have I done something wrong recently to incur your displeasure? Please grant me another chance. I assure you, from this moment forth, I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to my training and duties. Please do not cast me away. With a chuckle, Wu Feng replied, Oh you, how should I even begin to address you? You never wait for others to finish speaking, always jumping to wild conclusions that frighten yourself. Li Jinfu, realizing he had once again startled himself, quickly admitted his fault. I apologize for my misinterpretation. Please do not hold it against me. Wu Feng, seeing that Li Jinfeng had indeed frightened himself this time, reassured him, "Well, I did not intend to scold you this time, for your assumptions contained at least a grain of truth." The dim-witted disciple humbly requested clarity from his master. The reason I have interrupted your training and summoned you is to announce two matters. First, as I mentioned, the details regarding your coming-of-age ceremony. Second, Jinfeng, you are hereby officially graduating as a disciple. This means that starting tomorrow, you may descend the mountain and return home. Master, I do not wish to return home just yet. Please withdraw your command and allow me to continue my studies with you. Li Jinfeng, who had yet to meet his own expectations of becoming a formal disciple, gritted his teeth and resolutely suppressed the thought of returning home. "No, my decision is final. There is no room for negotiation on this matter," Wu Feng stated firmly, his tone imbued with authority. "Yes, master, your disciple will heed your command," Li Jinfeng replied. His head lowered, his expression somber and voice subdued. At this moment, seeing Li Jinfeng finally acquiesce, Wu Feng nodded in satisfaction and casually remarked, "Until now, I have not disclosed the formal or specific criteria for accepting disciples into our Xiaoyao sect, but now I can outline them." With a brief pause, Wu Feng glanced at the two pairs of attentive ears before continuing. To become a direct disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, one must fulfill three criteria. First, possess exceptional talent or comprehension. Second, be able to stand undefeated among peers or battle above one's rank. Third, exhibit unwavering perseverance and tenacity. Possessing any one of these qualifies one as a named disciple. Possessing any two qualifies one as a formal disciple, also known as an inner disciple. Possessing all three qualifies one as a direct disciple. After imparting this information in a calm tone, Wu Feng fell silent and entered a meditative state to cultivate his spirit. Observing this, the two disciples discreetly refrained from further disturbance and quietly exited the inner chamber, one following the other. Each returned silently to their respective abodes, lying in bed, reflecting on every word Wu Feng had uttered regarding becoming his disciple. A night passed without a word. The following morning, the two disciples, having risen early, now stood at the foot of Billion Mountain, bidding a reluctant farewell. After exchanging all that needed to be said, Li Jinfeng took one last profound glance at Billion Mountain before turning resolutely away, striding purposefully towards Lijiazwang, situated beneath Dian Mountain. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Feng had appeared atop Billion Mountain at some point, silently observing Li Jinfeng as he gradually vanished from sight. After watching the fleeting figure for a moment, Wu Feng, as quietly as he had come, disappeared from the summit of Billion Mountain. Time swiftly advanced, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed. At this moment, in Yangzhou, Jiangning County, Yicheng, within the bustling Wanxiang building, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. The new edition of the Jiuzhou 4 rankings had finally been released. "Here, take 400 taels, quickly. Hand me a copy. I must see it first. Hurry, bring me one too." In mere moments, nearly everyone held several books in hand, quietly flipping through the pages. Among them, some martial artists, upon discovering intriguing sections, could not contain their excitement. For instance, the lean, middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, the first to purchase a book, exclaimed with fervor, "Huh! Just as I anticipated, the thunderclap stick, Li Jinfeng, has indeed defeated the third-ranked Ba Jianzhu Qianxiu. Is that true or false? Let me see. Ah, it's true. Indeed. His rate of progress is astonishing. Yes, it's been less than a month since he last defeated the 9th-ranked Thunder Godblade, Wu Yu, with 10 strikes. Precisely. To be exact, it was 27 days. Of course, upon closer reflection, one might realize that since Li Jinfeng made his debut 3 years ago by striking down the 2 elders of the Xiaoyao Palace, his goal has always been crystal clear, to conquer all masters on the Earth rankings. At that moment, a slender, middle-aged man with 2 wispy mustaches spoke earnestly. Chapter 75. First on the Earth rankings in the Yuan city of Yuzhou, within the Grand Hall of the 9 Cauldrons, the power center of the entire Yuzhou. Several influential figures, who held the fate of Yuzhou in their hands, were gathered. How are things progressing? Have all arrangements been made? Huang Tianqin, the foremost figure of the Yuhuang sect and the highest-ranking elder alive, opened his previously closed eyes and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "Rest assured, Uncle Master, I have already given the necessary instructions, and I believe they are currently in progress," replied Yutong Hai, one of the 3 great realms of the Yuhuang sect. With an air of confidence, "Master of the Gate, forgive my candor, but I believe we may be overreacting. After all, he is merely an insignificant insect at the level of postnatal realm. Even if he were to ascend to the pinnacle of the Earth rankings, what difference would it make? To us, he remains a mere pest that can be easily extinguished. Hearing this, Lu Xia, one of the esteemed elders of the Yuhuang sect and a formidable figure in the realm of the virtual, furrowed his brow slightly, a look of confusion crossing his face. Ah, Lu Xia, are you not aware of the incident at the Xiaoyao Palace 3 years ago? Huang Tianqin inquired, his voice laced with curiosity and astonishment, before casting a disapproving glance at his disciple, Tong Hai. Has it truly been so long that you have not elaborated on this matter to your senior, Lu Xia? Master Uncle, you misunderstand. Your prolonged seclusion may have left you uninformed. Ever since 4 years ago, Lu Xia has been engrossed in meditation and cultivation, only emerging from his retreat just the day before. Thus, I have not had the opportunity to explain the details to him, Tong Hai replied, a wry smile adorning his face. Indeed, that explains it. I cannot fault my junior for this, Lu Xia conceded with a nod. Very well then, Tong Hai. Please enlighten Lu Xia on the matter at hand, Huang Tianqin instructed in a neutral tone. Yes, Master Uncle, Tong Hai acknowledged with a nod before turning to Lu Xia, a smile gracing his features. Lu Senior, you must be puzzled as to why my Master Uncle and I place such importance on someone who has not even reached the innate level. Indeed, this aspect has left me quite perplexed, Lu Xia admitted. Now, what if I were to tell you that he has, in a mere 3 years, continuously defeated or slain 72 peak postnatal experts from the Earth rankings? Tong Hai spoke with a hint of admiration, for he understood that, as one who once stood among the Earth ranking experts, he could not compare to such prowess. Is that all? While this is indeed remarkable and could be deemed unprecedented, it still may not suffice. Lu Xia's expression, typically as calm as a still pond, momentarily flickered before he regarded Tong Hai with a measured gaze. What if I were to add that he possesses a guardian spirit beast from the virtual realm, as well as a mysterious master capable of inflicting severe injury upon a virtual realm expert from a distance of 1,000 zhang? As he spoke, Tong Hai's expression turned solemn, his voice unconsciously tinged with profound reverence. What? A virtual realm beast serving as the protector of a postnatal warrior? And as for your earlier claim of wounding a virtual realm expert from such a distance, if I am not mistaken, even those at the pinnacle of the cave void realm would find this beyond their capabilities, unless that individual is akin to the renowned archer, Shen Gong too, from the Shooting Sun Mountain. At this moment, Lu Xia could no longer maintain his usual composure, his brows knitting together in astonishment as he speculated in uncertainty. Deep down, he understood that if his conjectures were accurate, then the Yuhuang sect would not be facing such an ominous atmosphere today. Lu Senior, do you believe that if he had employed arrows at that time, we would still find ourselves in such a predicament? Tong Hai revealed a bitter smile. And despite the increasingly grave and stern expression on Lu Xia's face, he continued, according to the intelligence reported by our spies from the Yuhuang sect lurking in Qingzhou, the blow that severely injured the old master of the Xiaoyao Palace was an incredibly powerful punch, spanning 100 zhang in size. Furthermore, not long after, I discreetly observed the residual waves caused by that strike, as well as the injuries sustained by the old master of Xiaoyao Palace. All evidence pointed unequivocally to it being an external punch force. At that moment, Lu Xia, stripped of any remaining illusions, was left speechless, overwhelmed by the revelation. Well, you two need not be so concerned. Even if his strength has indeed reached the level of the former Northeast King, Hong Tian, do we not have our revered masters to rely on? Huang Tianqin, witnessing the two formidable void realm experts of his side trembling with trepidation before the battle had even begun, offered a somewhat disingenuous encouragement. Indeed, our Yuhuang sect still has revered masters guarding us. What is there to fear? Tong Hai and Lu Xia exclaimed in unison, their eyes brightening with newfound confidence. Oblivious to any misgivings regarding the actual strength of their revered masters, or the potential superiority of Li Jinfo's mysterious mentor over Hong Tian, and instinctively neglecting to ponder whether they were confronting an unparalleled powerhouse. Meanwhile, in Yu Province, Qingyang County, within the county city, a recent issue of the latest publication from afar, which had ranked 7th in the Earth rankings as per the Wanxiang sect, had already defeated the second-ranked Jin Tianbang, Li Jinfo, a week prior. At this moment, he was fiercely engaged in combat with the #1 ranked disciple of the Yuhuang sect, Dingwan Yu Tianjiang. with aspirations to seize the top spot and fulfill one of his two predetermined goals, to become invincible among equals. Boom. The two combatants, who had already been clashing on the arena for a considerable duration, were acutely aware that the phase of testing and warming up had come to an end. Thus, almost simultaneously, they unleashed a powerful strike that collided in midair, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere, which howled in response. With a resounding thud, the fists collided, an unyielding clash that generated immense recoil, causing both fighters to stagger backward step by step. It was not until they reached the very edges of the ring, with no retreat left, that they finally gathered their strength, fiercely stomping their feet, which pierced through the smooth surface of the arena as hard as rock, embedding themselves firmly at the edge. Brotherly, if I am not mistaken, the entire arena seems to be crafted from obsidian rock, comparable to tempered iron, correct? Inquired an onlooker, a peak postnatal powerhouse ranked in the Earth rankings, pointing at the arena while speaking to a friend, his voice tinged with incredulity. Indeed, the two combatants on the arena are truly monstrous beyond imagination. They resemble humanoid beasts, responded the individual known as Brotherly, feeling deeply disheartened. A bitter smile revealing his sense of inferiority. As someone also among the elite of the Earth rankings, observing their battle fills me with an overwhelming sense of defeat, as if standing before an existence of innate realm. The clash of weapons resonated continuously and urgently in the arena, illustrating the intensity of the battle between the two combatants, who were locked in a fierce and unyielding struggle. As it became evident that neither could gain the upper hand, Yu Tianjiang resolved to reveal his true prowess, unleashing his signature move, the shocking heavens 3 blows. Witnessing his opponent's determination to wield his ultimate technique, Li Jinfeng, without hesitation, followed suit by employing his own unique martial arts, a synthesis of various schools, now refined into his personal masterpiece. With a thunderous crash, their strikes collided, unleashing a deafening roar. A crisp sound followed as, after their weapons crossed once more, Yu Tianjiang's heavy halberd, weighing over 100 pounds, succumbed to the tremendous force and shattered into 2 pieces. May I inquire your name? Li Jinfeng asked, having steadied his racing heart for the first time. The shocking staff dares to ask for the name of his adversary? Did he not once declare disdain for knowing the names of the defeated? A seasoned expert, familiar with Li Jinfeng's code of conduct, marveled. What? Do you wish to insult me further after learning my name? Yu Tianjiang gripped the broken halves of his halberd tightly, his eyes blazing, as he growled. No. I ask for your name because your strength warrants it. With that, Li Jinfeng wasted no time. He turned and leaped down, striding away from Qingyang County without a backward glance. Chapter 76. Internal Martial Arts, an unexpected gain in Yangzhou, Shunan County. Within the Li Garden Estate near the Yuyang Grand Canal, Li Jinfeng was recuperating, gathering his strength in preparation for an imminent breakthrough to the innate realm. A month had passed since his rapid return from Yuzhou. During this month, apart from his essential daily practice of internal cultivation, he had seemingly relaxed, spending his days either painting or fishing by the riverside. It was not until this day, after a month of mental tranquility, that he shed his languor and complacency, regaining a countenance of resolve and serenity. Having attained an unprecedented state of readiness, Li Jinfeng felt the moment had arrived to advance into the innate realm. Resolute in his decision, he bid farewell to the inner lake of the estate and, without hesitation, swiftly entered his meditation chamber. At the same time, as Li Jinfeng prepared to enter seclusion for his breakthrough, an unexpected yet fortuitous development unfolded at Wufeng. Located in the serene Xianyao residence on Billion Peak of the Dian Mountains. It was merely an hour prior that Teng Qingshan, under the guise of a casual remark, claimed to have inadvertently created a martial art known as Xingyi Quan, a revered internal style of Kung Fu, which he wished to present to Wu Feng for evaluation and guidance. Initially, upon hearing the name Xingyi Quan, an illustrious martial art from a bygone era, Wu Feng did not regard it with much seriousness, approaching it instead with a sense of casual curiosity. However, following a meticulous appraisal, Wu Feng was struck with astonishment and awe. In that moment, he acknowledged that he had indeed underestimated the legendary internal martial arts of the past, crafted by the sages of martial arts throughout history. These internal styles were continuously refined to adapt to the natural world, focusing on the cultivation of the body's vital energy and physical form in a unique and unparalleled manner. This realization opened Wu Feng's eyes to the previously overlooked path of corporeal vitality within martial arts, thereby addressing a significant gap in his own martial journey and further refining his practice. With this newfound understanding, Wu Feng eagerly engaged Teng Qingshan in a thorough inquiry about the essential principles of Xingyi Quan. Subsequently, he could hardly contain his enthusiasm as he brought Teng Qingshan to the training grounds to practice. After half an hour of rigorous collaboration and numerous repetitions, Wu Feng felt he had grasped the essence of the technique and decided to pause the practice, allowing Teng Qingshan to rest. Left alone, Wu Feng began to delve deeper into his exploration and study. Moments later, he sensed several subtle aspects of his body that eluded his understanding. Thus, he meticulously replicated Teng Qingshan's recorded movements and breathing patterns with exact precision. As he continued to practice, the once elusive concepts became increasingly clear to him. More importantly, Wu Feng experienced a series of novel insights and discoveries, further illuminating the mysteries contained within the human body. As the day drew to a close, Wu Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that his previously stagnant strength had experienced a noticeable enhancement. Although he did not achieve a breakthrough in his realm, this transformation brought him greater joy than a mere elevation in rank, as it signified a more solid foundation and a closer approach to perfection. For Wu Feng, who harbored lofty ambitions, the establishment of an unshakable and perfect foundation was far more significant than merely ascending to a higher level. Thus, with this in mind, Wu Feng temporarily set aside his daily pursuits aimed at transcending the virtual realm and redirected all his energy towards the internal martial arts and the cultivation of vital energy within the physical body. Time flows swiftly like a stream, and in the span of 6 months dedicated to the profound study of the corporeal essence and vitality, it has gradually slipped away. On this day, in the early morning, the sky is clear and bright, the autumn breeze invigorating, and the falling leaves return to the earth. At the summit of Billion Mountain, where the abode of tranquility resides, the pines remain evergreen, the foliage lush, and the cold pond unchanged. At this moment, not far from the icy pond, 2 figures, one large and one small, maintain an unusual posture, motionless. It is not until the sun rises to its zenith, marking the arrival of noon, that these seemingly sculpted forms gradually begin to move, slowly retracting their energy and standing upright. Qingshan, how does it feel? What do you think of my synthesis of Xingyi's stance and internal cultivation into this foundational body conditioning exercise? Wu Feng inquires with a satisfied smile. Master, you truly live up to your title. I am in complete admiration, with no words to express, Teng Qingshan responds. Having sensed the internal energy cultivation and circulation within himself throughout the morning, and can only express genuine respect. Ah, well done. A truly honest and obedient child, haha. Enough of jesting. I shall return to my meditation now. You continue your diligent practice. Without paying heed to Teng Qingshan's exasperation, Wu Feng strides directly towards the stone chamber on the 2nd floor. Thus, the training concerning the corporeal essence and vitality reaches a temporary conclusion, given Wu Feng's current physical strength. Further cultivation without abundant resources would be futile. Therefore, whether to ensure the smooth progression of his prior ambition to unify the realm or to enhance his cultivation of the corporeal essence without reservations, one crucial matter remains: grasping the principles of the universe, transcending into the void realm, and mastering the forces of heaven and earth, freeing himself from limitations and constraints. Although, at this moment, with his significantly augmented strength, Wu Feng could, without comprehending the principles of the universe or breaking through to the void realm, forcefully dominate the entire world and all its powers. However, as one who has never been one to abandon a path midway, Wu Feng resolves to continue according to his original plan, chiefly because he recently sensed that his breakthrough to the void realm is drawing near. The years of cultivation pass by unnoticed. This day marks Teng Qingshan's 12th birthday. Having made prior arrangements with Wu Feng, he finds himself at Teng Family Village, at the residence of his grandfather, Teng Yunlong, joyfully celebrating his birthday with family. Moments later, after the family has feasted and Teng Qingshan has savored the longevity noodles lovingly prepared by his mother, the family formally delved into the topic at hand, with the patriarch, grandfather Teng Yunlong, expressing a hint of concern as he inquired once more. Dear grandson, are you truly certain there are no issues? Grandfather, you need not worry. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Xingyiquan is indeed a creation of your grandson. It does not constitute the unauthorized dissemination of our school's secret teachings. You may freely allow the villagers of Zhuangzi to practice it. Nothing untoward will occur, Tung Qingshan replied, his demeanor grave and earnest. Observing Tung Qingshan's serious and unfeigned expression, Tung Yunlong gradually closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. All his myriad worries coalesced into a single affirmation. Very well. I shall convene everyone tomorrow to inform them and ensure the matter is properly executed. Grandfather, I must say, it was about time you took this step, Tung Qingshan remarked, his face brightening with the satisfaction of seeing his grandfather finally act correctly.